Teach Me to Love by Gina Green. Chapter 1. Texas, 1885. He really was a low-down jerk. Though he continued to berate himself, he kept walking toward his goal. His goal was a woman. A woman who scurried away from him, rarely looked him in the eye, and had said fewer than 10 full sentences to him. That was about to end. God, he was a real jerk. His job was to protect the people of Elizabethtown, Texas, not take advantage of someone else's calamity. But Miss Emma Brown, the new school teacher, left him no other choice. She had thwarted him too often, but now she would be forced to talk to him. He continued down the wooden plank walkway, passing the general store. Gus Briner, the owner, was sweeping, but looked up at Jason as he approached. "Evening, Sheriff. Out for a stroll?" "Hey, Gus. Just making sure the town is safe and quiet. You know how crazy a Friday night can be. Just making my presence known." Gus leaned on his broom, eyeing the sheriff and looking him up and down. He said nothing, but Jason got the impression he noticed his pressed shirt, clean boots, and brushed Stetson. Jason quickly stepped around him before the man could do any further speculating, nodded at him, and said, "Give your missus my best. Have a pleasant evening." Gus nodded. "You too, Sheriff." Gus took up his broom and continued sweeping. The sun was low in the sky on this warm May evening. The trees were in full bloom and the sky was a clear blue. Beautiful day to destroy someone's life. Well, not destroy per se, but change it. Emma Brown had arrived in Elizabethtown 6 months ago to take over for the elderly Mrs. Turnbull, who had decided the little ones were just too much for her now. The mayor, Mrs. Turnbull, Mrs. Carver, the doc's wife, and Jason himself had agreed to hire the 26-year-old Emma to take on the 6 to 12-year-olds. Maisie Denson taught the 13 to 17-year-olds in the large building behind the young children's schoolroom. Miss Brown apparently had been at a private school in Austin and had received a glowing report from the headmistress. Elizabethtown felt lucky to get such a qualified person to come to their small town. But Miss Brown was an enigma to Jason. She was a tall, slim woman who wore her brown hair in a tight bun. She also wore a long-sleeved white blouse buttoned up to her neck. An ugly brown skirt that brushed the tips of her sensible boots completed the rather drab ensemble. She had a pair of brown-rimmed glasses perched on her nose. Everything about her was brown, even her name. But Jason knew this couldn't be the real Miss Brown. She seemed to avoid him at all costs, which he could not fathom. He had always been polite and courteous to her during their infrequent encounters, but he just knew there was more to her. He had seen glimpses of who he thought the real Emma Brown might be. He had stopped by the one-room schoolhouse many times to check on her progress. He was the sheriff, and that was his job, wasn't it? She never saw him, as she was so engrossed in her students. But he saw her laugh with them and discipline them in a firm but caring manner, and read to them with an animated voice and face. He had also noticed that she didn't seem to need those glasses as she read to the children. He had also seen her chat with Gus and Doc, smiling into their faces. She was friendly with Meg at the women's clothing store and with Janet at the bakery. The only person she seemed to ignore was him. What had he ever done to her? And why did she dress like an old maid? Even with those hideous clothes, she couldn't completely cover up her rather nice bosom and slim waist. What in the world was she hiding from? And why was he virtually invisible to her, damn it? He continued on his path to her set of rooms that she shared with her brother above the post office. From what he knew of their family history, the siblings had lost their parents 7 years ago. That would have made Emma 19 and her brother 10. She had had to become both parents to the boy. That would probably explain her serious demeanor. Quite the responsibility for someone so young. It might also explain why she was not married yet. And that very brother of hers was the one giving him the chance to get to this intriguing woman. Adam had made a big mistake earlier today, and his sister was going to pay the price. The boy had borrowed his deputy's horse and ridden her into Austin. Joe, as deputy, was ready to ride after the kid and shoot him on the spot. No one ever touched his girl princess. That horse was Joe's pride and joy. He babied her, and no one was allowed near her. When a couple of teen boys had run into the jail to say they had seen Adam on Joe's horse on the road out of town, it had taken Jason all his strength to hold Joe back from taking Jason's horse and chasing after Adam so that he could shoot him dead. "Horse thieving's a hanging offense," shouted Joe. "I'm going to skin that kid alive and then shoot him dead. If anything happens to Princess, I'll string up his sister as well." It took Jason half an hour to calm the man, and then, 2 hours later, Adam returned with a limping horse. Jason had grabbed Adam off the horse and hustled him into the cell in order to protect him from Joe. He could hear Joe cursing up a storm as he checked the horse's hooves. "I'm going to rip the arms off that boy and beat him to death with them. I'm going to tie him to the railroad and let the train take care of the rest of that son of a bitch. I'm going to wring his neck until his eyes pop out." Jason was beginning to wonder if he should take Joe's gun from him before he made good on any of those threats. He'd gone back to the cell and looked at the tall, lanky young man sitting hunched over on the cot. In his arms he held 3 huge books, and he rocked back and forth as he clutched them to his chest. As he heard Jason's footsteps, he looked up with frightened eyes. "Sheriff, I didn't mean to hurt the deputy's horse. I just needed to borrow her to get into Austin. I brought her right back. I don't know what happened to her. She was fine until just a few minutes ago, I swear." "What in the world was so darn important you had to steal a horse and ride to Austin?" Adam began rocking again, looking at the floor. "I needed to go to the London library." Jason's mouth fell open in surprise. "Don't we have books here at the schoolhouse? Why didn't you just borrow one of them?" "I've read 'em all," he cried. "I needed something else to read. I asked Emma if we could go into Austin, but she said we didn't have any money to rent a horse and a buggy or go by train. That's why I borrowed the horse. I didn't know she was the deputy's. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have done it. I'm sorry." The misery on the boy's face pulled at Jason. He was a good-looking kid with hazel eyes, high cheekbones, and thick curly brown hair. He was tall, but he still needed to fill out some. Jason had never heard of Adam having caused any kind of trouble in the 6 months he'd lived here. What had the boy been thinking? "Horse thieving's a hanging offense, young man." Jason saw the blood drain from the boy's face, and he looked as if he were going to pass out. He felt bad scaring the kid like this, but damn it, you couldn't just go around borrowing horses. "You won't be hanged. Princess probably has a stone in her hoof and will be fine tomorrow morning. I'll calm Joe down. He won't hurt you. But we do have a problem. You can't go unpunished. You are going to have to stay in jail for the night until I figure out what to do with you." Adam jumped up and grabbed the cell bars. "Please, Sheriff, you have to tell my sister. She's expecting me home this evening. She has no idea I went to Austin. She'll worry herself sick if I don't show up. Oh, God!" The boy groaned and grabbed his head. "She'll be beside herself when she finds out I'm in jail. What am I going to do?" Adam began pacing back and forth in the small space. It was rather comical as the cell was so small and Adam's strides were long. 3 strides, and he was forced to turn and pass back. Jason watched him and wondered if he had done anything so stupid when he was 17. A picture of him hanging on a downspout of Madame Rule's bawdy house, trying to look in on her girls, flashed in his mind. But that's what lustful teens did. That made sense to Jason. Stealing a horse to go to the lending library? That was just downright odd. Jason reached through the bars and shook the boy's shoulder. "You just sit down, settle in, and take it easy, son." Jason was only 10 years older than the boy, but he'd been responsible for himself for so long that he didn't even remember being this young. Hell, he'd been sheriff for 2 years now. One of the youngest sheriffs in all of Texas. Joe Bauer, his deputy, was only 25. Both he and Joe were worldly wise compared to this young man. They'd seen enough ugliness and loss to make them wise, even though they had not reached their 30s. This boy needed to grow up, and grow up fast. He was the size of a man, but still acted like a kid. Jason sighed. "I will talk with your sister and get everything worked out. I'll stop by the diner later and have Sally make up a meal. She'll think it's for me. I won't tell her who it's for, so you just stay put and don't cause any more problems." Adam slumped back on the cot. "Thank you, Sheriff." As Jason left the back of the jail, the boy was already opening one of the books and reading. So here was Jason, on this beautiful May evening, heading for Emma Brown's rooms after dropping off the food he promised to Adam, to tell her that her brother was in jail. He had no idea how she was going to take this news. Was she a screamer or a crier? He knew everyone in this town except this one woman, and their first conversation was going to be a doozy. He headed up the back steps to her rooms, pulled off his hat, and rapped on the door. Chapter 2. There was a forceful knock on Emma's door, and she almost dropped the frying pan she was about to put on the stove. Who in the world would be at her door? Had Adam forgotten his key again? Emma hustled to the door and pulled aside the curtain from the small window next to the door and peeked out. Her breath stopped. Outside her door stood the town sheriff. Her heart began to slam in her chest, and her breathing was fast and shallow. What could he want with her? This was the one man who scared her to death, yet also intrigued her, she had to admit to herself. He was just too handsome, too tall and too virile. She had been gamely avoiding him for the last 6 months, though she could not avoid him in her dreams. She felt hot all over thinking of those dreams. It was so unlike her. He was a danger. She just knew it. Just because he was the sheriff didn't mean he was a good man. Men, she knew, could hide their evil. She wanted nothing to do with him, and now he was on her doorstep. She turned and leaned her back on the door, trying to slow her breathing. She would ignore him, and perhaps he would just go away. Another sharp knock came, and then a voice. "Miss Brown, I need to speak to you. It's urgent." Urgent? She questioned herself. What could be urgent and involve her? Had a parent made a complaint? Was someone not happy with her work ethic? Ridiculous, she thought. I'm working myself into a frenzy. Emma pulled herself together, patting her hair into place and checking the collar of her blouse and shaking out her skirt. Slowly, and with trepidation, she opened the door. "Can I help you, Sheriff?" Jason looked down at the woman, who, of course, was looking down at the floor. Jason sighed. "Miss Brown, may I come in? I have something to discuss with you that I would prefer others not overhear." This brought Miss Brown's head up with a jerk, and she looked him in the face. Her eyes were wide and wary. She opened the door further, and he walked in and took a quick, curious look around the room. It fit her. It was clean with few frills. The sofa was brown, but it did have a bright throw tossed over one arm. A sturdy chair flanked it, and an equally sturdy wood coffee table with a book and a small plant finished the conversation area. A few more plants sat on small tables under the window that was at the right of the door. A narrow hallway led to the bedrooms, he presumed, and straight ahead he saw a round table with 4 chairs and a clove. He couldn't see the kitchen as it was behind the wall. What did surprise him was the half-dozen bright landscapes that graced the walls. Did she paint those herself, he wondered? He doubted she could afford to buy 6 paintings on her meager salary. Emma made a wide circle past him and headed for the sofa and gestured to the chair. He sat, placed his hat on the floor next to him, and looked at her. She had her head down, and her hands must have been clasped tightly in her lap if the stark white color of her skin meant anything. How to begin? He glanced at one of the paintings and broke the silence by asking, "Did you by any chance paint those horses in the field?" Emma glanced at the sheriff in surprise. She had done all the paintings, but no one knew of her passion, and she only kept it to herself. She nodded in affirmation. Jason smiled. "It's fabulous. I feel like I could touch the horses and they would be real flesh and blood. They're so beautiful and lifelike. You have an amazing talent." Emma couldn't help the smile and slight blush at the compliment. Adam had always told her that she was super talented, in his words. She knew she was good, but did not see herself as anything spectacular. It was just a hobby. "Thank you," she whispered, and then looked back down at her hands. Jason was a bit stunned by that smile. It transformed her face. The serious demeanor had slipped, and a lovely warm smile had brightened her green eyes, and the blush made her creamy skin glow. She was a pretty woman behind all that coolness. Again he wondered what had happened to her to make her hide herself. "Miss Brown," Jason began, "I need to talk to you about Adam." "Adam? Well, he should be back any time now. What do you want with him?" It was Jason's turn to clasp his hands. He leaned forward and dropped the bomb as gently as he could. "Adam has found himself in a bit of trouble." Emma finally looked directly into the sheriff's eyes and saw compassion and concern in their blue depths. Whatever for? What could Adam have possibly done to bring on such a look? "What has Adam done?" Emma asked anxiously. A knot was forming in her stomach, and she felt a tremor of unease run through her. "He stole a horse," Jason said bluntly. There wasn't a nice way to tell her. Plus, he wanted her to understand the seriousness of the crime. Emma jumped to her feet, her hands coming to her face and her eyes widening in shock. "He stole a horse? What horse? Whose horse? What need does he have for a horse?" She walked behind the sofa and grasped the back of it with a death grip. Adam wouldn't steal anything, Sheriff. He's a good boy. He's never been a problem. He's helped me every step of the way after our parents died. He helps me at school. Emma realized she was beginning to ramble, and that the sheriff was looking at her with sympathy. Jason stood, went to her side. "Miss Brown, please come and sit down so I can tell you what happened." He gently pried her fingers from the sofa, and keeping one of her hands in his, he tugged her back around to the front of it. She sat. Jason kept her hand in his and sat on the coffee table facing her. He rubbed slow circles across the back of her hand with his thumb. Her hand looked fragile in his bigger hand, her skin smooth and pale against his tan-skinned. She was looking at their hands, seemingly in a trance. "Miss Brown, Adam stole my deputy's horse. He claims he borrowed it. I've spoken with your brother, and he knows he did wrong, and he's deeply sorry." Emma's eyes flew up, looking into his face as she tried to take in what he was saying. She pulled her hand free and clasped them together again in her lap, but at least she continued to look at him. "Adam is in jail and will have to remain there tonight. You can come by tomorrow morning and visit him. My deputy won't be in until the afternoon, so you won't have a run-in with him. Bring Adam a change of clothes and a toothbrush and tooth powder. He's being fed as we speak and understands that he's in trouble and will have to pay for his mistake." I still don't understand. Why did he do it? What could have possessed him to do it? Emma was close to tears at the thought of her sweet brother spending time in a jail cell. What's going to happen to him? Jason wanted to take her hands in his again, but she was looking pretty shaky, and he didn't want to undo the little bit of headway that he had made with her. "Adam told me that he took the horse so that he could go to the lending library in Austin. Do you have any notion why he would do that?" "Oh, Adam." Emma bowed her head and shook it gently back and forth. "He told me he wanted to go to Austin, but I told him that we didn't have the money to take such a trip right now." "But why the lending library? It seems an odd place for a young man to go, let alone steal a horse to do so." The sheriff sounded so puzzled that Emma actually chuckled. "Sheriff, Adam has read everything in this town. He's an avid reader and can remember everything he reads. He's so intelligent that he did high school work when he was only 11 years old. He can remember dates in history and do math figures in his head and read medical tomes that would put a doctor to sleep. I don't know what to do for him anymore. He's beyond me and my teaching abilities. If we lived in a large city and had some money, I could send him to college. I was fearful of what would happen when he got bored. But I never thought he would do something illegal." Emma looked up at Jason with pleading eyes. "What's going to happen to him? I have a small savings. Could I use that to get him out of jail?" Jason shook his head. "This is a serious crime, and my deputy is furious. His horse Princess came up lame. I'm hoping it's only a stone in her shoe and she'll heal up quickly. But the problem remains, what to do with Adam. So let's take on one issue at a time. You come in tomorrow and see your brother. I'll speak with Joe and see how Princess is doing. Then tomorrow, I'll work on what to do with your brother. Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to him, and I'll come up with a solution. I want you to put your worry aside and take care of yourself. You can't be a wreck when you see Adam tomorrow. That would make him feel worse and worry him to death. He obviously loves you dearly, and he is already berating himself for hurting you." Jason stood and dared again to take her hands and pull her up from the sofa. He wanted to wrap her in his arms. He wanted to be the one to comfort her. Instead, he bent to pick up his hat, and still holding one of her hands, he pulled her along to the door. "Come tomorrow at 9. He gave her hand a soft squeeze, opened the door, and let himself out, shutting it softly behind him. Emma stood staring at the closed door for a long moment, and then went back to sit on the sofa. What had just happened? She wondered out loud. Today had begun just like any other Friday. She'd gone to school, stopped at the general store on the way home to pick up some eggs and butter, got supper going for her and Adam. Then the knock at the door and her whole life was turned upside down. The sheriff had been in her home. The man she had avoided for 6 months had not only been in her home, but he had held her hands. Even with all the fear and worry for Adam, she had almost melted into the sofa at his touch. He had been so gentle, so kind and so patient with her. He had looked concerned for both her and Adam. Was he for real? Or was he just another conniving man who was going to ruin things for her? Would she and Adam have to move again? Emma shook the negative thoughts aside and took the sheriff's advice. Time to finish dinner, eat, and get as much rest as was possible before seeing Adam. She couldn't believe she had to leave the fate of her brother in a stranger's hands. Could she trust a man who looked like that? Who had every single woman and not-so-single woman throwing themselves at him? How could he be so nice to plain old Emma, when someone like Mary Sue, the mayor's beautiful blonde daughter, was after him? Emma looked down at her white blouse and brown skirt and sighed. She was a 26-year-old spinster and looked the part. She wandered into her bedroom and opened the door to the armoire. Reaching into the very back, she pulled out one of the 3 colorful dresses she owned. She hadn't worn once since leaving Austin. Adam had fussed at her over and over to throw out her ugly brown skirt and to dress right, as he had called it. But she wasn't ready to go parading through town in one of her walking dresses. Not yet. Maybe never. She sighed again, put the beautiful dress back into the closet, and headed for the small kitchen. Jason whistled a tune as he headed back to the jail. That had gone better than he had expected. Miss Brown was not a screamer or a crier. She was afraid, but she had a quiet inner strength. She also had a bit of outer strength, he had noticed as he pried her hands from the death grip she had on the sofa. He had touched her. She had allowed him to hold her hand and soothe her. It had been a moment of triumph for him. The aloof woman who had intrigued him and plagued his dreams had let him touch her. He felt like he was dealing with a skittish colt. She was someone who needed to be handled with kindness and understanding, and he was just the man to do it. Chapter 3. Jason heard Adam stirring the following morning. He left his desk and headed back to the cell. "Good morning. Did you sleep all right?" He handed Adam a cup of coffee he'd made earlier. The boy took a grateful sip. "Thanks. Yeah, I slept okay. The cot's a little short for me, but I managed. Is Emma coming at 9 to see me?" Adam asked. Jason had told Adam about his visit with his sister last night when he had returned to the jail. The description of the encounter had made Adam use a few colorful words to scold himself, but today he looked like he was ready to face the day and what it was to bring him. "She said she'd be here at 9. I don't see any reason for her not to show. Most people will still be breaking their fast after a late Friday night. She should be able to get here without being seen by too many people. I think a cover story of her asking for help about a school issue will be a pretty good cover. I would prefer no one realizes you spent the night in jail. The boys who saw you on the horse will keep quiet. Besides, they live outside of town and only come in once a month for supplies. I don't want any more stress for your sister." Adam nodded. "That sounds like a good plan, but what about Joe? He was pretty darn angry." "I'll take care of him. I'm sure Princess is just fine, and Joe is his good-natured self again. I plan on stopping by his place when your sister gets here. I have a few stops I need to make, and I think I have an idea to help you turn this bad situation into something good." Adam smiled, and like his sister, his face lit up, and his hazel eyes brightened. "What do you have in mind, Sheriff?" he asked excitedly. "Can't tell you until I know it's a go." "Hello, Sheriff?" asked a feminine voice from the front office. "Looks like your sister's right on time. Tuck in that shirt. I'll bring her right back." Jason entered his office, and just seeing her gave him a rush. What was it about her? She still had on the same ugly clothes, but her hair was in a loose bun, which made her face less severe and younger looking. She held a satchel, which he suspected held some essentials for Adam. "Good morning, Miss Brown. Adam's eager to see you." "Is he okay? Did he get any sleep? I brought him a sandwich. Is that okay?" she asked anxiously. Yes, and yes," Jason said and smiled. As if his smile were contagious, Emma smiled back at him. They stood gazing at each other. "Emma, is that you?" A concerned voice came from the back of the jail. Jason and Emma both started, and a blush crept up Emma's face. Jason recovered first and took the satchel from her hands. "Follow me, Miss Brown." Emma's stomach was doing flip-flops. She wasn't sure if it was from seeing the sheriff or having to see her brother in a jail cell. She followed him, and there was Adam, with a tentative smile on his face. She hurried forward and put her hands through the bars, and she grasped both. "Oh, Adam, are you okay? I've been frantic." "I'm sorry, sis. I'm so sorry I put you through all this. I don't know what I was thinking." Jason wished that he could open the cell and let them have their family meeting, but he wanted both of them to realize that this was a big deal. Sure, Adam was not violent, nor would he skip town. But as of right now, there needed to be a little suffering so something like this didn't happen again. "You two have half an hour. I have some errands to run and should be back by then. Let me get you a chair, Miss Brown, and then I'll leave you two be." Jason brought in a chair and saw her settled. "You two have a nice talk," he said as he headed out. His first stop was to Joe's to check on Princess. Jason untied Duke from the hitching post, saddled up, and headed out. 10 minutes later, he was at Joe's. He found him out in his barn brushing Princess. Both horse and man looked content. "How is she?" Jason said in greeting. "She's all good. It was just a stone. My girl's raring to go. But I'm going to give her a whole day off." Jason patted the horse and got a friendly headbutt in response. "Glad to hear it. I'd like to talk to you about Adam this afternoon when you come in." "That dumb kid got real lucky. What are we going to do with him? That's what I want to talk to you about. I got a couple things I need to do, but if it all works out, I may have a solution that benefits everyone. Joe looked at him curiously, but didn't ask any more questions. All right. I'll see you this afternoon. Thanks for checking on Princess. I appreciate it. I know what she means to you. I feel the same way about Duke. He's not just a horse, he's my family. I'll see you later. Jason headed back to Duke and headed for his next stop. This was the one that would make or break Adam. Jason found Doc Carver in the surgery, his gray head bent over a boiling pot. He was sterilizing some instruments. As it was Saturday, his receptionist Martha had the day off, so Jason just walked in and the little bell above the door announced his arrival. He and Doc were good friends, and he was counting on that to get what he wanted out of him. Hey, Doc. How's the medicating business going? Doc turned and chuckled at Jason. Nice and slow this morning. Thank goodness. No emergencies yet. How's the sheriffing business going? Nice and slow, Jason grinned. No bar fights, no domestic disturbances. Good, good. When it's slow for you, it usually means it's slow for me. Doc turned back to the boiling pot and using some prongs pulled out one tool after another and laid them on a clean white towel. What can I do for you this fine morning? Well, I have a favor to ask you. You have some time for me right now? Absolutely. Let's go into my office. Doc turned off the fire under the pot and led the way. He edged behind his desk and took a seat. He waved Jason to one of the two chairs in front of his desk. What can I do for you? You know Miss Brown and her brother Adam? Of course. She's a lovely young woman. Adam's a fine boy. Right smart, I hear. Doc had just given him the opening he needed. Apparently too smart for his own good. Jason grimaced. Doc looked at him questioningly. Adam decided to borrow Joe's horse yesterday afternoon. Princess came up lame, and needless to say, Joe went off like a siren. I had to grab the boy off the horse and put him in a cell for his own safety. The boy borrowed Princess? Doc stared at Jason incredulous. Doesn't that boy know what that horse means to Joe? Does the kid have a death wish? What in the hell did he need the horse for in the first place? Jason chuckled. Everyone in town knew about Joe and Princess except Adam and his sister. They were still new to the area. Adam borrowed the horse to go to the lending library in Austin. Doc had the same disbelieving look on his face that Jason himself had had when the boy had told him where he'd gone. The lending library? Really? Was he meeting a girl there? Jason laughed out loud. You'd figure at least it would be a woman, but no, it was a book that drew him there. Miss Brown told me the boy has read every book in town. Apparently he has a photographic memory. Everything he reads stays in that head of his. She claims he's a genius. The boy's bored. He needs something important to do, to make him feel worthwhile. He needs something that'll keep his brain stimulated. That's where you come in. I had no idea the young man was so intelligent. But how can I be of help? You lost your apprentice 3 months ago when he and his fiancée headed to Austin. I know that was a blow to you. You were hoping to groom him to take over for you. But Nancy wanted to move to Austin where Derek could work in a hospital. I figured you could use an extra set of hands that just happened to be attached to a stellar brain. Adam reads medical books for fun, his sister said. He could be a great help to you. Jason noticed that Doc was nodding his head and looking intrigued. I could use some help. I've had to ask the wife to help hand me my instruments when sewing up a few of the townsfolk. I could use a strong young man to heft a box or two, or even a patient or two. How old is Adam? He told me he would be 18 in a couple of weeks. He's going to be a man, and he needs to start acting like one. An important job like being your assistant would do wonders for him. Jason actually found himself crossing his fingers. Well, I think it's a great idea. Doc smiled warmly. When can he start?" Jason sighed with relief. "He can start today. But there's a bit more I'd like to ask of you." Doc shrugged. "Ask away." Miss Brown has been like a mother to Adam. She was very young when she all of a sudden had a 10-year-old to raise. I think she's been a bit of a mother hen. I want Adam to stand on his own 2 feet and not rely on Miss Brown. Here came the tricky part of Jason's plan. "I wonder if Adam could use the room above your office like Derek did before he left for Austin. I want him to try living on his own." "Well, that's a splendid idea. The room's just sitting empty. Carla will be thrilled to have another young person living here. He can have his meals with us. She'll be giddy with the idea of cooking and baking for someone besides just me. Shall we take a look at the room?" Jason couldn't believe his luck. This was really going to work. He followed Doc into the hallway that had doors going into the waiting room, the surgery, Doc's office, and the steps leading to the room upstairs. Doc opened the door at the top of the staircase and ushered Jason inside. He had never been in this part of the building. A bed stood in one corner under a window. It had a blue quilt covering it, and a small table stood next to it with a lantern on it. Next to the table, a small hall led into the bath. On the wall adjacent to the hallway, a 3-tiered wooden bookshelf stood loaded with books. Adam would faint with delight when he saw that, Jason chuckled to himself. A window was on the other side of the wall, and a chair with another small table sat in front of it in easy reach of the bookshelf. Jason turned, and on the wall to the left of the door was a counter with a bowl and a pitcher. Shelving went up the wall and held a few plates, cups, and glasses. It was a perfect room for one man. "Doc, this is ideal. You are solving a huge problem for me. I didn't know what I was going to do with the boy. I couldn't just slap him on the wrist and send him home. Joe wouldn't have stood for that. And it goes against my beliefs to not make him stand up and recognize what he did was downright stupid. Adam's going to be so excited. I just know it." Jason and Doc went back down the stairs. Jason headed through the waiting room and towards the exit. "I can bring him over within an hour," Jason said. As he reached the door, Doc said, "I want to give the boy a small salary for working here. I don't want him to think he's not earning his way. Tell him he gets room and board and, let's say, a $1 a week. What do you think?" "I think it's beyond generous, and you're a good man, Doc." "Well, I know he's a good man, but why do you think so?" said a laughing voice behind them. Both men turned to see Doc's wife, Carla, standing in the doorway. Her face crinkled with laugh lines as she looked at both men with eyebrows raised. "Hello, Sheriff. Are you here to arrest my husband for leaving his dishes in the sink? I think he should get 1 to 5 in the pokey." "Days or hours?" Jason asked, playing along. "Minutes," answered Carla. "He did sweep off the porch yesterday. That should give him some time off for good behavior." Chuckling, Doc went to his wife and put his arm around her shoulders. "I have some news for you. We're going to have a new tenant upstairs. It seems young Adam Brown needs a job and a place to stay, and you know I could use the help." Carla clapped her hands in approval. "Oh, that's wonderful. Someone young in the house again. I miss our kids and grandbabies so much. I know I get to see them every month, but it's just not the same. When's he moving in?" "Today," Jason answered for Doc. "I'm heading over to the jail to pick him up right now." "Jail?" Carla frowned. "What is the boy doing in jail?" Doc pushed Jason towards the door. "You go ahead, Jason. I'll explain the whole story to her. She'll be baking 2 minutes after I fill her in." Carla fondly wrapped her husband on the arm. "Bye, Sheriff," she called out as he opened the door. Jason waved and headed out. It had taken him 45 minutes to accomplish his errands. He wondered if Miss Brown was still at the jail. Chapter 4. Emma felt the need to bake. She had to keep herself busy after her short visit with Adam. It had taken her over 10 minutes to get him to understand that he was forgiven, and then he had spent another 10 minutes extolling the sheriff's virtues. Apparently, Sheriff Jason Dunbar had also lost his parents when he was 10. This had made Adam feel a special kinship with the man. Mr. Dunbar had been taken in by his mother's parents and grown up on a ranch. They had been a loving couple and had helped the young boy heal and learn to love again. The grandfather had died 2 years ago, and apparently the grandmother had soon followed 8 months later. So Sheriff Dunbar was also without family. Perhaps that explains his empathy when he spoke with Emma last night. He knew the pain of loss. Then, the last 10 minutes, she and Adam had tried to figure out what the man had meant when he said he thought he had a way to make a bad situation good. Emma was wary and told Adam of her concerns about leaving their future in the hands of a virtual stranger. But Adam was adamant that the sheriff would come through. When the half hour was up, the sheriff still had not returned. Emma had wanted to leave right at the half-hour mark. She was not going to push her luck. She squeezed Adam's hand and told him goodbye, and to let her know as soon as possible what the sheriff's plan was. She had been disappointed when he hadn't come back. Her heart had fluttered in anticipation, but along with the disappointment came the worry. She had no idea when he would get in touch with her. She had no idea when he would let Adam come home. The only good news was that no one had seen her enter or leave the jail. She had made sure that she looked up and down the street before entering and exiting. Apparently the sheriff had kept Adam's stay a secret too. It was kind and thoughtful of him. Who knew what the ladies in town would say or do if they knew? I mean, would she lose her position at the school? Would she be guilty by association? Would she and Adam have to move again, which was her biggest fear? She was working herself into a state. She needed to calm down. Emma kneaded the dough roughly and gave it a few sharp jabs with her closed fist. That made her feel better. When Jason arrived back at the jail, Miss Brown was gone. He felt a twinge of disappointment, but then he realized it would require him to visit her home again to fill her in on Adam's situation. Little did Miss Brown know how many visits he planned to make to her home this week. As he was walking back from Doc's, he decided that part of the deal he would make with Adam was to not see his sister for at least a week. The boy needed to be on his own and prove himself to both Doc and Jason himself. He did not need his sister showing up each day to check on his well-being. That would be Jason's job. He would be checking up on the boy and reporting back to Miss Brown each evening. It was a fine plan. He was quite pleased with himself. Adam would get what he needed, and Jason would get to spend time with the intriguing and elusive Miss Brown. Jason walked into the jail with a little hitch in his step. "Is that you, Sheriff?" Adam called out from the back. "It's me. Pack up your stuff. We're taking a walk," said Jason as he came into the boy's view. Adam started shoving his jacket and 3 books into the satchel. "Where are we going?" he asked warily. "We're heading to Doc's." Jason unlocked the cell and waited for Adam to exit. "Why? I'm not feeling sick." "You, my boy, are now the new assistant to Doc Carver." Adam stopped so suddenly that Jason actually bumped into him. Adam turned and looked at Jason. His eyes glowed with excitement. "I'm going to assist Doc? Me? I mean, I really get to help him in his surgery?" Jason slapped the boy on his back and pushed him towards the door. "That's right. He's going to mentor you, show you the ropes, so to say." The 2 men walked towards Doc's, and Jason continued to fill Adam in on his plan for him. "You're going to help Doc with anything he needs. You're going to live in the room above his office, and he's even going to give you a small salary." Adam couldn't hide his excitement. He jumped in the air, pumped his fist, and hollered a woo-hee. "I get to live there and make money? This is a dream come true," the boy cried. Jason chuckled at the boy's enthusiasm, but a moment later he noticed his face now carried a frown. "What's the matter, son?" "What about Emma? Who's going to help her and take care of her if I'm at Doc's? I can't leave her by herself. We've never been separated." Jason knew this would be the hard part for the siblings, but it was time for both to move on and live for themselves instead of for each other. Your sister's a grown woman. She can take care of herself. She also has Ron and Delilah living next door. They'll look in on her and be there in seconds if there's an emergency. Ron and Delilah Strong were a middle-aged couple who ran the post office. They had the other set of rooms above the post office next to Emma. They were a sweet couple who he knew could be trusted to keep an eye out. You will not see your sister for the first week or so while you're at Doc's. I want you to prove to me that I didn't make a mistake setting this up. It's only a bit over a week that you two can't see each other. After that, you can go have supper with her whenever Doc doesn't need you, or help her with anything she might need. You'll only be down the street a quarter of a mile. You're not moving to China. Adam regained his enthusiasm. Do you think Doc would let me sew someone up? I read about stitches. I know how to do it. Do you think he would let me set a broken bone? I read about that too. You're supposed to tie 2 boards to the leg so it doesn't move, and then elevate it above the heart. I wonder if I'll ever have to staunch the flow of blood when someone cuts open an artery. The question Jason had wondered about, as to whether the boy would be squeamish around patients, was now answered. Obviously not. The kid sounded like a ghoul. They reached Doc's, and the bell on the door tinkled their arrival. Doc came out of the office. Ah, there you are, Jason. And there's my new assistant. Welcome, Adam. He shook the boy's hand. Let's talk in my office. Jason and Adam settled themselves in the chairs in front of Doc's desk. Doc sat back in his chair, his hands clasped, and looked at the boy. You like the idea of working and living here? Doc asked. Yes, sir, Adam responded. I can't thank you enough for giving me this opportunity. I'll do all I can to be of assistance. And thank you for allowing me to live here, too. It's incredibly generous of you and Mrs. Carver to let me stay here. Jason was pleased with Adam's mature responses and polite address. The boy was not going to disappoint. How about I show you the room first, and then we can go into the surgery and take a look around, said Doc, as he rose and led them upstairs. Jason was not disappointed with Adam's reaction to the room. Wow, this is great. Then he saw the wall of books, and his mouth dropped open. Oh, wow. Am I allowed to read all those books? Like a magnet, he was pulled to the shelves. He began to reverently touch each book. You read anything you like. I have a bunch of medical books in my office. You can peruse those, too, if you wish. Doc smiled and winked at Jason. Things were going well, it seemed. Adam continued to walk around the room, looking into the bath and the small kitchen area. You can make a sandwich or other snacks up here, but we'll expect you for dinner each afternoon. My Carla's quite a cook. She started baking the minute she heard you were coming. You'll be putting on a few pounds living here. Doc grinned as he patted his slightly rounded belly. Let's head back on down and take a look at the rest of the rooms. Just leave your satchel up here, Adam. Adam dropped the bag on the floor and followed the 2 men back downstairs and through to the surgery. A waist-high operating table stood in the middle of the room. Counters ran from wall to wall, and glass-enclosed cupboards ran above each counter. The place had been painstakingly clean this morning, but now Jason noticed what looked like 30 or so different-sized bottles on the counter and a bare and open cupboard above them. He glanced at Doc and raised his eyebrows. Doc coughed and said, Adam, my boy, I was in the middle of organizing some of the medicine here. I was wondering if you might take over for me. Maybe you might think of a better way to organize them. That book on the counter has a list of the medicines and how they're used. You can glance at that to help you figure out a good system. You think you can handle that? Adam strolled to the counter and picked up one of the bottles and looked at the label. Ether, he read. Well, yes, sir. I can do this. I'd be glad to. Okay, son. Now you be careful with those and don't drop anything or open any of them. Some are quite dangerous. Let's see. Doc glanced at his watch. It's 11:05. You get started on this. Dinner's at 1. I'll come get you and we'll go over to the house. Carla's looking forward to meeting you." "Okay," the boy answered, but his head was already bent over the book and he was flipping pages. Doc waved Jason out and they went back to his office. "Nice job, Doc. You got that kid already feeling useful." "I figured he would need something to do to get him settled and comfortable. Plus, it will let me see how his mind works. Can't wait to see what he does. You don't worry about Adam. I think he'll work out just fine." "There's just one more thing you need to know. I told Adam he can't see his sister for a week or so. He needs to prove himself, be on his own, and show me that he can handle himself. I don't want Miss Brown showing up and fussing over him. I'll be stopping by every day to see how things are working out, and then after my shift, I'll head over to Miss Brown and fill her in on Adam's progress." "The boy and his sister agreed to this?" asked Doc. "Adam did. His sister doesn't know about this part of the deal yet, but she'll agree. She doesn't really have a choice." "It seems you'll be spending quite a bit of time with the pretty young school teacher." Doc smirked at Jason, and Jason could feel a flush in his cheeks. "Mighty fine plan, Sheriff. I approve." "Yeah, well, I best be on my way." Jason eased himself out of the room and heard Doc chuckling behind him as he left. Was Jason that obvious, he wondered? First Gus gives him an all-knowing look, and now Doc was smirking at him. The whole damn town was going to learn about his obsession with Miss Brown if he wasn't careful. Jason needed to get a message to Miss Brown, warning her that he would come by at 6 that evening. He could walk the short distance to her place, as she would want to know about Adam's situation immediately, but he wanted more time with her. He wanted things on his terms and his timeline. Jason wandered out to the front of the building that housed the jail and looked around for a potential messenger. He spotted Davy Jr. whistling on the wood sidewalk, kicking a rock in front of him. Davy's dad, David, ran the telegraph office. He and his wife Sarah and their 2 daughters and Davy lived next door to Doc and Carla. Another good family he was proud to serve. Jason gave a sharp whistle, and Davy looked up, searching from where the sound emanated. So did about 15 other people on the street. Jason did a quick wave to the townfolk, and then called the boy over. "Davy, come here, son." Davy loped over, smiling. "Hey, Sheriff, you need me to help you rustle up some bad guys?" Jason grinned down at the boy. "Maybe later. What I need for you to do is deliver a message for me to Miss Brown. Can you do that for me?" "Well, sure, Sheriff. Miss Brown's my teacher. She's real nice. She lives above the post office." "That's right. Wait here for a minute. I'll be right back with the note." Jason went to his desk and penned a quick note. "Dear Miss Brown, I have good news to tell you about Adam. Would you be available around 6 this evening for me to fill you in? If not, just send a message back with Davy. If I don't hear from you, you can expect me at 6. Sheriff Dunbar." Jason folded the note twice, found a penny on his desk, and went back out to Davy. He handed him the note and the coin. "Now you watch yourself crossing the street. Look for horses and wagons." Davy nodded happily. "Thanks for the penny, Sheriff." Then the boy was off in a flash, running towards the corner in the main street in town. Jason watched him, saw him stop at the corner and look right and then left and then right again before he dashed across the street. He made the other side and headed left towards the school, and Jason lost sight of him. Now he had an entire day to get through before he would see Emma. He could really use a crime wave right about now to distract him. Chapter 5. Emma took the white blouse with the ruffles out of her closet for the 3rd time. She so wanted to look nice when the sheriff came by, but she felt awkward accentuating her feminine side. She had spent the last 6 months hiding every curve she had. She hid behind her ugly brown facade. But tonight, she so wanted to look like a woman. She wanted Sheriff Dunbar to see her as a woman. But what feeling was stronger, being a woman or being safe? Adam had told her over and over there were good men out there, but he was just a good boy who wouldn't hurt anyone. Emma hung the blouse back and turned away from the closet. She caught her image in the mirror and groaned. Turning back to the closet, she removed the blouse and a dark blue skirt. She was going to do it. After donning both the blouse and skirt, she attacked the bun at the back of her neck. Combing out her hair felt good. It released some of the tension she felt. She braided her hair in a loose braid and let a few pieces curl around her cheeks. She pinched her cheeks for color and nibbled on her lips to plump them up. She looked in the mirror and was surprised to see a pretty woman look back at her. It shocked her, and she began to yank on her skirt, ready to remove it and put on her brown skirt, which brought comfort and safety. There was a knock at the door, and Emma froze. Was it already 6? It couldn't be. She looked at herself again. Her color was high. She looked young and too eager. The knock came again, and she had no choice but to go answer it. Jason wondered if Emma had misunderstood that he was coming by tonight. He knocked on the door for the second time and waited impatiently for her to let him in. Finally, he heard the lock turn and the door opened slowly. Jason's mouth went dry. The woman standing before him was a beauty. Her hair was in a thick, loose braid that hung over her shoulder and nestled one side of her breast, and that lovely breast was encased in a ruffled white blouse that made her look feminine and soft. She hid her hands in a blue skirt that hugged her hips and flowed around her ankles. Jason looked into Emma's face and saw discomfort and anxiety. He stepped into the room, took her arm and pulled her hand free and held it in his own and said, "Miss Brown, you take my breath away. You're not only intelligent and strong, but beautiful also. No wonder Adam turned out so well." Emma blushed and pulled her hand back. She felt beyond giddy. A handsome man was telling her she was beautiful? "Do come in, Sheriff. I'm eager to hear about Adam. I was hoping you would bring him home tonight. Is he still in jail? What can I do to get him out? He seemed so sure that you would come up with a plan to make things right." Jason walked further into the room and settled himself in the chair. He glanced at Emma and gestured to the sofa. "I have a lot to report to you, and I think you'll be pleased. Come and sit down and I'll fill you in." Emma settled on the sofa and looked the sheriff directly in the eyes. She was no longer fearful of the man. She felt safe, which seemed odd. This man had arrested her brother, yet she still felt as if she could trust him. "I'm all ears, Sheriff. What is to happen to Adam?" "Your brother is now assisting and working with Doc Carver." Jason sat back and waited for her reaction. "Adam's what?" Emma just looked confused. "He's no longer in jail?" "No. When I left him at Doc's this morning, he was organizing Doc's medicine cabinet. Doc's thrilled to have his help, and Adam's over the top about doing something useful. You won't have to worry about him being bored anymore. Doc has hundreds of books and medical tomes that Adam can delve into. When I went by half an hour ago, Adam was bandaging up a sprained ankle and putting iodine on some cuts and bruises. Apparently Donnie Transom took a fall from his horse. That boy's a wild one. Poor Tom and Jenny have their hands full with that boy. Doc was overseeing the entire operation and was very pleased with Adam. Adam kept the boy enthralled by telling him how many colors all his bruises would turn and letting Tommy bandage up his own 2 knees. Instead of crying, Donnie was laughing, and Adam looked to be in his element. Emma looked stunned. "Adam's working with Doc Carver? How did this come about? Was this the plan you were talking about earlier?" Jason nodded. "Doc lost his last assistant a few months back. I know he was trying to find someone he could mentor. When you told me your brother was a genius, it popped into my mind that he would be a good candidate to work with Doc. I approached Doc, and he was thrilled with the idea. I took Adam over there as soon as I got back to the jail." "So Adam won't be prosecuted? He won't have to stay in jail?" Emma couldn't believe all the horror and worry she had felt would really be over. She looked at Jason again and saw a man who was relaxed and self-assured, something she never felt. He smiled at her and seemed to read her thoughts. "It's over, Miss Brown. Your brother's safe. Joe agreed to let everything drop. Joe's happy, too, that it all ended up like this. Everyone's a winner."
big, slow tears began to roll down Emma's face. Jason sat up in alarm, shifted over to the sofa next to her, and took both of her hands in his. This was becoming a habit, he thought. "Miss Brown, what's the matter? Are you upset with me for doing this without discussing it with you first?" Emma shook her head and smiled through her tears. "No, I'm just so happy and so relieved. I was worried about my brother. So worried we would have to move again. So worried that I'd failed him. And now he's doing something he could only dream about. I'm so grateful to you for all you've done for us." Jason squeezed her hands and felt a bit guilty over the next bit of news that he had to disclose, as it was due to his wants and needs. Though he did feel it was in the boy's best interest. Oh yeah, that was the reason. The boy's best interest. He did want the boy to be on his own and to have a role model. He just hoped Miss Brown would understand. Emma pulled her hands free, pulled a handkerchief from her sleeve and dabbed at her eyes. She felt silly falling apart like this, but the strain had been great. She hadn't realized how great until the relief had poured over her. "Thank you so much, Sheriff. When can I expect Adam home tonight? I want to make him a celebratory supper." It would be a late supper, but Adam, she knew, could eat any time, day or night. She noticed the sheriff looked away uncomfortably, and then he moved back to the chair. She missed the warmth of his body so close to hers. He emanated strength and succor. She had actually leaned into him when he had taken up her hands. A frisson of excitement had gone through her. Not fear, but excitement. She felt like her body and mind were awakening to new sensations. She had shut herself off and hidden the real woman for 6 long months. Now she was like a butterfly coming out of her cocoon. Jason sat in the chair, reliving the moment he had felt Miss Brown lean into him. They had been shoulder to shoulder. He had felt a slight tremor race through her, and knew it hadn't been fear. The tremor in his body was mostly from lust. He could hardly keep himself from pulling her onto his lap and kissing her senseless. The tears had brought him not only back to his senses, but reminded him there was more to tell her. "Miss Brown, Adam is not coming home tonight or any time in the near future. Part of the agreement in letting him off and out of jail is for him to live above the medical office. He's now working for Doc, living there and receiving a small salary. He's a man who is proving he can stand alone. I know you two have never been separated, but can you see that this is something he needs? Can you let him go and truly grow up?" The shocks just kept coming. Emma felt like she was on a bucking bronco. One minute she was ecstatic, the next relieved, and now, she didn't know how she felt. The sheriff broke into her thoughts. "Miss Brown, Adam has agreed to not see you until next Sunday. He knows he needs to settle in at Doc's and prove himself. When the week is over, you can see each other as much as time will allow in both of your busy schedules. This is what he needs. Are you able to give him his freedom? Aren't you just a little bit ready to let Adam go? Aren't you a little ready to live for yourself?" Emma didn't know how to live for herself. All of her adult life she had been responsible for Adam. There was never a day when she had ever been truly by herself or was able to think about what she wanted or needed. She didn't begrudge Adam any of her time or worry. He was her brother, and she loved him dearly. He had been as much of a support to her as she had been to him. He was always good-natured and could cajole her into good moods. He always had been a huge help to her setting up their household and setting up her schoolroom. She wasn't exactly sure how to live by herself. In her subconscious, she knew Adam would grow up and leave someday. But now it apparently was here with no warning, no easing in. Here yesterday and gone tomorrow. It was more than disconcerting. It was downright scary. Could she live by herself? How would she fill in her evenings? Who would she cook and bake for? Again, the sheriff interrupted her thoughts. "I will check on Adam every day this week, and I'm willing to come by after my shift and report to you all the news of the day. Would that help you make the transition? Knowing how Adam is faring should bring you peace of mind." Miss Brown looked at him with such gratitude, he felt like the bastard he was. "You would really take the time to come and tell me how he is every day?" Emma didn't know if the twisting and turning in her stomach was excitement or dread. How would she handle having this man in her home each evening? She was relying on him too much already. He was making the decisions for her and Adam. She hadn't had that since her parents died. He was beginning to mean something to her, and he had only been in their lives for 24 hours. How was that? His kindness had penetrated all her defenses. It had been so long since someone had stood in their corner. Could she trust him? Could she trust her own instincts? I would be delighted to report back to you each evening. It would be my pleasure. It would be nice to be able to talk to you about good things instead of bringing you grief. I'm sure Adam will have a lot to tell me, and he'll want you to know all about it. You were his first concern when I told him he would be staying at Doc's. He's worried about your welfare, not his. I reminded him that Ron and Delilah are right next door if you need any help, and that I would check on you every day, too. I obviously need to report back to him how you are doing in order to keep him focused and content. Is it a deal, Miss Brown? Jason stuck out his hand and hoped and prayed that she would take it and agree to his terms. She slid her hand in his and gave it a quick shake and hastily withdrew it. The shock they both felt at the touch was there to see in each other's eyes. Thank you. It's truly kind of you, and I so want to hear how things are going. Excellent, Jason said as he rose from his chair to take his leave. Emma followed him to the door. Sheriff, would you like to join me for supper tomorrow? I made a big pot of stew, and as Adam will not be here to eat it, it will go to waste. What in the world possessed her to ask him to supper? She was putting him in a terrible position. She was about to take back the invitation in total embarrassment when the sheriff answered. I would truly enjoy a home-cooked meal, Miss Brown. Thank you. This was more than Jason had hoped for. He would get to spend the entire evening with her. Jason turned towards the door and grabbed the handle. He turned back, hesitating. Miss Brown, might you be willing to call me Jason? Being called sheriff all the time makes me feel like a title instead of a human. Of course, Jason. Will you call me Emma, please? Jason barely contained his joy. Another small step in the right direction. Good night, Emma. I'll be here tomorrow evening with a full report. He saluted her jauntily and exited the room.
Chapter 6. The next morning, Jason was smiling as he came from his rooms above the jail. Joe was already there making a pot of coffee. Hey, how did things go with Miss Brown yesterday? Asked Joe. Jason grinned and poured himself some coffee. Very well. She's thrilled that you didn't pursue charges and allowed Adam to prove he's worth your trust. That's not what I meant, and you know it. Joe smirked at Jason. How did she take your little plan of separating her from her brother and you being the oh-so-helpful and kind sheriff? Jason felt a blush creep up the back of his neck. Joe was just ribbing him, but it did remind him that he had an ulterior motive. She was a bit put off at first, but soon recognized the good it would do her brother. She asked me to share supper with her. Jason wasn't sure why he let that tidbit of information out, but he felt the need to talk to someone, and Joe was his best friend. I really like her. She's a good woman, and I do want to get to know her better. I feel like I've gotten her to loosen up some. I've actually heard her laugh a few times now. I want to be her friend. Joe chuckled. You want to be more than just a friend. And that's good. You're a good guy. Miss Brown would be lucky to have you in her life. Yoo-hoo, Sheriff. A feminine voice came from the door. Both men turned. Jason groaned under his breath. Joe beside him stood straighter, removed his hat, and greeted the mayor's daughter with a smile. Why, Mary Sue, aren't you quite the sight? You look lovely this morning. Mary Sue smiled back. Well, thank you, Joe. How's Princess? I hear she had a little run-in with the Brown boy. Jason frowned. Where did you hear that? Princess is fine, as is Adam, Jason almost growled. Why, Sheriff, you know I know everything that goes on in this town. But don't fret. My lips are sealed. Mary Sue placed her delicate fingers on Jason's arm and looked up into his face. "Mother and Father sent me here to invite you for supper this evening. Are you free?" Jason glanced over Mary Sue's head at Joe and saw that he had turned his back, and he held himself rigid. Jason looked back down at the pretty woman and said, "I'm sorry. I can't make it tonight. I already have plans. Please relay my regrets to your parents and thank them for the invite." Mary Sue made an adorable pout. "I'm so sorry to hear that. Next time, then? I'll see you tomorrow at the council meeting, won't I? Daddy assured me that you would be attending. We need to discuss how to send the Dawson boy to the orphanage in Austin and evaluate that new school teacher, Miss Brown." Now it was Jason's turn to stiffen. He'd forgotten all about the council meeting, especially the part that concerned Emma. She had nothing to worry about, as she did a fine job. But he didn't like the look in Mary Sue's eyes as she watched him intently. Had she seen Emma come to the jail? Had she seen him going to Emma's? Mary Sue had been trying to put her hooks in him for over a year, ever since she turned 18. She was a beautiful woman, but too bold and too young for him. He'd never encouraged her, just been polite and disinterested. Her attentions had become more aggressive lately, and he feared he would have to tell her flat out that he was not interested. He was walking a fine line, as the mayor had also hinted to him of being in favor of such a liaison. His other issue was that he had the distinct feeling that Joe cared for her. He had caught them many times laughing about something or discussing horses. Both of them were horse crazy. She was always nice to Joe, but literally threw herself at Jason. This was not a good situation. He had just gotten the trust of Emma, and he also didn't want his relationship with Joe to be affected. "Yes, I'll be there," Jason responded. Then he looked over at Joe. "Joe, could you do me a favor and escort Mary Sue to her next appointment and go pick up the ammunition I ordered from Ben?" Joe's posture eased, and he placed his hat on his head and offered Mary Sue his arm. "May I be of assistance, Mary Sue? Where are you heading next? We all know you have your fingers in a lot of pies doing your good work." Mary Sue gave Jason a quick scowl and then linked her arm to Joe's proffered one. "Thank you, Joe. I'm heading for the church to meet with the Ladies' Social Committee. I would be delighted with your company." Jason watched as the couple left and sat down with a swoosh. What was he going to do with that girl? He was cut off from his thoughts when he heard men yelling in the street. Jason grabbed his hat and headed out to deal with whatever issue was unfolding outside. Emma couldn't believe she had allowed Mrs. Blake, the pastor's wife, to talk her into being part of the church's social committee. She had agreed to it as a way to get to know the ladies of the town better, and because it was expected that the town's teachers volunteer for such good causes. But she was still uncomfortable about putting herself out there. So now Emma was sitting on a hard chair, waiting for the meeting to begin, chatting with Maisie Denson, the upper class's teacher. She was the only other person Emma knew well. She recognized and had spoken to most of the ladies in the room, but couldn't really call any of them close friends. She had not had time to make friends. This was an opportunity to get to know more women and hopefully find a friend or two. She was going to need them with Adam gone. The sheriff, she was having a hard time remembering to think of him as Jason. But he had been right. She needed a life besides her work and caring for Adam. She wanted to stroll arm in arm down the sidewalk and go shopping with a friend. She wanted to meet at the diner for tea and coffee. She'd had female friends in Austin. She could do it again here. A newcomer arrived, and as Emma was nearest the door, she looked up with a smile as a greeting. Mary Sue, beautifully dressed in a blue dress that brought out her light blue eyes, her blonde hair in a loose bun, with tendrils curling lightly about her face, came in and stumbled to a halt. Emma was surprised by the malicious look Mary Sue gave her before Mary Sue headed to the front of the room and greeted the pastor's wife. Emma could not fathom why she was graced with such a look, but had no time to ponder further as the meeting was called to order. 45 minutes later, Emma found herself matched up with Susan, a young woman of one of her students. She was a quiet, unassuming woman with dark hair and equally dark eyes. Emma was glad to have someone close to her age to work with in order to organize a clothes drive for those in need in their town and the small town of Andover 7 miles to the north. A third chair was at the table, and Emma looked at Susan with raised eyebrows. Susan shrugged, and both of them looked around to see who would be joining them. Emma saw Mary Sue walking towards the table, looking rather determined and not overly friendly. Again, Emma wondered if she had somehow offended the young woman. She hadn't really said more than a few words to her. Mary Sue was a whirlwind of activity. Emma knew she was involved in many committees and did a lot of hostessing for her father. Mary Sue knew everyone, and everyone knew Mary Sue. She was gracious and competent, and from what Emma understood, well liked by the town folks, though her father and mother were not so revered. Mayor John Drake, in Emma's eyes, was rather pompous, and his wife Lydia was a stickler for following the rules of society. What type of society existed in Elizabethtown, for goodness sakes? Emma pondered. Sure, there were a few wealthy ranchers. The Carvers and the Spencers were well off too. But most people here lived paycheck to paycheck. Things were looking up with the new rail line bringing in supplies faster and easier, providing quite a few jobs for some of the men. But all in all, the chance of meeting royalty was slim to none. Emma snorted at the thought of someone like Roy, the blacksmith, bowing to a queen. The man was a huge, daunting figure. Emma guessed that one of his arms was the size of her waist. And as big and as scary as he should have been to her, she had seen him many times with his little girl. The adoration could not be feigned. He loved his little Janie, and she loved her big, strong papa. The two of them made Emma smile every time she saw them together. But she still couldn't help stifling a giggle at the thought of big, rough-clad Roy bowing to the mayor, let alone a queen. Susan shot her a questioning look at Emma's giggle. Mary Sue had reached the table. She had somehow transformed her face in the last few steps to the table. She smiled warmly at both women. "Susan, Emma, it seems we'll be working together. It's such a good cause. Shall we brainstorm some ideas and figure out when we have the time to meet again?" Both women nodded, and Mary Sue gracefully sank into the chair and pulled out a small journal and pencil from her reticule. Thus equipped, the three women came up with a plan. As Emma was walking home after the meeting, she felt perplexed. Mary Sue had been polite and friendly, but Emma could feel an underlying tension in the young woman. Emma remembered being 19 and how life stretched out so sweetly in front of her. She had been stepping out with Peter. She had liked him. And then on the night of the town fair, their third date, and the night Emma hoped to experience her first real kiss, not the silly pecks stolen by the daring boys during her school days, disaster had struck. The pastor and sheriff had found her and Peter drinking lemonade at one of the picnic tables. The look on their faces had Emma's stomach drop and then lurch. "Sorry, Peter, but we're going to need to borrow Miss Brown for the rest of the evening," the sheriff had said. He and the pastor had each taken one of Emma's arms and led her away from the table, away from an open-mouthed Peter, and away from the fair. She wished they had just kept walking her away from the town itself. Instead, they took her home, where Adam still played with his game in the kitchen, took her into the living room, and told her that her parents had been killed in a carriage accident. That night, she was no longer a starry-eyed girl looking for love, but a destroyed sister who became a parent overnight to an inconsolable little brother. And from that day on, Emma had felt an underlying tension in herself. It seemed to follow her everywhere and rarely loosened its grip. She wondered what demons Mary Sue carried with her. What was under that facade of happiness and joy she showed the town? But Emma knew what it meant to hide her feelings, and so she knew Mary Sue was not the happy young lady that she made herself out to be. Emma's grim thoughts were interrupted when she bumped into a rather hard male body. Emma jumped back and stammered an apology. "Oh, I'm sorry. I had my head in the clouds." Joe, Jason's deputy, looked down at her and smiled. "No damage done, pretty lady. You getting back from the church meeting?" Joe asked, as he looked over her head, seeming to search for someone. "Why, yes. We had a very informative and successful meeting. Are you looking for someone from the meeting? I was the last to leave as I wanted to thank Mrs. Blake for insisting that I come. No, just heading out to get my supper before the sheriff finishes his shift and I take over for the night. Just hearing Jason's name mentioned caused a warmth to spread through her. He would be coming over in just a couple of hours. She smiled at Joe. He was a very handsome man with high cheekbones and warm brown eyes and a thick head of brown wavy hair. She wondered why he didn't send her blood racing. I'm glad I ran into you literally, Emma joked. I wanted to thank you for what you did for Adam, for allowing him to pay his debt to society by working for Doc. Jason's the one you should thank. It was all his idea, but I'm happy with the outcome. After I calmed down and knew there was no permanent damage to Princess, I didn't want the kid to stay in jail either. I saw Doc earlier today. He's very pleased with your brother. There must be something about working with someone so young and enthusiastic. He seems to be rubbing off on Doc. He was actually beaming. Emma clapped in pleasure. Oh, thank you for telling me that. I still worry about him and want him to be happy. Emma suddenly realized that she too was feeling quite happy. She was talking with Joe, and instead of being wary, she was enjoying herself. She was enjoying talking to a man, and another more important man would be gracing her doorstep soon. Joe was glancing around again and must have spotted someone because he gave her one last grin and said, Better go get my food or I'll go hungry for the night. I hope you enjoy your evening very, very much. And with that strange statement, he headed off towards the diner. What on earth could that mean? Emma wondered. Did he know that Jason was coming over this evening? Did Jason say something to him? Or was she just overthinking everything? But what exactly was there to think about? She mused. Emma continued on her way. She needed to heat the stew and make a salad and set the table. She had never been as excited about making supper as she was this evening. She couldn't wait to see Jason and to hear how Adam's day had gone. Chapter 7. Jason held the small box of chocolates he got at the bakery in one hand and his Stetson in the other, and wondered how he planned on knocking on Emma's door. By using his head? He put his hat under his arm and knocked. He hoped he had made the right decision bringing the chocolates. He was supposed to be informing her of her brother's day. This was not an actual date. But he wanted her to know that he liked her. He wanted to do something special for her. Joe had teased him mercilessly. The sheriff and the school teacher, he'd laughed. That sounds like a title of a book. Will you bring her flowers tomorrow and maybe a ring on Tuesday? Jason had given him a hard shove as he headed out the door. He could hear Joe's laughter halfway down the street. The door opened, and there she was with a shy smile on her face. Hello, Jason, come in. Jason entered, put his hat on the chair, and turned to face Emma. I brought you some chocolates, he murmured, wondering if she would react as Joe had. Emma's smile warmed, and she reached for the box. I don't think I've had chocolate since Adam and I came here. This is a real treat. Thank you so much for being so thoughtful. Emma moved further into the room and placed the box on the kitchen counter. I hope you're hungry. I have enough food to feed a family of 10. I'm starving. I'm so hungry I could eat Princess. Though I wouldn't live through the meal, Joe would kill me. Emma let out a tinkle of laughter, and Jason fell just a little more in love. This woman was blossoming before his eyes, and he hoped he had something to do with that. She was so lovely, so serene. She made him feel warm all over. Joe would give him so much grief if he knew Jason was having such romantic thoughts. Emma laughed and waved to the prettily set table. Jason sat and watched as she brought a big bowl of steaming stew, then a basket with warm bread, and a bowl with lettuce and tomatoes. His stomach growled, which caused Emma to laugh again. You poor man! Don't they pay you enough to eat 3 square meals? Oh, I can afford to eat, but sometimes I don't have the time to eat. It seems criminals and the townspeople don't have a set schedule as to when they need me or Joe. I've left many a meal sitting on my desk as I ran out to take care of some bad guys." Emma laughed again. "How rude of those bad guys. How dare they ruin your dinner?" "But all kidding aside, Jason, just how dangerous is your job?" Emma's look of concern warmed him. "It's really not all that dangerous. We're a small town, and as we're so close to Austin, the rowdier set of men head there for their weekend fun. The cowboys working all the ranches prefer Austin too. Everyone has a connection to everyone else in this town. No one wants to get in trouble and be blackballed. We have our share of domestic disturbances after someone's had too much to drink. But the last serious criminal we've had here was a bank robber who stopped for the night at Madame Rule's. The marshal and his posse were right on his heels and took him in with little help from me." Emma looked relieved and watched Jason as Jason took his first taste of her stew. He closed his eyes and gave a little moan. "Miss Brown, Emma, this is the best stew I've ever tasted." Emma smiled pleased, and they both continued to eat. Emma wanted to hear about Adam, but wasn't sure if it was an appropriate conversation for the supper table. Jason grabbed a thick slice of the warm bread and spread it with butter. "Would you like me to tell you about Adam, or would you rather wait until after we eat?" asked Jason, as he dipped the bread into the stew, took a bite, and closed his eyes again in bliss. He hadn't had a homemade meal like this in over 2 years since his grandmother became ill. Doc's wife was a pretty good cook, and Sally at the diner put out a great meatloaf. But this was heavenly. Jason could eat the whole tureen full. Emma broke into his reverie. "Please, I would like to hear about Adam now, if you don't mind. I'm on pins and needles." Jason took a sip of water and set the glass back down. "Seems your brother is a natural at doctoring. Doc is beyond pleased with him. Adam has already reorganized all the medicine cabinets and helped Carla put up a raised box in the backyard for her spring flowers. And he helped fix Herb Calloway when he dropped a load of bricks on his foot." Jason filled her in on Adam's bedside manner, and Emma smiled happily. "I knew he would be a great help to Doc." There was pride in Emma's voice. "Adam is so smart. He wants to learn everything. I'm so happy he's able to do something that allows him to use that brain. An idle hand hooked to a brilliant mind is a lethal combination. Now he can use his God-given gift for something good. I can't believe that this all came about because Adam borrowed a horse." "The Lord does work in mysterious ways," Jason agreed. "I hope you don't mind my asking, but it is what drew Adam to you. He said you lost your parents when you were 10 years old." Jason nodded. "Yes, my father got the fever, and my mother nursed him, and she caught it too and died 3 days after my father. It was a shock. I spent a week with the pastor and his wife waiting for my grandparents to come get me. It was the worst week of my life. I know what you and Adam went through. It's something a young child should never have to deal with. It's been 17 years, but I still miss them." Emma nodded in sympathy and understanding. After her parents' deaths, it had been the worst year of her life. There were family friends, and the pastor and his wife had been wonderful to her and Adam. But Emma couldn't remain in the same town where her parents had died and everyone felt sorry for her. She needed to move to a bigger town and find a job that would support her and her brother. Hence the move to Austin, a new beginning. It had been difficult, but the healing had begun. Adam was thrilled with the new school and the big town atmosphere. They had both begun to settle in, and then... Yes, a child should never have to lose his or her parents. "Your grandparents were loving?" she asked, pushing away the bad memories. "They were the best. They loved me and fed me and kept me busy. They let me talk about my mom and dad. We cried together, but we also healed together. I had a second chance at a family. You and Adam didn't. I'm sorry." It was hard. Emma swallowed the lump in her throat. At times, I wasn't sure I could hang on, but Adam didn't let me quit. He was all I had, but he was also what I needed to keep on going. You are a strong and put-together woman because of all you've been through. You should be proud of yourself. You've made a good life for you and Adam, and that boy has turned out real well. I see a bright future for him, especially if he keeps poring over Doc's medical books. Doc can't get over how much Adam can keep in his brain. He told Doc today about some possible numbing agent that can be used to help take away pain. Doc can't wait to see what he says or does next. Jason chuckled. Doc said he's amazed, and it's only been 2 days. Emma smiled again in pure pleasure and pride for her brother. Doc and Carla are wonderful people. They will be good role models for Adam, as are you, Sheriff. That compliment went a long way to making Jason feel a little less guilty over his ploy to see Emma. He wanted to be a good role model for the boy, and he wanted to be a confidant for Emma. He saw Emma rise and pick up her dish. He quickly rose and picked up his plate and what was left of the stew. I've got it, Jason. Sit down. I'll bring you a cup of coffee and a piece of pie. No, ma'am. My granny taught me to help out in the kitchen. Let me help with the dishes, and then we can enjoy that cup of coffee and pie together. He followed Emma into the kitchen. Shall I wash and you dry and put away? He asked. Jason grabbed the pot of water warming on the stove, plugged the sink, poured in the water, and added soap. He rolled up the sleeves of his work shirt and began scraping the food into the trash and placing the dishes into the soapy water. Emma stared at him fascinated. A grown man, a sheriff at that, and he seemed completely comfortable in a kitchen. Do you cook too? Asked Emma as she reached for the towel. Jason smiled at her. I make do. My grandmother taught me the basics. I grill a mean steak and bake a potato, make beans, bake biscuits, and of course fry up bacon. I'm not so good at what spices to use. Salt and pepper is all I know. And your stew had more than that in it. He continued to wash and rinse the dishes as he talked. Maybe I can cook for you someday. He winked at Emma and handed her the last glass. Emma almost dropped the glass. He wanted to see her again? Did this mean he might want to see her past the 1 week he'd committed to? Emma hoped so. Why don't you go sit in the living room, and I'll bring the coffee and pie. Jason finished drying his hands on another towel Emma had handed him. If that pie is as good as your stew, I can't wait. He strolled into the other room and sat on the sofa. He hoped that she would sit next to him and not in the chair. Emma brought out a tray with 2 mugs of steaming coffee and 2 pieces of peach pie and set it on the table. She sat on the sofa next to him. Leaning forward, she handed him one of the pies. Jason inhaled deeply and his mouth watered. He didn't know how he had room for pie after all that stew, but he sure did. Again, he gave a pleased groan as the peach flavor and the light crust burst in his mouth. He'd gain 100 pounds if he ate Emma's meals each day. That brought him up short. To eat one of Emma's meals each day? To sit with her each evening and discuss the day's events? It all seemed so normal, so right. When had he come to this point? And how could it have happened so quickly? Emma could tell that Jason liked her pie. She loved it when Adam complimented her, but this meant even more. This was something new. She was sharing the evening with a man she found fascinating and wonderful. She wanted this evening never to end. She wanted to do this again and again. She still couldn't get over how her life had changed in just 2 days. She had 6 more days with this man, and she was going to enjoy every minute of her time with him. It had been 7 years since a man had called on her and spent time with her. Emma knew this wasn't a real date. It actually seemed more serious than a date. She'd never felt like this with Peter. Her reverie was interrupted by Jason. I forgot to tell you. Doc and Carla want you and me to come over for supper after church next Sunday. Doc told me by then Adam will be about to burst if he can't see you and tell you all he's done. They want to make a little party for him, a congratulations for a job well done. Isn't that a little premature? What if something goes wrong this week? What if Doc's not happy with Adam when Sunday rolls around? Emma said in concern. Unless Adam kills someone, There's no way Doc will be disappointed. Besides, if something does go wrong, we can have a change of plans. Do you have so little faith in your brother?" "Oh, no, it's not that. It's just Adam has never had to take on so much responsibility. I'm just not sure how he will manage it all. So far, I truly am proud of him. I knew he had it in him." Jason had finished his pie. He took his last sip of coffee, grabbed his plate and stood and headed to the kitchen. Emma followed after. No, enough dishes for you tonight." She reached to take the plate and cup from Jason's hands. Their fingers touched and a jolt ran through her. She turned her back on him and placed the items in the sink. This was crazy. Just a touch and she felt electrified. She was going to make a fool of herself if she was not careful. Remember, she reminded herself, Mary Sue wants the sheriff. Emma couldn't compete against her. And did she even want to? Jason looked at Emma's long, graceful neck as she bent to place the dishes in the sink. He wanted to nuzzle her ear and then run kisses down that long white neck. Emma gave a huge sigh. He reached for her shoulders and turned her around. "Are you okay?" he asked as he looked into her moss-green eyes. She gazed up at him, saying nothing. He slid his hands down her arms and onto her hips without breaking eye contact. Emma licked her lips, and now it was Jason's turn to sigh. "Oh, Emma." And then his mouth was on hers. It was warm and soft. He groaned and wrapped his arms around her, pulling her close. Her hands went to his arms, and she was kissing him back. He brought her even closer and deepened the kiss. He felt her stiffen, and before he could loosen his grip and step back, she was pushing at his chest, her breathing ragged. No, let me go. Jason stepped back and raised his hands. "Emma, I'm sorry, it's all right, I won't touch you." She had turned her back on him and was gripping the counter, her breath hitching and her body trembling. "Emma," Jason said softly. "Emma, are you all right?" He wanted to touch her, but was afraid she would either faint or attack him. Then she seemed to pull herself together. I'm fine, I'm sorry. I'm fine, really." She didn't sound fine, and she would not look at him. "I better go," Jason said. "It's getting late." "I'll see you to the door," Emma said, and scooted past him and headed into the front room. At the door, she finally looked up. There was no fear there, just something that looked like sadness or regret. "Thank you for telling me about Adam." Jason nodded. The warm, wonderful evening with the light-hearted banter was gone, replaced with an awkward silence. "I'll be in touch with you tomorrow." Jason picked up his Stetson, opened the door, and quietly shut it after him. "Fuck! Damn it!" Jason hissed as he stomped down the stairs. He was a jackass. He'd gone and ruined a perfect evening. He'd put his forward motion back to square one. What had he been thinking? He hadn't been thinking, or if he had, it was with the wrong head. Damn it. But he could have sworn there was want in Emma's eyes. Had he misread the signals? No. Hadn't she leaned into him and licked her lips? Hadn't she kissed him back? But then all of a sudden, all hell had broken loose. Damn it. How was he going to fix this? Emma slid down the door onto the floor and put her head on her knees. What had she done? She moaned softly, rocking back and forth. She'd panic. She hadn't just panicked. She'd had a complete breakdown. Oh, God, what would Jason think of her? She'd ruined everything. He'd think her a tease and downright crazy. When he had looked at her with those eyes full of want and need, she'd been mesmerized. She'd wanted him to kiss her, wanted him to hold her. And then he'd tighten his arms around her and she had panicked, couldn't breathe, could only react. She'd made a complete fool of herself. Had she lost him forever? But no, hadn't he said something about tomorrow? But his departure had been so awkward and so awful. How could they recapture that easy and light feeling again? I've ruined everything, Emma groaned, and then cried silently into her hands. Chapter 8. Jason hadn't slept with a damn. He was up half the night trying to figure out how to fix things. What he really wanted to do right now was grab Duke out of the corral out back and go for a bruising ride. But it was time for his morning rounds, and he needed to stop by and check on Adam. Jason jammed his hat on his head and walked outside. He looked toward the school, even though he couldn't see it from here. He turned and headed towards Main Street. He would stop by the bakery and treat himself to a blueberry muffin and a cup of coffee. Not that he deserved a treat, he snorted at himself. Janet was her usual perky, smiling self. Usually she brightened Jason's day, but today he couldn't wait to escape before she began the daily gossip. He just wasn't up to listening to happy chatter. He wanted to snarl and hit something. Some of his mood must have finally penetrated Janet's monologue. She really looked at him. "Sheriff, is something bothering you?" Jason gave a negative nod, said a quick goodbye, and headed out. He ate the muffin, not really tasting it as he continued down the street. He reached Doc's and walked in. Martha was at the desk and looked up and greeted him with a friendly smile. "Well, hello, Sheriff. Here to check on our boy genius?" "Good morning, Martha. Yes, is Adam up and about?" "He sure is. He's in Doc's office taking notes on one of those big medical books. The boy never stops reading. Doc's out looking in on Mrs. Dorrington. The baby's due any time." Jason smiled. "Another citizen on his or her way. I'll just look in on Adam." Martha nodded, and Jason headed to Doc's office. As Martha had said, Adam had his head bent over a large book and was scribbling furiously on a paper next to him. Jason knocked lightly on the open door, and Adam looked up, and his face lit up with a huge smile. Well, at least one Brown gave a damn about him, Jason thought. "Hey, Jason, did you see Emma yesterday and tell her about Tommy falling off his horse and me fixing him up?" Jason nodded. "Yep, and she was quite impressed with you. She thinks you'll be taking over for Doc within a week," he teased. "Nah, that'll never happen. Doc's great. He knows so much. It'll take me years to get to know what he knows." Jason reached behind him, shut the door, and then took a seat, placing his coffee mug he promised to take back to the bakery on the desk. He needed to get some information out of Adam, but he wasn't sure how to approach the subject. He couldn't just announce that he had kissed his sister and that she'd had a breakdown. He looked at the boy and was surprised to see that Adam was studying him. "What's wrong, Sheriff? Is Emma all right?" Jason decided a direct approach would be best. "What happened to your sister in Austin, Adam? Why is she so skittish, and why do I get the feeling she's hiding something?" Adam sighed. "I've tried to help her. I've tried to get her to talk, but she won't. Instead, she hides herself in those ugly clothes and avoids men. I was really hoping that you would be the one to bring my fun and happy sister back. I kind of thought you liked her and she liked you." "I do like her, and I can tell something's not right. I want to help her, Adam. What happened?" Adam shifted uncomfortably in his seat. "The director at the school I went to and Emma taught at had an eye on Emma. He was at least 50 and married. But he kept coming into Emma's classroom and sitting next to her at meetings. He was balding and a big man. I hated him from the minute I saw him. Emma told me just to ignore him. She would handle things. I know she was worried she might lose her job if she were to report him." Jason could feel his hackles rising, and a slow burn was spreading through him. He didn't like where this was going. "Is this man the reason you two left Austin?" Adam nodded and continued his story. "Emma taught the 6-year-olds in one part of the school. The older kids like me were housed in the other wing of the school. Every afternoon after classes ended, I would head to Emma's room to pick her up and walk her home. I didn't like her being on her own, being so pretty and all." Adam fisted his hands on the table, and Jason could feel himself tense. He knew something ugly was coming. "Then one afternoon, when I reached Emma's door, I heard something fall to the ground and then a scraping noise and a grunt. I opened the door and I saw I saw the director, Jason. He had Emma pinned up against the wall. He was kissing her and groping her breasts, and Emma was trying to get away, but he was too big. I dove onto his back and started hitting him as hard as I could. He tried to fling me off, but I put an arm around his neck and squeezed. He was a big guy, and he did manage to throw me off, but Emma got away and managed to run behind her desk. The director was furious. He started yelling at Emma, calling her a slut, and telling her she was done and that her stinking little brother was done too. If we didn't leave the school in the next 30 minutes, he was going to call the sheriff and have us thrown into jail for assault. After he stormed out of the room, I picked myself up off the floor and went to Emma. She was hysterical. Jason, her blouse was ripped and her mouth was bruised, and she was breathing so hard I thought she might pass out. I got her coat and wrapped it around her and rocked her until her sobs subsided and she could function again. Jason, it was awful. I've never seen my sister like that. She had this horrible, empty look in her eyes. And then in a cold voice, she just said, "Adam, grab those boxes and let's pack up my things. You get the books on the shelf over there and I'll clean out my desk." I tried to talk to her, but she just kept loading the box and wouldn't speak. When we finally got home, she went into her room and shut the door. I didn't see her until morning the next day. That's when Mrs. Myers, the head mistress of the school, came by. She was furious and devastated by what happened to Emma. Apparently, Mrs. Caldwell in the next classroom heard some of what happened. She went to Mrs. Myers to report the attack, but was too afraid of losing her job to stand behind her words. Mrs. Myers kept calling Mr. Gramblin a horrible, filthy old man who should be horsewhipped. She brought Emma her last pay, and also a letter of reference she had written. It was nice of her. I knew she could do nothing to help Emma. It was the director's words against Emma's. Jason's grip on the chair was so tight that he thought it would splinter. He needed to get himself under control so that he didn't scare Adam. Men who abused women were the lowest of low. Gramblin should be castrated like the old bull he was. Thank you for telling me, Adam. I know it was hard for you to relive it. I need to go. I have a council meeting. I'll be back later to see how your day went. Don't worry about your sister. I plan on being there for her. You just keep making her proud, okay? Adam looked relieved. Thank you, Jason. She really needs you. I want my real sister back. I already lost my parents. I don't want to lose her, too. Jason stood and looked at the boy, man, directly in the eye. I will do everything I can to make Emma happy. Then he turned and left the room, leaving Adam rather stunned, but also a little more hopeful. Jason stormed back to the jail, looking neither right nor left. When he arrived, Joe glanced up and immediately stood up. "What the hell happened?" he asked. Jason didn't even glance at him. "I've got to go to Austin. Can you hold down the fort for the rest of the day?" "Sure. Is there anything I can help you with?" Joe had never seen Jason in such a state. He looked like a man possessed. "No, I'm good. I know exactly what I need to do. I'll be back this afternoon. Just keep an eye on things. You'll have to cover for me at the council meeting at the mayor's office. Just leave a note on the door of your whereabouts in case anything comes up." Before Joe could respond, Jason had left the building and was heading due towards Austin. Jason arrived at the school an hour and a half later. He tied Duke under a tree that would allow him to graze. He looked over to the school. It was a big stone building with wings on both sides. It was quiet, so it must be class time, and not yet the dinner hour. Jason didn't want any witnesses. He walked into the building and headed towards a woman who sat behind a desk. "Good morning. I'm Sheriff Dunbar. I have an appointment with Mr. Gramblin." The woman looked up at him in confusion. "I have no appointment listed for you. Let me—" Jason brushed past her and headed towards the door that had director written on it. "Don't worry, he's expecting me." Jason opened the door and stepped in. Gramblin looked up from his desk. His eyes widened when he saw the star on the man's shirt. "Who the hell are you?" he demanded. "How dare you barge into my office, young man? I don't care if you're a man of the law. I'm the director here, and you do not have an appointment." Jason sauntered up to the man's desk, placed his hands on his desk, and leaned in so his face was only inches from the other man's. "Mr. Gramblin, I am Sheriff Jason Dunbar. It seems you and I have a friend in common, a Miss Emma Brown." Jason saw the man's face pale. "Miss Brown? I do believe we had a woman with such a name working here at one time. What of it?" Jason narrowed his eyes and leaned a little closer. "I believe you are very much aware of Miss Brown and what you did to her." Gramblin pulled at his tie and looked to the door as if someone would appear and save him. "I don't know what you're talking about, Sheriff. From what I remember, Miss Brown chose to leave us and take a position at another school." "Oh, she chose to leave, did she?" Jason almost purred the words. Sweat was forming on Gramblin's forehead, and his eyes shifted left and then right as if some answer or help would appear. "Sheriff, Miss Brown was a woman of questionable virtue. I was forced to let her go." The veins in Jason's head felt like they were about to pop. He was going to kill this man. Jason rounded the desk, grabbed Gramblin by the necktie, and hefted him out of his seat. "Is that so?" he asked quietly. Gramblin seemed to finally realize that his life was in danger, but being the stupid man that he was, he went on the defense. "Yes, and she was loose and had relations with some of the younger men on staff. I had to let her go. We don't—" Jason slammed the man against the wall, actually lifting him off the floor. He twisted his fist tighter into the man's shirt, watching his face turn red and hearing choking sounds. "Really? From what I was told, you called Miss Brown a slut. And now you call her a woman of questionable virtue? Are you trying to say you did not attack her in her classroom and that her 17-year-old brother didn't have to save her? You, a married man, did not attack an innocent woman and then throw both her and her brother into the streets?" Gramblin's hands went to Jason's, trying to loosen them from his neck. "She's a lying bitch!" he gasped. "Wrong answer," growled Jason, just as he planted his fist in Gramblin's face. He followed it up with 2 jabs, one to his mouth and another to his stomach. Blood spurted from the man's nose, and a tooth hung from his mouth. Gramblin lay on the floor, groaning and holding his stomach. Jason grabbed him by the arms and yanked him to his feet and slammed him against the wall again. "Let me make something very clear to you. You will never speak ill of Miss Brown again. You will not touch any woman or girl who works or goes to this school. If you dare to make any woman or child here uncomfortable again, I will come back and kill you. I will be speaking with Mrs. Myers, informing her of the situation. If I have one complaint from any teacher, parent, or student of your disgusting behavior, I will be back and you will disappear. Even your wife and children won't know what happened to you. You will not leave this school. If you think you can escape me and do the same at another school in another town, you are grossly mistaken. I will follow you and destroy you. Do I make myself clear, Mr. Gramblin?" Jason dropped the disgusting man to the floor and walked out, not even waiting for a response. As he headed toward Mrs. Myers' office, Jason noticed his knuckles were cut and bleeding. He held his hat so his injured hand would not show, and continued his search for the head mistress. The woman and children would be safe at this school. He would see to it. Jason had one more stop to make while he was here in Austin, and then he would head back, check in on Adam, and then beg his big sister's forgiveness. Jason would do whatever it took to make things right between him and Emma. Chapter 9. Joe couldn't believe his luck. He sat at the large table in the mayor's office right across from Mary Sue. She looked radiant in a rose-colored frock. Her hair was in some fancy twists and turns that made him itch to mess it up and let it down. She glanced at him periodically and smiled. She knew she was beautiful and men wanted her. Joe wanted her. But Joe knew she wanted Jason. What Mary Sue didn't know was Jason wanted Emma. Joe was going to do all he could to get Mary Sue to forget about Jason. He just wasn't exactly sure how to accomplish that. Mary Sue glanced at Joe again. Yes, he was still staring at her. Normally she would enjoy the attention and flirt with the man, but she had too much on her mind. How was she going to get out of the mess she had gotten herself into? She was running out of time. If the sheriff didn't come up to snuff soon, as in yesterday, it might possibly be too late. When Mary Sue looked up again, Joe was in conversation with her father. She studied him. He was an attractive man, and had always treated her with the utmost respect, and he loved horses as much as she did. She looked away and sighed. Mary Sue hated living in town. She'd much rather be out on her grandparents' ranch, riding with her grandfather and cooking with her grandmother. She hated these monthly council meetings and all the other ridiculous committees her parents demanded she join. She didn't have a minute to herself anymore. The second she had turned 18, her mother had sat her down and told her that her hoydenish behavior that she exhibited at her grandparents' ranch was over. Mary Sue sighed. She rarely had time to see them anymore. Occasionally on a weekend she was able to get away. She now had responsibilities here as the mayor's daughter. Her father needed her to perform good works, and they were to show a united and happy front. Mary Sue had snorted inside at the happy family notion. She was a great disappointment to her parents. Their only child, and she wasn't a son who could follow in her father's footsteps. Her father rarely paid any attention to her, and her mother was always busy with all her ladies' social groups. That is why Mary Sue had spent so much time at the ranch, learning how to ride astride and how to cook for herself, unlike her mother, who hired a cook and a maid to do the everyday mundane chores. Mary Sue had spent 17 glorious years visiting and staying for weeks on end at her grandparents' ranch. But all of a sudden, her father noticed that she had grown into a beautiful woman. Now she was useful to him. There had been multiple shopping trips to Austin with her mother to purchase the correct wardrobe for her. No more running around in breeches and old walking dresses. Mary Sue felt more like a doll than a woman. Her mother decided what she wore each day, made her walk with a book on her head, which she found ridiculous and insulting. She had been walking just fine since she was a baby, thank you very much. For over a year now, she had been the perfect young woman the townspeople loved and the daughter her parents could be proud of. On the outside, Mary Sue was a beaming, delightful, competent, and giving young woman. On the inside, she was what? Just a big, messed-up mess. She was pulled from her negative thoughts by the irritated voice of her father. "Mary Sue," he snapped, "have you heard a word I've been saying?" "I'm sorry, what?" "We have all taken a vote to renew Miss Brown's contract. Are you a yay or a nay?" he barked impatiently. "Oh, yes, Miss Brown is doing a fine job." Mary Sue would love to watch the backside of that woman as she headed out of town, but she knew everyone liked her. She wished she had talked to her father about her fear that Jason was showing interest in Miss Brown. He would have found a way to get rid of her. But Mary Sue hadn't had any notion that she had a rival until yesterday. It was too late to do anything about it. Plus, the woman seemed very nice. She was so plain and quiet. Perhaps she'd been mistaken about Jason's interest in her. Her father called the meeting to an end, and everybody rose, glad to be moving after 2 hours of sitting. Joe moved around the table towards Mary Sue. "Hi. Would you care to take a walk with me back to the jail and get a little fresh air after being cooped up in here for so long?" Mary Sue was about to agree to the outing until she saw her father glaring at her from the other side of the room. "I can't now. I still have to meet with my father. But thank you. It would have been nice to get out for a while." Joe's smile dimmed a bit, but he nodded politely and told her to have a good day. He put on his hat, turned on his heels, and walked out the door. "Why are you wasting time talking to the deputy? You need to be working on the sheriff. I told you I want him as a son-in-law. His family has been here for 75 years, and that boy owns the property outside of town I want to get my hands on. What in the world is taking you so damn long? He should be sniffling around your skirts like all the other young bucks in town. I thought I told you to invite him to supper." "I did invite him, but he had an emergency out of town. That's why Joe filled in for him. He and I are going out on a date tomorrow, she lied. Good. I don't care if you have to throw yourself at that boy. Use your womanly talents for God's sakes and get yourself hitched. Her father stormed out of the room, leaving Mary Sue shaking with anger and fear. What was she going to do? Who could she talk to? She slumped in a chair, put her head in her hands, and sat in pure black despair. Chapter 10. Emma had never been so grateful to go to work. She loved her children, and perhaps sensing her unrest, they had been sweet and attentive all day. When school let out, she looked for more things to keep her busy. She reorganized the shelving, dusted and polished all the tables, tucked the chairs in neatly around the tables, and graded some arithmetic papers. 2 hours had passed by, but now it was time to go. She scooped up her hat and bag, locked the door to the room, and stepped outside to the still bright sunny day. She wanted so badly to walk over to Doc's and see Adam. She missed him terribly. It had been only 3 days, but it felt like weeks. She loved dinner time, when Adam would tell her about his day. Where had those simple times gone? Would she ever recapture them? She doubted it. Jason had said Adam was thriving. He would never want to come back to her. He'd be bored and discontent. She had to get it through her head that she was on her own. And now she may be totally on her own after last night's disastrous evening. Emma reached the stairs that led to her rooms and dragged herself up them. She felt depressed and lethargic. Inside, she hung her hat and bag on the pegs inside the door and looked around the room. It seemed so empty without Adam or Jason. Jason. How funny that she already saw him as a fixture in her life. In so short of a time span, she had gone from fearing him to liking him and maybe even trusting him a little. There had never been a man she trusted in her life except her papa. And now she wondered if she would ever see Jason again. Emma went into the kitchen to make dinner. She had to eat. There was no getting around that. She promised Jason to take care of herself, so Adam wouldn't have to worry about her. It was 5:30 when she finally sat down at the small table and sipped her soup and dipped the warm, buttered bread into it. It was good, she mused. She apparently still had an appetite. A knock at the door had her dropping her spoon into the bowl with a clang. Her heart went on a rampage, and hope brewed. Could it be Jason? She ran to the door and flung it open. And there he stood, hat in hand and as handsome as ever. They both just stood there, staring into each other's eyes. Jason was the first to break the spell. Would it be okay if I come in? Yes, of course, Emma said, her spirits lifting to the sky. Jason entered the room. Emma shut the door quietly, fearing any loud noise might wake her from what she hoped wasn't a dream. Jason stood awkwardly in the room. Let me take your hat. Emma pulled the hat from Jason's hand and then gasped when she saw the blood-soaked strip of material wrapped around it. Oh, no, you're hurt. She gently took his hand in hers and looked up at him. What happened? I had a little run-in with a guy's face. You hit someone in the face? Did someone attack you? Emma asked breathlessly. Are you okay? She asked again as her hands went to his face, then down to his shoulders, and then his arms, looking for more injuries. Jason grinned. You plan on checking the rest of me? I don't mind, he said cheekily. Emma blushed, but her worry ebbed at his banter. This was her Jason, putting her at ease and making light of things. I'm so glad you came. I want to apologize for my behavior last night. Jason looked at her stunned. You want to apologize for your behavior? I'm the one who was out of line. I'm the one who went too far and scared you. I'll be doing the apologizing, not you. He took her hand in his uninjured one and raised it to his lips and placed a soft kiss on her palm. Emma shivered at the touch, but then, in a courageous movement, stood on her tiptoes and kissed him gently on the lips. It was a healing moment for both of them, a soft, gentle kiss that said so much and needed no words. Relief poured through Jason. He hadn't lost her. Without thinking, he brought his hand up to rub his knuckle against her cheek, and then jerked in pain. He had forgotten about his split knuckle. He should have had Doc sew it up for him when he went by to check on Adam. But he didn't want to waste the time nor tell the story until he had first spoken with Emma. He needed to see Emma. He needed to fix things, so he had kept his hand hidden in his hat. Who knew a hat could be so useful? Emma grabbed the wrist of his bad hand. "Let me take a look at this." She gently began to peel back the bloody cloth, but the dried blood stuck to the wound. "Come in the kitchen. I need to get this wet in order to remove it." She tugged him by the wrist, and he followed her. His heart grew as he realized he not only had a woman who wanted to take care of him, but he wanted her to take care of him. She soaked the bandage and managed to get it off. There was a cut between the second and third knuckle. "You're going to have Doc sew this up." Jason nodded. "I know. Maybe I'll even let Adam do it." Emma looked at him in surprise. "You would let him do that?" "Sure. He needs someone to practice on. Might as well be me." Emma sat him at the table. "Let me get this cleaned up for you, and you can tell me what happened." While Emma went into her bath to gather supplies, Jason chewed his lip and contemplated how to tell her. He had no idea of her reaction. He didn't want to ruin things now that they seemed at ease again. He couldn't keep it from her. He wanted her to know that he knew. He wanted her to be able to leave Austin behind her and build a life here unafraid of the past or the future. Emma returned and put his hand on the table and applied a soothing salve. She had a clean strip of gauze and wrapped it around his hand twice and tucked it in against the inside of his palm. "Are you going to tell me what happened?" "Let's go sit on the sofa. It's a long story." They rose, and hand in hand, as if it were natural and what they always did, they moved into the other room and sat down. "I was really upset when I left here last night," Jason began. "I thought I'd done untold damage to our relationship. I barely slept, and it apparently showed. The moment Adam saw me, he asked me what was wrong and immediately worried it had something to do with you." Jason turned on the sofa and took both of Emma's hands in his. "Emma, I know something happened to you while you were in Austin. I hoped with time you would eventually tell me." Emma's face paled and she stiffened. She did not want to talk about it. For 6 months she had buried the attack and her fears deep down inside. She wasn't ready to tell Jason. She still felt so unclean. Even after scrubbing herself for an hour after the attack when she had gotten home, she could not rid herself of the feel of his hands groping her and tearing her blouse. She could feel the throb of pain on her lips. Emma shivered in disgust and horror. "Emma," Jason whispered softly and squeezed her hands. "I asked Adam to tell me." Emma flinched and tried to draw away, but Jason would not let her go. "It's not your fault." "Adam told you?" Emma thought she might sink through the floor. He couldn't have. He was her brother. He owed his loyalty to her, not Jason. "Yes, he couldn't take your sadness anymore. He didn't know how to help you then, and he still doesn't know how to help you now. He wants his sister back, so yes, he told me." Emma bent her head, and tears ran down her cheeks. They sat in silence for a long moment, and then Jason couldn't take it any longer. He pulled her into his lap, wrapped his arms lightly around her, rocked her gently, and whispered words of love and encouragement. "Emma, love, it's okay. Cry. You have been so brave and so alone. It's time to let go. You aren't alone any longer. I'm here. I'll always be here." His words had Emma crying even harder. The sobs shook her narrow frame. Jason wrapped her even more tightly to him, kissing her hair and continuing to talk to her. "You're going to be all right. You're going to wake up tomorrow and feel like a different person, I promise." Emma's sobs slowly lessened, and Jason pressed his handkerchief into her hand. She took it and with a hitching breath pressed it to her eyes and then her nose. Jason lifted her chin so that he could look into her wet and red-rimmed eyes. "Don't look at me. I'm a mess." She tried to pull away, but Jason wouldn't let her. "You are the most beautiful person inside and out that I've ever known." Emma gave a little snort. "Then you're as blind as a bat," she sniffled. "I have perfect vision, and I'll swear on a stack of Bibles that I speak the truth." Now Emma actually had a smile on her face. "Then you're a big fat liar." "Perhaps, but I only lie for a good cause." Emma slid off his lap and dried her eyes once more. "Adam really told you the whole ugly story?" "He did, and it took everything in me not to explode and start throwing things. I did do something, though." Emma felt another moment of unease. "What did you do?" "I rode into Austin today, and I had a little meeting with Director Gramblin. He won't ever bother you again or any of the women or girls at that school." Jason held up his bandaged hand. "He got the message loud and clear." Emma stared at him in shock. "You went to Austin? You saw Mr. Gramblin? You hit Mr. Gramblin?" "I hit him a few times. I should have killed him. The bastard made it out as if you did the pursuing." Anger flashed in Emma's eyes. That man is a pig. No, he's worse than a pig. He made everyone's life miserable, and we couldn't do anything about it." "He won't be causing any more trouble. I spoke with the head mistress, Mrs. Myers. I told her if Mr. Gramblin takes one step out of line for even a moment to send me a word, and I would deal with him. She was very grateful for her staff and the girls. She was also very happy to know that you had a champion." Jason blushed. "That would be me." Emma hugged him. "You really are my champion, aren't you?" She leaned back again. "Tell me exactly what you did to him. I want to hear all of it." "There's my bloodthirsty girl." Jason sat back and took her hand back in his. "When I entered the school, there was a receptionist at the front desk." "That would be Mrs. Hardy. She's Gramblin's watchdog. Nasty woman." Emma wrinkled her nose in disfavor. "She told me I had no appointment, so I just swept by her and went into Gramblin's office. The man was rather impolite and asked me who the hell I was. When I informed him that we had a friend in common and told him your name, he just about passed out. I think the gun on my hip added to his discomfort. And maybe because I was leaning over his desk and had my face inches from his. Needless to say, he said the wrong thing, and I had to cure him of his incorrect memories." Emma sat up straighter. "Is that when you hit him?" "Well, first I slammed him up against the wall. Then he said a few things I didn't appreciate, so I hit him in the nose. I'm sorry to report that I broke it. And being that Mr. Gramblin is a bit of a slow learner, I was forced to hit him again. Thus the cut to my knuckles and the loss of one of his teeth. It didn't take much more to convince him to change his ways." Emma hated violence, but couldn't help glory in the fact that Mr. Gramblin had gotten what he deserved. She was especially thankful that all her friends and the young girls at the school were now safe. "Thank you, Jason. Thank you for making the school safe for everyone. Thank you for making me feel safe again." "I will keep you safe always, Emma," Jason said in a serious tone, and his eyes filled with promise. "I want you in my life. I want everyone in this town to know we're a couple. Do you want that too?" Emma nodded, and her eyes were full of tears again. "I do, but I'm scared. I don't know how to be a part of a couple. I've been a caregiver for so long. All my focus has always been on raising Adam. It's like I forgot that he would grow up and leave me, and I would still be relatively young. I want things to work out with us, but I know I'll mess things up time and time again like I did last night. I still have nightmares. I never know what might set off my anxiety. I don't want to be a burden to you, Jason." Jason stood and pulled her into his arms. "These arms are here to love you and protect you. Never fear me. I'll never purposely hurt you. I'll never be physically violent with you. I'll be patient with you, and you need to tell me when you're uncomfortable and need some room. Don't make me read your mind. Just tell me, and we'll work on it together. This is not a burden." Emma nestled deeper into Jason's strong, hard body. She felt no fear, only warmth and security. She knew she could trust this man. Now it was time to trust herself. Chapter 11. Adam's eyes were the size of saucers when Jason said that he could sew him up. Doc's eyebrows rose, but he didn't protest. Jason told both of them he'd fill them in on how he got injured later. He watched closely as Adam took out the needles, thread, and antiseptic. "I watched Doc stitch up Harold yesterday. I know what to do," Adam said as he continued to put everything in order. Jason, who was sitting in a chair with his arms on the table, looked over at Doc, who was snickering into his hand. "What's so darn funny?" Jason asked. "Well, Harold, you see, he's afraid of needles. Big bruiser like him, and he turns pale before I even get near him. Adam was on the other side of the operating table and made a gallant effort to sidetrack Harold. Just as I was going to start the stitching, Adam pinched Harold real hard on the arm. Harold yelped and glared at Adam, and Adam pinched him again real hard." Doc chuckled at the memory. "Harold asked him what in the holy hell he thought he was doing, and if he did it again, he'd swat him like a fly. Adam said, and Doc was outright laughing now, Adam said it was a test of a man's virility. Harold yelled that he didn't have no stinking virility and to leave him the hell alone." Jason felt a small prick, but Doc was laughing so hard tears rolled from his eyes and Jason felt his own laughter about to erupt. Harold really said that? The idiot obviously has a limited vocabulary. Now you gotta understand, I'm trying to sew him up while this conversation's going on. I could hardly manage, and Adam just kept bugging him. "You lack manliness?" Adam asked Harold. Harold's face went red, and Adam continued to inform him what virility meant. He gave Harold another pinch, and Harold said, "Pinch away, boy. I got me 6 kids. Hell yes, I got virginity." Doc had to actually sit down. He was laughing so hard. Jason just shook his head. He knew Harold was missing a few marbles, but really? Ouch! And he looked at his hand and saw Adam was knotting up the thread after finishing the last stitch. "Hey, you're good. I barely felt a thing." "Yeah, Doc's pretty good at sidetracking patients too," Adam smiled. "What do you think, Doc? Did I do okay?" Doc wiped his eyes on his handkerchief and came around the table to study Jason's cut. "Couldn't have done better myself, son." Adam blushed with pleasure and started to clean up and put away the supplies. Doc wrapped a new strip of cloth around Jason's hand and told him to keep it clean and he'd look at it again tomorrow. "Mind if I speak with Adam for a few minutes?" Jason asked. "Not at all. Use my office. I'm going to go talk to the missus." Jason and Adam headed into the office and sat. "Did you talk to Emma?" Adam asked worriedly. "Is she mad at me for telling you?" "I did talk to her, and yes, she was angry and hurt, but not anymore. She's relieved that I know. But there's more to the story you should know." Adam nodded curiously but said nothing. "This kid's growing up," Jason thought. "He's thinking before speaking and putting his sister before himself. Emma's going to be real proud of him." "I went into Austin to confront Mr. Gramblin." Adam's eyes went wide for the second time in less than an hour. "You saw Director Gramblin? You went to the school?" "Yep. I had to get past the growling Mrs. Hardy, but I managed to get into his office, and we had a little discussion about his behavior. It seems he remembers the incident a bit differently than the way you told it. Apparently, Emma was the one going after him." Adam jumped up from his chair and slammed his fist on the desk. "That lying piece of horse turd! That son of a bitch!" "That's pretty much the reaction I had, except I slammed him up against the wall and broke his nose." A slow smile broke out on Adam's face, and he slid back into his chair. "Tell me more, Sheriff." "Well, Mr. Gramblin seems not to pick up on body language real well. He had a few more choice words to say about you and Emma, and that is when I knocked his tooth out and cut my knuckle." "Well, I'm honored to have been the one to sew it up for you, Jason. But won't Gramblin press charges against you? Will he come after Emma in revenge? I don't trust him." "I made it very clear to him what I would do to him if he were ever to speak poorly of your sister or touch or harass any of the women and girls at that school," Jason said seriously. "He knows that if there is a next time, I will kill him and his body won't be found. You and your sister have nothing to worry about." Wow. Adam sat back in wonder. Just wow. How did Emma take all this? She was afraid and angry and embarrassed at first, but we talked. I told her I would be in her corner and protect her. I asked her if she wanted to be a couple, to let the town see us together. She said yes. I think we've crossed a big bridge, Adam. I think your sister will heal and stop being so afraid. Her biggest fear is having to move again, having to meet new people again. I think she likes it here and wants to make a life here. That's what I want for her." "That's what I want for her too," Jason said, and he could see Adam relax. "Are you going to marry my sister, Sheriff?" "I'm working on it. You okay with that, Adam?" "I'm more than okay with that. She deserves to be happy and have a family of her own. I don't want her fussing over me anymore. She's a great sister, and she was a good mom to me. It's her turn now." Jason stood, as did Adam. Adam stuck out his hand, and Jason shook it. "Ow, damn, that hurt." Adam chuckled. "Sorry, guess I'm not a real doctor yet when I forget I just sewed up that hand." "No damage, son. I'll be in to check on you tomorrow." Chapter 12. Emma did feel like another person, she thought. She'd slept the best she ever had since moving to Elizabethtown. Jason knew her secret, and instead of being disgusted, he had gone to battle for her. He hadn't questioned for a moment whether she had brought on the director's attention. He had believed her and Adam. He had defended her and hurt the man who had hurt her. She felt almost buoyant as she watched the children run and play outside during the supper break. He wanted to be a couple. He wanted the town to know that they were a couple. What was this leading to, she wondered. He had murmured the word love to her when he had been comforting her. Did he mean it, or was he just caught up in the moment? Love. Emma had asked herself, did she love Jason? She wanted to be with him. She was no longer afraid of his touch. She had been devastated when she thought she had lost him. He was the one that she wanted to talk about her day with. He was the one she wanted to cook for. He was the one she wanted to make love to. Emma caught her breath at the thought. Yes, she wanted to be with him, to touch him, to show him how much he meant to her. Could she be so brave or so bold to have him make love to her? A cry from the yard pulled Emma back down to earth. She hustled over to little Janie, who had tripped and scraped a knee. Jason was on his afternoon rounds when Mary Sue stepped out of the women's clothing store and right into his path. "Oh, Sheriff, hello." She smiled up at him and laid her hand on his arm. She noticed his hand. "Are you hurt?" Jason carefully removed Mary Sue's arm and told her he was fine. "Excuse me, Mary Sue. I have to finish my rounds." "Let me walk with you, Jason," Mary Sue cooed as she wrapped her arm around his and pulled him down the street. Jason decided it was his turn to do some pulling. He guided Mary Sue to the right and into the little park to sit on one of the benches under the trees. It was quiet there. Only an elderly woman was feeding the squirrels on the far side. "Mary Sue, we need to talk." "Mama was rather put out when you couldn't come to supper last night. She'd like you to come tomorrow night. We're having beef steaks and baked potatoes. Isn't that every man's favorite meal?" She gave Jason her best smile and again placed her hand on his arm. Jason removed the hand again. He would have to be blunt to get through to Mary Sue. She was ignoring the clear signals that he had been giving her for months now. "Mary Sue, I'm in love with Miss Brown. I won't be coming to supper tomorrow or any other night. I'm sorry, but she's my number one priority, and I won't disrespect her by going to supper with you."
Mary Sue froze, trying to take in what Jason had just said. He's in love with a schoolteacher? How had this happened so quickly? How was it that she and no one else seemed to be aware of this? Miss Brown? When? Where? How? I don't understand. I didn't know you two even knew each other. I've seen her cross the street to avoid you. How could you be in love with her?"
Jason sighed. Mary Sue was too observant and too smart. Many people in town thought she was just a beautiful and sweet woman, but Jason knew better. Yes, she had been pursuing him and not getting his messages of disinterest, but he didn't think for 1 minute it was because she didn't understand. It was that she was a determined young lady who wanted what she wanted. She did have her father's blood running through her. We were brought together by her brother Adam. The way we got together is not really the issue here. I just want to make it clear to you that I'm no longer available, and I would appreciate if we could just be friends."
Mary Sue stood up suddenly and turned to look down at Jason. "Excuse me, Sheriff, but I'm not a desperate woman who needs to chase down a man. I have many men pursuing me. Have a nice day." She turned, back straight, head held high, and left him without a backward glance.
Jason sat for a minute longer, twirling his hat in his hands. "Well, that went well," he said to no one in particular. Would that be the end of it? That would be too easy, and women were never easy.
Mary Sue was furious. She had been pursuing Jason for over a year. He had always been friendly and shown interest until that new schoolteacher showed up. What in the world did he see in her? She was pretty enough, but she had no spirit, no joy for life. She dressed like an old maid and had recently had kept to herself. How in the world had she gotten her hooks into him? Adam, her brother, he had said. It must have been that issue with Joe's horse that had been hushed up. Now she wished she had looked into that more. She could have gotten information out of Joe. Damn. Mary Sue's shoulders slumped, and her bravado left her. What was she going to do now? Her heart began to beat a slow funeral march in her chest. Her father thought that she was having a date with Jason tonight. He would be furious. Oh, what was she going to do? She just had to think. She had to do something. She couldn't let her life blow up in her face. Her father would send her away, not give her any money. He would destroy her life if he didn't get what he wanted. He was not a nice father. He hid it fairly well from the townspeople, but he didn't try to hide anything from her. She was just a pawn in all of his schemes, and her mother wasn't any better. All she cared for was status. Elizabethtown might be a small town, but her parents were the big fish in it, and they planned to keep it that way. She had to save herself and her. Chapter 13. Emma had been home from school for only an hour and a half when there was a knock at the door. That's strange, she thought. She wasn't expecting Jason until after 6, but she was more than happy if he came early. She strode to the door and opened it with a welcoming smile on her face. Her smile fled when she saw Mary Sue on the doorstep. "Hello, Emma. Do you have a few minutes to talk? It's important." Mary Sue pushed past Emma and headed inside. Emma closed the door and turned slowly, only to see Mary Sue studying the horses in the field painting. "Can I help you with something, Mary Sue?" Mary Sue came around the sofa and sat down and patted the chair for Emma to sit. Emma did not care for the way Mary Sue was making herself at home in Emma's house. She sat, looked at Mary Sue, but remained silent. She was not going to babble or say something stupid. She had the feeling Mary Sue saw her as lacking in too many ways. Mary Sue gave a delicate cough. I'm not quite sure how to tell you this." Emma saw color creep up in Mary Sue's throat and wondered what in the world the woman was about. They had only truly spoken at the committee meeting, and then it had been mostly business, no womanly chatter. Mary Sue was still a virtual stranger to her.
She noticed that Mary Sue was fidgeting with a handkerchief in her hands and wouldn't quite look at Emma. This was getting stranger and stranger. Jason couldn't shake the feeling that something was not right. He played the conversation with Mary Sue over in his mind. She seemed to have taken it well. She hadn't begged, cried, or even gotten angry. She had been in total control of herself when she had walked away. So why was he as antsy as a girl awaiting the arrival of her first date? Jason knew he wouldn't get any work done, and Joe was out dealing with a young boy who had decided to steal candy from the grocery store. Big crime wave they were having. May was always a calm month. The cold of winter was behind them, and the terrible heat of the summer was not yet upon them. Spring was a happy time of year, he thought. Then why was he so uneasy? He needed to go see Emma, tell her about his meeting with Mary Sue. That would put him to rights. He left Joe a quick note, grabbed his hat, and headed to Emma's. "Mary Sue, are you all right?" Emma asked. "Yes, well, no, not really." Mary Sue twisted the handkerchief into a tight knot. "What is it, Mary Sue?" Emma was getting more uncomfortable by the moment. The calm, cool Mary Sue was looking ill and terribly unhappy. "Is there something you need from me? Something I can do for you?" Emma's concern was real. Something was terribly wrong. "Oh, don't be so nice to me. I'm with child and it's Jason's." Emma was sure the earth must have just opened and sucked her down to hell. She couldn't have heard right. Jason was just ready to knock on Emma's door when he heard female voices inside, and he knew both voices. Mary Sue was inside with Emma. His stomach dropped and he felt a little sick. What in the hell did she want with Emma? Jason grabbed the door handle just as he heard Mary Sue cry out that she was pregnant with his baby. All his blood rushed from his head, and for a moment he thought he might fall to the ground. This was crazy. How could Mary Sue do this to him? Oh my God, he would lose Emma. He had been right. It had all been too easy. Mary Sue meant to destroy his relationship with Emma so that she could have him for herself. He was going to throttle her. Before he could yank the door open, he heard Emma. "Mary Sue, I will not listen to your lies. I want you out of my house, and if I hear one more word around town about this ridiculous tale, I will make you regret it," Emma said in a voice that had Mary Sue looking up at her in surprise. But it's true, I'm having a child." "I'm sure you are, but it's not Jason's." It is. We've been together for almost a year now." Mary Sue's voice was rising, and her hands shook. "That is another lie, and we both know it. Jason would never court me if he had lain with another woman. He's the most honorable man I've ever known. He would not do such a thing, ever," Emma said with the knowledge that all that she said was true. Jason slumped against the door in relief, and his heart actually felt like it was swelling in his chest. His wonderful Emma had not doubted him for a moment. Not only that, she had vigorously defended him against a woman he knew intimidated her. He wanted to rush in and take her in his arms and then throw Mary Sue into the street. But again, before he could open the door, he heard Mary Sue crying as if her heart would break. He slowly backed away. He couldn't rush in now. He was furious with Mary Sue and didn't think he could hold himself back even with her in tears. And what would Emma think? He didn't know how to deal very well with one woman, let alone two, and one of them crying as though her life were ending. He had to leave and let Emma handle this. It needed a woman's touch. Emma would know what to do. With one last deep breath, laced with frustration, relief, and joy, he headed back to the sheriff's office. Mary Sue burst into tears and began rocking. This was not an act, Emma realized. She was truly desperate and scared. Emma got up and sat next to Mary Sue and put her arms around the woman's small, heaving frame. "Mary Sue, talk to me. Let me help you. I'm sure we can figure something out. Please stop crying. You'll make yourself sick. This can't be good for the baby." She continued to rock Mary Sue as her heaving sobs turned into small shudders and then finally stopped. There now. Much better. Now tell me how I can help you. How can you be so nice to me when I tried to ruin you and Jason? She sniffled and looked as if she would burst into tears again. Emma took both her arms and gave her a little shake. Mary Sue, you've obviously been under a great strain for some time. I'm sure you came here as a last resort. You're with child and you're scared. No damage has been caused. Let's forget about Jason and focus on you. Emma squeezed Mary Sue's cold hands. I'm over a month late, and I don't know what to do. My father will kill me or send me away when he finds out. He's wanted me to marry Jason ever since I came of age. He's been pushing him on me. I like Jason very much, but I didn't want to use him. I really didn't. I'm so sorry. Mary Sue began crying quietly into her crushed handkerchief. I believe you. I don't think you intentionally wanted to hurt Jason and me. Desperate matters call for desperate measures. But Jason's not your answer. Do you really think that he would love you and marry you if you split us up? He's an honorable man, but he won't cover for another man who doesn't step up and do his duty. Who's the father, Mary Sue? Why don't you go to him? I can't go to him, she sobbed. He left town as soon as I told him. Emma's brows wrinkled in thought. I haven't heard of any man leaving town. Why would he leave? Doesn't he love you? Mary Sue's lips trembled, and one tear rolled down her cheek. She shook her head. No, he doesn't love me. He called me a romantic fool. He was horrible to me. Who in the world would be so cruel? Who is he? Where did he go? Mary Sue looked down into her lap in shame. He was a cowboy working at my grandparents' farm. He'd only been there 6 months. He was so handsome and quite a bit older than I. He flirted with me, told me how pretty I was and how impressed he was with my writing skills. One night I saw him outside smoking and looking at the moon. I snuck out of my room and went outside. He looked surprised, but when I told him I wanted him to give me my first kiss, he said he would be happy to oblige. We met many times, and he told me about his days working on a huge ranch in Oklahoma, but the boss there didn't appreciate his skills with the horses and wouldn't pay him enough, so he moved on. I should have known that was a lie. Our ranch was much smaller, so there was no way my grandfather was paying him more than a big ranch could. But I was smitten. I didn't see that he was just having fun with me. Then one night, he wanted more than just kissing. Oh, Emma, it was awful. He attacked me, and it hurt, and he just up and left when it was over. I was so scared, and I felt so dirty, I didn't know what to do. More tears were streaming down Mary Sue's face. Mary Sue, did you tell your grandparents and your parents? You can't be blamed for this. He forced himself on you. He should be thrown in jail, Emma said, outraged. I couldn't tell anyone. He threatened me and called me a tease. And I was afraid my parents would never let me go back to the ranch. It would give them a reason to cut me off from my grandparents for good. Plus, I didn't think I would get with child. I couldn't really believe I conceived. One time, how could it happen? Mary Sue began weeping again, as if her heart were breaking anew. And then when I told him I was with child, he stormed around and then he said he was a 35-year-old man, already had a wife and 2 kids. He wasn't about to take care of a stupid little rich bitch's kid. Emma wanted to hunt down that cowboy and shoot him exactly where he could never hurt another young innocent girl again. Damn men like him in Grambling. They take what they want and then walk away, leaving a broken person in their wakes. Mary Sue, I know you don't want to hear this, but you need to tell your parents. They have the power and the money to help you get through this. They love you and they want to help you. Mary Sue snorted in derision. They don't love me. I'm just a tool to be used to better their standing in society. Neither of them gave me any notice until I was old enough to be useful. Now I'm their puppet, doing all that is demanded of me day in and day out." "But what about your mother? Surely the two of you are close?" "Mama's only words to me are do this or do that or stop doing this or stop doing that. She criticizes me daily. I'm not even allowed to keep my own horse in town because in her words I ride like a heathen and I would disgrace the family. I don't know how my sweet grandparents created such a cold and calculating woman. I just want to go live in the country and be left alone."
"That's the answer." Emma squeezed Mary Sue's hand again. "Tell your parents what happened and that you want to go live with your grandparents until the baby comes. I'm sure your grandparents would take you in if they're as dear to you as you say, especially as the man who ruined you worked for them. When the baby comes, you can either give it up to a loving family in Austin, or we could create a sad story of you having eloped and your husband dying. Something like that might work. Everyone loves you, Mary Sue. You've done so much for this town." Emma wasn't so sure any of this would work, but it was all they had. There were no other relatives from what she understood, nowhere else to go.
"Do you really think that they would let me go back to the ranch? I would be so happy there. My grandparents will be shocked, but they love me and will support me. They're closer to me than they are to my mother."
There was a small glimmer of hope in Mary Sue's eyes. "I don't see what other choice you have. You must be brave and stand up for yourself and your baby. I know you can do it, Mary Sue. You're a strong woman. I will do anything you need. You just let me know. I think we should consider ourselves friends now, don't you?"
Mary Sue gave Emma a swift hug. "You're wonderful, and I can see why Jason fell in love with you."
"Jason said he loved me? When did he say that?" Emma asked in confusion.
"This afternoon, when he told me to leave him alone because he was in love with you."
Emma's heart swelled, and she impulsively hugged Mary Sue back.
"Thank you for telling me, and I hope all goes well for you, too. I should stop by to apologize to Jason, but I don't want to. I'm so embarrassed. I'm glad he doesn't know of my behavior."
"Mary Sue, I must tell Jason what happened. I won't lie to him. You involved him when you came here. Don't worry. He'll be on your side. Well, he'll be on your side after he calms down. He does have a bit of a temper." Emma led Mary Sue to the door. "Be brave, Mary Sue. I know you can do it. And be sure to tell me what happens." Mary Sue nodded sadly and left. Emma closed the door and then closed her eyes. What an afternoon. Poor Mary Sue, not yet 20 and such a mess to deal with. Why were the women always left to clean up the messes men make? Speaking of men, Emma had to tell Jason. That would not be fun, she thought. Chapter 14. Mary Sue felt sick to her stomach as she approached her parents in the living room. Her father was reading the paper and her mother a magazine. Neither of them looked up when she entered the room. She went to the couch and sat, wondering if they would even bother to acknowledge her. This was not going to work. This was going to be a disaster. "Mary Sue, for goodness sakes, why are you just sitting there like a mute? Speak up, child, if you have something to say." Her mother tisked at her and raised her eyebrows. "Mother, Father, I need to talk to you. I have a serious problem I need help with." Mary Sue's father looked up from his paper and frowned. "Does this have anything to do with Sheriff Dunbar? Have you finally brought him up to snuff?" Mary Sue shook her head, took a big breath and blurted out, "I'm with child and it's not the sheriff's." Both of her parents stared at her in shock, and then the explosion was unleashed. "You're what?" bellowed her father. "Did I hear correctly? Did you just say you're having a baby? Did you hear that, Lydia? Our daughter said she's having a baby." Looking up into her father's face, Mary Sue saw such disgust it made her cringe. She looked to her mother for support, but she just sat stonily, no warmth, no empathy in her face.
Her father began to storm around the room, his voice getting louder and louder, his face becoming a mottled red. This is what apoplexy must look like, Mary Sue thought. Was she going to be the death of her father? He turned on her, pointing a finger. "We did not raise you to be a wanton. I did not dress you in fancy frocks so that you could become a whore," he shouted. Mary Sue pushed herself deeper into the couch. Her father had called her a whore. She was going to be sick. She stood up. "Sit down this instant." Her mother's cold voice sliced through her like a knife. Mary Sue dropped back down, looking from one parent to the other. "You are a disgrace to the Drake name." Her mother slid the knife in further. Mary Sue could take this abuse no longer. She jumped up and shouted, "I'm not a whore! The man attacked me!" Her father rounded on her and slapped her hard. Her head snapped back and pain roared through her cheek. Her hand went to her face and she gasped in shock. Tears filled her eyes and she felt she might vomit. Her father pushed her back down. "Did you throw yourself at him? Did you flirt with him? Who is this man you say attacked you?" he demanded. He left town. He worked at the ranch," she gasped through her tears. "I thought he cared for me. He made promises, but they were all lies, and then he attacked me." Mary Sue's tears flowed harder. The pain of her parents' rejection was worse than the slap to her face, was worse than the day she discovered she was pregnant. She knew they didn't show affection, but she hoped they cared for her in their own way. Her body shook with her sobs and misery. She wanted to be anywhere except here. "Father, I have an idea. I can go to the ranch and have the baby. We can say that I'm ill and need to take some time for myself. Or that I'm traveling to visit Cousin Mabel in New York. Granny would take care of me. I could—" "You think I would let you hide out with your grandparents? They're to blame for this. They're why you turned out the way you did. They spoiled you rotten. No, my girl, you'll be sent away to a nunnery. As soon as that baby is born, it'll be put in an orphanage. I'll not have a bastard living in my house. Now get out of my sight. I'll make all the arrangements." "Father, no. I don't want to give up the baby." "Go to your room now before I do something we both regret." And then he stormed from the room. Mary Sue was crying so hard, she didn't notice her mother leave the room. As her sobs subsided, Mary Sue realized she was by herself. She was now truly alone in the world. Her grandparents would never go against her parents, even if they disagreed with how she was being raised. She couldn't go there and be rejected again. What little of her heart was left would be ripped away. Mary Sue stumbled out of the room and went into the bath. She dampened a cloth in the bowl of water and held it to her stinging cheek and puffy eyes. She was a mess, inside and out. She didn't recognize herself when she looked in the mirror. Who was this girl with the empty eyes, deathly white skin with a harsh red mark forming on her cheek? Her hair was falling to the side and her dress was wrinkled. She did the best to fix the damage, but she could do nothing about her cheek. Going into the hall, she grabbed her hat with the large velvet ribbons which would hide much of her face. Her face ached and her eyes were gritty. Mary Sue left the house quietly, closing the door, and headed towards town. It was close to 7, and most people were having their supper. She kept her head down and walked quickly. 15 minutes later, she reached her destination. She entered the stables and saw Hank in the back, forking hay into one of the stalls. Approaching him, she kept her damaged side of her face away from him. "Good evening, Hank," she said with false lightness. "Could you please saddle up Jackson for me? I want to go for a ride before the sun goes down." "Well, sure thing, Miss Drake. Can't expect you back by 8:30. I'll need to rub him down and shut the stable for the night." "Of course, Hank. I know tonight's your poker night. Don't want to keep you from a night with the boys. I promise I'll be back." As Hank saddled the horse, Mary Sue paced the barn in agitation. She couldn't hold on much longer. She didn't want to break down in front of Hank. He was a bigger gossip than Janet from the bakery. Her father had hit her. He had never done that before. He'd yelled at her before, but he had never struck her. She still reeled from the shock. She could feel herself begin to shake and thought she might just scream the stable down when Hank finally brought Jackson forward to the riding block. Mary Sue cursed herself for not putting breeches on under her dress. Now she had to ride side saddle. Mary Sue continued to hold in her agitation as she left the stable and waved to Hank. Once, out on the main street, she couldn't hold back. She gave the horse a swift kick to his sides, and Jackson took off at a fast trot. "It's not fast enough," Mary Sue screamed in her head. "It's not fast enough." She gave the horse another kick and gave him his head. He galloped wildly down the main street. Tears were streaming from Mary Sue's eyes, and she could barely make out what was in front of her. But she didn't care. She had to get away. She had to get away. The mantra played over and over in her head. Her hat blew off her head and bounced in a wild pattern on her back. Still she rode. As she reached the outskirts of town, she saw a rider ahead of her. She couldn't make out who it was through her tears, but prayed it wasn't someone who had run to her father to say his daughter was riding a horse like a bat out of hell. She needed time. She needed to get away. As she sped past the horseman, she kept her head down and urged Jackson on to even greater speed. Joe and Princess were making their way through the town, checking that all was quiet. Tuesday evenings were usually a calm time, and Joe enjoyed taking Princess out. It was pretty much the routine they did every night when Joe started his shift. Just when he reached the end of the town and was going to turn Princess around and head back, he heard pounding hooves. Before he could turn around to see who was in such a darn hurry on a street that did not allow the racing of a horse, the rider flew past him. He couldn't believe what he saw. Was that Mary Sue on one of Hank's horses? She was riding like a crazy woman. She'd get herself killed. Joe spurred on Princess, who was always ready for a fast ride, and chased after her. "Mary Sue!" Joe hollered. "Mary Sue, stop right now!" She either didn't hear him or chose not to hear him. Princess was gaining on the other horse, but Mary Sue was a good rider. Even so, Joe knew something was wrong. She was hunched low over the horse and riding like she was trying to escape the devil. "Mary Sue!" he hollered again. They had to be a mile out of town by now. Where in the hell did she think she was going? Then Joe saw something that made his blood freeze. Mary Sue was heading straight for a fence in the meadow beyond. "Mary Sue! No!" he cried in warning. He recognized the horse she was on, and Jackson was not a jumper. Joe watched in horror as the horse lurched to a stop just in front of the fence and almost went down on both his front knees. As if in slow motion, Mary Sue flew off the horse, over the fence, and landed on the ground in a heap. Joe brought Princess to a stop, leaped off of her and over the fence and knelt next to Mary Sue. She wasn't moving. Joe took her head in his hands and gently turned her face to him. Her eyes were closed, and a big red handprint splayed across one cheek. What the hell was that? But he had no time to wonder. "Mary Sue," he whispered as he gently stroked her other cheek. "Can you hear me, sweetheart? Mary Sue, come on now. Open your eyes for me." Joe was beginning to feel frantic. He knew she was breathing, but that was about it. He cradled her head and felt something sticky. Carefully he turned her head and saw an ugly gash where blood was oozing. Then he saw the rock with her blood on it. He cursed silently. He had to get her to Doc. Joe placed her head gently on the grass next to the rock and began checking her for more injuries. "Please, please," he whispered to himself. "No broken bones, please." He started with her neck, softly probing, and then her arms. Nothing seemed wrong yet. He felt down both of her sides, feeling for ribs, and again not feeling anything out of place. He checked both legs through the material of her dress, which still covered them. Nothing, thank the Lord, Joe wished out with relief. Had anyone come upon her, they would have thought she was just lying in a meadow looking at the sky. Joe looked around, but of course no one was in sight. He noticed that Jackson was meandering slowly back towards town, to the stable where his food was. That was good. Hank would raise an alarm. But Joe didn't have the time to wait. He gently lifted Mary Sue into his arms and walked along the fence towards a stile he could get across with his precious bundle. His heart was finally settling into his chest as he whistled for Princess. She followed along on the other side of the fence to the opening. "Steady now, girl," he whispered to Princess. He lifted Mary Sue onto his saddle, never letting go of her waist. Her head lolled forward, and he could see the ugly gash still oozing blood. He put his foot into the stirrup and swung himself behind her and settled her against him. He could feel the blood soaking into his shirt. "Okay, girl, take us home, nice and slow." Princess began walking towards the place she knew best, the barn and Joe's home. He lived only 10 minutes from here. He hoped his man, who came by twice a week to chop wood or repair anything that needed repairing, was still there. He could send him to town to get Doc. Joe had never been more relieved when he saw his house and barn. Princess rode right up to the front steps, and Joe pulled Mary Sue down with him. She was still out cold. He saw Davis come around the side of the barn and yelled at him, "Davis, there's been an accident. I need your help." Davis ran over, saw the woman in Joe's arms, and looked at him in concern. "What happened?" "A riding accident. She's got a gash on her head. I need the doc. Can you ride into town? Tell him I have Mary Sue at my house, and she's unconscious with a head wound. Tell him not to say anything to anyone." "Will do, Deputy," Davis shouted over his shoulder as he went running for his horse. Joe brought Mary Sue inside and went into his room and lay her on his bed. He covered her with a blanket, though it was a warm night. It just seemed the right thing to do. "Mary Sue, what in the world were you thinking? And where in the world were you going?" She didn't answer. She looked so young lying there, her face so pale except for the handprint. Who the hell hit her? Joe was not only going to find out, but he was going to find out and then punch the guy in the face multiple times. No one hits a woman, especially the one he wanted to be his. He could feel his anger grow and his fear for her. He needed to do something to get ready for Doc's arrival. Joe went into his small kitchen and lit a fire to start water boiling. He found 2 clean kitchen towels and placed them on the counter. Doc would have the rest of what he needed to sew up the gash. Joe almost hoped she'd remain unconscious so she wouldn't feel the pain of the needle. He went back into his room. She was still out. How often had he dreamed of having Mary Sue in his home, in his bed, but not like this. He heard a horse and headed out to the front porch. Doc had already dismounted and was untying his medical bag. Joe went down the stairs to greet him. "Thanks for coming so quickly, Doc. Let me take your bag. She's in the bedroom." "Joe, what happened? What in the world was Mary Sue doing riding by herself at this time of day? Is she still out?" Joe answered the last question first. "Yeah, she's still out. What she was doing, I don't know. What I do know is someone smacked her good across the face. She was riding like a demon and tried to jump a fence on a horse that's not a jumper. She flew off and hit her head on a rock." They had made it back into Joe's room, and Doc went straight to the bed. "Mary Sue, honey, can you hear me?" Joe watched as Doc turned Mary Sue's head to the side and looked at the gash. It wasn't bleeding as heavily now. "I put on some water to boil, and I have clean towels." "Good, good," Doc said. "Bring me both." 20 minutes later, Mary Sue was sewn up, and a large gauze strip was wrapped around her head. Doc had done his best to not cut off too much of her hair to get to the wound. "I'm glad she didn't feel the pain, but I'm not happy she hasn't regained consciousness. If she doesn't wake up by morning, and if the swelling doesn't go down, I may have to relieve the pressure on her brain. That's something I want to avoid at all costs." Doc was repacking his medical bag, and he looked at Joe. "Let's go into the other room and have a chat." Joe followed Doc into the dining nook, and they both took a seat at the small table. "You have any idea who the son of a bitch is who smacked her?" Joe shook his head. "I've been mulling it over, but I can't for the life of me think who would do it. Her father's a cold man, but I don't believe he's violent." "It must be the reason she was riding like the devil. She must be terribly upset. That girl's loved by all. I can imagine such violence would push her over the edge. You said she was heading towards the fence at full tilt? Yeah. If I didn't know better, I would think she was trying to kill herself. She's too good of a horsewoman. She knows Jackson is not a jumper, yet she headed towards that fence with no intention of turning away. Joe shook his head and frowned. Something's really wrong, Doc. Can I ask you to please keep this to yourself? I don't want anyone to know what happened or that she's here at my house. It would destroy her reputation, and her daddy would blow up. On your way back to town, can you stop at Hank's and tell him Mary Sue had not tied Jackson securely enough when she was visiting a sick friend and Jackson was spooked by something and headed back into town on his own? I'm not sure if the horse is even back yet, but Hank's like a woman when it comes to sticking his nose into other people's business. I want this kept quiet. I'll figure out what is going on with her. Well, I think that's a good plan, son. I'll head out now. If she wakes up, I want you to keep her awake. Find out if she knows who she is and what happened. She may not remember. Head wounds are funny things. I'll come by in the morning and check on her. Thanks, Doc. One more thing. Can you tell Jason what happened? He's going to want to know, especially knowing violence was done to her. I trust Jason to keep things under wraps. Ask him to come with you tomorrow morning. Doc nodded. Yeah, that needs to happen. He headed outside, tied down his bag, got on his horse, and headed out. Chapter 15. Mary Sue's head was pounding. She heard someone moan and realized it was her. She tried to open her eyes, but they felt so heavy. She lay still and just listened. She heard movement somewhere in the house. Was it her mother? Why didn't she come in and help? Why did her head hurt so much? Mary Sue finally managed to lift her lids and look around. Where was she? Nothing looked familiar. She knew she was lying on a bed. But whose bed and in whose house? She lifted a hand and put it to her forehead. Something was wrapped around her head. Just the lifting of her hand was too much for her, and she lay it back on the blanket. She closed her eyes. She would just rest for another minute. Maybe she would remember something. Joe walked quietly into the room, bringing in a chair. He set it next to the bed, sat down, and took Mary Sue's lifeless hand in his. He heard a moan and stood up quickly and leaned over the bed. Mary Sue, can you hear me? Are you awake? He gently rubbed her hand and watched in relief when she finally opened her eyes. Mary Sue, can you hear me? Do you know who I am? Mary Sue frowned. Don't be silly, Joe. Of course I know who you are. Why are you here and where am I? Joe wanted to kiss her. He was so happy she was not only conscious, but apparently aware of who she was and who he was. You're at my house. Do you remember what happened? Mary Sue frowned again. I was riding Jackson. I was upset. I remember riding fast. Someone was yelling my name. That's the last thing I remember. Joe sat back down, but did not let go of Mary Sue's hand. I was yelling at you. You were riding like a raging bull was behind you. You tried to jump a fence. Jackson lurched to a stop and you flew off him and hit your head on a rock. You've been unconscious for about 2 hours. Doc was here and sewed you up. That's why my head's pounding. She again lifted her hand to her head and felt the bandage. Doc left me a powder to give you for pain. Do you feel up to taking a little in water? Yes, please, whispered Mary Sue. It really hurts. Joe went to the chest of drawers, opened a small pouch, and added its contents to the glass of water he had readied. He brought it back to the bed. Let me help you sit up a little so you can get this down. Joe put an arm behind her back and lifted her so that she could take a sip of the water. She moaned in pain again, but managed to get a few sips of the liquid down. He laid her gently back on the pillows. Her eyes were closed again. Mary Sue, you need to stay awake for a while. Doc doesn't want you to fall unconscious again. Can you do that for me? Mary Sue opened her eyes again and looked into the concerned eyes of Joe. Yeah, I can try. Joe, what time is it? It's 9:30. Oh, no, Joe, I can't stay here. You're a single man. If anybody finds out, I'll be ruined. Mary Sue's face went so pale, Joe thought she was going to faint on him. Mary Sue, what's the matter? Is the pain worse? Worry laced his voice. Mary Sue didn't know if she wanted to cry or laugh. Ruined, as if it mattered. She had been suddenly reminded of her condition. She remembered the horrible fight with her parents. Tears leaked from her eyes and ran down her cheeks onto the pillow. Mary Sue, sweetheart, don't cry. Please don't cry. Talk to me, sweetheart. Let me help. Joe's soft, concerned voice eased some of her despair. I'm sorry. I had a terrible fight with my father. She noticed Joe's face turn stony. Is he the one who hit you, Mary Sue? His voice was still low, but there was a fierceness in it that made Mary Sue uneasy. Mary Sue, did your father hit you? Is that his hand mark on your cheek? Tears began rolling down her cheeks again. Joe wiped them away with his thumb. How could he do that to you? You're his daughter, for God's sakes. He's supposed to protect you until you have a husband who will take on that responsibility. Why, Mary Sue? Why? I did something terrible, Mary Sue whispered, and turned her face away from Joe. He gently took her chin in his hand and turned her face back to him. You could never do anything terrible. It's not in you. Mary Sue, your father is not my favorite person, but I thought you and your parents got along just fine. They seemed so proud of you. Mary Sue laughed bitterly and then groaned in pain. If it's too painful to talk, just rest. I shouldn't be hounding you like this, Joe said contritely. I've just been so worried and so angry that I can't think straight. You need to rest. Mary Sue nodded carefully. It's okay. Besides, it'll keep me awake. Mary Sue really didn't want to continue this conversation. It would make her and her family sound awful. But she owed it to Joe. He had saved her, she realized. No one knew she was out. Her parents thought she was in her room for the night. Mary Sue may have lain in that field all night. She might have died. My parents are not proud of me. Quite the contrary. I'm their big disappointment. I'm not a boy. I'm only worth their attention when I'm being useful to them. We put on a good front as pillars of society and a happy family, but that's all it is, a front. I am to do exactly what they ask of me and be a model of womanly beauty and grace. I'm not to laugh too loudly, ever be in a difficult mood, and not to ride like a harridan through the streets. Well, you've done all that they've asked of you from what I can see. They have no right to be disappointed. For goodness sakes, you're on about a dozen committees. What more could they want from you? Joe asked, truly perplexed. This was making no sense to him. Everyone loved Mary Sue. What in the world did her parents have to complain about? They want Jason. That is what they want from me. They want me to seduce him and get him to marry me. My father wants his family name hooked to ours, and he wants to get his hands on Jason's property just outside of town. But Jason doesn't want me. He's in love with Emma. Joe's heart sank. Is this what you want too, Mary Sue? Are you in love with Jason? I thought I was, but now I don't think I ever really was. It was all the pressure my father was putting on me. I've been told since I was 16 that I was to marry the sheriff. I realize now that I haven't even had as long a conversation with him as I'm having with you right now. I really don't know him at all. I've only just flirted with him. That's not love, is it? Joe let out the breath he hadn't known he'd been holding. No, that's not love. Love is when you put the other person first, when you want to tell that person about your hopes and dreams and fears, when you want to share everything with them. He still held her hands and gave them a light squeeze. Mary Sue, tell me. Tell me what happened tonight. Let me help you. Joe's sweetness was almost her undoing. I can't. It's awful. You'll hate me." Her voice shook with emotion. "Mary Sue, I care about you. I would never hate you. Who else do you have to talk your problems out with? You can't keep everything locked up behind that happy-faced lie. You have a right to be who you want to be, not who your parents want you to be. Tell me." Mary Sue looked at their linked hands, then looked into his handsome face. She couldn't look into those eyes while she told him her horrible secret. She closed her eyes and whispered, "I'm with child." Mary Sue felt Joe stiffen and was afraid to open her eyes and see the disgust in them. Joe was stunned. That was the last thing he expected to hear. A knife went through his heart. Who, where, and when had this happened? She was going to have a child? Someone else's child? The initial shock and pain of the news subsided a bit as he berated himself for worrying about what this might mean to him instead of what it meant for Mary Sue. What a selfish bastard he was. She'd almost been killed. She was not quite 20, much too young to handle something this big on her own. Here he was, promising her, and then sitting here like a mute fool. "Mary Sue, look at me." She opened her eyes and didn't see disgust but concern and sympathy. "You did not get with child on your own. This is not just your sin to carry. Someone took advantage of your sweet nature. Did he sweet-talk you? Did he make promises?" Mary Sue nodded her head and then grimaced in pain. Tears filled her eyes. "Yes, he was quite a bit older than me. I was lonely and feeling sorry for myself. My mother had told me just days before that my time at my grandparents' ranch was over. I was needed full-time to help my father to remain mayor of Elizabethtown. The election is in just a few months. I was so angry and so frustrated. They already take up every minute of every day when I'm in town. Going to the ranch is the only time I'm truly happy, and they took that away too. He showed me attention, and yes, he did promise me things. Joe, I thought he cared about me, but he called me a tease. He forced himself on me. Just that one time, just once, and now I'm going to have a baby." Joe wanted to be sick. The man had attacked her. "Mary Sue, I am going to hunt that man down and kill him," Joe growled menacingly. "No, Joe. He's not worth the effort." Mary Sue wiped away a tear. "Joe, the real problem is I'm having a baby. A baby that no one but me cares whether he or she comes into this world." Mary Sue's voice broke, and she closed her eyes to hold back the tears. She'd cried enough. What was the point in it? She took a deep breath and opened her eyes. "I told my parents. I asked them if I could go to the ranch until the baby was born. I know my grandparents would take care of me. They would be upset, but they would do all they could. My father blew up, called me a whore and slapped me, and told me he was going to send me to a nunnery and take my baby away. My mother just sat there and then told me I was a disgrace. They ordered me to my room and then stormed out, leaving me all by myself. I was so distraught. I couldn't stay there. I couldn't let them send me away and take my baby. I needed to get out. I needed to ride and ride fast. I wanted to outrun my problems, I guess." The throbbing in Mary Sue's head was diminishing, but the pain in her heart was growing with every word she spoke. Joe looked down at their linked hands, but then he looked at her. "Mary Sue, can I tell you a story?" He looked so serious, she said nothing but nodded her consent. "I have 5 older sisters. I love them all, but my favorite is Marjorie, the middle sister. Actually, she's everyone's favorite. She has a heart of gold and would do anything for anyone. About 6 years ago, she met a man she loved and who she thought loved her back. She became pregnant, and he just disappeared. She thought he was going to marry her. She was devastated and desperate. She thought her life was over. She finally got up the courage to tell me, and I went with her to tell our parents. And you know what happened? They both pulled her into their arms and told her that we would get through this as a family. Sure, we were sad this had happened, but there was no reason to fly apart or send her away or make her feel less of a person because of her situation. All 8 of us stood by her side. When the town started whispering, we didn't care. And when little Petey was born, we all fell in love with him that very moment. And to this day, that boy knows he's loved by all. Joe stopped, wondering how his story would affect Mary Sue. Tears welled in her eyes again. It's a beautiful story, but how does it help me? I have no such loving family. Because that is not the end of the story. 2 years later, Marjorie met Jordan Jasper. Jordan married her, and even though Petey was not his son, he fell in love with him as much as he had fallen in love with my sister. That boy is his. He calls him son, and Petey calls him Papa. There's no one who can come between them. Marjorie and Jordan had Millie 2 years later, and then just a few months ago, Sarah was born. When I went to see the new baby, Petey told me those were his sisters, and that he and Papa were responsible for keeping them safe. Jordan was so proud of Petey, I thought he would burst. That's a family, Mary Sue. A child doesn't have to be your blood to love him. A child's not a burden or a sin. A child, any child, is a blessing and a joy. Mary Sue was weeping again. But there's no Jordan out there for me. How am I to find my Jordan? Joe looked at the weeping woman. This was it. This was the moment. Did he dare tell her how he felt? Did he dare risk his heart? He took a deep breath. You're looking at him, Mary Sue. I think I fell in love with you the first time I saw you ride. And then I fell in love with you more when you could out-horse talk me. And then just a little bit more when you told me what you thought was wrong with Princess last year and you were right. Joe wore his feelings on his face. His eyes looked into hers and his hands tightened on hers. Mary Sue, do you think that you could learn to love me? Do you think that you could give me a chance, give us a chance? Mary Sue just stared back at him in surprise. Why had she not seen that Joe cared for her? Why had she not recognized how much time they actually spent with each other? She had been so focused on Jason, she had almost lost what was standing right in front of her. Joe was the one who had been racing through town with her when her father had been so upset at her unladylike behavior. She had beaten him, and she remembered laughing with pure joy and victory. Joe was the one who noticed the new bonnet she wore. Joe was the one that seemed to appear out of nowhere and walk with her to her next meeting. She was such a fool. Oh, Joe, I don't deserve you. How could you possibly still want me now? I've disgraced myself and my family. How can I drag you into this mess? I'm like my family, Mary Sue. I will stand by you, and they will too. I will love you and the baby equally. Don't you see, Mary Sue? You're no longer on your own. You will now have my family, all my sisters and their spouses and my parents on our side. My family knows all about you. I've been telling them for years that I planned on marrying you when you were old enough. I have waited 2 long years for you. I don't want to wait any longer. Marry me, Mary Sue. Mary Sue's heart filled as she looked into his warm brown eyes. She reached up a hand and gently lay it on his cheek. Her heart, which was empty and broken only moments ago, almost hurt with all the emotions running through her. It was you, Joe, and I didn't even realize it. You've always been the one to believe in me. You've never said a critical thing to me as long as I've known you. My father can be so cruel and my mother so detached. I was so used to being a burden. My grandparents have always been loving, but didn't have the power to keep me safe from my father's disdain and disappointment and my mother's coldness. I've only truly laughed or felt carefree when I was in your company. I've only said what I truly believe while I'm around you. No one else. Is that what love is, Joe? Joe's body eased. and he smiled down at her. That is exactly what love is. He leaned over slowly, bringing their faces close. I'm going to kiss you, Mary Sue. He moved slowly, bringing his lips down softly to hers. It was a sweet kiss, with so much promise in it. She did not deserve this. Tears of joy she could no longer hold back raced down her cheeks. Joe pulled back from the kiss. Mary Sue, I'm sorry. I just needed to kiss you. No, don't stop. I'm just so happy. She reached up and pulled his head towards her and instigated the next kiss. It was longer, and there was more than just promise. There was a need she had never felt before. So many strange feelings were pouring through her. She really wanted this man who would put her and her baby first, this man who would stand up to her father. She ended the kiss. Yes, she said quietly and shyly. Chapter 16. Emma figured Jason would show up any minute. She was still wondering how to broach the subject of Mary Sue. She was so worried about the girl. She wanted to help her and wanted to be her friend, but she was afraid Jason would not understand. Mary Sue had been hounding him for a long time, and now Emma had to tell him that she had accused him of being the father of her baby. She wasn't quite sure how he was going to react. She knew his moral compass made him react harshly to people he felt did something wrong. But he also calmed down quickly. He was an honorable man who helped the underdog, and at this moment, Mary Sue was an underdog. There was a soft rap at her door, and Jason walked in. He walked directly to her and pulled her into a tight hug. I loved you before, and now I love you even more. Emma laughed and pulled away so that she could look up at his face. Before what? Before you defended my honor. Before you told Mary Sue you trusted me. Emma looked confused. How did you know? Did Mary Sue come to you to apologize? She said she would. No, I haven't seen her. I was here earlier. I was just about to knock when I heard Mary Sue's voice. I knew she was here to cause trouble. I was about to come in and confront her when I heard her say she was with child and it was mine. I almost fell through the floor. Jason's voice, which had been soft and loving as he spoke with her, was now rising in anger. How could she do this to us? How could she be so hateful and spiteful? I've always been kind and polite to her. I never promised her anything. There was anguish in his voice now. I thought I'd lost you. After all you've endured, I was worried this was too much for you to bear. And then you said for her to leave your house and that you trusted me completely. That is when I fell in love with you even more. Jason hugged her tightly to him again. He just wanted to hold on to this woman forever. Why didn't you come in and defend yourself? Emma's muffled voice asked. Jason let go of her, took her hand and led her to the sofa. Just as I was about to burst in, I heard Mary Sue weeping as if her heart had been ravaged. I didn't know how to deal with that. I was too angry to be kind. I figured you would know what to do, so I left. I needed time to cool off. I don't think I've ever been so angry. I've been so careful around her. I've never let her on. How could she ruin not only her reputation but mine too? Jason could feel the agitation building in him again, so he stood up and paced the room. Emma watched him pace. He was such a good man, and she realized he had really been hurt by the accusations. Even if he could prove Mary Sue was lying, everyone would still look at him differently. All those years of good behavior and the years of being a good and honest sheriff would not save him from the gossips or the holier-than-thou who raised their noses in the air if someone simply cursed or had a drink. It really would have changed his position in town, she thought. How unfair, and how right he was to feel anger. Jason, I know you're angry. You have every right to be. What Mary Sue did was unforgivable. But only you and I and Mary Sue know, and she's not going to say anything about her coming to me. She promised me, Emma said reassuringly. How in the world can you trust her? And why should I trust her? Jason, come and sit down. There's more to the story. I truly believe she'll keep her word." Jason came to the sofa, and Emma took one of his hands and held it in her lap. Mary Sue was in despair. She thought the man cared for her, but he used her, Jason. He called her a tease, and then he forced himself on her. She was upset and frightened. "He attacked her?" Jason asked in shock and disbelief. "Yes, and she was too afraid to tell anyone. Jason, she told me some terrible things about her home life. She claims her parents don't care about her. They just use her beauty and popularity to better their standing in society. They're verbally abusive to her. They demand she join all those committees, and they don't let her ride her horse or say or do anything that might cause them embarrassment." I know she was telling the truth. Her emotions were real. She was shaking and crying and so distraught. My heart ached for her. Jason sat silent for a moment, taking in the surprising information. He personally couldn't stand the mayor, but he always thought the man loved his daughter. This news was truly shocking. "I must say that I've never really liked John. He's a pompous ass. But I never would have thought that he would treat his daughter poorly. Everyone in town loves Mary Sue. What more do they want from her?" Jason could not know that he was asking the same question his deputy had asked Mary Sue. Emma shook her head. "I asked her that too. She said they want you. Apparently they've been pressuring her for years to marry you. Why do they want you in particular? Do you have any idea?" Jason wasn't exactly sure either. He knew there were not a lot of single men in town, but Mary Sue often went to Austin with her family. Surely she would eventually meet someone there. The mayor had approached him once about buying some of Jason's land, but had never brought it up again after Jason had refused the offer. "I really don't know why. My family's been here a long time, and we're well known, and everyone respected my grandfather and grandmother. They were a big part of this town. Maybe they want to link their names with mine. It all seems a bit ridiculous, especially if they're making Mary Sue miserable over it. It sure explains her behavior lately." "Jason, she told me her mother is cold and uncaring about everything but her power and standing in the town. It really sounds like an awful existence. She and I talked for a while. I finally convinced her to tell her parents, but the more I think about it, the more worried I get. What if they do something terrible to her? What if they send her away, which is her biggest fear? She wants to go to her grandparents' ranch until the baby's born. That would give her time to figure out what to do or say when the baby arrives. She looked so fragile and scared when she left. I really want us to help her and be on her side. She's a nice young woman who's been living in a quiet hell for some time now." Jason squeezed her hand. "You are a sweet and caring woman, and I think you're right. We do need to help her in any way we can." Before Emma could respond, there was a knock at the door. "Who could that be?" Emma asked. She glanced at the clock and saw that it was almost 9 in the evening. Jason rose. "I'll get it." When he opened the door, he saw a very grim Doc Carver on the stoop. "Doc, what's the matter?" Emma jumped up and rushed to the door. "Is it Adam? Has something happened to Adam?" "Adam's perfectly fine, but I do need to talk to you both. When I didn't see you at your office or your rooms above, Jason, I figured you'd be here. Let's sit at the table and I'll fill you in on my evening." Emma looked at Jason curiously, and he shrugged his shoulders in return. They sat, and Emma and Jason looked at Doc, waiting for him to enlighten them. "I got called out to Joe's tonight. Davis rode into town to tell me there'd been an accident. When I got there, I found Mary Sue unconscious in Joe's house." Emma gasped, and Jason looked shocked. "Oh, no! I was afraid something awful would happen. This is all my fault." Doc reached over and patted her hand. No, this is not your fault or Jason's. We won't know what happened until she regains consciousness. All Joe could tell me is that Mary Sue was riding like a bat out of hell and then got thrown from the horse. She's got a big gash on the side of her head that I've sewn up. Joe's keeping a close eye on her tonight. I told him if she wakes up to keep her awake. I plan on checking back first thing in the morning. Joe wants you to come with me." "Well, sure, Doc, but Why does he want me?" "It seems Mary Sue was hit by someone. She has a bright red handprint on her left cheek. Joe was pretty upset. I get the impression that he cares for that girl quite a bit. I'm guessing he wants you to look into that and give him some advice as to what to do with a young, possibly still unconscious woman at his home. He wants to protect Mary Sue from any gossip. I've already been to Hank's to explain why his horse came back riderless. He bought the story Joe came up with. That poor girl, such a sweet thing. Who would hit that beautiful face of hers?" Doc's eyes looked grim and his body sagged. "It's getting late. I better get home before the missus comes looking for me. Meet me at Joe's at 8. Jason nodded, patted Doc on the shoulder, and closed the door behind him. Before he could say anything, Emma blurted out, "I'm coming with you to Joe's. I can sit with her and make sure she's comfortable, and I'd be considered a good chaperone. No one will say anything nasty if I'm with her." "You have school at 9 tomorrow. You can't leave all those kids on their own. How about we go over in the morning so you can check on Mary Sue? Then you go to work, and I can take you back over at the end of the day. Joe and I will figure out something to do to protect Mary Sue." Emma nodded. He was right, of course. She had a commitment to her students. There was no one on so short a notice who could cover for her. "You're right. I'll go with you in the morning. Hopefully she's awake, and I can talk to her and assure her that we're here to help." Jason hugged Emma tightly to him. "I best go too, and let you get some sleep. I love you." He kissed her on her lips, then drew back and looked into her lovely face. How could he have ever thought of her as plain? Her mossy green eyes looked back up at him, glowing with warmth just for him. It was a new and wonderful feeling. "I love you too," Emma whispered to him. It was the first time that she had verbalized her feelings for him, and it felt good, not at all scary or uncomfortable. He rested his forehead on hers and sighed. "I don't want to leave. Tell me to leave, Emma. I'm not a strong man right now. I want you so badly." Emma clung to him for another moment. "I want you too, but we have so much to do right now. I want our first time together to be wonderful and to be about us and only us, not us worrying about Mary Sue." Jason gave her a quick kiss. "You as usual are right. I'll see you in the morning. I'll grab a horse from Hank's for you and be here at 7:30. Can you be ready by then?" "Of course. Sleep well, love." Emma closed the door softly behind Jason and with a smile on her face headed for her room. Chapter 17. Joe jerked awake and groaned in pain. He'd fallen asleep in the chair next to his bed. His neck hurt, his back was stiff, and one foot was asleep. He looked over at Mary Sue, who was sleeping on her side with her hands under her cheek. He had kept her awake until well after 2 in the morning. She had continued to be coherent, so he thought there would be little danger letting her get some sleep. His mama always said that sleep was the great healer. Joe stood slowly, allowing the blood to flow back into his feet. He stretched his back and neck and heard popping sounds. He felt and sounded like an old man, he mused. With silent footsteps, he left the room and headed to the kitchen to make coffee. It was already 7:30. Doc and Jason would be here soon. He puttered about the kitchen making coffee and putting some pastries he had bought yesterday at the bakery on a platter. He put the platter, some mugs, and some napkins on the little table before he went back in to check on Mary Sue. She was still asleep. He hated to wake her, but after growing up with 5 sisters, he knew damn well that a woman needed time to freshen up before receiving visitors. He figured the beautiful Mary Sue would feel the same way. She would be embarrassed to be seen when not at her best. "Mary Sue, honey, wake up now. Doc will be here soon," he said as he gently shook her shoulder. Mary Sue's eyes flew open, and she looked scared and distracted at first. Then she looked at Joe and smiled. "Good morning," she said shyly. Had all those wonderful things happened last night? Or had she just dreamed them? Had Joe really told her that he loved her and wanted to marry her? "And how is my beautiful fiancé feeling this morning?" Joe leaned down and kissed her cheek softly. "So it wasn't a dream? You do love me?" Mary Sue's smile widened. Absolutely. But we best see if we can get you freshened up a bit before Doc and Jason get here. You up for trying to walk to the bath and washing your face?
Oh, yes, please, Joe. I don't want anyone seeing me like this.
Joe pulled the covers away from her. Now I want you to sit up first, nice and slow. Joe offered her his hand and helped her to a sitting position. How do you feel? He asked as he knelt before her to catch her if she fell forward.
I'm a little dizzy and my head is throbbing a bit, but I think I can manage with your help.
Joe stood, took both of her elbows in his hands, and brought her to a standing position. She weaved for a moment and then got her balance. Okay, I've got you. Let's walk. They made their way to the bath, and with each step, Mary Sue felt a little stronger and less dizzy. When he left her in the doorway, she went in, shutting the door. She almost screamed when she saw herself in the mirror. The handprint was now a combination of red, blue, and purple. Her hair was a mess, and her dress was wrinkled and had grass stains. She couldn't see anyone looking like this. She poured water from the pitcher into the bowl on the shelf and splashed the cold water on her face. Looking around the small bath, she spotted a brush. Carefully, she unwound the bandage on her head and combed out the hair on the uninjured side. Gingerly, she managed to get the other side untangled and fluffed the hair to cover the spot Doc had cut away. She shook out her dress and then dabbed here and there with a damp towel to get some of the wrinkles out. She used her finger and some tooth powder to brush her teeth. She still looked awful, but at least nobody would scream in fright, she hoped. It amazed her how calm she felt. Normally, she would have been hysterical to look like this, but today she was just happy to be alive, and so happy to have Joe. She heard voices in the other room. She gave herself one last look, grimaced a little, and then with a firm tread headed to the living room. She woke up about a half an hour after you left, Doc. She was completely coherent, knew who I was and all.
I know who all of you are, said Mary Sue as she entered the room.
Everyone turned. Emma let out a gasp and rushed to Mary Sue.
Oh, Mary Sue, what happened? Are you okay? Shouldn't you be back in bed?
She took the girl's hands in hers and looked at her in concern.
I feel better than I look. Mary Sue smiled at Emma. I look a sight, but Joe's been taking good care of me.
Hearing his name, Joe got moving. He went to her and put an arm around her shoulder and led her to the sofa. Come sit down here, sweetheart. Let Doc have a look at you. Jason looked over at Emma with his eyebrows raised, checking if she had noticed the term of endearment. Emma smiled and nodded her head slightly. A smile played along her lips. Joe sat next to Mary Sue, and Doc squatted before her and took her wrist and checked her pulse. He then looked in both of her eyes. He seemed satisfied by what he saw. I need to check your wound, Mary Sue. I see you removed the bandage.
Yes, I wanted to freshen up just a little bit this morning. It was in the way. I'm not bleeding, but my head is sore and I still have a headache.
That's to be expected, Doc said as he probed around the wound. Things look mighty fine here. The swelling's gone down and there's no puffiness or bleeding. You got yourself a right hard head, Miss Drake. You do need to lie back down and take it easy. You've had a lot of trauma. Couple of days of rest and you should be good as new. Can she tell us what happened before she lies back down? I'd like to understand what led to this accident of yours, said Jason.
Mary Sue nodded, and Joe took her hand in support.
She smiled up at him, and Emma and Jason and Doc all looked at each other. Doc winked, and Emma had to stifle a giggle. It seemed Mary Sue had found herself a champion, too. Emma was happy for the girl.
Emma knows the beginning of the story, I'm ashamed to say, but she doesn't know what happened after.
Mary Sue blushed with shame.
I'm so sorry, Jason. I didn't mean to bring you into this mess I made of my life. I was so scared and desperate. I didn't know what to do, so I went to Emma and told her that I was with child and that the baby was yours.
This time it was Doc who gasped, as he was the only one in the room who apparently didn't know about Mary Sue's condition. Joe obviously knew, as he sat there and just continued to hold Mary Sue's hand. You're with child? Doc asked in surprise. Do you feel any pain in your abdomen? Have you experienced any bleeding?"
Mary Sue and Emma both blushed at Doc's personal questions. "No, I feel fine. Do you think I hurt the baby, Doc?" Mary asked anxiously.
"If you have no pain or bleeding, the little one's probably just fine. There's a lot of protection in there. How far along are you?"
"A month and a half, I think." Mary Sue felt herself blush again. This interrogation was awful, though she knew Doc was just concerned about her health and that of the babies.
Doc stood. "Well, I need to get back to town. Now, Mary Sue, I want you back in bed when the sheriff's through with you. I'll be back to check on your progress tomorrow morning. When you're back up and your old self again, I want you to come in for a checkup."
Doc set more gauze on the living room table.
"Joe, you wrap this around her head before she lies back down. I want to keep the swelling down and the stitches clean." "Yes, sir, Doc. You can count on me. I'll keep a close eye on her."
Emma stood also, as did both other men. "Sit down, you two. I'll leave with Doc. I have to get to school." Emma turned to Mary Sue. "I can come back this afternoon and spend some time with you." Mary Sue nodded. "I would like that," she whispered. "Thank you, Emma." Emma nodded, and she and the Doc left. Mary Sue glanced at Jason tentatively. How was he going to treat her after what she had done? Emma had been so kind and forgiving, but she was afraid Jason would not be apt to give his forgiveness.
"Mary Sue, Emma told me what happened last night." Jason didn't feel the need to tell her that he had heard what she had said. It would just cause her more pain and embarrassment. "Needless to say, I was very angry with you."
"Jason, I'm so sorry. What I did was not only selfish but sinful. I lied about you to the woman you love. I'm so sorry." Mary Sue's eyes filled with tears, and she wiped them away furiously. She was not going to be a weepy woman. Jason didn't need to deal with a hysterical female. Joe gave her hand another supportive squeeze.
"I do forgive you, Mary Sue. I'm sure you were beyond desperate. You were alone and abandoned. You had to have been very frightened."
Mary Sue nodded her head, but said nothing and continued to stem the tears.
"Emma told me you were going to tell your parents. Did you?"
Jason kept his voice calm and friendly. He wanted to help her, especially now that Joe was involved with her and apparently very happy about it. Mary Sue nodded again. "I did, and it was awful. My father was furious. He yelled at me and called me terrible names. My mother just sat there saying nothing but showing her disgust in her face. It was awful."
"Is your father the one who hit you?"
Mary Sue looked down at her lap, and Jason saw a tear land on the back of her hand.
"He's the bastard that hit her," Joe hissed in anger.
"That son of a bitch ever lays a hand on her again, and he'll be dealing with me. Let's see how brave he is then." Jason was surprised. He had no love for the mayor, but had never seen him lose his temper. The thought that he would hit his daughter in her face made him sick and angry. "Mary Sue, what happened after that? How did you end up with a concussion?" "My father said he was going to send me away and take my baby. I told him I wanted to go to my grandparents, and I wanted to keep the baby. That's when he slapped me, and he stormed out of the room. My mother followed him and called me a disgrace to the family. I couldn't stay there. I just couldn't. I walked to Hank's stable and took out Jackson. I didn't know where I was going. I just needed to ride." Joe took over the story. "Princess and I were doing our rounds when I heard hooves coming up fast behind me. Mary Sue went past me. I could tell something was wrong. Princess and I laid chase, and I yelled at Mary Sue to stop multiple times, but she didn't hear me. When she got to the fence that surrounds the Trask's meadow, she tried to jump it." "Jackson's no jumper," said Jason. "I wasn't thinking clearly at the time," Mary Sue broke in. "I forgot I was on Jackson. I thought I was on my Betsy. She loves to jump." Jason nodded his understanding, and Joe continued. "God, it was horrible, Jason. It was like slow motion. The horse stopped, and Mary Sue flew over the fence and landed hard on the ground. I can tell you, I stopped breathing for a moment.
I thought she was dead. I jumped over the fence and saw she was breathing, but also that she had a bad gash on her head. I brought her here, as it was the closest place, and then I sent for Doc." Jason looked at Joe and nodded. "You did the right thing. If you had ridden with her all the way into town, you could have caused more damage. What we need to think about now is what is the next step. How do we protect Mary Sue from the gossips and from her family?" "I don't give a damn about her parents. They lost all rights to her the minute her father slapped her and her mother abandoned her. Mary Sue is my responsibility now." Jason looked back and forth between the couple sitting before him. He realized that Mary Sue didn't look frightened or distraught. If anything, her smile she gave Joe made her look downright happy. "Is there something I'm missing here?" he asked. Joe took Mary Sue's hand again and looked at his best friend and partner. "Mary Sue has agreed to become my wife." Joe looked a little nervous, as if he were afraid Jason wouldn't approve. Jason had to admit he was surprised. This all came rather quickly. But then again, who was he to talk? He and Emma had known each other only a few days, and he wanted to propose to her yesterday. Love was a crazy thing. With an authentic smile on his face, Jason congratulated the two. "I think you two are perfect for each other. Mary Sue, if you could get all that horse talk out of him before he comes into work each day, I would be forever grateful." Mary Sue giggled. "I'll do my best, Jason." Joe broke into the conversation. "We want to get married as soon as possible. I want her out of that toxic house she lives in. I guess I do need to inform her father that we plan to marry. I'm sure as hell not asking him for permission. But what do we do in the meantime? I'm serious, Jason. I'm not letting her go back there." Jason sat back and thought about the problem. The mayor could cause Joe and his daughter a lot of grief. He needed to find a way to control the mayor. "Well, let's start with the easier problem. We could move Mary Sue to Doc's house. You know Carla will watch over her like a mother hen. I can get Doc to say that she can't be moved. No one would question Doc. That would give us a few more days to make a plan. Would you be okay with that, Mary Sue? Staying with the Carvers?" "Oh, yes, Jason, that's a wonderful idea. The Carvers are so like my grandparents. But wouldn't I be a burden, and what would Carla think when she finds out I'm with child? I can't ask them to take a fallen woman into their home." Mary Sue looked like she was about to cry again. Joe put his arms around her. "Mary Sue, the Carvers are not judgmental. They'll help you in any way they can. They care about you, and Carla will be happy to fuss all over you. You may have to make them the godparents of the baby." Mary Sue seemed unconvinced. "Are you sure? What if my father threatens them?" Jason took on that fear. "The last thing your father's going to want is a scandal running through the town right now before the election. He will want to keep things as quiet as we do." Jason had a sudden idea and smiled. It must have been somewhat of an evil smile because Joe gave him a strange look. "What's going through that head of yours, Jason? You look like the cat that caught the mouse." "The election," Jason said. "I think I know how to use the election to get your father to do anything we ask of him, Mary Sue." Both Mary Sue and Joe looked at each other in surprise and then at Jason. "My father's impossible to control. In his mind, he owns this town. What can you possibly do to keep him from coming after Joe or Doc?" Mary Sue sounded unconvinced. Jason just smiled at her. "Leave it to me. Joe, wait until tomorrow to tell John you want to marry his daughter. Let's get Mary Sue settled at Doc's. I'll go see the mayor later today and then report back to you." Joe knew better than to question Jason. Jason had to run things through his head and make sure they came out right before he would share them. "Okay, I'll bring Mary Sue to Doc's when my shift starts this evening. If Emma comes over, she can go with us as a chaperone. No one will think anything of it. Everyone will just be concerned over Mary Sue's welfare. We'll tell them that she had a riding accident, and Doc wants her close by so he can monitor her." Jason stood up. "Good idea. I will stop by Doc's and make sure he's okay with all this. I'll let Emma know what's happening. Mary Sue, do you have any commitments today that we have to worry about?" Mary Sue scrunched her nose and thought, I was supposed to host a luncheon for my mother this afternoon, but I'm sure she'll make some excuse once she realizes I'm not in my room. She saw the handprint on my face. She would have to hide me anyway. I'll stop by your home first and talk to your mother. John should have already headed to the office. I'm sure she'll cooperate if she doesn't want the whole town to know what her husband did to you. Your mother may be cold, but she's not stupid. Jason put on his hat and headed for the door. Rest up, Mary Sue, so the ride into town won't be too difficult. I'll see you later, Joe. Chapter 18. Jason wished that he could talk over his plan with Emma, but she was in school. She was his last stop. He hoped no one needed him for anything today. He'd be around town making his presence known, but he had a lot to organize to get this ball rolling. How in the world had his life become so crazy so fast? Adam gets himself arrested. Jason got his wish to be with Emma. He punched a man in the face. He almost lost his mind when he heard Mary Sue's voice in Emma's house. The mayor abused his daughter. Mary Sue almost got killed. And now she and Joe were getting married. This was like those dime romance novels the young women of the town liked to read. If he wasn't living it, he wouldn't believe it himself. On Friday, his life was normal and predictable. Now it was Wednesday morning, and he had a lot of manipulating, begging, and threatening to do. He sighed and headed to the Drake's house. Lydia had no idea what she should do. She had gone into Mary Sue's room to have it out with her, but found the room empty. Where could the girl be? Mary Sue always slept in later than they did. When had she left? Where had she gone? This was a disaster. That foolish girl was going to ruin everything. She knew Mary Sue was going to be a problem when she had gone from a gangly, messy-haired, and almost always dirtily clad little girl to a beautiful young woman. She wanted to leave Mary Sue at her parents' ranch, but John had taken one look at his beautiful daughter and had brought her back to play the perfect hostess, the perfect daughter. Unfortunately, she was not the perfect daughter by any means. Mary Sue was an unknown when it came to the Drake legacy she and her husband were trying to build. She had no interest in wearing beautiful clothes and chairing social committees or acting like a young lady should. She loved to ride and cook and work in the garden at her grandparents' ranch. Lydia was beginning to realize that she should have taken Mary Sue under her wing much earlier and trained her to be a woman of class and poise. She and John had been busy adding to their fortune and their standing. She had been glad when Mary Sue showed a preference for living at the ranch. She herself couldn't wait to leave that horrible place. She hated the smell of animals, and horses should be pulling buggies for transport only. She had no urge to do the many daily chores. How often had she to ride to school 20 minutes each way? She smelled like a horse all day. At age 12, she had insisted on taking the two-seater buggy to school. She remembered how she braided some of her hair ribbons through the wheel's spokes. She was the only one with a buggy. The girls at school had all been so jealous. But even that small victory did not make up for all the dirt and the dust of the ranch. She'd married John when she had turned 18 and he was 27. Neither of her parents liked him because he was 9 years older than her and also wanted nothing to do with ranching. He was a businessman and wanted to run the whole town eventually. Her parents had feared that the ranch would die with them if she and John took no interest in it. But Lydia was determined. She would leave the ranch and live in town, and she would make something of herself. And she had. She was the leading lady in Elizabethtown. Everyone came to her for advice and help. John was the mayor, and he had great plans to expand the town, buy up more land, and eventually run for mayor in Austin. They had bought a house in Austin 5 years ago to establish residency. They visited often, and both she and John were becoming more than well known. She volunteered for different committees, and John had an in with many of the men in government. Everything was heading in the right direction. And then Mary Sue dropped her bombshell. She was with child. It was inconceivable. It was a disaster. Lydia knew she had a few enemies in town, women who begrudged her for her position and power. If this got out, it could ruin all they had worked for. And then John had lost his temper and slapped her. Now she had to hide the girl until the bruise healed. Everything was getting more and more complicated. John didn't even know Mary Sue was missing. He was already at work. Lydia began to pace. It was up to her to salvage this situation. Sending Mary Sue away until the baby was born was impossible. John wasn't thinking. Everyone would question where and why she had gone during this important election time. People would talk, and that wasn't good at a time like this. Lydia stopped pacing when she remembered a discussion she had with a lady friend in Austin. Apparently the woman's niece found herself with child. Her parents had taken her to a clinic where they were able to get rid of the baby. She remembered her friend being distraught as there were complications and her niece had almost died. But that was at least 4 years ago. They must have discovered a safer way to do the procedure. Mary Sue would be safe. She was strong and healthy. The more she thought about it, the more she realized that she'd come up with a solution. She needed to go to John and discuss it with him, and then head to Austin to get things set up. Before she headed to John's office, she needed to send him a note to wait for her arrival. She couldn't chase him all over town. She rang for her maid, scribbled out a quick note, and told her to give it to a boy to deliver to the mayor. Now she needed to figure out where Mary Sue had gone. There was a knock at the door that made Lydia jump. Who was that? The last thing she needed was one of the church ladies or social committee members wanting her to fix this or that. She sighed in frustration and headed to the door. Jason waited on the front stoop. He hadn't wanted to knock politely. He wanted to barge in and give that cold bitch a tongue lashing. How dare she treat her daughter in such a manner? When Jason thought of his own mother and grandmother and what warm, wonderful people they were, he just could not imagine someone not loving her own child. The Johnsons, Mary Sue's grandparents, were a fun-loving couple who laughed a lot and enjoyed living this simple but physical life on a ranch. How had their daughter turned out so cold? There must be some wicked old spinster somewhere in their background, and her personality was coming out in Lydia Drake. Jason was about to hammer his fist on the door when it opened. Lydia stood there impeccably dressed, not a hair out of place. Her severe demeanor took away from what once must have been a beautiful woman. "Sheriff, what can I do for you? I'm very busy this morning. I was on my way out." She spoke like a woman who was in control and had not a care in the world. He was going to wipe that expression off her face and enjoy doing it. "I have some information about your daughter you may want to hear." Lydia gripped the door, and her face went pale. Jason was glad to see he had pierced that cold armor she wore. "May I come in?" he asked, as he stepped past her and into the room, not waiting for an invitation. Lydia closed the door and followed the sheriff into the living room. What did he know? Why was he here? She needed to put her plan in motion. She didn't have time for this. "Perhaps you are wanting to know where your daughter is?" Jason opened the conversation after he had taken his seat and waited for Lydia to seat herself. "What do you mean, Sheriff? I'm sure she's in her room sleeping." "Well, perhaps you should go check on her, as any concerned mother would do. I'll wait right here while you do." Jason sat back in the chair, crossed one knee over the other, and glared at Mrs. Drake. Lydia rose. She didn't know what the sheriff knew, but it couldn't be good. She needed to play along. "Okay, Sheriff, I'll check on her and be right back. Do you want me to wake her and have her come out here?" She was good, Jason thought. She was acting the part of a concerned mother who had no idea her daughter was missing. Jason knew better. The look in Lydia's eyes when she saw him on the front porch said it all. He wondered how far she would go with the act when she came back. It could be entertaining. Some people in town would pay good money to see Lydia Drake uncomfortable and not in control. He heard her footsteps as she re-entered the room. He didn't bother getting up. He had no respect for this woman, though his grandmother would box him in the ears if he knew he was being rude to a lady. "I don't understand. Mary Sue's not in her room. Gosh, where could she be?" Lydia wrung her hands. A nice touch, Jason thought, but a waste on him. "Your daughter left last night after your husband slapped her across the face," Jason said without preamble. "Let's cut to the chase, shall we, Mrs. Drake? I know she had a fight with her father. I know he slapped her. I know you just sat there and did nothing. Do I have all the facts?" Jason wanted to save the pregnancy for later in the conversation. Lydia stiffened. "How dare you speak to me in such a manner? You can't know what went on last night. Mary Sue was being silly and hysterical. I tried to console her, but she would have none of it." Jason would have none of that line of bull that was coming out of Mrs. Drake's mouth. "Mrs. Drake, please sit down. I have more to tell you that I'm sure you'll want to hear." Jason was sure his sarcasm was wasted on the woman. Lydia sat, but every fiber in her body quivered with anger. How dare this man come into her home and speak to her like this? How dare Mary Sue put her in this position? "Where is my daughter then, Sheriff?" Lydia asked. "Your daughter has had a riding accident." Jason said no more, as he wanted to see if there was any motherly instinct in the woman. "Don't be silly, Sheriff. Mary Sue is an excellent rider. She's never fallen from her horse." "She didn't fall. She was thrown and knocked unconscious. Had she not been found, she could have died." Jason was glad to see a flicker of concern in the mayor's wife. Then she was all business again. "Is she okay? Where is she? And who found her?" Jason got the distinct feeling that Mrs. Drake was more concerned about who knew about the incident than the actual well-being of her daughter. What a horrible woman, he thought. If the mayor had gotten his way, this woman would have been his mother-in-law. Jason shivered at the mere thought of it. Poor Joe, he mused. "She's at the Carvers," Joe lied. "Doc wants to keep an eye on her for a few days. Concussions are tricky, and she was out for at least 2 hours. My deputy found her last night in Trask's Meadow. He saved her life." "She needs to be moved home immediately. She can't stay with the Carvers. What would the townspeople think?" "Frankly, Mrs. Drake, I don't give a good goddamn what the townspeople think. I wouldn't allow Mary Sue back into this house even if you had Joan of Arc looking after her." Lydia rose in fury. "She is my daughter. What her father and I say will happen, will happen. Who do you think you are telling me what to do?" Jason rose too and stepped closer to the enraged woman. "Let me make myself perfectly clear, Mrs. Drake. Mary Sue is of age. She chooses to recover at Doc's. There is no way she's coming back to a house where she is physically and verbally abused by both of you. I saw the handprint. I saw Mary Sue's fear and despair. You may be interested to know that I am well aware of the fact that she is with child, and I'm going to do all I can to protect her and her baby." Lydia went pale and fell into the chair. This was bad. This was a nightmare. He knew. Jason was heading to the door. "By the way, Mrs. Drake, I'll be visiting your husband next. I would appreciate if you stayed here. We don't want the whole town to know about the Drake family problems, do we?" Jason snapped his hat on his head and stomped out of the house, just keeping himself from slamming the door behind him. John sat at his desk and wondered what was taking Lydia so long to get here. Her note said that she would be here in half an hour. He couldn't make heads or tails of the rest of the note. His wife was usually precise. This was unlike her, and her tardiness was unlike her too. Had she had a run-in with Mary Sue this morning? John had purposely left earlier than usual. He didn't know if he could control himself around his daughter. Lydia had warned him that Mary Sue was too good-looking and would draw trouble to herself and them like nails to a magnet. But that was part of her appeal. Everyone cared about her. She was the best tool he had at the moment. He had angered a couple council members last year when he had bought a plot of land near the new railroad terminal without disclosing it to them and letting them in on it. Mary Sue had been the one to cajole them into accepting defeat, telling them there was bigger and better things to come for their growing town. Men's tongues lolled in their mouths when they looked at her. No one could stay mad at him for long when they were smitten with his daughter. Now she had gone and ruined everything. He had to make good on his threat to send her away, and that baby would not be gracing his doorstep. It was horrible timing, but he could think of nothing else to do. He hoped Lydia had found a solution, though for the life of him, he couldn't imagine what it could be. His thoughts were interrupted by Jason. The sheriff came by often to check the going-ons in town. John wished he wouldn't. The man was too smart and a goody two-shoes. He was getting in the way of all of its plans. John pasted a smile on his face, stood, and greeted the sheriff. "What can I do for you today, Sheriff? I'm a bit short on time. I'm expecting my wife. We have some business to attend to." Jason unceremoniously plopped himself in one of the office chairs. "Would that business concern Mary Sue?" John frowned and lowered himself into his chair. "Why would you say that, Sheriff?" John didn't like the look on Jason's face. Jason never showed any inclination towards friendship, but he'd always been polite in his company. The body language and the grim face were making him uncomfortable. Did he know something about last night? There was no possibility. Mary Sue was at home, ensconced in her room, feeling sorry for herself. "I just came from a meeting with your wife." John kept his face blank, but his insides were in turmoil. Why would the sheriff go to his house this early in the morning? "May I ask what business you had with Lydia, or were you looking for me?" "I wanted to speak with both of you, separately." This statement put John on high alert. That is what lawmen said when they were interrogating wrongdoing. Is that what Dunbar was hinting at? "I'm truly confused, Sheriff. What do you want with me, let alone my wife? As I've said, I'm expecting her any minute. I don't have time for games." "You'll be waiting a long time for her arrival." Jason had not changed his position or his facial features. He was giving non-committal answers. He wanted John uncomfortable, and by the look of him, it was working. The man shifted in his chair, nervously fingered the papers in front of him, and had a hard time looking into Jason's eyes. Jason said nothing more, and the silence stretched interminably. John couldn't take it anymore and jumped up furious. "What game are you playing, Sheriff? I've nothing to hide, nor does my wife. Speak up or get the hell out of my office." John's face had turned red, and his lips were a tight line. "It seems you had a little run-in with your daughter last night, which led to her having a riding accident and almost dying." "Ridiculous. Mary Sue's an excellent rider. She does not have riding accidents." Jason found it telling that both the mayor and his wife chose to vaunt her riding skills instead of focusing on the almost getting killed part. It reinforced everything Mary Sue had told him. Had he had any skepticism about her relationship with her family, it would be laid to rest with her parents' reactions to her accident. She was obviously an afterthought, not a cherished daughter. Jason felt sick again. How is it no one in town knew about this? It was like the entire family were actors on a stage. They performed the part of a loving family, and the town enjoyed the performance and clapped right along. "Tell me what happened last night, Mayor. Tell me how Mary Sue became assaulted." The mayor sputtered and almost spit with fury. "I will not have you question me about my personal matters. You have no right to poke into my family business. I want you out of here now." Jason was surprised no one came rushing in at the mayor's bellowing, but perhaps his people knew of his volatile temper and kept clear. "Do you not wish to hear how your daughter was almost killed and where she is at the moment?" Jason kept his voice low and calm. He still hadn't moved. He knew the mayor wanted to throw him out, but he also knew the mayor was wise enough to know it wouldn't end there. John breathed in a huge breath, calmed himself, and sat back down. "Mary Sue was fine when I saw her last night, and now you're telling me she left the house without my or my wife's knowledge and had an accident? As fine as one can be when her father slapped her across the face? As fine as one can be when one is frightened to death because one is with child? As fine as one can be when one's own flesh and blood threatens to send one away and take one's baby?" Jason's cold and biting words cut through the mayor's newfound calmness. "She told you she was with child?" he asked in complete shock. "She couldn't have. She wouldn't have. It would ruin her and her mother and me." "I know, Joe knows, Doc knows, and Miss Brown knows." John slumped forward, placing his head in his hands. "This can't be happening." "Oh, it happened, John. It happened because instead of helping your daughter, you physically, verbally, and emotionally abused her. She tried to kill herself in her desperation. If Joe hadn't found her, she could have died. Can you forget about the damn election long enough to show some concern for your daughter?" "Of course I'm concerned about her. I'm her father, damn it. What happened and where is she?" "Ah, the dulcet tones of a father's love," Jason said sarcastically. "Your daughter is at Doc's." Jason lied for the second time. "Apparently, she was so distraught last night that she went to Hank's and borrowed a horse." "Hank knows too? Oh my God, he's the biggest gossip in town. Now how am I going to keep this quiet?" Right now, all Jason wanted to do was punch John in the nose. "Hank knows nothing. Can I get back to your daughter's trauma, or do you need time to bemoan your horrible fate some more?" Disgust laced his tone. John had the good sense to look embarrassed, closed his mouth, and nodded. "Mary Sue was thrown from Jackson when she tried to jump a fence. She hit her head on a rock and was knocked unconscious. She was found by Joe, and he had Doc sew her up. She's now conscious and coherent, but Doc wants to keep an eye on her for a couple more days. She needs to be moved home immediately. We can care for her. We don't need Doc in our business." "Take care of her as you did last night? I don't think so." Jason knew the battle with the mayor would be tougher than the one with his wife, but he was determined for Mary Sue and Joe's sake to fight to the bitter end. "Look, Sheriff, she is my daughter, and she'll do as I say. I want her home, and that's that. I'll send one of my people over with a wagon to pick her up. This is no longer your problem." The mayor looked like he was ready to dismiss Jason with a wave of a hand. "Let me repeat myself, Mayor. I will not risk you sending Mary Sue away and destroying her life. You've done enough damage." "My daughter will come home, and she will do as I say. You can take yourself and your threats right on out of here. I've had enough of you, Sheriff. Mary Sue is my responsibility, not yours." "She won't be your responsibility much longer. She and Joe plan on marrying next week." Jason waited for the next explosion. It didn't take long. "Marry Joe? What kind of ridiculousness is that? I thought you were going to marry her. Haven't you been courting her all year?" His voice rose on each word. "I have never pursued your daughter. You, though, not Mary Sue, pursued me. She's in love with Joe, as he is with her. They will be married." "Over my dead body!" shouted the mayor. "That can be arranged," Jason said. "Are you threatening me, Sheriff? I can replace you and that deputy of yours just like that," he said with a snap of the fingers. "No one threatens me and gets away with it." "Let me tell you exactly what's going to happen, John. Not only are Joe and Mary Sue going to get married, but you and Lydia are going to give your blessing. You will be at the wedding smiling as you give your daughter away." "I will do no such thing!" John roared. "That's it, Sheriff. You're done in this town. Get out of my office and go pack your things and tell Joe to do the same. I'll be meeting with the council members this afternoon. Don't think I don't know that you'll keep Mary Sue's indiscretions quiet. You won't do it for me, but you'll do it for her and Joe. Same for Doc and Joe. So you are just full of empty threats and a lot of hot air. I'm not asking you to leave again." Jason stood up slowly, placed both hands on the mayor's desk, and leaned in closer. "If you hurt Mary Sue or Joe, or dare to try to get me fired, I will run against you for mayor in the upcoming election. My term as sheriff is up, as I'm sure you are aware. I've made it clear I won't be running for sheriff again. Let me remind you that I'm well liked in this town. My family was a big part of this town. You, Mayor, are not well liked. You are simply tolerated as there was no one opposing you. Should I run against you, I would win in a landslide." The mayor's face had gone stark white. "You know I speak the truth, Mayor. I can see it in your face. I'll be in touch with you about the upcoming nuptials. Have a good day, sir." Jason felt dirty. There was no other way to describe it. He felt the need to jump in a lake and scrub off all the filth. He wanted Emma, but he still had one more stop. As he headed towards Doc's, he couldn't help but look at the bully he had become. This is not how he did business. He was normally a compassionate and understanding man who did all he could for his constituents. But in the last couple of days, he had witnessed things that brought out the guard dog in him. He had never been prone to violence and had a fairly non-confrontational career as sheriff the last 2 years. But now he wanted to plant his fist into multiple people's faces, including a woman's. Good grief. He needed Emma and her 100% belief in him, because right now he was hovering at 32% belief in himself. Gramblin was a piece of cake compared to this mess. So many people could be hurt if things went south. John was a hothead, but he did have an ingrained sense of self-survival. So Jason hoped he wouldn't be the one to make this into a scandal for the ages. He trudged on towards Doc's. It was barely 11 in the morning, and he felt very tired. Doc looked up when Jason walked into his office and frowned. The boy looked like hell. Had Mary Sue taken a turn for the worse? "Jason, is Mary Sue all right? You look like a dog who was left on the side of the road, hog-tied and in a dust storm. I thought all was going well when I left. Why so glum?" "You'd be glum, too, if you spent the morning with the ice queen of Elizabethtown, Her Royal Highness Lydia Drake, and then went to confront the king himself in his office. Those two have to be the rottenest parents this side of the Mississippi." Jason plopped himself in one of the chairs and sighed. "I just played a game of who can threaten whom the best. I won." Doc chuckled. "I'm intrigued. Do tell. How did you manage to corral the lovely Mrs. Drake and her equally unlovable husband, our illustrious mayor?" "Doc, you wouldn't believe those two. They show no concern for their daughter's welfare. All they care about is their position in town. Luckily, I could use that obsession to my advantage." Jason filled Doc in on the encounter as best as he could, trying to leave nothing out. He wanted Doc's feedback. "You are brilliant, my boy. I never would have thought of that. You hit the one threat that would have John hopping mad, but jumping to do as you bid." Doc was rubbing his hands together in glee. "I've never liked that pompous ass, but I never had any reason to wish him ill. But now he deserves everything he gets." Doc started chuckling again. "Oh, how I wish I could have been a fly on the wall when you said you would run against him. Simply brilliant. Couldn't have come up with something better myself. My hat's off to you, Sheriff." Jason grinned for the first time that morning. "I have to admit, it was kind of fun watching him squirm. At one point, I thought I might have to send for you. Thought he was about to have a heart attack. Now it's a waiting game to see what he'll do. I plan on sending Joe over to him tomorrow to ask for Mary Sue's hand. I don't want to give John too much time to try to slither out of the situation." "That's probably a good idea. Get it through that thick head of his that his daughter's getting married whether he likes it or not. You could have knocked me over with a pipe cleaner when you all said she was with child. You need to warn an old man like me. I'm likely to expire on the spot." "Old man, my foot." Jason grinned. "You haven't even turned 60 yet." "Well, I'm slowing down. Can't keep up with the likes of you young'uns. That sweet little girl, compromised by some man. I still can't wrap my head around it. I know it wasn't Joe, or you would have popped him one. Joe's a good man. I'm proud of him stepping up and helping out Mary Sue." "Joe's been in love with Mary Sue for years. This is not a burden to him. You remember his sister Marjorie? The whole family stood by her. I'm not surprised Joe is standing by Mary Sue. If we can keep this mess under wraps, I think they will have a good marriage and that baby will have 2 loving parents." "The missus and I'll do all we can to help you out. You know that." "I do know that. And that's part of why I'm here. Mary Sue can't stay with Joe. The town biddies would make short work of both of them. Joe refuses to let Mary Sue go home to her parents. He's afraid they'll whisk her away and he'll never see her again. I was wondering if she could stay with you and Carla until the wedding next week. I figure we can tell everyone she's recovering from her accident and you want to keep a close eye on her." Excellent idea, Jason. I don't like the idea of that girl under her parents' roof either. I still can't believe that John hit his daughter, and he hit her hard. If I were a younger man, I'd horsewhip the man. You'd have to stand in line behind Joe and me. I'm betting Emma might want in on it too, and I wouldn't put it past Carla to take a few swings at him. Doc laughed again. I think you've got that right. When can we expect Mary Sue? I want to let Carla know and get the room set up nice and comfy for the poor girl. Joe and Emma will bring her over earlier in the evening, before the start of Joe's shift. I'm going to Emma's next to set things up. She'll make a good chaperone and shut down anyone who asks any uncomfortable questions. She thinks quickly on her feet. Sounds good. We'll be ready for her whenever she arrives. Jason stood and held out his hand. Thanks, Doc. It seems I've been asking a lot of favors from you lately. Well, you continue to ask away. That Adam is a godsend, and Mary Sue is one of my favorite people on the face of this earth. Doc shook Jason's hand and then headed out with him. You know, Sheriff, I am a bit worried. Jason glanced at Doc with a raised brow. You've made quite a few enemies this week. Adam told me about that nasty director in Austin, and now you have the mayor and his wife in quite a fix. You look out for yourself, you hear? I will, Doc. Thanks for your concern. I'll keep an eye open while I sleep. Jason winked at his friend and headed out the door. One more stop before he could get back to the office. He had a good half an hour before the students had their supper hour. He might as well do some of his rounds, try to keep the day as normal as possible. He waved at Mrs. Gladstone as she made her way out of one of the stores that lined the streets. She waved back with a genuine smile on her face. Normalcy. That was a plan for the rest of the day. Jason snorted. Yeah, right. Emma tried to pull out of Jason's arms, but he wouldn't let her. Jason, anyone could walk in at any moment, and I need to get out to the schoolyard to supervise the children. I've had a stressful morning. I need some loving, woman. Can you be so cruel to a man who had to meet with the Queen of Ice and his royal pain in the ass all within the last hour? Jason nuzzled her neck and breathed in her familiar scent. He could feel his blood pressure lower and his stress ease. Besides, I know the older girls from room 2 watch the kids during the dinner hour so that you can take a break and eat a bite. I just want a couple more bites of you. He nibbled her neck and worked his way to her ear. Emma shuddered and moaned, but then came to her senses. Jason Dunbar! She pushed hard at his chest. Behave yourself. If anyone sees us, I'll lose my position. Jason sighed and stepped away from her and leaned a hip against her desk. Yes, ma'am. It seems I'm still getting in trouble at school. Emma shook out her skirts and smiled at him. You must have been an adorable little boy. I bet your teacher loved you dearly, even if you were a scamp. She loved me enough to paddle my backside a few times. Poor dear. She patted his cheek gently. So tell me how things went. What's the plan? Jason filled her in on his morning and wasn't surprised at Emma's outrage over the Drakes' less than concerned attitude towards the accident. Doc said Mary Sue can stay with them until the wedding. Are you still willing to go to Joe's this afternoon and then escort her to the Carvers? Of course. I plan on stopping at Hank's and getting a horse and riding over right after school. I want to find out what Mary Sue might need from her house. I guess I'll have to be the one to go over there and pick up some of her things. I hope Lydia doesn't cause any issues. That woman makes me uncomfortable. Don't worry. I'll go over with you and wait outside. That will keep her on her best behavior. Oh, Jason, this is just so sad. I wish I had a magic wand and could fix it all. It's not as bad as you make it out to be. Mary Sue woke up and found the man who loved her. I'm no longer her target, and though there's a baby on the way, it'll be a loved one. I just need to keep an eye on John. I'm not sure what he might try. I've never seen him so angry. Doc's concerned, too. Jason, I'm worried, too. He has power and money. He could make your life miserable. Well, let's cross the bridge when we come to it. One thing at a time. First, we get Mary Sue settled in. Second, we get the wedding put together. And third, we hope all hell doesn't break loose during 1 and 2. Emma laughed and walked with them to the schoolhouse door. I do hope there's no 4, 5, or 6s to follow. Jason gave her a quick kiss. There'll be no more worrying. How about we go get some supper tonight at the diner after you get Mary Sue settled? You won't have any time to cook, and I think we both deserve an evening out. Emma looked uncomfortable. Oh, Jason, I don't know. I've never been out in the evening since I arrived here. Are you sure? I still have some soup and bread. You said you wanted to be a couple. This is what couples do. Are you changing your mind on me? No, never. I'm just nervous. People will talk. Emma, darling, they will be talking about Joe and Mary Sue so much you and I could run naked down Main Street and nobody would glance in our direction. Emma slapped his arm. Jason Dunbar, what has gotten into you? She tried to remain shocked and outraged, but she couldn't hold in the giggles. It was just too wonderful to be with this man. I'll be ready at 8. That's my girl. Jason gave her a wink and headed towards the sheriff's office. Chapter 19. Emma stood looking into the mirror. Her eyes saw the physical woman that was there, but her mind tumbled with so many thoughts, and none of them matched the well-dressed, beautifully coiffed woman who stared back at her. She turned away from the mirror and put away some of the clothes that she had washed. The late afternoon move of Mary Sue to the Carvers had gone smoothly. Anyone they had run into had been so concerned over Mary Sue, they hadn't seen it as odd that she and Joe had been her chaperones. Mary Sue's bonnet had covered the red mark on her cheek. Then Emma had gotten Mary Sue her things from the house. It had been strained and awkward, but Lydia had had everything packed and ready to go. All of that had been easy compared to what she was about to do. Emma looked in the mirror again. She was wearing her best dress, one she hadn't worn in almost a year. It was a mossy green color that brought out the color of her eyes. The neckline was lower than she remembered it being, and she tugged on it. The dress was cinched at the waist, accentuating her narrow waist and her curved hips. All in all, Emma didn't remember the dress being so provocative. Had she truly worn this dress in the past without a thought as to its form-fitting nature? Had she truly been so self-assured back then to wear such a garment as if it were her due? How would Jason react? She had dressed like an old schoolmarm for so long that the entire town would stare gape-mouthed at her. She no longer liked being the center of attention. Before her parents died, she'd been considered one of the town's beauties. Emma thought of Mary Sue. How much they actually had in common. Young women sought after by men and then abused by those men. It was no wonder that she had felt drawn to Mary Sue. Being beautiful and being sought after was not an easy life. Did your beau love you for who you were or how you looked? Emma knew Jason loved her for who she was. She had shown herself to this town as a plain old schoolmarm, and he had seen past it. She need not worry, as Mary Sue must have, whether a gentleman cared for her inside and out. She knew Jason did. She only hoped she didn't shock him with the new look tonight. Jason knocked lightly on Emma's door and let himself in. He was ready for a quiet night out with the woman he loved. He heard her rustling around in her bedroom. Emma, you ready? I'll be right there. Well, here goes nothing, she thought. She grabbed her shawl and headed into the living room. Jason watched as a vision of green glided towards him. His mouth went dry, and his entire body went tight. Emma was stunning. From the top of her head to the tips of her toes, she looked like a siren. The golden streaks in her light brown hair shined in a loose updo. Her dress highlighted her lithe figure and made her green eyes glitter. What happened to the ugly brown skirt and white blouse? How was he going to behave himself with her looking like that? He wanted to pull her back into her room and slowly unbutton her frock until every inch of her was exposed to his eyes and then to his hands and lips. Jason? Emma's voice sounded strained. Are you okay? Should I go change? I shouldn't I? This is too much for the diner. I'll be right back." She turned embarrassed, ready to hustle into her room. "Don't you dare!" Jason managed to sputter out. "Don't you dare take one more step!" Emma stopped and turned back and saw him stalking towards her. He looked like a tiger ready to devour her. "You look stunning." He pulled her into his arms. "You took my breath away and my mind. My goodness, woman. You need to warn a man before walking out of a room looking like that." Emma giggled in delight and kissed him on his lips. "Thank you," she whispered as she cupped his face in her hands. "Thank you for the nice compliment." "It's a good thing I have my gun. I may have to shoot a few men tonight. Doc and Adam are going to have a busy time of it. Come on, beautiful. Let's start our night out." Jason's words proved to be right. Just on the short walk to the diner, at least 2 men had run smack into a post as they turned to watch Emma. Emma didn't notice, but Jason did, and he had to hide his laugh with a cough. He knew Emma was uncomfortable, and he didn't want to add to it. When they arrived at the diner, Sally greeted them with an open-mouthed stare. "Miss Brown, is that really you? Oh my goodness, you look marvelous. Where did you ever get that divine dress? And your hair, did you style it yourself? Can you show me how to do that?" "Sally," Tucker, her husband, growled from behind her. "Give the woman a moment to breathe. Hello, Sheriff, Miss Brown. Let me take you to a table, as my wife seems to be out of commission at the moment." Tucker gave his wife a loving pat on the bottom and led Emma and Jason to the table. Sally recovered. "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to—" Emma waved Sally's apology aside. "Thank you for the compliment, and I'd love to show you how to do your hair." Jason and Emma were so caught up in their first real night out that they failed to notice the many glances and whispers moving from table to table. Were the well-liked sheriff and the beloved Miss Brown an item? Women sighed, and their men rolled their eyes, grateful that they were not the center of attention. The sheriff had no idea the amount of ribbing he would be getting in the next few days. "I'm so looking forward to Sunday and seeing Adam. I miss him terribly." "I know you do, but every day he seems more self-assured, more excited about being Doc's assistant. He misses you, too. You're the first thing he asks about every time I see him." Jason gave Emma's hand a squeeze. "Only a few more days, and you two can see each other as much as you want. You're doing a good thing, Emma." "I know, and I'm so proud of him." Emma's eyes glistened with tears. "My little brother is almost a grown man. Jason, his birthday is the following Sunday. I want to have a little party for him at my house." 2 parties in 1 week? We may all end up spoiled rotten and as fat as John Thompson's cow Bessie. Home-cooked meals and dessert, I suppose. I'll be waddling down the streets during my rounds." "You'll live." Emma smiled at the fit man sitting across from her. "I want to make a special birthday cake for Adam. You only turn 18 and become a man once in life. It's a special occasion." "Who do you want to invite?" "I'm thinking of Doc and Carla, and Joe and Mary Sue. Everyone has done so much for Adam. I want them all there to help celebrate and to thank them for all they've done." "Well, you let me know what you need from me. I want to help." Emma sighed in contentment. How wonderful it felt to have such caring and wonderful people in her life. Lydia sat on the sofa and watched her husband pace. She'd never seen him this angry. But then again, she never thought that he would lose control and hit Mary Sue. Things were spiraling out of control. Was it just yesterday that she had headed the church committee meeting without a care in the world? John stopped in front of her and growled. "Jason Dunbar has another thing coming if he thinks I'm going to sit quietly aside while he dictates to this family. No one threatens me and gets away with it. He's been getting in my way for over a year now. I'm going to get rid of him, and I'm going to get that piece of property if it's the last thing I do." "And how do you plan on doing that? How do you plan to deal with our daughter's issue? We can't have a bastard grandchild running around this town." "I'm thinking an unfortunate accident should take care of the sheriff." John turned away and began to renew his pacing. "You need to put your mind into our daughter's problem. I have too much on my plate as it is. I trust you'll come up with a plan."
Lydia remained quiet. She already had a plan.
Chapter 20. John decided he needed to do some damage control around town this morning. Too many people were now aware that Mary Sue had had an accident. He needed to get the lay of the land, see how people were reacting to this disaster. He headed to the bakery for coffee and a muffin, knowing that Janet would be full of information. He pushed open the door to the bakery and stepped into the warm, cinnamon-smelling room. Many of the small tables were already filled with customers. He hadn't taken more than a couple of steps when old Mrs. Weber hurried over to him. "Oh, John, you poor man. I'm so sorry to hear about Mary Sue's accident. She's such a lovely girl. You must be beside yourself with worry." Mrs. Weber put her hand on John's arm and patted it comfortingly. "Well, thank you, Barbara, for your concern. Yes, her mother and I were frantic, but she's in good hands with Doc Carver." "I think you are so wise and caring to let her stay there and be looked after by Doc. That's what a good father should do. She's the sunlight that shines up this town, that girl of yours." Before John could comment, Mrs. Turnbull shuffled up, leaning heavily on her cane. "John, I'm so sorry to hear about Mary Sue. I hear she has a concussion. Will she be okay? We're all so worried about her." There was a grave concern in Mrs. Turnbull's eyes, and John felt himself moved by her sincere worry for Mary Sue. "Doc said she's doing well. You know how dangerous head injuries are. He just wants to monitor her for the next few days." Janet had pushed her way into the small circle. "Mayor, how did it happen? How was Mary Sue injured? Can I bring her anything? Do you and Lydia need anything?" Again, John was overwhelmed by all the concern the town folks were showing. He'd never been in a situation where people felt he needed help. He had always been the one organizing and making things happen in town. It was a strange feeling to have so many people trying to help him. The horse she was on spooked and threw her. She had the bad luck of hitting her head on a rock. Luckily, the deputy was nearby, and when he saw a riderless horse heading back into town, he went and investigated. He took Mary Sue to Doc's, and Doc sewed her up. She's fine now, but I bet she would love one of your cinnamon buns. You are the best baker in town." Janet reddened in delight at the compliment. "I'll go wrap up a few for Mary Sue and the Carvers that you can take over to them." Janet hustled back to the kitchen to do just that. David Spencer entered the bakery, and when he saw John, he headed right over. "John, Sarah and I want to wish your family the best. Can't have Mary Sue out of commission for too long. Don't know what the town would do without her. You tell her to get well soon." David gave John a slap on the shoulder. "You need anything, you just ask. This town rallies around one of their own." David headed for the counter at the back of the bakery. John just stood stunned to the spot as the two older ladies patted him on the arm again and headed back to their table. This was unbelievable. Everyone was being so kind instead of being their normal standoffish selves. What was going on? Janet came back, carrying a bag and a mug of coffee. "Here you go, Mayor. On the house. Be sure to tell Mary Sue we're all thinking about her." Thank you," John mumbled. He managed to get himself to the door and out onto the sidewalk. He began walking towards his office, still mulling over the scene in the bakery. He hadn't really understood how well loved Mary Sue was. He thought her beauty was what had made her so popular. John thought back to when she was a child, a wild little thing who loved the outdoors. Many times he'd had to patch up a skinned knee or elbow. She never cried, just wanted to get back on that fence and try to walk it again, or get back on her horse and try to jump her again. She was a fierce little thing. She got that from her mother, but put it to better use, John thought sadly. Lydia had never wiped away the blood and dirt. She didn't like blood or dirt or little girls, apparently. When had he lost touch with his daughter? Around 5 years ago, he thought. Right when Lydia had decided they should buy a house in Austin. She had plans of making him mayor of Austin, and he didn't think she would stop there. That's when Mary Sue would spend weeks at a time with her grandparents. John sighed. He didn't really understand either woman in his life. The bag in his hand hit his thigh. He forgot he was holding it. Now what, he thought. He had rolls he apparently needed to deliver to his daughter. Did he dare? Would she see him? Would the Carvers turn him away? He was brought out of his musings by a male voice. "Morning, Mayor. How's our Mary Sue doing?" Gus Briner was setting out a wheelbarrow full of bags of potatoes in front of his store. "She's good, Gus. Thanks for asking." "You and Lydia have yourselves a mighty fine daughter. This town doesn't want to see anything happen to her, so I'm right glad to hear she's on the mend." Gus gave John a slap on the shoulder and headed back into his store. This was the second shoulder slap he had received today. No one in town had ever slapped him on the shoulder. They'd shake his hand, but that was about it. It was a strange feeling getting all of this attention. He shook his head in wonder and continued up the street. He hadn't gotten more than a few blocks when Ron and Delilah Strong stepped out of the post office to greet him. "Hello, Mayor. I heard the good news that Mary Sue's recuperating at Doc's and is going to be as good as new." Delilah smiled up into his face. "We can't have Mary Sue lolling about for too long. The town can't do without her and all her good deeds." "Thank you, Delilah. I agree, that girl of mine is a real godsend. She loves this town, and she's going to be really moved by all the wonderful get-wells you all are sending her way. Lydia and I appreciate it, too. I'm on my way to see her now." John waved the bag of goodies he was holding. "Well, you tell her that we're thinking about her," said Ron, as he slapped John on the shoulder. The couple headed back into the post office. John just stood there. Slap number 3? This was authentic concern that they were all showing for him and his family. It was not forced out of respect for the town mayor. They really cared for Mary Sue, and by association cared for him and Lydia too. No one had ever treated him warmly. But then again, he'd never treated any of them warmly. And Lydia could be downright cold. Had he been that standoffish? He knew he always felt that he was above others in town. I mean, he had more money and more ambition than anyone. But now he was seeing that he and Lydia didn't truly belong to the town. He ran it, and Lydia ran a bunch of committees. But that was just it. They ran it instead of being part of it. Jason was the sheriff, but he was part of the town. Jason was right. He was well liked because the people saw him as one of their own. The town folk didn't see him or Lydia as one of their own. But they did see Mary Sue that way. Mary Sue had never placed herself above others. It had driven John crazy when she spoke to and smiled at every Tom, Dick, and Harry. And now he saw that that was what made her so well loved. He had seen the value of Mary Sue's beauty, but he had never realized her innate goodness was what made her who she was. John felt a little sick inside. What a pig-headed snob he was, and Lydia was even worse. He'd always found her the perfect mate for his political ambitions, but not exactly the perfect mate as a wife. She had a cold streak in her a mile wide. He found it odd that she had never really warmed up to being a mother. The nanny had been more loving toward Mary Sue than Lydia. Her grandparents were the only ones who showed Mary Sue unconditional love. They were a loving couple. He still didn't quite understand how Lydia turned out the way she did. She'd been so beautiful and so ambitious. He'd fallen for her right away and continued to push her to want more. Her parents had never been happy with him, complained that he needed to slow down and enjoy life. What was in having a lot of power, they had asked him. It just leads to more headaches. He and Lydia had laughed off their concerns. They had plans. And now look where they were. Everything was going up in flames. And at the moment, he almost didn't care that they were. He had all the money he needed. They had a beautiful home and a beautiful daughter. And yet, Lydia was never satisfied. She was pushing him to become mayor of Austin. She wanted to move there permanently. But did he still want that? He'd been questioning himself for weeks about pursuing the run for mayor of Austin. That was one of the reasons he had acted so harshly to Mary Sue, he realized. He had already had too much stress on him, and then Mary Sue had dropped her bombshell. He had never raised his hand to his daughter. He had raised his voice at times, but he'd never hit her. He was not a violent man. What was happening to him? John was tired, so very, very tired. John found himself in front of the Carver's house, not really knowing how he got there. His heart was thumping in his chest. Should he try to see her? Would she even let him in? He mounted the stairs slowly, placed the now empty mug on the porch railing, and still holding the bag, knocked on the door. Carla was in the kitchen with Mary Sue, sharing a cup of coffee when there was a knock at the door. She stood and told Mary Sue she'd be right back and to freshen up their coffees. It was such a delight having a girl in the house. When she opened the door, she was shocked to see John standing there, looking horribly uncomfortable and carrying what looked like a bag from the bakery. "I know I'm the last person in the world you want to see right now, Carla, but hear me out, please." John spoke before Carla could shut the door in his face. "I want to see Mary Sue." Carla began shaking her head, but John persevered. "I want to apologize to her. I want to tell her I was wrong. I want to try to help her." The words just spilled out of his mouth, and he realized in surprise that he actually meant them. Carla still stood blocking the entry with a mutinous look on her face. "John Drake, that's up to Mary Sue, and I doubt very much she wants to see you." "It's okay, Carla. You can let him in." Mary Sue had come up behind her and was looking at her father with trepidation. "Are you sure, dear? I could get the broom and sweep this filth right off the porch." It took all of John's willpower to just stand there and take the abuse, but he did. He could see the surprise in Mary Sue's eyes when he hadn't immediately lashed out at Carla. He also saw the handprint he had left on her face, and he felt sick. He had done that. He was so ashamed. Yes, I'm sure," Mary Sue whispered. Carla opened the door and allowed John to enter. Mary Sue headed back to the kitchen with her father following behind. "Would you like a cup of coffee?" He nodded his acceptance and then held up the bag. "Janet sent me some cinnamon rolls for you." Mary Sue took the bag and placed the rolls on a plate and put them in the middle of the table. "Sit down, please." She took one of the other chairs and looked up at Carla, who hovered in the doorway, looking ready to pounce if her father said one thing wrong. "Would you care to join us, Carla?" "I've got some laundry to do. You just give me a shout if you need anything." With one last glare at her father, Carla left the room. "If that woman had a dagger on her, I'd be a dead man right now," John joked. "I think you might be right. Why are you here, Father? You made it quite clear you wanted nothing more to do with me or my baby." John flinched at the mention of the baby. There was so much more than an apology needed here. What could be done about the baby? It was all such a big mess. "Mary Sue, I was in shock. I'm sorry I reacted the way I did. But it was hard to hear that your perfect little girl is with child and without a husband. It was just such a shock. But that doesn't excuse my behavior, or your mother's. I should never have slapped you. I've never hit you before, and I will never do it again, I promise." Mary Sue wasn't sure who this man was sitting across from her. This was not her father. Her father never apologized. How can one apologize when one is never wrong? "I appreciate the apology. I know it was a shock. It was a shock to me, too. I didn't know what to do or who to turn to." Tears were glistening in her eyes, and John wished he could kick himself for being such a brute. He asked himself again, how had things gotten the way they had? He and Mary Sue had always had a cordial relationship. He had gotten her out of a few scrapes from time to time and defended her against Lydia's constant criticism. But as she had gotten older, they seemed to grow farther apart. She'd spent so much time at her grandparents' ranch. That was mostly Lydia's fault, though he hadn't really protested, he realized. Lydia seemed to prefer not having a teenage daughter underfoot. My God, he didn't know how to talk to his own daughter. Mary Sue, I have been so wrapped up in this upcoming election that I forgot that you're a young woman who has a life of her own and her own problems to deal with. Your mother and I have not been there for you. I see that now. You've done everything we've ever asked of you, but we never stopped to ask ourselves what you needed from us. That makes us pretty bad parents. Now Mary Sue could only stare in open-mouthed surprise. Who are you, and what have you done to my father? John chuckled. That's just it, Mary Sue. I am your father, and I need to start acting like one. I have no idea how to start. I have no idea how to fix this messy situation we're all in, but I do know I want to be part of the solution. What about Mother? Mary Sue whispered. She'll never forgive me. You leave your mother to me. It's about time we had a heart-to-heart talk. She and I need to rethink what it is that we want to do in the future. I'm getting tired, Mary Sue. I don't know if I really want to run for mayor of Austin. I like our small town. I have to admit I like being the mayor. I have plenty of money, and instead of enjoying it, I just keep trying to make more. What for? If I drop dead tomorrow, what good does it do me? A small smile hovered on Mary Sue's lips. Are you sure that you can stand it if Jason Dunbar sells that patch of land with the oil rights and becomes richer than you? That damn sheriff has been a thorn in my side for years. Do you know he threatened to run against me for mayor? Mary Sue's eyes widened. He didn't. Yes, he did. And I'm going to take him down for that young whippersnapper. How dare he? John could feel his ire rising. Father, you will do no such thing. Jason and Emma have done so much for me. I will not let you harm them in any way. If you even try, you will answer to me. Mary Sue realized what she had just said and how she had said it, and her eyes showed fear. What had she been thinking? Good for you, young lady. You should stand up for your friends. I was out of line saying what I did. John couldn't help being a little bit proud of the fierceness in his daughter. The girl was growing a backbone. I'm sorry, I shouldn't talk like that. But you need to understand, Emma is my best friend, and Jason has been so kind even after I tried to split him and Emma up. I was horrible to them, but they stood by me and forgave me. Well, that makes them good friends and worth defending. But what are you going to do about the other problem? What about the baby? I want to keep the baby. Mary Sue had a determined look on her face. Again, John was surprised at his daughter's new toughness. Mary Sue, the ladies of the town will disapprove. You'll be thrown out of all your committees. People will look at you as if you're unworthy. Mary Sue noticed that her father had not mentioned what it might do to his re-election possibilities. Was he being sincere? Was he really trying to be a father? It was almost too much for Mary Sue to take in. Father, I'm going to marry Joe next week. He loves me, and he'll love the baby. Sure, people will talk when the baby is early, but we don't care. We love each other, and we're going to be a family. If the town can't accept us, we'll move to Austin and make a fresh start. How can you truly trust Joe? This is all so fast. Are you sure he will love the baby and not turn on both of you down the line? Joe has loved me for years, he told me. And I didn't realize that I loved him because you kept throwing me at Jason. Father, I have never been as happy as I am right now. His family will accept me and the baby. He said they would love us both, no questions asked. John felt like the low-down jerk that he was. Here was another family trying to accept Mary Sue and her baby when her own family wouldn't. There was so much healing he and Lydia had ahead of them if they wanted to keep Mary Sue in their lives. She was a grown woman now, and was going to do what she felt was best for her and her new family. If Joe's the one to make you happy, then so be it. I won't stop you. I don't want you to not just stop me. I want your blessing, too. It would mean so much to us. I want my family to show a united front. I want us to be a real family. I want you and Mother to be the grandparents to our baby." Mary Sue had to wonder where she got her newfound courage. But then she realized she was thinking as a mother, not a daughter. She had a baby to protect. Her parents didn't need her protection, and she really didn't need theirs anymore either. She had Joe. It would be wonderful to have her parents be a part of her life, but it's not a necessity. By the time this baby showed his or her face, Mary Sue would be married and 20 years old. She was no longer a child, and she was no longer frightened. John stood, and so did Mary Sue. The small kitchen table stood between them. John reached his hand out towards Mary Sue. "Keep your hands off my fiancé if you want to keep it attached to your arm," Joe growled in a low and threatening voice. He stood in the entrance of the kitchen, his hands fisted on his hips. He looked like a warrior ready to attack. Mary Sue froze in shock at the look on Joe's face. John put his hands up in a conciliatory move. "I'm not here to hurt Mary Sue, Joe. I was just here to talk to her." "She doesn't want to talk to you. How did you get into this house? Where's Carla? How could she leave you alone with this man?" Mary Sue walked slowly to Joe and put her small hand on his chest. "Joe, I invited him in. It's okay. We had a good talk, and my father apologized to me. He's not here to take me away or to threaten us. I promise." She looked into his face and saw his jaw unclench and his eyes soften as he took in her words. "Are you sure, Mary Sue? Are you sure you can trust him after what he's done?" Joe took hold of both her hands and held them to his heart. "I won't let him hurt you. You know that. You don't have to listen to him." "I know, Joe. And that's why I could talk to him, because I knew you would protect me. But my father is here to make amends. I believe he's here to give us his blessing. Aren't you, Father?" Mary Sue turned and looked at her father pointedly. This time, John could not hold back the laugh. "You, my girl, have set me up but good. How else can I answer that question but with, of course? I give you my blessing. You have some of your father in you, you know. It looks like you're determined to get your way. Well, Joe, I hope you're ready to take on this handful. She's not going to sit in a rocking chair looking pretty. She'll be running this town like her mother in no time." Joe's body eased up a bit more, but he still looked skeptical. How did such a big change come over the mayor so quickly? Had Jason said something to him or threatened him? Joe's head was whirling. He couldn't make heads or tails of it, but the happy look on Mary Sue's face seemed authentic enough. "I'm well aware that Mary Sue will probably run circles around me, but I'm ready for her. I'm ready to support her and our baby. We've already discussed me running for sheriff when Jason's term comes to an end. I think I have a good chance." Joe put his arm around Mary Sue and looked at her father to see his reaction. The man just smiled and nodded his head. "I believe you'd make a good sheriff, Joe. You'll have my backing. Now, I gotta go and have a talk with Mary Sue's mother. She needs to be brought on board with all that's happening. What day have you chosen for the wedding?" "Well, next Friday, sir," said Joe. "A ceremony at the local church and then a reception at the diner." "Why, son, you can have the reception at our house. Plenty of room and our cook is top-notch." "No, Father." Mary Sue stood straight and looked her father in the eye. "We want the diner. We want our friends to be comfortable. We want everything informal and light-hearted. Anyone in town who wants to stop in for a while will be welcome. Besides, Mother would never allow people to traipse through her beautiful house. This is Joe and my day. We would love for you to come, but that's it." John shook his head in wonder again. "As you wish. It's your big day. I'll see myself out. Joe, take care of my girl." He held out his hand for Joe to shake. Joe looked at Mary Sue's hopeful face and then took John's hand and shook it. Chapter 21. Emma stood in the schoolyard on Friday at the supper hour and looked around in dismay. The windstorm the night before had wreaked havoc. Leaves, small branches, and other debris were strewn all over the yard. She could see some of the boys from the upper grades raking leaves in the far corner, while the older girls brushed off the benches and tables. Emma glanced at her students and smiled. Her boys were raking leaves too, but more often than not they threw handfuls at each other. She saw Davy spit out a leaf that had floated into his laughing mouth. They were having too much fun for her to discipline them. She turned to look for some of her girls. Olivia, Susan, and Janie were picking up small sticks and twigs. Olivia held her arms out straight in front of her, and Susanna and Janie placed their collected sticks across her arms. When Olivia could hold up her arms no longer, she walked to where Emma stood next to a box to collect the future kindling. Olivia leaned over the box and dropped the sticks. "Thank you, Olivia. You girls are doing a wonderful job." "Miss Brown, look at the big stick I found!" cried Susanna as she dragged a hefty limb behind her. My, Susanna, look how strong you are." Emma smiled at the girl. A loud crash and a high-pitched scream had Emma's heart in her throat. She turned to where Janie had been standing. A large branch had snapped off a tree and had the girl pinned to the ground. Emma cried out, "Janie!" and she lifted her skirts and ran to the girl. Janie lay on her back, blood dripping from a cut above her eyebrow. She was crying pitifully. My arm hurts." Tears streamed down the girl's face. The other children hovered over them, stunned and scared. "Janie! Janie!" Olivia shrieked in fear. "Is she going to die?" Olivia's hysteria propelled Emma into action. "Olivia, stop it. Don't be silly. Janie is going to be perfectly fine. Jacob?" Emma looked to one of the older boys, looking on in concern. "I want you to run to the stable and get Molly, Hank's mule, hooked up to a wagon, and bring it back here so we can get Janie to Doc's. Go, hurry." The boy took off in a flash. "Thomas, you run to Doc and tell him what happened. Have him bring his medical bag and—" Thomas was off before Emma even finished her sentence. Emma needed to get the big branch off of Janie, who was still sobbing uncontrollably. "Donnie, Arnie, you help me remove this branch. Hold on to each limb, and I'll pick up the base." The boys got into position. "Okay, on the count of 3, we're going to pick it up and move it past Janie's feet. Hold it high enough not to scrape it across her. You ready? 1, 2, 3. Emma hefted the branch, stumbling a little, but she and the boys managed to pull it off of the little girl and set it on the ground. "I want my mama! I want my mama!" Janie wailed. Emma knelt beside the girl, but continued giving orders. "Sally, go in the schoolroom and get a clean towel and put some water on it so I can clean Janie's face. Arnie, run to the smithy and find Janie's father. If he's not there, keep searching until you find him. Tell him to meet us at Doc's." "Janie, honey, look at me," said Emma. "Which arm hurts, sweetie?" Crying quietly now in pure exhaustion, Janie raised her good arm and pointed at her left arm. Emma didn't see any protruding bones, thank goodness, but a bruise was forming and there were multiple small cuts on it. Sally ran out with a clean towel and handed it to Emma. Emma softly dabbed it on the girl's face, cleaning off the blood and revealing a small cut on her forehead. Emma let out a whoosh of relief. The cut would probably not even need stitches. She wiped the dirt and tears away, gently whispering encouragement to the little girl. The crying was now more of a sniffling. "I want my mama." "Janie, sweetheart, your mama is with your new little brother, but your daddy will be here soon. Your big, strong daddy will take care of you. You're his special girl." Janie nodded her head, and tears continued to leak down her face. There was a commotion by the side of the schoolhouse, and Emma looked up. Her heart swelled in her chest. Adam came around the corner, medical bag in hand. He looked so different. It had been less than a week since Emma had seen him, but something was different. He walked with a determined step and held himself straight with his shoulders back. It looked like he had filled out a bit, too. He looked like a man, she realized, and not a boy. "Sis, Doc's delivering a baby." Adam sank to his knees on the other side of Janie. "Hey, Janie girl, did a big bad tree fall on you? You want me to go over there and kick it and yell at it?" Janie managed a small smile and shook her head. Adam reached into his bag and pulled out a small sucker which he unwrapped. "This here's a special magic sucker. I want you to suck on this while I look you over. It will help make the pain go away. You think you can manage to suck on this?" "What flavor is it?" Janie whispered, and her eyes latched on the red sucker Adam was holding. Emma wanted to hug her brother. She could feel tears welling in her own eyes. "It's cherry. Cherry suckers are much more powerful than strawberry suckers. Now open your mouth." Janie did as she was told, and Adam popped the sucker into her mouth. "We haven't moved her," Emma said. "We just took the branch off of her. She says her left arm hurts." Adam took a quick look at the cut on her head, seemed unconcerned, and began checking the rest of the girl for hidden injuries. As he prodded and poked, he asked Janie if it hurt. She nodded her head no and continued to suck vigorously on the candy. When Adam got to her arm, she whimpered in pain but didn't pull away. "I think she might have a fracture. Thank goodness there's no bones sticking out. I'm going to stabilize it, and then we'll get her to Doc's." "The wagon should be here any moment. One of the older boys ran over to Hank's to hook up Molly." "Good. I want you to get all the blankets the little ones use for nap time. I want to cushion her as much as possible." "We'll get them," said Olivia and Susanna as they ran to the schoolroom. Adam took 2 small flat boards about 8 inches in length and placed one under Janie's forearm and the other on top. He gently wound a long strip of material around them and tied it off in a knot. "How's that sucker working, Janie? You're being an awfully brave girl. You're the best patient I've ever had." Janie smiled around the sucker in her mouth. "It hurts, but not too much." Adam took out a large triangular piece of material next. "I'm going to make a sling for you, Janie, so you can't move your arm around. It's a pretty nice-looking sling, see?" Adam held up the material, and Emma smiled in surprise. It was yellow with little pink flowers all over it. Where in the world had he found that, she wondered. And how perfect for a little girl. Her brother was a true wonder. Emma's heart swelled even more in her chest. She was so proud of how he dealt with Janie. The little girl was totally calm now and enthralled with the pretty piece of material. "Do I get to keep it forever?" she asked hopefully. "Well, not forever. But when you don't need it anymore, maybe you and your mama can make a dress out of it for one of your dolls." Janie nodded her head enthusiastically. "We can make a dress for my doll Sarah. Sarah loves willow." Adam gently lifted Janie's arm and placed the material under it. "Sis, I need you to carefully lift Janie's head so I can tie this off behind her neck. Just raise it up a little, nice and slowly." Emma did as he asked, and Adam deftly tied the knot, and Emma lowered the girl's head. "Here comes Jacob with the wagon!" several children cried, and ran over to pet Molly. Olivia and Susanna arrived, stumbling under what looked like a mass of blankets. Emma stood and relieved them of their burden. "Thank you, girls." Emma, with the girls following her, walked over to the wagon and began to lay the blankets into a soft bed that would protect Janie from too much jostling. "Okay, my best patient ever. I'm going to pick you up and put you in the wagon. Then we're going to Doc's, and he will check and make sure that I did a good job. Don't tell Doc about the magic suckers. He doesn't know about them," Adam said conspiratorially to Janie. She giggled and nodded her consent. Adam lifted her gently, placed her in the back of the wagon, and then jumped in beside her. "Hand me my bag, please, Emma." Emma hefted the bag into the wagon. She couldn't help herself and placed her hand on her brother's cheek. "I'm so proud of you." Adam reddened at the compliment. "Thanks, sis." "Hey, you think Jason will be mad that we saw each other before Sunday?" "Absolutely not." She smiled at her brother. "He'll be just as impressed as I was. Let me know what Doc says." "Will do. Let's go, Jacob. Nice and slow. We got precious cargo back here." Jason heard about the accident in the schoolyard. He wanted to head over to see Emma, but knew that she would have her hands full getting the children settled back down and into their studies. He decided to head to Doc's to see how little Janie was doing. When he entered the medical office, Roy was just carrying Janie out to his wagon, ready to take her home to her mama. Janie had shown him her sling and told him that she was Adam's bestest patient ever. He and Roy had smiled at the adorable girl. Roy had told him that Adam was a miracle worker, and then he had headed off with his precious bundle. Jason found Adam in the surgery putting away the supplies he had used. He was whistling. "I hear you're the man of the hour," Jason said as a greeting. Adam turned around and smiled at him. "Janie deserves all the credit. She was a brave little girl. And Emma deserves credit too. The boys told me she was like a captain in the army, ordering them to run here and there and get this and get that. She kept all of the children calm and involved. They all feel like they had a part in helping Janie." Adam told Jason the whole story from the moment he had arrived at the schoolyard. "I would expect nothing less of your sister. How was it seeing her after almost a week apart?" "I realized how much I miss her. I wanted to hug her and talk to her, but we were a little busy at the time." "Well, you get to see her Sunday. She and I are both looking forward to having dinner with you and the Carvers." "I wanted to talk to you about that. Do you have a minute?" "Sure." Jason took the chair Adam pushed towards him and sat down, eyeing Adam curiously. "I've already told Doc and Carla, but hadn't had time to tell you. Emma's birthday is Sunday." "What?" Jason was surprised. Why had Emma not said anything? "Emma's not one for celebrating herself. Birthdays used to be a big deal when our parents were alive. Emma did a good job making my day special. But I was young and self-centered and never really thought about doing anything on her birthday. Now I want to make her day special, like our parents made ours." Jason nodded. Sounded like a fine idea to him. He already had a present for her that he had bought while he was in Austin putting Gramblin in his place. He hadn't figured out exactly when to give it to her, and now the moment was here. "Hey, wait a minute. Your birthday is next Sunday. Your birthdays are only a week apart? Wasn't that a bit much for your parents? How do you make a birthday special when there are two in 1 week? Did you just share a day in the middle?" Adam laughed. "Oh no, that would not have done for my parents. They figured out a way to make my day special, even though it was only a week later. On the day of Emma's birthday, after she opened her gifts, and we had her favorite pineapple upside-down cake, my parents would give me a small gift. It always contained 7 items. And then the next day, they'd give me a gift with 6 items. And this went on all week until the day of my birthday. Then I got my one big special present. I never felt my birthday was an afterthought, because they made every day leading up to it special. I think Emma enjoyed it too, because she would help my parents come up with the ideas to use as gifts." "That's brilliant. But didn't that get a little expensive?" Adam shook his head. "Well, one year, I remember I got 7 marbles and then like 6 pieces of licorice and 5 pictures to color. I can't remember what the 4th item was, but I got 3 oranges and 2 little wooden puzzles, and the big present's always a book. I loved reading from the day I was born," my father always joked. "What great memories your parents gave you. You were one lucky young man. How do you plan on making Sunday special for Emma?" "Carla is making Emma's favorite cake. She also plans to put out her best tablecloth and china. Doc said he'd pick some of the flowers in the backyard so Carla can fill a bunch of vases. I've got Emma a present already with the money I made working as Doc's assistant. I heard Doc and Carla whispering, too, so I wouldn't be surprised if they got her something. Oh, and Carla told Mary Sue this morning. She and Joe are coming." "You are a thoughtful brother, Adam. Emma will be so surprised and thrilled. It's been a crazy but wonderful week for all of us. I'm taking her on a picnic tomorrow. She doesn't know that yet, but it will be a nice start to her birthday weekend. I won't say anything about Sunday. It'll be hard, but I'll keep my lips sealed." Adam smiled. "You better keep it quiet, or you'll have Carla to deal with. She loves entertaining." Jason stood and gave Adam a pat on the back. "You did real well today, Adam, during a very stressful situation. Because of you and Emma, I think Janie will have very little after effects or bad memories. I'm proud of you." Adam blushed. "Thanks, Jason. I did what I had to do. I like doctoring. Doc told me he couldn't have done better himself. I hope Doc will let me keep working with him." "I don't see you going anywhere soon," Jason said. "I'll see you Sunday." John sat in his office Friday afternoon contemplating his next move. He had wanted to speak with Lydia last night about Mary Sue and Joe, but Lydia had come home late from one of her meetings. She had mentioned how all the women had shown concern over Mary Sue. Instead of being pleased by the support like he had been, she seemed more agitated. She had mumbled something about it being an even greater disgrace when the town found out Mary Sue's secret. John had tried to tell her about all the support he had received, but she had cut him off, complaining of a headache. How was he going to broach the subject of his acceptance of Mary Sue and Joe's marriage? How was he going to get it across to her that he wanted to slow down and enjoy each day more? He hadn't realized how much stress he had been carrying until this fiasco with Mary Sue unfolded. Now that he had time to think about slowing down, he liked the idea. He felt a weight lift off his shoulders. He was 50 years old. He still had good days ahead of him. He wanted to go fishing and riding. He realized he wanted to be a grandfather. He wanted to do the things with his grandchild that he had missed out on with his own daughter. He had to figure out a way to get Lydia on board. She had grown more determined and had been pushing harder than usual to get him to move to Austin permanently. He and his wife were heading in different directions. Jason headed over to Emma's after his shift. She had promised him a supper of her wonderful stew. It was their 1-week anniversary. He shook his head in wonder. No matter how many times he reminded himself that they were still getting to know each other, he couldn't help feeling that he'd known her forever. He knew poets wrote about their soulmate, but he had never known what that actually meant. Now he knew. Emma was someone he trusted with his life. Emma was the one he wanted to see first thing every day. Emma was the one he wanted to talk to about how his day went. He almost couldn't remember her not being part of his life. Everything had been so intense, so fast-moving, and instead of it scaring them away from each other, it had brought them closer together. He reached her door, gave a quick rap, and walked in. Emma was in the kitchen stirring what he suspected was a stew. He headed into the kitchen, put his arms around her, and placed his chin on the top of her head. "That smells heavenly," he sighed. "You're such a good cook. I'm a lucky man." Emma turned in his arms and gave him a lingering kiss. Jason's arms tightened around her, and he deepened the kiss. It was getting harder and harder to not just take her to bed. But he knew she was a woman who would expect a ring on her finger before giving herself to a man. He respected her for that, even if it was killing him. He had some things he needed to tell her about his life. It was time, and he planned to tell her tomorrow. Jason stepped back, trying to get his body under control. "I hear you had quite the afternoon today. I stopped by to see Adam. Janie and her father were there. It seems you and your brother are the heroes of the day." Emma shook her head. "Not me, but oh, Jason, Adam was amazing. He knew just what to say to Janie to get her to stop crying, and knew just what to do to stabilize her arm. I was so proud of him I wanted to cry." "Doc and Roy are pretty darn pleased with him, too. Doc said he did everything exactly right, and Roy couldn't stop thanking him for making his little girl smile even when she was frightened and in pain. That man loves his little girl. Janie told her daddy that she was the best patient Adam ever had, and she showed off her pretty sling. I'd say your brother is going to make a great doctor someday." "Wouldn't that be wonderful? But I don't know how that could be. I have no money to send him to medical school." "Well, let's not jump the gun, but instead celebrate Adam's success. He is becoming the talk of the town, as is his wonderful sister. Doc and Adam said you did everything right, too. You stayed calm, got the children to help you out. They all are pretty proud of themselves. Donnie and Arnie are boasting how they lifted a monstrous branch off of Janie. They keep flexing their muscles around town, and all the men are swatting them on the back in congratulations. It's pretty cute to watch, Jason chuckled. I was so scared. I think my heart stopped at least twice when I saw Janie lying there under that branch. I'm so proud of the children. They stayed calm and did everything I asked of them. I'm especially proud of Janie. She was so good and so brave. Emma shivered. Let's talk about something else. I'm still a little shaken up about it. I have just the thing to sidetrack you. How about going on a picnic with me tomorrow? I have something I want to show you. Jason smiled mysteriously at her and waggled his eyebrows. You're right, Mr. Dunbar. I am seriously sidetracked by your proposal. Where are we going? That, my dear, is for me to know and for you to find out. Emma smiled and began to place the food on the table. Supper's ready, Sheriff. Chapter 22. John set his fork on his empty plate and looked across the table at Lydia. It was time for the big talk. Lydia had no idea that he had visited Mary Sue, and she had no knowledge of the upcoming nuptials. It was not going to be an easy conversation. I have something I want to discuss with you. Lydia looked up and then placed her silverware on the plate and folded her hands in her lap. I saw our daughter yesterday at the Carvers. John watched Lydia closely and saw the slight narrowing of her eyes. I apologized to her for our behavior. For our behavior? You apologized for our behavior? Lydia's voice rose in disbelief. Our daughter was intimate with a man we don't even know and is now with child, and you apologize to her? She's disgraced the Drake name, and you apologize to her? Yes, Lydia, I apologized. She did not give herself to the man for God's sake. He forced himself on her. And if you remember correctly, our behavior led to her accident. She could have been killed. We did not give her any support in her time of need. I don't want to hear it, John. She got with child. She is going to destroy all that we worked for. You told me only yesterday to do something about her. Now you want to become her loving father? Forgive me, but you're a fool if you think this town won't run us out on a rail when they find out about Mary Sue. Lydia, Joe is going to marry Mary Sue. The two of them are in love. He considers the baby his. No one would begrudge the two of them their family. Everybody loves Mary Sue. Joe? Joe the deputy? Over my dead body. Have you lost your mind? Lydia slammed her fists on the table, rattling the silverware. No, I've not lost my mind. I've finally found it. I want you to hear me out. Lydia jerked to a standing position. I will not listen to this ridiculous— Woman, sit down, John shouted. You'll hear me out. Now sit down. Lydia looked at him in shock. He had never raised his voice to her. She sat slowly, seething with anger. John could feel the outrage emanating from his wife. Well, too damn bad. This conversation was a long time coming. He blamed himself. He had let Lydia have the run of the household and their daughter. He had ignored Lydia's obsessiveness about him running for mayor of Austin. He had fallen in with her schemes at first, but realized not long after that he was no longer enjoying politics. It seemed he was always on the road between Elizabethtown and Austin, always in meetings with men who had even more ambition than he did. John couldn't remember the last time that he had put his feet up and just read a book for pure pleasure. He was done with all that, and Lydia was just going to have to deal with it. Joe Bauer saved our daughter's life. He's been in love with Mary Sue for years. Mary Sue's in love with him. They're going to get married this coming Friday. Lydia sucked in her breath in shock. Friday? What will people think? If they haven't figured it out now, they will when the baby shows up early. I will not have a bastard child running around this town, she hissed furiously. People will talk. We'll be the laughingstock. I will not allow that to happen. Do you hear me?" John sighed in annoyance. It was always about Lydia, he realized. She wasn't thinking of Mary Sue's welfare at all. "So a few old biddies will talk. Who cares? The rest of this town will stand behind us, especially as Joe's parents will be enthusiastically backing this union." "Oh, yes, that will just make everything wonderful," Lydia sneered sarcastically. "They already have one bastard grandchild running around. Why not a second one?" John winced at her hateful words. "They are a well-respected family in Austin, Lydia, and you know it. They stood up for their daughter and managed to get through the ugliness and come out better for it. The same could happen for us." "You have truly lost your mind. You are throwing your career away. I will not stand for it. We've worked too hard to get where we are. You're practically the mayor of Austin." "I'm practically nothing, Lydia. I'm the mayor of a small town. That's it. And I don't want to be the mayor of Austin. I'm tired, Lydia. I'm 50 years old. I want to enjoy the time I have left. My father died at 59 because he pushed and pushed himself. I don't want to die at 59. I want to live into my 70s, and I want to watch my grandchildren grow up." Lydia could take this conversation no longer. "I can't believe what you're saying." She rose slowly. "You obviously need some rest. I'm going to bed. We can speak of this further tomorrow." Before John could protest, she turned and walked swiftly out of the room. "That was worse than I thought," he said to the room. It was going to take him the rest of the week to get Lydia to see things his way. It was going to be a very long week. Joe and Mary Sue sat on the porch swing in front of the Carver's house. Doc and Carla were seated in the two chairs that made up the seating area on the porch. "How are we going to do this?" Joe said worriedly. "How are we going to explain Mary Sue and me getting married so quickly? Everyone will start speculating." "Nonsense," Carla piped up. "You two have been walking around town together for over a year. People were already speculating. Everyone knows you were friends." "But Carla, that still won't explain why we're getting married so soon," Mary Sue said, agreeing with Joe. "That is explained easily enough. Your terrible brush with death made you two realize how in love you really are. You don't want to waste another precious moment of time that you have left on this earth. Near-death experiences do that to people. Everyone will understand." Doc nodded at his wife's sage words. "She's right, you know. You had a terrible scare. Everyone will be thrilled for you." Mary Sue perked up. "Maybe you're right. And it is true. Joe and I found each other after the accident." Mary Sue rested her head on Joe's shoulder and sighed happily. "So that takes care of the rushed wedding, but what about the early baby? I want everyone to think it's mine. I want to be his or her daddy from day one. I don't want Mary Sue or the baby getting any grief from anyone." Joe looked at Doc and Carla in concern. "Well, I think we can deal with that too," Doc said. "Mary Sue can go to her grandparents' ranch to have the baby, and after the baby's born, we can wait a couple of weeks and announce his or her birth. It would still be a little early, but that's not totally uncommon. You two have to decide if that's what you want to do. The child's birthday would be 2 weeks later. Is that something that could work for you?" Mary Sue looked at Joe. "I don't know. It would seem odd to have its birthday on the wrong day each year." "But Mary Sue, that's a small price to pay to keep it from being labeled a bastard. I don't want a child of mine going through life hearing such talk about him or her. Kids can be so cruel." "So can adults," Doc snorted. "Then it's settled," Mary Sue said. "I will talk to my grandparents at the wedding. I'm sure they will back us up. They just want me to be happy." David and Sarah Spencer and their 3 children walked past the Carvers, heading to their house next door. They waved to the group up on the porch. "Hi, Mary Sue. I'm so glad you're out and about," Sarah called. "Hey, Joe, Doc, Carla. Lovely evening tonight," David said in greeting. "Yes, it's lovely," Carla called back. Did you all enjoy your outing in town?" "We got ice cream," squealed Elsie. "I had chocolate. Davy had strawberry and Lily had vanilla." Everyone on the porch laughed at the little girl's enthusiasm. The family waved their goodbyes and headed up the walkway next door. "That was telling," said Doc. "No one seemed surprised to see you sitting next to Mary Sue, Joe." "Exactly," agreed Carla. "By Friday, everyone will be ready for your wedding." "I have an idea that will get everyone to understand Mary Sue and I are a couple," said Joe. "Well, what is it?" said Doc. Joe leaned into Mary Sue and whispered something in her ear. Mary Sue giggled. "Really, Joe? Are you sure?" "Absolutely." Mary Sue clapped her hands in delight. What are you two whispering about?" asked Doc curiously. "Not tellin'." Joe raised his eyebrows at Carla and Doc. "You'll find out on Monday." "Perfect," Carla smiled. "Mary Sue, we'll go into town on Monday and start shopping. Hopefully your father has spoken to your mother, and she'll join us. We will get this proverbial ball rolling. Just a little makeup on your cheek and you'll look just fine. The redness is already fading. By Monday night, everyone in town will know you two are getting married." Carla clapped her hands together in joy. "I just love weddings." Chapter 23. Jason had hooked up Maribel to the two-seater buggy. Duke would not stand to pull a carriage. It was below his dignity. Jason gave Maribel a loving pat as he tied her to the post and headed upstairs to Emma's to take her on the picnic he had promised her last night. She was ready to go, wearing a yellow and white walking dress and a straw bonnet. She looked good enough to eat. He helped her up into the buggy, which sat high off the ground. "Wherever did you get this delightful buggy?" she asked, as Jason jumped up beside her and took the reins in his hands. "Did you rent it from the stables?" Jason shook his head and smiled at her. Here was the first little tidbit of information he planned to dole out to her today. "Nope, it's mine, along with this sweet girl Maribel." Jason gave the reins a light tug, and they were off. "Yours? I've never seen you in this before. Where do you keep it?" Emma asked him curiously. She had only seen Jason ride Duke, or else walk around the town. "I plan on showing you where I keep it. It's where we're going to have our picnic," Jason said mysteriously. He hoped Emma would take his upcoming confessions well. It was not that he was hiding anything from her. The right moment just hadn't presented itself. The week of drama had shoved everything else into the background. The weather was perfect as he directed Maribel to the road out of town. Emma sat happily beside him, breathing in the fresh air and enjoying the blue sky and green trees. Some spring flowers still showed themselves, and Emma delighted in the orange and yellow and white blooms. It had been a long time since someone had taken her on a picnic. Though glancing around the small buggy, she saw no picnic basket. Odd. "Emma, love, I have something important to discuss with you. I had made the decision before we became a couple, and with all this crazy stuff going on, I forgot to tell you about it." Emma glanced at Jason. He seemed uncomfortable. She found herself becoming a bit concerned. Was he going to tell her they were moving too quickly? Was he hiding some dark secret? Her fears of the past were rearing their ugly heads. Silly, she scolded herself. This was Jason. This was the man she trusted. She gave him a smile. "I'm all ears." "My term as sheriff ends at the end of the year. I don't plan on running again. Joe's going to run for sheriff." Jason watched Emma closely. He saw the look of surprise cross her face. But what will you do?" It hadn't even occurred to Emma that Jason would want to do something else. She had only known him as the sheriff. She hadn't realized his term was for only 2 years. Before she could ask any more questions, Jason turned Maribel onto a side road lined with beautiful old oaks. "We're almost at our picnic spot," Jason said. "I'll tell you my plans when we get there." They rounded a wide turn, and then a beautiful white clapboard house was in front of them. It had a veranda that wrapped around the entire house. It stood 2 stories tall, its windows glistening in the sunlight. Green shutters hung from each window, and 2 large columns stood to either side of the big front door. Emma's hands went to her heart. "Jason, it's beautiful. Should we be here? Do you know the owners?" Emma looked entranced. Her eyes went from the flowers and the window boxes to the wide veranda with a spattering of chairs and tables. 2 large oaks flanked both sides of the house, providing shade and majesty. It was a stunning property, but it was also welcoming. Jason drew Maribel to a halt and handed Emma down. "Would you like to see the inside?" Jason asked. Emma just nodded, not able to speak. Jason took her hand and led her up the stairs to the front door. He opened it, and Emma hesitated. "Jason, we can't just walk into someone's house. What are you thinking?" "I have permission to be here. Come on. It's a lovely place. Let me show you around." Jason tugged Emma into the entryway. She stopped just inside the door and took in the beautiful room. It was a massive living room. A beautiful Navajo rug covered part of the warm wood flooring. 2 wooden sofas with sage cushions and pillows sat across from each other. A beautiful hand-carved table sat between them. 2 chairs with colorful pillows sat between the 2 sofas. A huge stone fireplace took up the main wall. Windows lined all the other walls, letting in the sunshine. It was the most beautiful room Emma had ever seen. It wasn't like the stuffy elegance of the Drake's house. This room was warm and comfortable. Emma could imagine sitting in front of the fireplace on a cold winter day. "Oh, Jason." Emma's voice sounded like she was in pain. It's the most beautiful room I've ever seen." Jason pulled Emma farther past the living room and on into the dining room and kitchen. Emma sucked in a breath. The kitchen was huge. An icebox stood in one corner, and a big stove took up half the wall. The counters gleamed in the sunlight. The dining room held a table that could easily hold 10 people. Emma just stared at both rooms in awe. Jason tugged on her hand again. "Let me show you the upstairs." He pulled her to the staircase where the railings had been polished to an almost blinding shininess. Emma tried to pull back. "Jason, we shouldn't be in here. This is someone's home. We can't just walk around in it." Emma was getting more uncomfortable by the moment. How could he just amble through this place like he owned it? "Emma, love, trust me. It's okay. Let me show you the rooms upstairs." The first room looked out to the front of the house and the long drive lined with oaks. The walls were a light yellow, and the carved headboard was a light wood. A white and yellow quilt covered the bed, and a white chest of drawers and a rocking chair completed the room. It was a lovely room for a little girl. Emma would have loved such a room herself as a girl. It was magical with the sun shining in and making the room glow. She wanted to stand there forever and just soak it in. Jason took her hand and brought her to the next room on the same side of the hallway. This one had pale blue walls with blue and green quilt. It was a room for a boy, to be sure. Across the hall was another bedroom, done up in cream colors. It looked out to the back of the property. Emma clapped in delight. "Jason, look at that lovely pond in the distance. Is that a rowboat I see? Oh, and the grass and all the trees. It's so beautiful." Jason smiled. He knew Emma would be delighted with the house and the surrounding land. The trees were old and established and provided shade during the heat of the summer. The last room was the biggest room, also looking over the pond, but also the apple orchard to the north that was in full bloom. Its white flowers made it look like fluffy clouds. Emma could barely pull her eyes from the view to check out the room. A massive bed stood against a wall flanked by 2 windows. It was covered by a thick quilt with brown, tan, and beige. 4 large brown velvety pillows beckoned one to crawl onto the bed and relax. Under another long window was a bench seat with storage. A large comfy chair with a table stood in the other corner. On the other wall were 2 doors. One led to a huge closet, and the other to a bath. Emma couldn't believe the big copper bath that sat alone along one wall. A shelf held a bowl and a pitcher for water, and a wrought iron frame mirror hung above it. A privacy screen was in the other corner. It was one of the most modern baths Emma had ever seen. She oohed and awed as she walked around the bedroom and bath, touching many of the items. Jason smiled. She had forgotten he was even in the room. He coughed softly, and Emma jerked her hands away from a beautiful vase that sat on the bedroom table. I'm sorry, I shouldn't touch. It's just all so overwhelming. I didn't know people lived like this. I mean, I know the Drakes have a stunning home, but it's more like a museum than a home. This place is so beautiful, but it's also livable. I can just imagine children running through it and playing in their rooms. Oh, and climbing the trees. It's definitely a home for a family with many children. Come on, let's walk to the pond and have our picnic. They headed back downstairs and into the kitchen. Jason picked up a basket that sat on the far counter and a blanket that was hanging on one of the dining room chairs. Emma had not noticed the basket when they had been in the kitchen the first time. She looked at Jason curiously. Where in the world did this basket come from? Mitzi made it up for us. She's the cook and housekeeper here. The woman can cook, so we're in for a treat. Jason grabbed Emma's hand again and led her out the kitchen door into the yard and back. They walked the short distance to the pond. Jason spread out a blanket and helped Emma to sit. Emma fluffed her skirts over her legs and looked up at Jason, who was kneeling over the basket, removing dish after dish of food. Jason Dunbar, whose property is this, and why did you bring me here? Well, let's eat, and I'll tell you a story. He handed Emma a plate with a piece of fried chicken, potato salad, and pickles. He made one up for himself, took a bite of the chicken, and groaned in pleasure. Mitzi's outdone herself as usual. Emma nibbled on the chicken and looked up in surprise. This is delicious. I can't quite make out what spice she used. I would love to find out. The potato salad's wonderful, too. Emma looked around the property and saw a large red barn off in the distance. The apple orchard was behind them. In another direction, she saw a fenced-off field that looked to have sheep grazing in it. She could hear a horse whinny and heard a cow mooing. As she looked towards the pond, she realized it was more like a lake. It was much too large for a pond. On the near side, she saw a large tree on the bank that had a rope tied to it. She could picture children flinging themselves high in the air and dropping into the cool water. Jason watched Emma take in their surroundings. She had stopped eating and a smile lingered on her lips. She found the property as enchanting as he did. She fit here, sitting on the blanket in her spring-like dress and her brown hair shining in the dappled sunlight. She was so beautiful. He wanted her to be with him forever. Emma, will you marry me? Jason blurted out. Emma swung her face around and looked at him in surprise. You want to marry me? Jason grabbed the plate out of her hand and set it aside and knelt before her, taking both of her hands in his. I'm sorry. That wasn't very romantic. I should have brought flowers and a ring and gotten down on one knee. I'm an idiot. Please forgive me. I just love you, Emma, and I want us to be together forever. Emma could feel the tears welling up. Jason looked so contrite, as if he thought he had offended her. Jason, I don't need flowers and rings. I just need you. I have never been as happy as I've been this last week. I haven't felt lonely, and I've lost my fear of men. I know we've only known each other for a short time, but I want to be with you too, forever. Is that a yes, Emma? I'm a male, you know, and you need to spell things out for me. Is that a yes? It's a yes, Jason. A very big yes. And then Emma burst into tears. Jason scooped her up into his lap and held her tight. Emma, sweetheart, you need to stop crying. I don't know if I should celebrate or start crying myself. What do all these tears mean? Emma started laughing and crying at the same time. You silly man. These are happy tears. Emma, darling, I must state again, I'm a man. I don't know the difference between happy tears and sad tears. You are going to have to tell me what's what when we're married. I'm not a mind reader. Emma patted his cheek and kissed him. I'll be sure to let you know. Perhaps I can hold up my right hand for happy tears and my left hand for sad or angry tears. Good grief, woman. What if your back's to me or you're facing me, and how am I going to remember which hand is which? Now Emma was laughing so hard, Jason could feel her entire body vibrating. Emma slid off his lap and picked up a napkin to wipe her eyes. "Oh, Jason, I love you so much." "I have something else I need to tell you. I think you'll be happy. I hope you'll be happy." "More surprises? Are you going to become a pastor now that you're no longer going to be sheriff?" "Actually, I'm going to be a rancher. This is my home and my land, Emma. This is where I was raised. My family's been here for a long time. Could you be happy living here instead of directly in town?" Emma's eyes went wide. She looked around again at the house and the barn and the lake and the apple orchard and the sheep grazing. "This is all yours? That beautiful house is yours?" Jason nodded, and Emma burst into tears again. She held up her right hand as she wept. "Good God, woman, I've already forgotten which hand is which. I hope these are happy tears." Emma hiccuped and cried and laughed. "They're ecstatic tears. This is a dream come true. I would love you, and I would live with you above the jail or in my rooms, but this is beyond anything I could ever have imagined. Can I change out the dark curtains in the kitchen with white ones?" Jason laughed and laughed, as did Emma. "You can paint the house pink if you want to." Then he kissed his fiancée until neither one of them could catch their breaths. Jason and Emma managed to finally eat the food Mitzi had made for them. Emma begged Jason to tell her more about the ranch and what he wanted to do once he was no longer sheriff. "Well, Mitzi and her husband Luke run this place. Mitzi rules the house, and Luke rules the ranch. Both of them have been here for 20 years. I trust them with my life, just as my grandparents did. There are 3 other men who work here full-time, working the sheep and the other animals. At the end of the summer, the apple pickers arrive. They camp out at the far end of the lake. I've had the same family show up for the last 5 years. I pay well, so they come back every year. It's a fun time. A lot of the children have grown up here and now help pick the apples. That swing over there is a favorite of the kids. I won't let anyone under 14 work the fields, and anyone under 18 can only work 5 hours a day. The rest of the time, I expect them to play and swim in the lake." "How big is this ranch? It looks like it goes on as far as the eye can see." "It's 200 acres. Most of it is apple orchards. I have about 50 heads of sheep and 4 workhorses, Maribel, and then, of course, Duke. There are 2 cows for milk and cheese and a slew of chickens. Mitzi has a vegetable garden she tends to. We're pretty self-sufficient, though I do buy my meat from a neighboring farm." "Does everyone know you own this property? Why didn't anyone mention it to me?" "Everybody knows, and they probably took it for granted that you knew. It was never a secret." Emma shook her head in wonder. She still couldn't quite take it in, that this was all Jason's, and when they married, she would live here too. She couldn't wait to tell Adam. "I'm dying to tell Adam about us and this beautiful place. He will be awed just as I am. But Jason, I do think that we should wait on announcing our engagement until Adam's birthday. I don't want us to take anything away from Joe and Mary Sue's wedding. This is their week. Do you mind waiting?" "Of course I don't mind waiting. There you are being thoughtful again. I should have thought of that myself. Joe's my best friend, and he and Mary Sue deserve all the attention and well wishes they can get." "Jason, why did you leave the ranch and become a sheriff? I don't think I could have given this lovely place up." "That's a long story for another time. We have to head back so I can relieve Joe. Think you can handle waiting to hear about my not-so-exciting life?" "It gives me something to look forward to." They both began packing up the basket, and Emma folded the blanket over her arm. They headed back to the house and Maribel in the buggy. "I don't want to leave," Emma said wistfully, as Jason handed her up onto the seat. "We'll choose a wedding date on Adam's birthday, and believe me, I do not want a long engagement. I'm thinking maybe the day after." "Jason Dunbar, I cannot plan a wedding in a day." "Speaking of weddings, where do you want to get married and have the reception?" "Oh, Jason, can we have it in the apple orchard? All those beautiful white blooms and that heavenly scent. Then we could have the reception right here in the grass under the trees with the lake in the background." Jason smiled his pleasure. That's a wonderful idea. Mitzi'll be thrilled. She can hire some girls from town to help her out. I'm sure Janet will want to make the cake. Luke will love the idea, too. It's been quiet and lonely here since my grandparents died. It's time to fill this place up with life again. Chapter 24. Sunday morning, John found himself sitting in the pew with a very quiet and very hostile Lydia. He had spent a lot of time Saturday trying to get Lydia to warm up to the idea of Mary Sue marrying Joe. She had finally admitted that it could solve their problems with the baby, but he could tell she was not happy about it. He had a bad feeling in his gut. Lydia had disappeared for a couple of hours yesterday. He had hoped she had gone to visit Mary Sue and give her blessing, but no such luck. He had visited Mary Sue in the afternoon, and she had not seen her mother. John wondered worriedly where Lydia had been. There were no social or church meetings on Saturday, so what had she been doing? When he had asked her, she had just shrugged and said she had been doing some shopping, but he had not seen any bags or hat boxes in her hands. She hadn't said more than a few words to him when they broke their fast this morning. He was going to need a different strategy. Perhaps he should have Mary Sue come to dinner without warning Lydia. Surely when she saw her daughter and how happy she was, Lydia would ease up. Of course, as soon as Lydia heard that the reception would be held at the diner, she would swoon. Another hurdle to get over, John sighed. He had been feeling so much better since his decision to not pursue being mayor of Austin. The relief was immense. He actually felt younger and happier. He was getting well wishes from townspeople. Everyone wanted to know when Mary Sue would be up and about again. Mary Sue had told him of her upcoming shopping trip on Monday and how she hoped Lydia would join them. He hadn't had the heart to tell her mother was less than thrilled by the upcoming wedding. He hoped that would change when Lydia saw Mary Sue walking around town and everyone showing their happiness at seeing her. Lydia was a tough nut to crack. He had 5 more days to put a dent in that hard shell. Emma couldn't believe how excited she was to see Adam. Though she had seen him on Friday, they hadn't had a chance to talk. She was dying to hear from his own mouth how things were going. She looked forward to hearing Doc and Carla tell her about Adam's successes. Jason had asked her to meet him at the Carvers, as he had to wrap up some paperwork. She agreed to arrive at 6 in the evening. She was wearing her favorite moss-colored dress again. It was a special occasion, wasn't it? It was the first time that she had been invited to supper at the Carvers. She had had tea and cakes once, as Carla liked to host some of the women's committee meetings, and Emma had become more involved with the ladies of the town. Emma looked at herself in the mirror and placed her bonnet on her head. It had seen better days, the poor thing. She vowed she would get a new one before Mary Sue's wedding. Emma grabbed the bottle of cider that she had made as a thank you for the dinner invitation. She headed out and wondered at the changes in her life. Less than 2 weeks ago, she would never have walked through the town by herself wearing a fancy dress. She would have scuttled quickly, hunched over in her ugly brown skirt. It felt good to act and look like a woman again, and she had Jason to thank for that. Emma knocked on the Carver's door and wondered if Jason had arrived yet. The door opened and Adam stood there grinning at her. "Hey, sis, right on time. Let me take that for you." Emma handed Adam the cider and then gave him a big hug. "It feels like years since I've given you a hug," Adam chuckled, opened the door wider, and pulled her inside. "Surprise! Surprise! Surprise! Happy birthday, Emma! Happy birthday, dear!" Emma stood with her mouth open. The Carvers, Jason, Joe, and Mary Sue stood in front of her, smiling and laughing at her surprise. What's going on? I thought this was a party for Adam." Jason came forward and put an arm around her. "This is a party for the most unassuming woman in the world. Why didn't you tell me it was your birthday today? If it weren't for Adam, no one would have known." I just never really bothered with it. I always loved doing something for Adam's birthday instead. He was just a little boy. I was a grown-up." Carla pulled her from Jason and gave her a hug. "Well, dear, you are just going to have to get used to the idea that you are a very special young lady, and your friends are not going to allow you to be by yourself ever again on your special day." Emma felt the tears coming and sniffled. Mary Sue was next to hug her. "That's right, Emma. You are no longer alone taking care of your little brother. By the way, have you looked at him lately? He is rather grown up, you know." Emma sniffled again and turned to smile at her brother. "Yes, he's grown up, and I'm so proud of him." "Enough about me, sis. This is your day. Come in and see the beautiful table Carla and Mary Sue set." Adam pulled her into the dining room. Emma gasped in delight. A vase with every color of flowers stood in the center. Candles made the glasses sparkle. Carla had put out her best china. Emma couldn't believe they had done all this for her. "It's so beautiful. Thank you so much. I'm overwhelmed." Doc took her arm. "Come and sit right over here at the head of the table. You're the guest of honor." Emma sat, and Jason sat on one side of her and Adam on the other. Doc went to the other end of the table, and Carla sat on one side of him and Joe on the other. Mary Sue sat between Joe and Adam. Emma looked around the table and wanted to cry again. She was turning into a virtual watering pot with all the crying she had done lately. These were her true friends, she realized. These were all people who cared about her and whom she trusted. Her heart felt as if it would burst. The kitchen door opened, and a woman Emma didn't recognize came in with a huge serving dish and placed it on the table. "Emma, I would like you to meet Mitzi. She helped Carla with the dinner and has volunteered to serve it," Jason said, winking at his housekeeper. "Jason Dunbar, you behave yourself. You do not wink at the help. I taught you better than that." Mitzi couldn't quite hold in her outraged tone. The love she held for Jason was obvious. "You're Mitzi?" Emma smiled at the woman. "I wanted to tell you how delicious the picnic lunch was that you made for us yesterday. We must be in for a real treat tonight. Thank you so much for being here and doing this." "It's my pleasure, dear. It's been so quiet at the house. Jason only shows up a few times a week. I love cooking for parties. Now you all start passing that roast around. I'll be right back with the rest of the meal." "Oh my goodness, I can't eat another bite," Emma sighed in contentment. "Jason, Mitzi is worth her weight in gold." "Yeah, she's told me that many times herself," Jason laughed. "You better not be too full, because Carla made your favorite cake," Adam warned. "Cake, too? You're spoiling me. This is just too much." Jason took a hold of her hand and gave it a squeeze. "Nothing is too much for my girl." Emma and Jason sat smiling at each other. The rest of the group looked at each other with knowing looks. These two were deeply in love. Joe took Mary Sue's hand in his and gave it a squeeze. Doc looked at Carla and gave her a wink. "Hey, you all need to stop all this silly love stuff. It's not fair," Adam cried in mock disgust. Everyone was laughing when Mitzi brought in the cake. The celebration apparently wasn't over after the dinner, because Adam dragged her into the living room. On the coffee table sat a bundle of gifts that had not been there when she had first arrived. "Surprise again," Mary Sue sang out. "Come on, sit on the sofa and open your gifts." "You shouldn't have. You already gave me a delicious dinner and dessert." Emma hadn't had a birthday gift in almost 10 years. She hadn't been at her other school long enough to celebrate her birthday. She was feeling overwhelmed again. "Open Joe and mine first," Mary Sue said, thrusting a package wrapped in yellow paper to her. Emma peeled open the paper slowly, wondering what in the world anyone could think to get her. Inside was a beaded reticule. Emma clapped in delight. "Oh, it's lovely. It's just what I need, Mary Sue. Joe, thank you." In case you didn't figure it out, Mary Sue picked it out," Joe said. "I had in mind you might want something more practical, like a book for your classroom." Mary Sue swatted Joe. "You silly man, I'm warning you now. You had best not give me some practical gift when it's my birthday, or else." "Help, anyone? I've been threatened." "Don't worry, Joe. I'll help you pick out a gift when the time comes," said Emma. "I wouldn't want to see you get put in the doghouse." "My next, Emma," Adam said eagerly, handing her his gift. "I bought it with the money I earned working for Doc," he said proudly. Emma smiled at her brother and pulled the paper apart. Inside, she found a set of white gloves. Oh, Adam, oh my, I'm going to start crying again. Emma dabbed at her eyes. Now I have a reticule and white gloves. I can't wait to show them off at church. What a thoughtful gift. Thank you. Now ours, said Carla, as she handed Emma a round box. Emma opened the box and pulled out a straw bonnet with blue and white flowers and a white ribbon. Oh, this is the bonnet I wanted. How did you ever know? Emma asked in surprise. Jason told us how you stopped on the way to the diner and looked longingly at that very bonnet, Carla replied. It comes with different colored flowers, so you can change the look. See, they're in the bottom of the box. I'll be able to match my dresses. This is wonderful. I'm going to look like a queen walking through town. Thank you two so much. You all have been so generous. I don't know what to say. You're not done yet, Jason smiled and handed her the gift that he had gotten her in Austin. You too? Whatever could be left that I need? Emma asked. You don't have to need a gift to enjoy it, Jason told her. Come on, open it. Emma opened the gift, and this time she did cry. Jason, this is so... But she couldn't go on. Jason hugged her to him. Are these those happy tears that we were talking about yesterday? Emma nodded and giggled and took his proffered handkerchief and dabbed at her eyes. She looked down at the canvas and set of paints that Jason had gotten her. Thank you, I love them. I haven't painted in years. I couldn't afford the materials. I can't wait to get started on my next masterpiece, she joked. Good job, Jason. You got her crying. That means it's a good present. Adam patted his sister's arm. Well, I'd say the surprise party was quite a success, Doc said. Hear, hear, Carla chimed in. What a wonderful night it's been. It has been an amazing night, Joe agreed. But even an amazing night must come to an end. Time for me to go. Can't have both the sheriff and the deputy lollygagging around at the same time. Evening may be quiet now, but I need to get back to work. I'll see you out, Mary Sue said, and rose with Joe. Jason and Emma stood too. Thank you again, everyone. I have never had such a wonderful night like this. Jason began gathering the packages. I'll walk you home. The birthday girl has a lot to carry. Let me just say a quick thank you and a goodbye to Mitzi in the kitchen. Chapter 25. Emma stood out in front of the schoolyard, welcoming the children and waving to the parents as they dropped off their little ones. Emma was surprised to see Roy's large frame enter the schoolyard. Janie was walking beside him, her arm still in the sling. A huge smile wreathed her face. Miss Emma, Dr. Adams said I could come to school if I was really, really careful. I can't play or run, but he said I could do my numbers work and read my book in color. I'm going to color him a picture. That's wonderful, Janie. Emma's heart swelled at the little girl calling Adam doctor. Children, did you hear Janie? You need to be very careful around her. No bumping into her. She has to keep her arms still, otherwise it will hurt her. We'll help her out, won't we, Olivia? Susanna said. We're her bestest friends. We'll protect her. Emma smiled at the two girls. Thank you, girls. Doc thinks she has a small fracture or a deep bruise. As long as she's careful, he said it was fine for her to come to school, Roy said, placing his hand fondly on top of his daughter's head. Hey, look! Cried Matthew, one of the older boys in the class, as he excitedly pointed out to the street. Mary Sue sat atop Princess in a blue riding habit and hat. She waved jauntily at Emma and the others. Roy looked odd. Joe let Mary Sue ride Princess? Has the earth stopped spinning on its axis and I missed something? What's going on? Mary Sue called from the other side of the fence. Emma, do you think this will help people realize Joe and I are a couple? I'm riding his precious baby. Aren't I, girl? Mary Sue patted the horse lovingly. Princess gave her head a vigorous shake as if answering in the affirmative. Emma and the children laughed in delight. I think once everyone is recovered from the shock of seeing you on Princess, they will be able to put two and two together, Emma called back. I'm going to ride up and down every street in town. Toodaloo! Mary Sue waved and rode away. Well, don't that beat all, said Roy. Now I've seen everything. Princess being paraded through town by a woman? A woman who can pretty much outride every man in town, Emma smirked. John was walking to his office when he saw Mary Sue riding a horse down the street toward him. It wasn't just any horse, he realized as she got closer. She was riding Princess. Now John knew for sure that the man loved his daughter. No one was allowed to ride Princess. Mary Sue looked like a goddess sitting on the beautiful horse. Her blue eyes and the blue riding habit matched the color of the sky. She radiated happiness. John wished Lydia were here to see this. How could she not change her mind after seeing her daughter's huge smile? "Good morning, Father. What do you think of my ride?" "I think it's proof of how Joe feels about you." He smiled up at her. "That is what I'm hoping the whole town figures out. Did you talk with Mother? Will she meet Carla and me at Meg's and help me find a wedding dress?" "Your mother was not feeling well last night. She had one of her bad headaches," John lied. "She was still feeling under the weather this morning. I'm sure she'll be feeling better by tomorrow. She's sorry she'll miss the shopping, but she wants you to go ahead with your plans. You don't have much time. Mary Sue, now that you're out and about, won't you come home? People will talk if you stay with the Carvers. Please come home. We only get to have you for 4 more days, and then you'll belong to someone else." "Well, let me talk to Joe. If I can convince him all will be fine, I'll come home tomorrow by noon and have dinner with you both. Doc is only letting me out for part of the day today, and then he wants to check me over. He doesn't want me to overdo things." John nodded. "Well, you have a nice time with Carla. We hope to see you tomorrow then. I'll tell your mother." Mary Sue waved and headed on her way to meet Carla. John stalked to his office. Lydia was going to be a problem. It was time he set his foot down and get his wife back in line. He was beginning to wonder how much more their strained relationship could take. He was really getting tired of her coldness and superior attitude. It seemed the older she got, the more unreasonable and demanding she became. He just about had enough. There was going to be some changes in the Drake household. Jason saw Mrs. Turnbull and Mrs. Weber heading for the coach to Austin. Each carried a bag. He hustled over and relieved both women of their bags. "You lovely ladies heading to Austin to visit those grandkids of yours?" "Yes, we are, Sheriff. My youngest one, Jamie, needs me to babysit the little one for a few days as she's helping out at Johnny's school for a couple of days." Mrs. Weber smiled up at Jason. "It's nice to be needed. I may be in my 70s, but I'm not dead yet," she cackled. "Mrs. Weber, you could take care of an army of babies." "I'm going to go with my granddaughter. She's due any day now. I'm going to cook and bake and make sure she has all she needs when the little one shows himself," said Mrs. Turnbull. "You think you can hold down the fort here in Elizabethtown while we're away? We may be gone the whole week, you know." "I'll do everything in my power to keep things running smoothly," Jason replied seriously. He loved these 2 old ladies. They were the matriarchs of the town. Each had had 5 children, and now they had a slew of grandchildren, and each had outlived their husbands. "Why don't you ladies take the train tomorrow? It's faster and more comfortable." No, too expensive, and that contraption just scares me to death. Hit a dang cow on the tracks, and we could be stuck for hours, and you'd have to come and rescue us. Do you have time to rescue us, Sheriff?" Mrs. Weber patted his arm and gave him a little wink. "I would drop everything at a moment's notice and ride my steed to your rescue. You ladies sit right here." Jason settled them on the bench. "The coach should be coming from the stables any minute now. Schedule says that you leave by 1. I saw the driver leave the diner, so he's done with his dinner, and the fresh horses should be ready to go soon." Jason placed each bag next to the woman and doffed his hat. "We'll see you next week." "Thank you, Sheriff." "Thank you, Sheriff." Jason hadn't walked more than 10 paces when the coach rattled up. He turned back to help the ladies into the coach. "I've got 'em, Walter," Jason said to the driver as he was ready to jump down and hand the ladies into the coach himself. Jason opened the door and pulled down the step. He handed in Miss Turnbull and Mrs. Weber, and then gave them each their bag. He saw a young woman with 2 small boys and a middle-aged couple hurrying to the coach. They had come in with the coach from Andover and had eaten at the diner as they waited for fresh horses to be hooked up. Jason held the door open, waited until everyone was settled, waved at the two ladies, and shut the door. "Everyone accounted for, Walter. See you Thursday." Jason watched the coach head out, shook his head, and smiled. One of these days, he thought, the train would be the main mode of transportation. People wouldn't give up their horses, but once the train came at more regular intervals, it would only make sense to take it. Time was money, the saying goes, and the train was definitely faster and easier on the body. Mary Sue and Carla came back from their shopping trip, both feeling rather smug about the dress they found for Mary Sue. As there was no time for her to make her own dress, Mary Sue had to hope and pray Meg had something nice enough for a wedding. The dress she found needed only a little taking in at the waist and an inch off of the hem. Otherwise, it was perfect. Mary Sue couldn't believe that Meg had ordered such nice dresses from a company in New York City. It was a gamble that paid off. Mary Sue purchased one of the expensive dresses, and she hinted to Meg that Emma might be purchasing one in the near future. Meg had clapped in delight. Everyone was praying that Emma and Jason would tie the knot. "Mary Sue," Carla came into the living room, "I'm heading over to help at the office for a while. I promised Caleb I'd help him reorganize his office. He's getting buried by all his books and medical journals and magazines." "You are the only one in this town that uses Doc's name. Sometimes I forget who you're talking about," Mary Sue laughed. "You go right ahead. I'm going to sew more of my trousseau, and I need to pack the few things I have. I think I will go home tonight, actually. Now that I've been out in the town and people see I'm recovered, I can't really stay here anymore." "Well, I'm going to miss you. It's so wonderful having someone young in the house. You will stay for supper, though. Caleb will want to have a last meal with you before you go." "Of course I will. You two have been so good to me. I wish I could stay. It's going to be awkward at home. I still haven't seen my mother. Father said she's accepted Joe and me getting married, but I have to wonder if that's really true or if he's just trying to protect my feelings. My mother can be difficult, you know." "That I know. That woman needs to wake up and see what a lovely life she has, and such a caring husband and lovely daughter. Some people just need a swift kick in the derriere to get them to change their ways. Well, I wish you luck. You stand up to her, you hear?" "Oh, I will. Believe me, Carla. I'm not the scared little girl I was a week ago. I won't let her bully me," Mary Sue said with newfound confidence. "Good for you. We'll see you in a few hours." Jason hadn't been back at the sheriff's station for more than half an hour when one of the McDonald's teen son raced into the town on his horse and stormed into the station breathing hard. "Sheriff, there's been an accident. The coach overturned about 4 miles outside of town. There's injury, Sheriff." The boy sounded frantic. "Walter was conscious, but broke his leg. There were 8 total in the carriage. He said to bring wagons in the dock. I was by myself, so I couldn't stay to help. He wanted me to get you and Doc." "Thanks, son. You ride over to Hank's. Tell him to get 3 wagons ready. I'll get Joe, Doc, and Adam. Go on, hurry." The boy took off in one direction, and Jason headed towards Doc on Duke. He saw Joe riding towards him, but didn't stop. He yelled at him to follow him to Doc's. Joe spun Princess around and raced after Jason. Jason reached Doc's only a few seconds ahead of Joe. He jumped off Duke and headed into the building at a run, Joe on his heels. "What the hell happened?" Joe yelled from behind him. "The Austin coach turned over on the road a few miles out of town. There are multiple injuries." "Doc! Adam!" Jason yelled. The 2 men came out of Doc's office along with Carla. "The coach overturned 4 miles outside of town. Walter has a broken leg. I don't know about the passengers. I have Hank getting wagons ready. Doc, you and Adam ride out right away. Joe, Hank, and I will follow with the wagons. Hurry. Mrs. Weber and Mrs. Turnbull were on the coach." "Oh, no," cried Carla in dread. "I'll get the news out to the rest of the town. People will want to help." Carla hurried out the door. Doc and Adam jumped into action, grabbing medical bags and supplies. "Jason, you and Joe grab those boards and take them in the wagon. I'll need those to stabilize any broken bones. Can't carry them on horses." Doc and Adam were already heading out the door. Joe grabbed the boards. "You get on Duke. I'll hand these to you. You should be able to hold on to them the short distance to the stable." Jason jumped on Duke, grabbed the boards, and headed to the stable. Joe got on Princess and followed behind. He saw the mayor and Ron talking in front of the post office. He veered over to the two men. "The Austin coach overturned outside of town. 8 people were on board. We're heading to Hank's to grab the wagons." "I'll drive one of the wagons. That way you or Jason can head out now," John said as he started jogging towards the stables. "Me too," said Ron as he jogged along with the mayor. Jason had stopped Duke to see whether the two men were willing to help. "You two, give us those boards and get going." Jason handed down the boards. "Thank you," he yelled as he and Joe raced out of town. Jason's heart was in his throat as he turned a corner and saw the coach on its side. The 4 horses were still in their traces, breathing heavily but apparently unhurt. The coach had practically splintered in half. Doc and Adam had only just arrived, but were already pulling someone out of the carriage. Jason saw Mrs. Weber face down in a ditch next to the road. He brought Duke to a stop, jumped down, and ran to the ditch. He carefully turned Mrs. Weber over. Her eyes were open but sightless. Oh, Lord, no. He felt for a pulse, though he knew there would be none. Nothing. He gently closed her eyes, said a quick prayer, and ran back to the coach. Joe was bending over Mrs. Turnbull. He looked up when he heard Jason and shook his head sadly. "Damn it to hell!" Jason's grief almost choked him. "Mrs. Weber's gone too." "Shit!" Joe pounded his knee in anger. "Just shit. "Jason, Joe, come over here. We need your help," Doc yelled. Jason and Joe went to Doc. "I got a young woman here. She's breathing but out cold. There are 2 boys still in the coach. Adam is checking them out to see if it's safe to move them. You 2 go help him." "We're on it, Doc," Joe said, and he and Jason strode to the coach. Doc went to Walter, who sat against the side of the coach, groaning in pain. His leg was in an odd angle. "Don't worry about me, Doc. Go check on that couple. The husband's over there. He's conscious, but I don't see his wife moving." "I'll be back to work on you. You just sit still and don't move that leg." "Doc, I don't plan on moving a muscle. Just gonna sit here and try to breathe through the pain." Doc went over to the couple. "You hurt anywhere?" he asked the gentleman. "I hit my head on something, and I think my arm's broken." Doc saw that he held his arm against his stomach. "My wife's breathing, but she's knocked out." Doc checked her pulse. She was breathing normally, thank goodness. "I think she'll be okay. I'll have to check for internal injuries when we get you back to town. I've got boards coming. I can stabilize that arm when the wagons get here." Doc jogged back over to where Adam, Jason, and Joe had the 2 boys stretched out next to their mother. Both boys were out cold, and each had a gash on the side of the head. Jason was putting pressure on one boy's head, while Joe was doing the same for the other boy. "What about Barbara and Georgina?" Doc asked. "They're both gone, Doc," Jason said. Doc put his head in his hands. "Damn it! Those women are Carla and my good friends. Carla's going to be devastated. What in the hell happened that made the coach overturn anyway?" Doc growled in anger. "I don't know. I'm going to talk to Walter. I need to find out what he knows before the wagons get here. You 3 able to handle these 3? "We've got it, Jason. Go ahead," Adam said as he opened each eye of the unconscious woman. Jason hustled over to Walter and crouched next to him. "I know you're in a lot of pain, Walter, but can you tell me what happened? Did the horses get spooked?" Walter shook his head and then groaned in pain. "No, it was nothing like that. There was a loud snapping noise, and then the coach started tilting to the side. I was just pulling on the horses to slow them down when the coach overturned completely. I flew off and landed on my leg. Knew it was broken. I crawled back to the coach, but I must have passed out for a moment. When I came to, I could only see that gentleman over there with his wife. Everyone else must have still been trapped in the coach." "We got everyone out. The 2 boys and their mother are unconscious but breathing. Mrs. Webb and Mrs. Turnbull didn't make it." "Damn! I'm telling you, Jason, something's not right. If I could move, I would check out the coach." "You leave that to me," Jason said. "Look, here come the wagons. We'll get you back to town soon. You concentrate on you. This is not your fault." He squeezed Walter's shoulder gently and went to meet the wagons. Mary Sue heard the back door open. "You're back earlier than I thought," she called out to Carla. "Come see the tablecloth I finished. It turned out beautifully." A white cloth appeared before Mary Sue, and then it was clamped over her nose and mouth. She was pulled into a hard chest. She struggled, kicking back at the man who held her. She squirmed and jerked her head hard into his chest. "We got ourselves a wild one here, Leroy," cackled the man. "Shut up, you idiot," the man hissed. "Don't use names. Change your voice. Look, she's going under." Mary Sue had gone limp, and the man dropped her to the ground. "Let's tie up her hands and feet and gag her and get her in the wagon." "Why do we need to tie her up? The dame's out cold." "We don't know how long, you fool. You want her coming to and screaming and jumping out of the wagon? You about beat all. You got a brain in that head of yours?" Leroy growled angrily. "Fine, fine. Just hurry up before someone comes back." "They're all busy at the accident. Can't you put two and two together?" The men wrapped Mary Sue in a dirty blanket they had and carried her out to the wagon. "It's gonna take us a bit longer to get to Austin. We gotta go around the accident. Can't let anyone see us." "I know that, Bob. I'm not the idiot here. We'll be there by 4, just like we said we would. Ain't gonna risk losing that kind of money." As the men loaded up the wagons with the injured, Jason walked around the coach looking for clues as to why it turned over. He knelt by one of the wheels. 2 of the wooden spokes had snapped on this wheel. He looked closer and saw that there was a clean cut partway through the 2 broken spokes, and then the rest was jagged from snapping in 2. He checked the other wheel that was on the same side of the coach. It had lost 2 spokes, and both of them had the same clean cut and then jagged pieces. "Son of a bitch," Jason swore out loud. Someone had cut the spokes. This was no accident. This was planned. He checked out the other 2 wheels and saw nothing questionable on them. Swearing under his breath, he headed to the wagon where Hank and Joe were placing Walter. The man looked ready to pass out again, but pulled himself up to a sitting position and leaned against the wagon's side. "You see anything, Sheriff?" Walter croaked. "I sure as hell did. The 2 wheels on the right side of the coach have been tampered with. 2 spokes on both wheels were cut part way through with a saw." "What? What?" All 4 men looked at Jason in shock. Their voices brought John, Adam, and Ron over. "What's going on?" asked John. "Some son of a bitch cut the wheels on the coach. It was no accident," Joe spit out. What? 3 more men's voices echoed the others. "You're telling me this was done on purpose?" John said, astonished. "That's right," answered Jason. "But I checked all the wheels before letting Walter take the coach," said Hank. "They looked fine. How could anyone have sawed them?" "They crawled under the coach and cut from the inside. You couldn't see the cut from just walking around. You have any idea who could have done this? Did you see anyone hanging around the stables?" "Well, I'll tell you right now, it's none of my boys. They have all worked for me for years. I didn't see nobody. But then again, I was busy all morning. The boys were out back, feeding and checking on the horses. I was out front renting a wagon to Mr. Masters so that he could take his rocking chairs into town to get sold. Walter was at the diner. I guess just about anyone could have snuck in and done it. I'm sorry I can't be of help." "This is murder, Jason." Joe slapped the wagon with pent-up anger and grief. "Someone murdered Mrs. Weber and Mrs. Turnbull. When I get my hands on him, I'm going to string him up." "You'll have to stand in line," said Doc. "Carla and I will want first crack. Who could do such a thing to those sweet ladies and put those young boys at risk?" "I'm damn sure it's an outsider. I mean, who would possibly wish harm to anyone on the coach? It just doesn't make sense," John pondered. "Everyone in town loved those 2 women, and others in the coach were strangers, unless they were the target." "I doubt they were. If the coach was tampered with in Andover, it would have never made it all the way to Elizabethtown," Jason said. "Let's get the ladies into the last wagon. and let's get back to town so Doc can patch up these poor people. Chapter 26. Mary Sue felt sick. Something was wrong. She was shaking and nauseous. Her head was pounding. She tried to raise her hand to her head but realized she couldn't. They were tied together. She wanted to vomit, but there was a gag in her mouth. Her feet were bound too. Where was she? The swaying motion told her she was in a wagon, but she couldn't see anything because a blanket covered her from head to foot. Oh my God, she whimpered in her mind. If she got sick, she could choke to death. She closed her eyes and forced herself to take long, slow breaths through her nose. She had to stay calm. She had to think. But it was too hard to do anything with her body shaking and her head throbbing and wanting to be sick. She lay as still as possible, breathing evenly and trying to remember anything. She had gone shopping in the morning with Carla. She had sewn her initials on a tablecloth. That was all she could remember. How had she gotten into this wagon, and who was driving it? Where were they taking her? She contemplated thrashing about to get someone's attention, but then thought better of it. Whoever had her didn't want anyone to know they had her. They might do her more harm if she made it known she was awake. Mary Sue lay quietly, hoping to hear another horseman, buggy, or coach coming. She could sit up and roll out of the wagon in front of whomever was coming down the road. She lay listening and was glad to feel the shaking had stopped and the nausea was lessening, but her head still throbbed. After what felt like an hour later, she heard two men talking from the front of the wagon. "How much longer before we get there?" whined one of the men. "Keep your pants on," snarled the other. "Just another half an hour." "I want a beer and something to eat." "You just have to wait until we drop off our precious cargo." "Do you even know where we're going with this precious cargo?" the man said sarcastically. "Of course I do. She gave specific directions. It's a building on the west side about a quarter mile outside of town. It's dark blue with a white porch. We're supposed to go around the back and deliver her. And then we'll get our money? Yeah, now shut up already. I think we should ask for more, seeing how we got the coach to crash. That bitch should pay us double. I told you we're making good money. Just keep your trap shut, will ya?" Mary Sue was stymied. Her? Who was her? What coach? What crash? And what blue building? Where was she being delivered? She wanted to scream in frustration. She only had half an hour left to escape. What would she do if they got all the way to the destination? For the next half hour, Mary Sue listened for sounds of others traveling the road. She heard nothing and was beginning to wonder if they were on some side road rarely traveled. The wagon was slowing, and she heard one of the men again. "There it is. Now you carry in when I say the coast is clear. I'll do the talking and get the money." "I thought the old bitch told us to chloroform her again right before we got there. She said she doesn't want the girl to wake up." "She's still out cold, ain't she? The old biddy won't know any better. We're going to deliver the girl, get our money, and get the hell out of Dodge." Mary Sue was frantic. What to do? What to do? She silently screamed. She heard one of the men jump down from the seat and come to the back of the wagon. Mary Sue kept her eyes closed and tried to breathe normally. She had to pretend to still be out cold. It was her only hope. She was pulled unceremoniously to the edge of the wagon and had to bite her lip to keep from crying out. The man pulled the blanket off of her and began working on the ropes that bound her. When he removed the gag, she wanted to suck in a huge breath of fresh air, but just managed not to. He then threw the blanket back over her and picked her up, blanket and all, and flung her across his shoulders. Mary Sue hung like a dead weight. Her head was throbbing, but she didn't cry out. She heard a door open and a man's voice. "Bring her in here. Lay her on the table." "Why do you have her wrapped in a blanket, for Christ's sakes?" "I'll deal with them, Mr. Grayson," said a woman. Grayson looked at the woman and shrugged. "If you wish, Mrs. Thompson." Mary Sue heard the man leave and a door close. "Now here's your money. Now go. Get out of here and say nothing to anyone if you want to stay alive," the woman said in a low, husky voice. Wait, that was no strange woman. That voice belonged to her mother. She was trying to change it, but Mary Sue knew it was her. What was happening? Mary Sue didn't dare move. She was too shocked to do anything at the moment. Mary Sue heard the clicking of her mother's heels as she headed out of the room, and a door closed. "That is one cold bitch," one of the captors groused. "My mother was a whore and showed more kindness than that witch." "Who cares? Our job's done here. Let's go get that beer." Mary Sue heard the men leave. She opened her eyes slowly and looked around. The place looked like Doc's surgery. Mary Sue sat up. What was she here for? And then it hit her so hard she almost did get sick. This was a clinic for women to get rid of their unwanted babies. She knew places like this existed. And now she knew her mother never planned on allowing a bastard child into her perfect world. Bile rose in her throat. Her mother kidnapped her and was going to force abortion on her. Now a hot anger was boiling inside of her. There was no way she was going to lose her baby. She stood up, checking if her feet would carry her. She felt a bit dizzy, but that was all. She hurried quietly to the door and let herself out. "Mrs. Thompson, I've never performed the procedure on a girl so young and who's unconscious. I told you earlier I don't want to do it. The women who come here come of their own free will." "Dr. Patterson, as I told you earlier, my girl was raped. She cannot keep this baby. She's only 16 years old. You can't expect her to carry this rapist's child for 9 months." "It's not ethical. I don't feel right about doing this. If you had not put her out and she could tell me she does not want this baby, then I could do it." "My daughter believes it's a sin. She seems not to recognize the rapist as a sinner and that this baby is half his blood. Is it a greater sin to have my daughter suffer for the rest of her life? I'm her mother. I know what is best for her. She's young and prone to hysteria. That's why I had her put out. I don't want her to suffer during the procedure. I am losing my patience. We've been at this for over 15 minutes. I will pay you twice your normal fee." "Mrs. Thompson, why don't we wait until she comes to? It just isn't ethical." "Will it feel more ethical if I offer you 4 times your fee? I love my daughter very much. I will see this taken care of." Dr. Patterson's eyes almost bugged out of his head. "I see we have a deal, Doctor." Lydia smiled smugly. "Grayson, go prep the patient while I finish up with Mrs. Thompson." Grayson frowned at him in displeasure, but left the room to do as he was asked. "How long will this procedure take? I need to get us both home later this evening." "The procedure will only take about 20 minutes, but then we should wait an hour or so to make sure the bleeding stops." Grayson came rushing back into the room. "She's gone!" he cried out. "Gone?" Lydia hissed. "What? What do you mean she's gone? She was unconscious, for God's sakes. She couldn't just walk out," Dr. Patterson said in confusion. Lydia was going to hunt down those 2 men and kill them. How dare they not follow her directions? How dare they take her money? "I looked around outside. She's nowhere to be found," said Grayson. "This is an outrage. I'm leaving. I need to go find my daughter. Someone must have kidnapped her." Lydia stormed out of the building before the men could say another word. When she got outside, she leaned against a tree. "Good Lord," she whispered. "What am I going to do now?" Lydia knew she needed to get back to Elizabethtown as soon as possible. She couldn't be missed when everyone realized Mary Sue was missing. Luckily, Mary Sue had still been out cold when she paid off those 2 stupid men. She would have no idea who was behind the kidnapping. But all her brilliant planning and all that money gone to waste. Someone would pay for this, and she knew exactly who. Everyone was saddled up and ready to take the injured and dead back to town. Jason saw a horse coming quickly towards them. He saw it was the McDonald boy again, and he looked to still be in a hurry. He brought his horse to a stop in front of Doc. "Doc, Mrs. Carver sent me to you. She said Mary Sue's missing. She told me to give you this cloth she found on the floor. She said you know what it is." Mary Sue is missing? Joe sat ramrod straight in the saddle. Doc took the proffered cloth, turning it in his hands and then bringing it up to his nose. A frown marred his face, and then he looked worried. What is it, Doc? Jason asked in concern. Did they have another emergency on their hands? This cloth has traces of chloroform on it. Chloroform? Isn't that what you use to knock people out? Jason asked. Exactly. And what is it doing in my house, and where is Mary Sue? I don't like this, Jason. Are you saying someone may have knocked out Mary Sue and taken her? Joe was ready to explode in fear. That's exactly what I'm saying, Doc answered. Why else would someone use chloroform? You think someone kidnapped my daughter? John looked at each man as if hoping to hear otherwise. My God, I've got to get back to town and look for her. Let's go. Get these wagons rolling now. Doc, you all get back to town and help these people. John, you round up all the men you can and start a search party. Joe and I will be right behind you. Doc shook his head in disgust. There's just too much shit happening today. I don't like this at all. Doc waved on Adam and the others, and the wagons started to move. Jason, I need to get back to town and look for Mary Sue, Joe said frantically. No, wait just 1 second. There's just too much off about all of this. What do you mean? Don't you find it odd that someone cut the spokes of the coach and caused the accident at the same time that Mary Sue goes missing? This is just too coincidental in my mind. I think the two things are connected. You're right. It's mighty odd all this happened on the same day. But what does that have to do with me looking for Mary Sue? We're wasting time. Joe, I don't think Mary Sue's in town. Who would take her? And where would they hide her? She's probably been taken to Austin. The question is why? If I hadn't seen for myself how John's attitude toward Mary Sue has changed, I would think he had something to do with it. Besides, he's been with us all day, and that fear he just showed seemed real to me, Joe added. You go to Austin. Go to the sheriff there and tell him what happened. Maybe he can put a search party together too, or maybe someone saw something suspicious. I'll head back to town and look in on the patients, see if any of them can give us more information, and then I'll help John. Good idea. I need to do something, or I might go crazy. Joe turned Princess towards Austin and rode off at a gallop. Jason looked at the coach one more time. This was definitely connected. Chapter 27. Mary Sue kept running through the woods until the stitch in her side made her stop. She leaned over, breathing heavily. Her heart pounded, as did her head. Was anyone coming after her? Had she lost them? She knew she must have run for at least 15 minutes. She finally caught her breath and was able to look around and listen. She didn't hear anything but the sound of nature. She dropped to the ground and put her head on her knees. Tears flowed silently. Her mother had kidnapped her. Her mother was going to murder her baby. How could she? She was a monster. Mary Sue loved her baby already, and it wasn't even born yet. What was wrong with her mother? But she couldn't sit here all night crying. She had maybe 3 more hours of light. She needed to get help. She stood up and looked at her dress. It was filthy along the hem and torn in a couple of spots where she had run past bushes. Her hair had fallen down. She was a mess, but that was the least of her problems. She looked at the angle of the sun coming through the trees. The men had said the building they took her to was on the west side of town. The sun was to her right, which meant that was the west. She turned and began walking in the opposite direction, hoping she would find the town proper or a house where she could ask for help. She had walked another 15 minutes or so when she came upon a house nestled in the trees. At first, fear speared through her, and then she chastised herself. This house was not the house of her kidnappers. They were not evil people. At least she hoped not. She made her way to the front door and knocked. A few moments later, a young girl around 8, Mary Sue guessed, opened the door and stared up at her. "Hello, is your mother home? My name is Mary Sue and I need some help." The girl turned her head and yelled out, "Ma, there's a strange lady at the door." Mary Sue heard some rustling, and a woman appeared behind the girl. Letty Bell Stratton, how many times have I told you not to holler like a banshee? The woman looked at Mary Sue. I'm sorry, miss. My daughter has 4 brothers and seems to think she can only be heard if she yells. Letty looked contrite. Sorry, Ma. Mary Sue smiled at both of them. I'm sure if I had 4 brothers, I would do more than yell. Miss Stratton? Mary Sue asked. And the woman nodded. I'm Cora Stratton. Can I help you? Is something the matter? Yes, please. I know this is going to sound strange, but I was kidnapped from Elizabethtown. I escaped my captors and ran through the woods until I found your house. Lord have mercy! Come in, come in. Oh, dear, are they following you? Letty, you go get Willie Jr. and tell him to bring the rifle. Letty ran out the door and towards a small barn Mary Sue had not noticed. Will Sr. and my other 3 sons are still in town, but don't you worry. Willie Jr. and I both know our way around a rifle. We'll shoot anyone between the eyes who tries to get in here. Do you think I might sit down? Could I have a glass of water, please? I've been running through the woods for quite a while. Oh, my, I'm a terrible hostess. Please sit here. Cora pointed at the sofa. Mary Sue sunk into it gratefully. I'll be right back with a glass of water. Mary Sue closed her eyes and put her head on the back of the sofa. Now that the real danger was over, she was exhausted. She didn't think she'd ever felt so tired in her entire life. She placed her hands on her still flat stomach and prayed the baby was unharmed. Could chloroform affect an unborn child? Her thoughts were interrupted by the front door opening. Mary Sue's eyes flew open in fear, but then she relaxed. Letty and a boy who looked around 11 entered the room. The boy was carrying a rifle. You the lady I'm supposed to protect? The boy asked. He looked around the room as if he were looking for a bad guy to shoot. If Mary Sue weren't so drained, she would have laughed at the fierce look on the boy's face. Cora re-entered the room and handed Mary Sue a glass of water. Now you drink this up, and then when you feel you can handle it, you tell us what happened. We will figure out a way to get you back to your people. Mary Sue cringed inwardly. What would the woman think if she found out it was her own mother she needed to be protected from? Mary Sue drank the water and started to feel more human. Thank you so much. I feel better. Letty was staring at her. You're awfully pretty. Don't you think so, Ma? Yes, honey, she's right pretty. Willie Jr. snorted. Girls. Now Mary Sue did laugh. Thank you, Letty. And yes, Willie Jr., we are girls. Letty leaned against her mother, who had taken a chair across from Mary Sue. What happened to you? Your dress is all dirty and has tears, too. There were some bad men after me. I got away from them, but I had to run through the woods. I wasn't being careful, and some bushes caught on my dress. Cora, my full name is Mary Sue Drake. My father's the mayor of Elizabethtown. I need to go to the sheriff's office here in Austin so I can get a message to my father and my fiancé. They will both be frantic. You're exhausted. I can see it in your face. I'll send Willie Jr. to the sheriff's office. He'll bring him back here. You just stay here and rest. Mary Sue wanted to argue, but she was exhausted, mentally and physically. The thought of walking anywhere else made her shudder. Thank you. Now, Willie Jr., I want you to take old Gus and ride to the sheriff's. You heard Miss Drake's name. You tell him she's here and in danger, and he needs to ride out here, or one of his deputies needs to. You give me that gun, and I'll watch out while you're gone. Your pa and brother should be home in less than an hour. Willie Jr. stood up tall and proud. I can do that, Ma. He turned to Mary Sue. I'll ride real fast. He didn't wait for a response, but ran out the door and toward the barn. He's a good boy. He'll do exactly as he said. Now you lie down on that sofa and close your eyes. Letty, you come with me, and let's finish getting supper ready for your pa and brothers. Joe had never ridden Princess so hard. She was bred for speed and distance, so he knew she could handle it. He saw the outskirts of Austin in front of him and sighed with relief. He knew where the sheriff's station was. Either he or Jason checked in every month to hear news of the town and whether anyone was on the run. Joe rode up to the building that housed the sheriff's office and jumped off Princess. He looked around and saw 2 boys hanging around a store looking in the windows. Hey, boys, he called out. How would you like to make a little money?" The two boys ran over. "Sure, mister. What can we do?" said the bigger boy. "I want you to walk my horse around and let her cool off. Find her some water and then tether her over there by that tree so she can reach the grass." He handed the boys a nickel and then strode into the office. Sheriff Dawson sat behind a desk, as did Deputy Riggs. Joe knew both men. They looked up when he walked in. "Well, what do we owe this unscheduled visit to, Joe?" He came around his desk and shook Joe's hand. "Hey, Joe," Riggs nodded at him. "My fiancée's been kidnapped, and I think she might have been brought to Austin." "You're getting married? Congratulations, but what is this about being kidnapped? Who would want to do that and why?" the sheriff asked, perplexed. "I'm not sure of the who or the why. Jason and I just figured she might be stowed away somewhere here. It's doubtful anyone could keep her hidden in our small town. Plus, a few strange coincidences have us believing this was something well planned out." Joe filled both of the men in about the accident and the rag with the chloroform. Both men shook their heads in wonder. "We can set up a search party. Start asking questions around town. Maybe someone saw something suspicious," Dawson said. "That's what Jason and I were hoping," Joe nodded. He could feel his anxiety level rising. Every minute Mary Sue was missing meant more harm could come to her. "I'll gather up some men together," Riggs said. Before he could head out the door, it flew open and a young boy ran in. "Sheriff Dawson, my ma sent me here. We had a strange lady come to our house. She said she needs help." Joe rushed over to the boy and knelt in front of him and held him by the shoulders. "Do you know the name of the lady?" Joe asked, his heart in his throat. "She said her name's Mary Sue Drake. She's at our house. Ma's protecting her with the rifle. No bad guys will get her now," Willie Jr. said proudly. Joe thought he might pass out with relief. "She's okay? She's unharmed?" "Her dress has a rip in it, but she looks fine. My sister Letty, she called her pretty." Joe wanted to hug the boy to his chest and never let go. Instead, he squeezed the boy's shoulders. "Thank you, son. You've brought me the best news ever." Joe stood and looked at Dawson. "I'm guessing you want to come along and talk with Mary Sue?" "You bet. Let's hit the road. Come on, Willie Jr., you lead the way." Sheriff Dawson ruffled the boy's hair. "Your pa is going to be proud of you, son." Joe stopped in the doorway and called to Riggs. "Can you go to the telegraph office and send a message to Elizabethtown that Mary Sue's been found safe and sound? I don't want anyone worrying as I don't know if we'll make it back tonight." "You got it, Joe. Now go, get that fiancé of yours." Mary Sue heard horses riding up to the house and cried out to Cora. "Cora, I hear horses. Do you still have the rifle?" Cora hustled into the room from the kitchen with a rifle under her arm. She looked out the front window. "No cause for concern. It's the sheriff and Willie Jr. and another young man I don't recognize, but he's a real looker." Mary Sue stood when she heard the front door open. Joe burst into the room, saw Mary Sue and ran to her and grabbed her into a tight hug. "Thank God, I've been frantic." He put her down and grabbed her face in his hands and looked into her eyes. "Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" Before she could answer him, he was kissing her eyes, cheeks, nose, and mouth. Mary Sue started to laugh and cry. "Oh, Joe, you found me. You came for me. How? Tears of joy ran down her cheeks. Joe rubbed them away with his thumbs and then took her into a fierce hug again. "What in tarnation is going on here?" a man called from the door. "We got ourselves a party going on?" Cora hurried over to her husband and gave him and the three little boys a hug. "Oh, Will, you wouldn't believe the excitement we've had around here. That pretty young lady being ravished over there by that handsome man was kidnapped. She escaped her captors and found our house. Can you believe that?" "Yeah, Pa, and I helped protect her, and I rode Gus into town to get the sheriff," Willie Jr. piped up. "Well, I'll be. So you got a name for those two weeping and kissing over there?" Will asked. "The man is Joe. He's a deputy from Elizabethtown," said the sheriff. "My guess is that the woman is his fiancée, the one who was kidnapped." "Her name's Mary Sue Drake," said Willie Jr. The three little boys' eyes were wide, taking in all the people in their front room. The littlest one had his arms around his father's leg. He looked scared. He probably had never seen so many strangers in his house before. The two other boys stood next to their older brother and were asking Willie Jr. if he had shot anyone. Willie Jr. was shaking his head no and looked disappointed that he didn't have a more exciting tale to tell. Mary Sue and Joe finally managed to let go of each other, but Joe still held on her hand tightly, as if he feared she might disappear again, and they joined the circle of people. "I can't thank you enough, Mrs. Stratton, for taking in Mary Sue. She and I will be forever grateful to you and your family," Joe said. He turned to the sheriff. "Shall we head back to town so we can question Mary Sue and figure out what we need to do to keep her safe?" "I'd say that would be a good idea. Thank you all for helping. And a special thank you to you, Willie Jr. You did a good job today, lad." The sheriff patted the boy on the back. "You're welcome, Sheriff. I think I might be a sheriff when I grow up. What do you think, Pa?" "Well, as brave as you are, son, I think you'd be a great lawman," his father said proudly. "I want to be a lawman, too," cried Letty. "You can't be a lawman, silly. You're a girl," Willie Jr. scoffed. Mary Sue broke in before the children could continue their argument. "You never know what you might grow up to be, Letty. Don't let anyone tell you you can't do something as good as a man. Why, I'm the best horse rider in Elizabethtown, aren't I, Joe?" Mary Sue winked at him. Joe chuckled. "She ain't lying." "Can't you all just stay for supper? We would love to have you," Cora offered. "Thank you, but we need to get back into town, talk with Mary Sue, and then get us some rooms at the hotel," Joe said regretfully. "Can we take you up on that offer after we get married? I would love to see you all again. You've become very important to me." Mary Sue smiled at each Stratton, with a little special wink for Letty. Letty ran over to Mary Sue and gave her a big hug. "Do you promise to come back?" "Absolutely." "Will you write me a letter, Letty, and tell me how you and your family are doing? You can also pick a day that we should come to supper. I'll write back to you and tell you that we'll be coming. Would that work for you?" The little girl smiled with pleasure. "I'll write to you every week," she promised. Joe and the sheriff shook hands with Will and Will Jr. Mary Sue hugged Cora, and they headed out to the horses. Joe helped Mary Sue mount Princess, and then he swung up behind her. They waved to the family who all stood on the porch, watching them go. Doc and Adam had their hands full. The two boys had woken up during the ride back to town. Adam had sat with them in the back of the wagon and kept them calm. The mother was still out and was upstairs in Adam's bed so they could check on her often. Both boys had needed a few stitches in their heads. Adam had had to hold them down. They cried the whole time. They were now with Carla and Sarah Spencer, who had them stretched out on the sofa at the Carvers and were feeding them cookies. The boys had told them that they had been on their way to their grandparents' house. Doc got the name of the grandparents, and he had already sent Adam to the telegraph office to send a telegram to Austin to try to find them and tell them what happened. Oliver and Donna, the middle-aged couple, were at the only hotel in town, recovering enough so they could go back to Andover tomorrow. Oliver had a broken arm, and Donna was recovering from a concussion. She too had woken up during the trip back to town. Hank, thank goodness, had offered to take Walter in and keep an eye on him. Doc thought Adam was going to pass out when Doc had to reset Walter's leg. Walter had screamed and luckily passed out himself. It had made it much easier to work on him. The laudanum had put him to sleep, so they were able to load him in the wagon. Hank said his men could help unload him. Adam had been gone over half an hour when Caleb heard the front door open and the bell tinkle. Adam hustled back into the surgery. "Doc," Adam called out excitedly. "Joe found Mary Sue. Apparently she's all right." "Thank God, something finally went right today," Doc sighed in relief. "I'm guessing there's no real details about what, where, when, and how," Doc asked. "No, just that she's found. I ran over to Jason to tell him the news. He said he would go to the Drakes and tell them. And Mr. Spencer said that he would stay open an extra hour in hopes of hearing back from the grandparents. He'll stop by on his way home either way to see if we need help with the boys." The door opened again, and David Spencer came in. Hey, Doc, I got a telegram. Grandparents are found. They're bringing a wagon and will be here in 2 hours to pick up their daughter and grandchildren. They want to take their daughter to the hospital in Austin. I hope moving her won't cause any more damage. Doc pulled his watch from his pocket and flipped open the lid. Well, they should be here by 6. That will give them just enough daylight to get home. I don't think the trip will be too dangerous. We'll need to cushion the back of the wagon to keep from bumping her around. The boys will feel less anxious being with their grandparents. Sounds like a plan. I'll stop by your place and tell Carla and Sarah. They'll both be relieved, and the boys should perk up knowing their family will be here soon. David waved and headed out the door. I'm just glad the grandparents are coming. Carla's going to want to go over to Barbara and Georgina's and help lay them out. Doc shook his head sadly. The two of them being neighbors will make it easier to get things ready for tomorrow. I'm sure people will start paying their respects first thing in the morning. Their families should be here by tomorrow sometime. It's going to be a long and sad day. Adam nodded in agreement. I think I'll go to Emma. I don't know if Jason's had the chance to tell her all that happened. Jason headed over to the Drakes to tell them the good news about Mary Sue. John opened the door himself. His skin looked gray, and he gripped the door handle as he looked worriedly at Jason. Joe found her, John. She's fine. Thank the good Lord. John's grip loosened, and color rushed back into his face. Where is she? What happened? That I don't know. The message came from Deputy Riggs. He didn't have any more information. Now we just need to wait until we hear from them. Where's Lydia? Won't she want to know Mary Sue's safe? She doesn't even know what's happened. When I got back, I found a note from her. She went out to her parents' ranch to discuss Mary Sue coming to them in her late pregnancy. I'm not sure when she left or when she's getting back. John, I'm home, Lydia called out as she came into the living room. She stopped at the side of Jason standing next to her husband. What's going on? What is he doing here? John hurried over to Lydia. You may want to sit down. The news I have to tell you is disturbing. Lydia allowed herself to be pulled to the sofa. She sat, and John sat next to her. Jason took a chair opposite them. Mrs. Drake, it seems Mary Sue was kidnapped this afternoon from the Carver's house. Lydia jumped up. She was what? She cried out. John pulled her back down. Calm yourself, Lydia. She was found safe and sound by Joe. Joe? Where? When? Whoever would want to take our daughter? I'm guessing it was a ransom gone awry. She was found in Austin, said Jason. Thank you, Sheriff, Lydia said silently to herself. You have just come up with my perfect alibi. Did you get a ransom note, John? Lydia turned and questioned her husband. No, she must have gotten away before they could put the rest of their plan in motion. Jason was watching Lydia carefully. Something was up. She had looked almost frightened when she saw him in the room talking with her husband. Now her tension eased greatly. He got the impression again that it wasn't that Mary Sue had been found that made her calmer, but something else. Sheriff, I would hope that you would pursue this line of thinking. Will you go to Austin and see if you can find the men who kidnapped her? Lydia, there's more to tell you before we search for her kidnappers, John said. What in the world could be more important than finding the awful people who took her? Lydia, the coach from Andover to Austin overturned on the road just outside of town. There were multiple injuries, and I don't know how to tell you this, but Barbara Weber and Georgina Turnbull were both killed. Lydia went white and stiff. They were killed. John had both of her hands in his and was nodding sadly. Jason felt a prickling sensation. Lydia's question was odd. She hadn't cried out. She hadn't expressed sorrow or anger. It sounded more like surprise. Lydia, can I ask you where you were today? Jason asked. He watched her face closely. John, I left you a note. Didn't you tell the sheriff? I did. Jason, what are you doing? John frowned at him. Just my job, John. I'll be asking a lot of questions until I find out if that coach accident and Mary Sue's disappearance are connected. Lydia, John did tell me you left a note that you'd gone to your parents. Can you tell me what time you left this morning?
I left right after breakfast. Why does it matter?
Did you see anyone when you left? Did anyone see you on the road out of town? Jason could see the tension rising in Lydia. He wasn't sure if it was fear or anger.
I don't know if anyone saw me. I had a lot on my mind. Again, what does it matter, Sheriff?
I'll be questioning everyone who was not in town today. I'm sure you have nothing to worry about. Your parents will vouch for you, Jason said.
You will not involve me or my parents with your ridiculous questions. I've had enough.
Lydia stood and looked at her husband.
I'm going over to Barbara and Regina's. I'm the chairwoman of the social committee they were on. It is my duty to help the ladies lay them out.
She turned to Jason and glared at him.
I am going. Good day to you, Sheriff, she said haughtily as she stormed out of the room.
Jason, what are you getting at? Lydia had nothing to do with any of this. John sounded frustrated and exhausted. As I said, John, I'm just doing my job. Jason patted the man on the shoulder and then let himself out. Chapter 28.
Mary Sue looked at Joe and Sheriff Dawson and didn't know how to begin her story. It was so shameful. Joe would lose his mind when he found out. She had just gotten him to believe her father was sincere, and now she had to tell him about her mother?
Mary Sue, are you able to tell us what happened? Asked Sheriff Dawson gently. He could see that Mary Sue was having a hard time. He hoped she'd pull herself together and give him something to work with. Joe was rubbing her back and talking softly to her. She was more anxious now than she had been at the Strattons. It was odd.
I know who kidnapped me, whispered Mary Sue.
She had her hands clasped in her lap, and she looked at the floor. Joe looked at Dawson in surprise, and the sheriff shrugged his shoulders. Joe looked at Mary Sue, but she still looked down, and the tension in her body was palpable. Mary Sue, sweetheart, what are you saying? Joe asked gently, as he pulled her hands apart and held them in his. Look at me. Who did this to you? Tears streamed down Mary Sue's face. She looked as if her heart were breaking. Joe felt his body tense. Something awful was about to happen.
My mother had me kidnapped.
Mary Sue convulsed into tears. Joe couldn't have heard right. He put his arm around Mary Sue and hugged her to him. Shh, calm yourself, love. You'll make yourself ill. Think of our baby. What are you saying, Mary Sue? The sheriff sat quietly. This was uglier than he could have imagined. He knew the Drakes. He'd never liked them all that much, but he did respect them. They did a lot of good in Elizabethtown and also in Austin. Was Mary Sue mistaken? It was unfathomable. Mary Sue cried into Joe's shoulder.
She took me to a clinic in order to get rid of our baby. She wanted to murder our baby. She left me there thinking I was unconscious. She left me thinking the doctor would solve all of her problems. I don't even know if she was still there when I escaped.
Her sobs racked her body. All of the ugliness, all of the fear came out in gut-wrenching sobs. Joe felt tears tracking down his own face. The pain of the betrayal was too much to take in. He hugged her to him, and both of them cried for the family life that could never be recaptured. The Drake family was broken. Their baby would never know its grandmother. Sweetheart, I know this is painful, but you need to tell Sheriff Dawson what you know. We have to deal with this. You need to be strong for the baby and for me and for you. Can you tell us how you know it was your mother who did all this?
Oh, Joe, it's worse than you think. I heard my captors talking. They said something about a coach and them causing it to crash. I'm so afraid they did something awful. They were brutal and crass men. I was so afraid. I pretended I was still knocked out. I didn't know what they would do to me if they knew I was conscious.
Mary Sue shivered with the horrible memories. Damn it to hell! Joe jerked to his feet and paced the floor. His agitation made Mary Sue feel even more anxious. What is it, Joe? Mary Sue asked fearfully. There was an accident. The Andover to Austin coach overturned outside of Elizabethtown. But it was no accident. The spokes were sawed by someone, and they broke. There were 8 people on that coach. Oh, no. Was anyone hurt? Mary Sue had a terrible feeling as she looked at the tense set of Joe's jaw. Please, Joe, you have to tell me. I need to know what my mother's done. Joe stopped pacing and knelt before Mary Sue. The grief in his face made her feel nauseous. She began to shake, and Joe grabbed her hands and held them tightly. Mrs. Weber and Mrs. Turnbull were on the coach. They didn't make it, Mary Sue. There was a loud keening in the room, and Mary Sue became aware that it was coming from her. No, no, tell me this is not so. Oh, Joe, tell me my mother did not murder those 2 wonderful women. Mary Sue looked at Joe, begging him with her eyes to tell her it was all a bad dream. I'm sorry, love. They're gone. Walter broke his leg. A mother and her 2 sons were unconscious last I saw them, and another couple was injured as well. Mary Sue, I think your mother must have lost her mind. It's the only explanation. Your father was with us at the accident. He helped get the injured back to town. He had nothing to do with any of this and has no knowledge of what happened to you. He was frantic when he heard you were missing. I'm sorry, sweetheart. We'll get through this together somehow. Mary Sue felt cold all over. Her mother's actions had led to innocent people dying. It was too much to take in. Her own horrible experience diminished with the horror of the injuries and deaths. She looked up into Joe's concerned face. How are we going to get through this? My family will be hated by all, and we should be. Mary Sue began to cry again. Mary Sue, no one is going to hate you or your father. You're not to blame. You're a victim, just as those on the coach. The town will rally around you and John. They know you can't control your mother. She's going to have to be put away, Mary Sue. She's going to be arrested. She's only 41. She's used to having people answer to her. It will kill her. Mary Sue moaned in despair. Sheriff Dawson asked softly, Mary Sue, can you tell me about the 2 men? I'd like to get my officers out there looking for them. Can you tell me anything about them? Mary Sue looked at the sheriff in surprise, as if she had forgotten he was in the room. I never saw them, but I'd know their voices anywhere and their smell. I overheard them say they wanted to get a beer after they got the money from my mother. Dawson got up, opened the door, and shouted for Riggs. What is it, Sheriff? Deputy Riggs said as he came into the office. I want you to grab a couple of our men and scour the saloons for our 2 kidnappers. They just came into a lot of money. They're probably out-of-towners. See if you can find anyone getting drunk, and talk to the barkeeps and ask them if they've seen or heard anything. I'm on it. Riggs left, and Sheriff Dawson closed the door and sat back behind his desk. What do you want to do next, Joe? He asked. We can't do much tonight. Telegraph office is closed. Can't even get a message to Jason about Lydia. True, but she doesn't know we know. She must be back by now. It's probably safe to let her stay home tonight. I don't think she would do anything but pretend to be happy that Mary Sue was found, Dawson said. And I'll bet Jason is on hyper alert. He's already guessed the 2 accidents were connected. He'll be questioning people and keeping an eye out tonight. Mary Sue and I will stay at the hotel. We'll go home tomorrow morning. We're both exhausted. We'll stop by on the way out to see if you found those 2 men. Joe stood and pulled Mary Sue out of the chair. She swayed a bit, but he put an arm around her waist and helped her out the office door. All right. I'll see you 2 tomorrow. Mary Sue, get yourself some rest. This is not your fault. You've been incredibly brave today. I'm proud to have made your acquaintance. Mary Sue smiled weakly at him, and Sheriff Dawson watched them walk over to Princess. Lydia was fuming as she walked over to Mrs. Turnbull's. That stupid sheriff solved her problem and then turned right around and started interrogating her. That someone took Mary Sue to ransom her made perfect sense. Everyone knew the Drakes had money. She would push this theory to John and to the people around town. That would curb that awful man. And if it didn't, she would curb him. He and his family had been a thorn in her side for too long. That snooty grandmother of his, always lording things over her. They had had the biggest spread in Elizabethtown. Then Jason wouldn't sell John the land with all the oil rights. He strung Mary Sue along for a year and then hooked up with that plain and boring teacher. He threatened both her and John about letting Joe marry Mary Sue. Lydia saw the lights from both women's homes through the doors that stood open. She had to pull herself together. As she went up the steps, she felt a little sick. No one was supposed to die. Those idiot men had messed up everything. As usual, if you don't do things yourself, things go wrong. Lydia entered the house. A few women were draping black crepe around the walls in the parlor. All the curtains were closed, and a sturdy, long table stood in the living room. The body would be placed on it. She figured Georgina was probably laid out in her bed right now. She would be moved in the morning. Lydia saw Emma Brown pushing some chairs around against the walls. Lydia bristled. What was that woman doing here? Of course, she had taken over Georgina's job at the school. It was actually a good thing that she was here. Lydia could start her ransom theory. The woman was the sheriff's friend, after all. Who better to get things rolling in the right direction? Carla saw Lydia walk in and was surprised to see her. Caleb had told her that Mary Sue had been found, but there was no further information as to what had happened. Wasn't she concerned about her daughter? Shouldn't she be home with John and the two of them consoling each other? Lydia, is there any more news on Mary Sue? Will she be home tonight? Emma heard Carla and looked to see that Lydia was there. She walked over to the two women. She disliked Lydia greatly, but she would be polite for Mary Sue's sake. She was Mary Sue's mother, even if Emma thought she was an awful one. Emma was still reeling from all that had happened today. She only knew the bare minimum that Adam told her as he walked with her to Mrs. Turnbull's house. Mary Sue had been found by Joe and was unharmed. Emma was relieved. But she so grieved for the other two older women's deaths, she could only nod at Adam. She was doing all she could not to just burst into tears. She had come over here to help, but she was finding it painful. The two women had always been so kind to her. Mrs. Turnbull had been grateful to turn her darling children over to Emma. She had checked in once in a while to see how Emma and the children were doing. It was always a happy reunion with the children surrounding their old teacher and asking her to tell them a story. Mrs. Turnbull would wink at her and then proceed to tell the children exciting stories about pirates and dragons or ghosts. I just heard about Mary Sue's kidnapping and the coach accident. I was at my parents' all day, Emma heard Lydia say to Carla. John told me Mary Sue was found. I couldn't just sit at home. I need something to do. I need to keep busy. I'm so horribly upset that someone would cause the coach to overturn. I can't believe Georgina and Barbara are gone. I'm devastated. Carla gave Lydia a hug. You poor woman. What you've been through today, I just can't imagine. I'm sorry too, Lydia, Emma said. I'm so happy that Mary Sue is okay and that Joe found her. He must be so happy to have his fiancée back. Lydia cringed and sighed, but gave Emma a smile. I'm sure he is. So put me to work, ladies. Why don't you help me drape the black cloth over the viewing table? Carla suggested. The two women headed to the table, and Emma went back to pushing chairs against the walls and making space for more chairs to come. They worked quietly together for the next half an hour. Lydia was heading home after helping out and felt pretty good about her plan. She had talked about how Jason guessed that Mary Sue had probably been kidnapped for ransom. She had said that she and John would have paid any amount of money to get Mary Sue back. Emma hadn't said anything, but Lydia knew she was listening. Carla had been outraged. It was bad enough that trains and coaches were held up on a regular basis, but to kidnap a young woman? Was no one safe anymore? Maisie and Meg had arrived and were also shocked at the thought that a woman wasn't safe, even in her own small town. The ransom theory would be around town by mid-morning. As she came up on Doc's building, she heard male voices. The sun was almost down, but she could make out the sheriff talking with Caleb. She scooted closer and kept in the shadow of the building. "I'll tell you, Doc, I don't think it was a ransom attempt. It just doesn't add up," Lydia heard the sheriff say, and anger and fear roiled in her. That nasty man was going to ruin everything. "What makes you say that, Jason?" "I think the accident and the kidnappings are connected. It's too coincidental. How could two men, who we believe are not from this town, I might add, organize all this? How did they know where the coach was in order to tamper with it? How did they know Mary Sue was staying with you? And how did they know she would be by herself at your house at just that time? Someone who knows the workings of this town had to be involved." "You're making a lot of sense, Jason. It all does sound pretty fishy. You got any ideas as to who would do this? There's no one in this town who has anything against Mary Sue." Doc sounded confused. "I think there is someone, Doc." And with that cryptic statement, Jason headed back to his office. Lydia was shaking with fury as she made her way home. That man was ruining everything again. If he dared to go to her parents' ranch and check her story, she'd be in trouble. She had to do something. She entered the house, and John was sitting in his chair reading a book. He glanced up as she entered. He looked like he had aged, she realized as she looked at him. Well, good. He should be suffering. He was taking all their dreams and crushing them. He wanted to slow down? Seriously? They almost had all they wanted, and he wanted to slow down. Lydia forced a smile on her face. "You look like you could use a drink. It's been a shocking day. Let me get you a whiskey." John gave her a smile. "That would be real nice. I could use one." "Just let me take off my sweater and put my hat up, and I'll be right back with that drink." John nodded and went back to reading. Lydia hurried to her room, threw her sweater and hat onto the bed. She went to the drawer where she kept medicine and bandages. She found the small bottle of laudanum and slipped it into her dress pocket. She went into the kitchen, pulled a glass from the cupboard, took it over to the crystal decanter on the sideboard that held the whiskey. She poured a small bit of the laudanum in the glass, and then a shot of the whiskey. She stirred it and took it to John. "Thank you, my dear. Won't you join me with a glass of port?" "I'm fine. I want to straighten up the bedroom. I just threw my sweater and hat on the bed." "Drink away." "I think I'll go to bed early. It's after 9, and it's been an exceedingly stressful evening. Setting up the viewings was just awful. Everyone is so upset and sad." "Well, I can understand that. I almost feel guilty for being so happy that Mary Sue's been found. We are blessed while others must feel cursed today," John said sympathetically. Yes, you're right. Good night, John." Lydia headed back into their room and closed the door. She put her sweater back on but hung up her hat. She sat on the bed and waited. 15 minutes later, she could hear John's soft snores. She rose, opened the bedroom door quietly, and walked up to her husband. He was in a deep sleep. She headed to the parlor closet, reached in, and removed the rifle. She knew John always kept it loaded. Living in the finest house in Elizabethtown meant one had to protect oneself from possible thieves. She went to the back door and opened it quietly, and eased it closed as she stepped out onto the back porch. It was dark now. There was a half moon which helped her pick her way to the street and then make her way to the main part of town. Jason planned on walking around town every hour until at least midnight. He wanted to see if anyone was out and about doing anything suspicious. The more he thought about it, the more he believed it was an inside job. Specifically, he had a bad feeling Lydia was involved. She was the only one who could have a grudge against Mary Sue. She had conveniently been out of town. She had acted oddly when she had seen him in her home, and she was a cold woman who was used to getting her way. He could imagine her anger when John started singing a different tune about their daughter and her upcoming marriage. It was just the thing that would push someone with her superior attitude right over the cliff. One of Hank's men passed by Jason on his way to Madame Rule's. Otherwise, things were pretty quiet. He knew most people would be home discussing the accident and kidnapping. He hated to think that Lydia could be responsible for all the havoc and grief the town had gone through today. What would John and Mary Sue do if it was Lydia? They would both be devastated. John, he knew, would have a hard time holding his head up in town. He would blame himself for all of it. If Jason's gut instinct was right, there was still a lot of upheaval coming in the near future. Jason heard a sound behind him, but before he could turn or react, a sharp, burning pain ripped into his upper arm. He yelled out in pain and then fell to the ground. He realized he'd been shot. He lay there not moving and trying to breathe quietly. He wanted to look dead. Lydia was shaking. She hustled down a side street back towards her home. She'd done it. She'd shot the sheriff dead. Her problems were over. "Doc!" yelled Adam as he came racing down the stairs from his room. Doc came out of his office, yawning hugely. "Doc, I swear, I heard a gunshot." Adam ran outside, Doc following behind him. "Will this day ever end?" Doc groaned. Jason wondered if it was safe to move yet. He could feel the blood oozing. If he didn't get help soon, he would pass out and possibly die in the street. It was dark. No one could see him. He heard feet running his way. "Hello, someone here? I've been shot. Help!" he yelled in the direction of the footsteps. Adam screeched to a stop when he saw a body in the street. He'd almost stepped on him. He dropped to his knees and sucked in his breath. "Jason! Oh my God! You've been shot!" Doc came puffing up and dropped next to Adam. "Jason, where are you shot? Damn it, it's dark out here." "In my arm. You two help me up. I think I can walk to your surgery," Jason bit out in pain. "Damn it, it hurts." "Wait," Adam said, as he pulled off his shirt and tied it tightly around Jason's arm. "Good thinking, son," Doc said. Adam took Jason's good arm and started pulling him up. Doc stood behind Jason and steadied him. Adam put Jason's arm over his shoulder and grabbed him around the waist. "I got him, Doc. You go set up what you need. We'll be right behind you." Doc took off, and Adam and Jason made their way slowly behind him. Every step was like climbing a mountain to Jason. He could feel himself getting lightheaded. "We're almost there," Adam said. He could feel Jason sagging in his arms. They made it into the back room where the surgery was, and Adam and Doc helped Jason onto the table. Doc untied Adam's bloody shirt and studied the wound. "Looks like the bullet went right through the flabby part of your arm," said Doc. "I don't have any flab," grunted Jason. Adam snorted. "It's just like you to make a joke when you gotta be in agony." "You got lucky, Jason," Doc said, as he started cleaning the wound. "Ouch, son of a bitch, you trying to kill me?" "Well, someone tried to kill you," Adam piped in. "I'm gonna sew you up. You want some laudanum? It'll help with the pain." "No, it'll make my mind cloudy. I need to be able to think." Jason yelped when he felt Doc start the first stitch. He clutched the side of the bed with his good arm, closed his eyes, and cursed profusely under his breath. When Doc finally finished, Jason was sweating and feeling as weak as a kitten. He couldn't get enough energy to open his eyes. He could hear Doc and Adam cleaning up. "Doc, I think we should take him over to Emma's. She'll want to take care of him. She'll be after us both if we keep this from her." "You think we can get him up the stairs?" Doc asked. "Yeah, I'll be able to hold him up." Adam turned back to the table. "Jason, you want to recuperate at Emma's?" Jason forced his eyes open. Have Emma take care of him? Hell yes. He nodded to Adam. "I'm going to go get Buddy in the wagon." Adam was out the door and heading to the property behind the Carver's house, where a horse was housed and the wagon was stored in case Doc had to pick up a patient too sick to come in on his own. Jason closed his eyes again As Doc continued to put things away and grumbling under his breath about the town going to hell in a handbasket, Jason had dreamed of staying at Emma's, but not as an invalid. The first time they would spend a night together, and she was going to be his nursemaid. He groaned again, this time in frustration. "You okay there, Jason?" Doc was looking down at him when Jason opened his eyes. "You want me to give you something for the pain?" "Not yet. I want to make sense when I talk to Emma. I want her to see that I'm okay." Doc nodded. "Jason, you think you got shot by that person you've been suspecting?" Jason nodded. "Who is it, Jason? You need to spill it. This person's dangerous." "It's Lydia." Doc's mouth fell open. "Lydia? You're trying to tell me Lydia Drake is behind the accidents, the kidnapping, and the shooting? That can't be possible. She's a woman, for God's sake." "A smart woman who doesn't like to be told no. I think she's gone around the bend, Doc. She's always been wound tight as a spring. She's always gotten her way, which has kept her sane. I think Mary Sue being with child and John accepting it put her over the edge. She can't handle anyone knowing something that could bring down the illustrious Drake name." Jason winced in pain. That little speech was as much as he could get out at the moment. He closed his eyes and tried to breathe the pain away. "Well, I'll be damned. What are we going to do? Joe's still in Austin, and you're in no shape to arrest her." Jason opened his eyes. "Just keep this to yourself. She thinks I'm dead and she's safe. She won't do anything else tonight. As soon as Joe shows his face in town, you send him to Emma's." Emma stared down at Jason sleeping in her bed. She had almost fainted when she had opened her door and found Adam barely holding up a very sickly-looking Jason. They had managed to get Jason into Emma's bed. Adam had shooed her out so he could get Jason out of some of his clothes and make him more comfortable. When she had finally been let back in, she had rushed to the bed, only to find Jason sleeping. Adam put his fingers on his lips to keep her quiet, and then waved her out of the room. In the living room, he told her Jason had been shot. Emma almost fainted again. Adam eventually convinced her that Jason would live. The bullet had passed right through his arm, and Doc had sterilized the wound and sewn it up. Adam then told her it was his idea to bring Jason to her. He figured she would be the only one who could keep him in bed and make sure he recovered. Jason would listen to her. He doubted Jason would listen to him or Doc. When Emma had asked him who could have shot Jason, Adam said he didn't know. He had heard the gunshot, and he and Doc had run outside to investigate, and they had found Jason lying in the street bleeding. Emma had shuddered in horror. He could have been killed. She'd hugged her brother goodbye, thinking him over and over. And now, here she was, staring down at the man she loved, and wishing he would wake up. She wanted to hear from his own lips that he was going to be okay. Chapter 29. Mary Sue woke up at 7 and wondered if Joe was awake yet. He had insisted that they have separate rooms. She needed the sleep, and he did not want her all night long. She rose, did her morning ablution. Having to put on the same dress she had worn yesterday that was torn and dirty brought back the horror of that day. A shiver ran through her. A soft knock on her door made her start. "Mary Sue, sweetheart, are you awake? I'd like to get an early start back to town," she heard Joe say. Mary Sue rushed to the door, opened it, and flung herself at Joe. He pulled her into his arms. There. I know it's going to be an awful day, love." He stroked her hair and rocked her, trying to soothe and calm her. How must it feel to go home and watch your mother be arrested for murder? "You make me feel as if I can survive anything. I know you'll be there to pick up the pieces. Thank you, Joe. I hope you don't have to save my life too many more times," Mary Sue sniffled, and finally let go of him. "This had better be the last time, or you will be married to a gray-haired man. I can't take much more. Come on, let's head to the stable and get you a horse, and then we'll stop by the sheriff's. We should be home by 10. When Joe and Mary Sue entered the jail 15 minutes later, they could hear loud, angry voices. "Those are the men," Mary Sue whispered and grabbed Joe's hand. "I'd recognize those voices anywhere." They heard Sheriff Dawson tell the two men to clam up. Just as he came from the back, he saw Mary Sue and Joe and smiled. "We got us two very ticked-off men who were so stupid I don't even know how they kidnapped you in the first place. Riggs found him in the second bar he went to. Both of them were in there bragging about getting paid by a witch to snag her own daughter. They were drunk as skunks. The bartender was just ready to send someone to get us to come pick the two up when Riggs showed up. They are admitting to nothing, but I'm guessing your mother will have no trouble identifying them. Even if she won't, everyone in the bar heard them." Sheriff Dawson shook his head. "I wish all crimes were so easy to solve." Joe laughed and shook the sheriff's hand. "We'll leave them with you. I'll get back to you when we have Mrs. Drake in custody." "Thank you, Sheriff. I feel safer knowing those two are behind bars," Mary Sue said. "I don't think the rest of my day will go this smoothly." Sheriff Dawson agreed with her sadly. "I'm sorry for what you have in front of you, but remember that at some point it will all be behind you." John was surprised to find himself in his chair when he woke up in the morning. His head was aching, and his entire body was stiff. What in the heck happened? He'd never had a whiskey affect him in such a way. He rubbed his forehead. Lydia entered the room. "I've never seen you sleep so deeply. You must be more affected by all this happening than you thought," Lydia said. "Do you have a headache?" "Yeah." John got up slowly and stretched and twisted, trying to loosen up his stiff muscles. "I guess I am. I've never had a whiskey affect me like this." "I made coffee. Get yourself a cup and have a muffin. I'm going to head over and pay my respects to Barbara and Georgina. You'll need to show yourself there sometime today, too." John sighed. "It's only 9. I'll go over when I head to the office. I want to know the minute Mary Sue comes home, you hear?" "Of course. Take care of your headache, dear." Lydia walked out into the street. Her hands were shaking. She had managed John well enough. Now she needed to get through the next hurdle, finding out if anyone heard anything about the sheriff being killed. Lydia's thoughts were interrupted by Mrs. Briner. "Lydia, have you heard from Mary Sue yet? Is she home safe and sound?" Lydia groaned. She wasn't ready to deal with this fiasco yet. "Good morning, Dottie. Mary Sue's on her way home, from what I understand. We're all so relieved. Are you on the way to the viewings?" "Yes, I am. I still can't wrap my mind around the fact that both those lovely ladies are gone. It's just awful." Dottie took out a handkerchief and dabbed at her eyes. "At least we have the good news about Mary Sue being safe. There's a rumor going around that she and Joe will be tying the knot soon." Lydia stiffened, and then willed herself to smile at the annoying woman in front of her. "Yes, I believe so. He did save her life, you know." "Isn't it horribly romantic? The knight in shining armor saves the lovely maiden. It's going to help the entire town get through this time of tragedy, both Joe and Mary Sue being so well loved and all." Lydia and Dottie had reached the Turnbull house. A few mourners were already inside. Lydia was beginning to get nervous. Dottie had said nothing about the sheriff being shot. They had passed others, and no one seemed agitated. Everyone was just going about their business. How could this be? Was someone keeping the death quiet? And if so, why? Mary Sue and Joe rode into town and were immediately surrounded by well-wishers. Everyone had questions, and many told of their grief over the accident. Joe could see that Mary Sue was having a hard time holding herself together. "Thank you all for your concern," Joe said. "We obviously need to go see John and Lydia. I'm sure they need to see Mary Sue in the flesh to realize she's fine." They waved to the group of people and headed the horses towards the jail. Jason had to be filled in on the capture of the two men, and of course, the arrest of Lydia. "I'm shaking. I feel sick. Oh, Joe, I want this to be over now." "I know, love. Like Dawson said, it'll be behind us eventually." Joe helped Mary Sue down from the horse, and they entered the jail. Jason was nowhere to be seen. Joe even went upstairs to his room, but he wasn't there either."
"Could he be at Emma's?" Mary Sue asked.
"I doubt it. She'd be with her students right now. Let's check with Doc. He'll know where he is."
They left the horses tied to the jail and walked the short way to Doc's. They were stopped multiple times by people, happy to see them back. When they got to Doc's, they found him with his medical bag ready to head out.
"Hey, Doc," Joe greeted the man. "Joe, Mary Sue, you're back. Thank goodness." He gave Mary Sue a hug and shook Joe's hand. "Couldn't have been better timing. You both best come with me. I'm heading over to Emma's to check on Jason." "Jason? What happened to Jason?" Joe said with concern. "Someone shot him last night. Tried to kill him, apparently."
Mary Sue grabbed Joe's arm, shock emanating through her entire body. "No, no, no, no. No more death. No more anything." Her voice was rising, and Joe saw that she was close to a breakdown. Doc took her hands in his. "He's fine, Mary Sue. I should have said that first. I'm sorry. He's fine. You come with me, and you can see for yourself," Doc said soothingly. Mary Sue shook her head in misery. Who shot him?" "We're not sure, but I think Jason has an idea. Come on, let's go so you can see for yourself and talk to him yourself." "Jason Dunbar, you are not getting out of that bed," Emma scolded. She put her hand on his bare shoulder and held him down.
"I'm fine. I need to get to the office. Mary Sue and Joe will be back soon," Jason grumbled.
"You may think you're fine, but Doc said you were to stay in bed today, and that is where you're going to stay."
"We aren't even married yet, and you're ordering me around already," Jason grumbled. He fussed with the blankets. He hated feeling weak. He hated having Emma see him like this.
"Listen, you stubborn-headed mule. Do I need to bring a mirror to you to convince you you look awful?"
Doc snorted, as did Joe and Mary Sue. Doc had let them in as Emma had told him to last night. She hadn't wanted to leave Jason's side for even a moment. "I see that Adam had it right. Emma's the only one who can manage our sheriff. How you feeling this morning, Jason? You look like hell." A grumble emanated from Jason. He glared at Doc. "I'm fine. The arm aches, but I'm more than capable of getting up and walking. Could you kindly pull this watchdog away from me?" Emma was hugging Mary Sue. She turned back to Jason and barked at him. Now everyone in the room was laughing except Jason. He looked at each of them with a frown marring his face. "Are you hyenas finished? We have a lot to discuss." Doc moved to the bed and began checking Jason's wound. Emma sat on the other side of the bed and held Jason's hand. Joe pushed 2 chairs to the foot of the bed, and he and Mary Sue sat. Joe started the conversation. "We know who's behind Mary Sue's kidnapping and the coach accident, and the 2 men who kidnapped Mary Sue are in jail." Jason was watching Mary Sue closely and knew his theory was correct. "I'm sorry, Mary Sue. It was your mother, wasn't it?" Emma gasped in shock. As she looked around at the others, she realized it wasn't a shock to them. How? Oh, Mary Sue, I'm so sorry." Tears were streaming down Mary Sue's cheeks. Joe scooted his chair closer and put his arm around her. "Jason," she said through her tears, "do you think it was my mother who shot you?" Jason nodded his head, and Emma gasped again. "You were shot by Lydia? Why? What in the world have you done to her?" Emma was totally confused. Mary Sue was now sobbing on Joe's shoulder. Things just kept getting worse and worse. She's a monster. My mother's a horrible monster." Emma went to Mary Sue, dropped to her knees and pulled her away from Joe and hugged her hard. No one should have to deal with something this awful. But Mary Sue, you have to pull yourself together. You don't want to get sick and hurt the baby. You'll have so much to look forward to when this is all over. You're getting married. You're having a baby. Everyone in this town will stand behind you, I promise. Please, please stop crying." She felt Mary Sue nod her head against her shoulder, Emma sat back on her heels and looked into her friend's face. Her heart broke looking at the poor girl. She was so young and had been through so much. Jason cleared his throat. Emma stood and went back to the bed and took his hand again. Joe had his arm around Mary Sue once more. Doc was finished with his examination. He went out of the room and came back in with a chair and sat. "Mary Sue, I'm sorry, but we have to talk about your mother. You understand I have to arrest her. She's a danger to society. She will be arrested for murder and attempted murder." Jason's voice was soft but serious. "I know, Jason. I need to be there when you arrest her." "No!" Joe shouted. "You should not see that." "Joe," Mary Sue grabbed his arm, "I have to be there for my father. I've had a day to take it in. My father will hear of it for the first time. He'll be devastated. I have to be there for him. I have to," she said fiercely. "Besides, we need to tell everyone what we know, and I don't want to tell the story over and over. I want to just say it once." "She's right, Joe," Jason agreed. "I don't like it either, but John is going to need her. I do need to question her. I need all the details of the kidnapping." "I'll go too," said Doc. "John may need something from me depending upon how he handles it." "Doc?" Jason looked at him. "I want to be there. I want her to see she didn't kill me. I want to see her face when I walk in. I'll just stand there. I won't say or do anything. Joe can arrest her." Doc looked at Emma and saw her ready to protest. "His wound is fine. He's just a little weak. I think it would be safe for him to go. He'd probably do himself more damage if we leave him here. I'll keep my eye on him, I promise." "Well, then I'm going too. Maisie said her 2 girls could handle the students all day. I don't need to go back to work until tomorrow." Emma looked at Jason and dared him to deny her. He smiled at her. "My brave warrior woman, I can't fight you in the condition I'm in." "Well, let's get this over with," Joe said. "I'll run back to the office and get Duke. You are not going to walk to John's office. I think it would be best to tell John first before we arrest his wife. He has a right to know what happened." Everyone nodded their agreement, and Joe headed out to get Duke. Chapter 30. John finally made it to the office. The headache had subsided, and the coffee had woken him up. He had not stopped by to pay his respects to Barbara and Georgina's families yet. He would do it later. For some reason, he just didn't want to see Lydia again. He wasn't sure why, but he felt something was not right. He still wondered about last night. He was normally a light sleeper, getting up often at night. He couldn't understand how he could have slept all night long in his chair. He was sitting behind his desk, his chin in his hands, pondering things, when the door opened and Mary Sue walked in. John jumped up, came around his desk, and gave her a big hug. "Mary Sue, you're back. Let me look at you." He held her at arm's length and then frowned. Her dress was dirty, and her eyes were red from obvious crying. "Are you hurt? Did someone harm you? Mary Sue?" he asked, anger building in him for anyone who would hurt his daughter. "I'm physically fine, Father, but not emotionally. I have something important to tell you. Joe, Jason, Emma, and Doc are out front. I want them in here when I tell you what happened." Mary Sue looked so serious. She was usually carefree and smiling. John had a feeling he wasn't going to like what Mary Sue had to say. "Of course, invite 'em in." Mary Sue stepped outside and waved everyone in. Joe and Doc were holding chairs, as was Emma. They placed them next to the 2 that sat in front of John's desk. Emma helped Jason into one of the chairs. John saw that Jason was terribly pale. He looked downright ill. "Jason, you all right?" John asked. "That's part of the story, Father. Sit down and I'll fill you in." Everyone sat and looked at Mary Sue, who remained standing. "Father, my kidnapping and the coach accident are connected. The coach accident was to get Jason and Joe out of town so that I could be kidnapped." "Jason guessed that," John said, and nodded at Jason. So he was also right about it being an attempted ransom situation that went wrong. No, I was not taken to be ransomed. I was taken to a clinic that would have aborted my child. John looked at his daughter in shock. Who would want that? He stopped his question and went deathly white. No. He looked at each person in the room and saw sympathy in their eyes. He saw a single tear run down Mary Sue's face. No, you can't mean your mother. Are you saying Lydia had you kidnapped? I knew she was angry. I thought I had convinced her things would work out. Are you sure it was her? I'm sure. I heard her talking to my captors. I heard her give them money and threaten them to keep silent, Mary Sue said, wishing she could keep the truth from him. But there was still worse to come. Joe took her hand. She looked down at him. You can do it, Mary Sue. Tell him the rest. He needs to know. Mary Sue looked back at her father. He was sitting forward in his chair. His hands were gripping his desk. He looked so much older than just a few days ago, she realized. She had caused all this. Mary Sue. Joe shook her arm. Stop it. I know you're blaming yourself. This is not your sin. Your situation was solved. You and I getting married solved that. Do not take on your mother's sin. Joe's right, said Emma. You did not cause this. Your mother did. John was shaking his head. She called it a bastard child. She told me she would not have a bastard child running around the town. I truly thought I could convince her. This is my fault. I should have seen through what I now realize were lies. Jason broke into the conversation. John, you are no more to blame than Mary Sue. Lydia's an adult. She methodically planned the whole thing. Had you stopped her this time, she would have come up with something else later. She's determined to get what she wants. John looked at Mary Sue again. You said there was more. Tell me. Mary Sue took a huge breath. Mother was behind the coach accident, too. She's the one who caused the deaths of Mrs. Weber and Mrs. Turnbull. She killed those two sweet old ladies and hurt the others who were in the coach. John put his face in his hands. Oh, my God. Oh, my God, no. I know she's a cold woman, but to do this, how could she? Now there were tears in John's eyes. He looked at Jason and Joe. What am I going to do? Jason hated what he had to say next. John, I know this is all too much to take in, but I have to tell you one more thing. I was shot last night. I believe Lydia shot me. John fell back in his chair, breathing heavily. His eyes rolled back and his body slumped over. Father! Mary Sue cried out. Doc jumped up and went to John. He felt his pulse. He's okay. I think he's just fainted from the shock. Joe, get me a cold cloth. Mary Sue hovered over her father, wringing her hands. Doc patted her arm. Don't worry. He's been under a lot of stress lately. His body's reacting to the stress and shock. Joe came in and handed Doc the cloth. Doc laid it across John's forehead, and John stirred. Father, can you hear me? Mary Sue asked frantically. What happened? He reached up and touched the cloth on his head. You fainted, John. You've had a terrible shock. Now you just sit there for a while and catch your breath. Mary Sue. John held out his hand. His daughter grasped it. We'll survive this, Father. I promise you. We'll get through this. Everyone in this room is here to help us. John sat up slowly and removed the cloth. I just realized something. I think Lydia drugged me last night. She made me a whiskey. The next thing I knew, it was morning and I woke up in my chair in the front room. I couldn't figure out what had happened. Now I see. My God, she drugged me so she could shoot you. He looked at Jason. That's what I believe. She was not happy with me questioning her. I think she realized that I would be going to her parents' ranch to confirm that she had spent the day with them. You need to remember, too, that Mary Sue escaped. Lydia was seeing all her plans unravel. Joe hoped that John was strong enough to handle his part of his wife's arrest. John, we need you to send one of your people to get Lydia. Tell her to meet you here. Tell your staff they can have the rest of the day off, after they've located Lydia, to pay the respects to the ladies. You don't want anyone here when we arrest her. I doubt she'll go quietly. John paled again, but then squared his shoulders. I'll do as you say, but I don't want Mary Sue here to see her mother arrested. Father, I need to be here. It's too late to protect me from my own mother. I want to look her in the eye, and then I want to ask her why she did it. I need her to see she didn't break me. We will all be here. We will all watch out for Mary Sue. She has proven herself to be a strong young lady. She saved herself. She has a right to be here, Joe said. John nodded and took Mary Sue's hand in his. We'll get through this together. Lydia had spent an agonizing hour between the two houses of mourning. No one had said anything about Jason Dunbar. Everyone had asked about Mary Sue. Lydia was about to scream in frustration. She couldn't possibly smile one more minute and pretend how glad she was that Mary Sue and Joe were together. Her head was throbbing, and she wanted to slap the face of the next silly woman who congratulated her. She had to leave before she exploded. She caught Carla's eye and gave her a quick wave. Carla hustled over. It was so nice of you to come by. I know you must be eager to see Mary Sue. Tell her I'll be by to see her later today, and I'm so relieved she's safe. I'll be sure to tell her. Thank you, Carla. You've been a good friend. Lydia almost bolted out of the door. She hadn't taken more than a few steps when she heard her name being called. Mrs. Drake, I have a message for you from the mayor. Lydia recognized John's assistant. He hurried up to her. Mr. Drake would like you to come to the office right away. Thank you, Albert. I'll head right over. Lydia turned and walked away. This must mean Mary Sue was back. Lydia's stomach sank. There were so many unknowns. Had Mary Sue seen her at the clinic? She didn't think so. And where was Jason Dunbar? Why was no one grieving his death? She knew she'd hit him. He had fallen flat on his face and hadn't moved. And had the two men she hired left town as she had told them? She headed towards her husband's office, determined to welcome her daughter home and push the ransom theory. It was still her best bet. She could handle both John and Mary Sue. Mary Sue had placed a chair next to her father behind the desk. They were showing a united front. Emma had begged Jason to go back to bed, but he refused. The two of them sat to the far right of the desk. Joe and Doc sat on the left of the desk. Another chair had been brought in, and it stood alone in front of John's desk. It was telling. It had been John's idea. He wanted Lydia to know she was on her own. She would have to explain herself. No one was going to help her. The office door opened, and Lydia entered. She stopped at the threshold when she saw 6 faces turn and look at her. Her heart skipped a beat. Jason Dunbar sat in a chair, very much alive. And this was not a group celebrating the return of Mary Sue. This was a hostile group. She looked at John. His face was stony. "Sit down, Lydia," he said coldly. Lydia sat slowly, trying to calm her suddenly sporadic pulse. This was not good. She felt like the bullseye in a target practice. Everyone was silent and staring at her. "Mary Sue, darling, you're back. I was so worried." She smiled at her daughter. "Were you really, Mother?" Mary Sue said coldly, looking Lydia directly in the eye. Now Lydia was really worried. Mary Sue had never spoken to her like that, or even looked at her in that way. What was going on? "Yes, Lydia. Were you really worried?" John echoed. He, too, looked at her coldly. Why, of course I was. What has gotten into you two?" "It seems that you were not happy with me and Mary Sue getting engaged," Joe said. The glare he gave her made a shudder of apprehension run through her.
I don't know what you could possibly mean.
Lydia brazened it out.
I'm thrilled that you're willing to be a father to Mary's unborn child. It's noble of you.
It is noble of me to be a father to a bastard child, isn't it? Joe spit out.
Lydia looked at John in alarm. He wouldn't have told them what she had said, would he?
What were the names of the 2 men you hired to kidnap our daughter, Lydia?
Good God, they knew. What are you talking about, John? For goodness sakes, have you lost your mind?
He hasn't lost his mind, Mother, but I think you have, Mary Sue broke in. I was awake when those men brought me into the clinic. I heard you pay them off and threaten them. You were going to kill my baby. Mary Sue's voice was calm and cold. Lydia felt the panic rising.
Mary Sue, sweetheart, I did it for you. You're so young. You're a baby yourself. You shouldn't be forced to marry a man you don't love. You have such a wonderful life ahead of you. You just needed some time to see that.
Don't you dare tell me you did it for me. You have never done anything for me. Everything you do is for you. I love Joe and I love this baby. That meant nothing to you. All you could think about was how people would perceive our family. All you care about is being Queen of Elizabethtown. You're a monster, Mary Sue hissed. John clasped his daughter's hand, and the 2 of them glared at Lydia. Then John asked, You drugged me last night, didn't you, Lydia? You drugged me so that you could go out and kill Jason. You tried to kill the sheriff of this town.
Lydia felt the floor go out beneath her. I did no such thing. The sheriff is sitting right there.
She pointed at Jason, as though the others couldn't see him.
How can you accuse me of something so horrendous, John? I'm your wife. How could you?
Lydia began to weep. You can stop the tears, Lydia. I know they're not real. I've never seen you cry, and that should have warned me that you lack a soul. I blame myself for a lot that's happened. I let you run things. I let you keep our daughter from us. I let you push, push, push. And look what it got me. A daughter I almost lost, and a wife who's a murderer.
Lydia gasped. A murderer? What are you saying? Our daughter is fine. I did not hurt her.
No, she was lucky and smart enough to escape your evil web, John growled. And Jason was lucky and smart enough to play dead. But Barbara and Georgina and the others on the coach, they were not so lucky, were they, Lydia?
Lydia began to shake. She couldn't get her mind to wrap around all these accusations. Everything that she had done was to help John and Mary Sue. She had given hours of her time every day to this town. It was she that kept everything running smoothly. For goodness sakes, she ran things. How could John speak to her in such a manner? How could they all look at her like she was the villain? She had done absolutely everything to save her family. Yes, that was it. I did everything to save our family, she cried out. You're going to be mayor of Austin, and Mary Sue darling. Lydia looked at her daughter. You're going to marry a wealthy Austinite. You will have beautiful children, and in a few years your father will be governor of Texas. It will be wonderful. You'll see. Lydia turned to John, her eyes sparkling. Remember that beautiful governor's mansion? I'm going to redecorate it. It will be beautiful. There'll be gold leaf on the walls and sparkling chandeliers. I've already picked out wallpaper for the lobby. It has to make a statement. Emma looked at Jason, but he just shrugged, and he looked at Lydia in concern. Joe could see that Mary Sue and John were stunned, and Doc was shaking his head. We'll need at least 2 cooks and 3 maids. Of course, you'll want a couple of men to run the stables. Oh, John, I really think that you will become the President of the United States, and I'll be First Lady. Isn't it wonderful? Lydia clapped excitedly. Everything we've worked for is coming true. I can't wait to tell the social committee. They will be so jealous. Lily Landry will just be green with envy. I'll be wearing the most beautiful gowns. I think one of each color.
but a few must be blue. I look best in blue, don't I, John?" Lydia continued to babble, becoming more and more animated. Her face was flushed and her eyes had a faraway look. John looked worriedly at Doc. "Doc, what's happening here?" he whispered. "It's like she isn't even in the room with us." John watched Lydia, and he felt his heart break. This woman was not his wife. This woman was in another world altogether. "The strain's too much for her," Doc said. "I think I should give her something to settle her down and put her to sleep. I don't know what she might do if she becomes agitated. She could harm herself. And you're right, John. She's no longer with us in this room. Emma, can you help me take Lydia into the back room? John has a cot there. I'll give her a shot, and we'll settle her there while we figure out what to do next." Emma nodded and stood and went to Lydia. "Lydia, dear, what a lovely house you're describing. Why don't you come with me, and we'll go look at it?" Emma pulled Lydia up and led her out the door as the woman continued to describe the governor's house. Doc followed with his medical bag in hand. The four left behind sat in silence. Jason slumped in his chair. He was fading fast. Joe watched Mary Sue worriedly, and John seemed to be lost in his thoughts. Jason forced himself to sit up and broke the silence. "Under the circumstances, I think arresting Lydia is not the answer. She needs help. Joe, can you send a telegram to the Texas State Lunatic Asylum in Austin? Tell them they need to send out a wagon. Ask them to come after 8 in the evening. I know they have an unmarked wagon. Ask them to use one. Tell them it's the wife of the mayor. We need to keep things under wraps until John can make a statement tomorrow." John looked up. "Thank you, Jason. I appreciate you giving me and Mary Sue time to figure out how to let the town folks know what happened. And thank you, Joe, for being here for my daughter. I'll be proud to call you my son-in-law." Joe stood and put his hand on John's shoulder. "Thank you, John. I'll do everything in my power to make her happy." With a sad look at Mary Sue, he headed to the door. "I'll get the telegram sent right away." He turned back at the door. "Mary Sue, I'll go straight to the jail to hold down the fort. You and your father need some time together. Jason, when Emma gets back here, you get your ass back in bed before you drop to the floor. The moment any of you need anything, just send for me." Emma was reeling from this morning's activities. She'd finally gotten Jason back in her bed, and he had fallen asleep almost immediately. When Emma had first seen Lydia walk into the mayor's office with that cold, haughty manner, she had wanted to jump on her and scratch her eyes out. She had come so close to killing Jason. 1 inch more to the side, and he would have been dead, and she had walked in and seen him there and had barely reacted. Now Emma could finally contain her anger. Lydia had had a complete mental breakdown. She had continued to build on the glorious life yet to come for the Drakes as Emma had led her to the back room. Emma had to smile and agree with her. It was awful. Doc had sedated her, and he and Emma had stretched her out on the cot. Doc said it would keep her out for the next 4 or 5 hours. He would return then and check on her. It would be a long day of waiting, but no one else was available to take Lydia to Austin without the entire town knowing. Jason was injured. Doc, John, and Joe had duties to perform and could not leave for the 4-hour round trip it would take. Walter had a broken leg, and the coach was in pieces. Hank had his hands full at the stable. Besides, he was a gossip. They had to leave Lydia's fate in the hands of the professionals. Emma hoped Lydia would be treated gently. She was obviously a very sick woman. She sighed deeply. She needed to talk to Maisie and see how her children had handled her absence. She looked in on Jason one more time. He would be out for a while, she imagined. She grabbed her bonnet and headed out. Chapter 31. Mary Sue looked at her father. He had his elbows on his desk and his head in his hands. She didn't know how to comfort him. Not only had he lost his wife, but he somehow had to tell the town what she had done. Mary Sue could not fathom how they were going to get out of this mess. Would they have to move? That would break her father's heart, and hers too. She didn't want Joe to sacrifice becoming sheriff because of her either. She loved this town and the people in it. Tears coursed down her cheeks again. It seemed all she could do was cry. She suspected some of it was due to the baby she was carrying. She knew a lot of women who got overly emotional when they were with child. Mary Sue sniffled. John heard Mary Sue cry and lifted his own head. His face was wet with tears. Mary Sue cried out, "Oh, Father!" And she went to him and fell to her knees and put her head in his lap. She cried as if her heart were breaking. John put his hand on his daughter's head and wept with her. The pain was more than he had ever felt. He wept for his sick wife. He wept for his beautiful daughter. And he wept for the town's loss of 3 of its citizens. John patted his daughter's head. "Mary Sue, sweetheart, we must pull ourselves together. We have a job to do. We owe it to this town to make things right. Can you help me make things right, daughter?" he asked as he straightened and wiped the tears from his face. Mary Sue sat back and looked up at him. "If you're strong enough to do it, so am I." She stood, took a handkerchief from her purse, and wiped her own eyes. She sat across from her father. "What do we do?" "I think we should go talk to Pastor Blake. Tell him the sordid tale, and ask him if I can use his church tomorrow afternoon to have a town hall meeting. I would like him there for support. We've always supported the church in every way we could. I'm hoping we can get some support from it." Mary Sue nodded. "He's a good man. He'll support us. As Joe and Jason keep trying to convince us, it's not our sin. Though I can't set it all on Mother's head." "There's nothing positive that will come out of place and blame. Let's strategize instead. What should I say? What time should we have the meeting? How do we want to get the message to the townsfolk? We don't have a lot of time. This needs to be dealt with tomorrow." "Well, let's start with the easiest one first. The meeting should be at 3. Everyone will be through with dinner, and school will still be in until about 4. That way more parents can attend." John nodded his agreement. "I think the best way to get the information out about the meeting will be word of mouth," Mary Sue continued. "Well, I can send my people to all the businesses tomorrow first thing in the morning. Carla and the social committee can go to some of the houses in town. From there, people will tell their friends and family. We should be able to get a pretty good turnout. Those who can't make it will hear all about it within 20 minutes after the meeting. This town's never had a problem spreading gossip." John actually chuckled. He quickly sobered when he thought about poor Mrs. Weber, who liked to be in the middle of anything that went on in Elizabethtown. How was he going to tell them all it was Lydia's doing? Doc continued to talk to his wife. She had to close her mouth for at least the 6th time. With each new bomb he dropped about Lydia, her mouth dropped open again. She would pull herself together, clamp her mouth shut, and then he would drop the next bombshell. Because he was a doctor, he was trying to explain Lydia's state of mind, but Carla could only take in the ugly facts. How could Lydia have done all those evil things, and how had she so calmly shown her face in town? It was unfathomable. Carla was the last person to see Lydia before she had been told to go to John's office. Lydia had acted so normal. Carla had had no idea there was so much turmoil boiling inside of her. Then again, Carla had been wrapped up in the viewing of her 2 dear friends. She had her own turmoil. No wonder she had not noticed anything odd about Lydia. "Carla, did you hear me?" Carla started and looked at her husband. "I'm sorry, Caleb. I'm just trying to take it all in." "John and Mary Sue are going to need our help. Things could get very ugly. There are people in this town who do not like John and Lydia. They haven't seen the change in John that we have. But I think with us standing by his side, Emma and Jason and Joe and Mary Sue, we can get the townsfolk to give him a chance." "Well, of course we'll stand by his side. And you know I would do anything for Mary Sue. That poor darling has been through too much. Anyone says one wrong word to that girl, and they'll have me to deal with," Carla said fiercely. Caleb smiled at his wife. She was someone you needed on your side. When Carla decided something needed to get done, she got it done. I knew I could count on you. I need to check in on Lydia in the next hour or so. John and Mary Sue will be stuck at his office until the hospital sends the wagon. Can you put supper together for them, or go to the diner and pick something up?" "Well, I was planning on making fried chicken, baked beans, and cornbread. I'll cook it all up, and I'll meet you at John's office in an hour and a half. We can eat with them and keep them company for a while." "I'm sure they'll be mighty grateful. I'm heading to my office to check on Adam and fill him in. I'm relying on that boy more and more. I'm going to miss him dreadfully when he goes." "I know, dear. He's a wonderful young man. You're doing right by him." Carla kissed Caleb and hurried into the kitchen to start cooking. She thought she might just bake a cake, too. Joe had sent the telegram to the asylum. He had had to tell David Spencer about Lydia's breakdown, as he could not just wait around in the telegraph office for an answer from the hospital. He had sworn David to secrecy. David had been shocked, but agreed to keep everything quiet and bring Joe the responding message as soon as it arrived. Joe had spent the next hour writing out a timeline of the entire sordid mess. They would need information, as would Sheriff Dawson. Jason needed it for his files as well. God, on paper it looked even worse. Joe's blood boiled when he thought of losing his baby. And that Lydia had tried to kill Jason was just crazy. He was one of the nicest and most honest men he had ever known. Jason was the male version of Mary Sue. Everyone in town loved him. Had she managed to kill him, she wouldn't be heading to an asylum. She would have been torn limb from limb by multiple townsfolk. Joe had had enough of paperwork. He decided to make his rounds. He wanted to hear if there were any rumblings in town, and he wanted to pay his respects to Mrs. Weber and Mrs. Turnbull's families. Things were blessedly quiet as he walked the streets. People waved or shouted a hello as they walked or rode past him. What would this place be like tomorrow when everyone found out what Lydia Drake had done? A fiery anger burned in Joe's belly. What that bitch put Mary Sue through, and what she was still going to put her through, made him want to howl. He felt so helpless. He could do nothing to take away the pain for his fiancée. He could be there for her and stand by her. If anyone said anything nasty to her, they would have him to deal with. Joe headed to Mrs. Weber's, not knowing he was repeating Carla's earlier words. John had sent Mary Sue home to get some rest a couple of hours ago. She was due back any moment. John had checked on Lydia multiple times. It was agonizing. In her sleep, she looked peaceful. She looked like the Lydia of old. But she was just an outer shell. The inner being was gone, broken. John had knelt next to the cot and said a prayer, begging God to save her soul and forgive her. He held her hand for a few moments, but it was just too painful. Tears swam in his eyes as he went back to his desk. He had tried to start the letter that he would read to the townspeople, but he'd gotten nowhere. He had thrown paper after paper away. He needed to wait for Mary Sue to get back. Perhaps together they could get their feelings down on paper. What would he do right now if he didn't have Mary Sue? She was the only thing keeping him going. What would be the point of going on otherwise? The town wouldn't re-elect him now. More likely they would run him out of town with pitchforks and torches. He guessed he could move away and start over somewhere. He had the money. But he didn't want to leave Mary Sue, and he didn't want to leave this town. He was just beginning to feel a part of it. He'd been thrilled when some of the men had invited him to poker night. He'd been so wrapped up in the new feelings of acceptance by the town and Mary Sue that he'd missed all the signs of Lydia's obsessiveness over becoming a grandmother at the age of 41, let alone one she considered a bastard. There was a commotion outside his office door. He looked up to see Mary Sue come in, followed by Doc and Carla. Carla was carrying a basket, and the aroma of fried chicken made John's stomach growl. He was surprised to find he was hungry. Food had not entered his mind. How thoughtful of Carla to think of him and Mary Sue. He stood and hurried around the desk and took the basket from Carla. "Please tell me this is your famous fried chicken," John sniffed hopefully. "With beans and cornbread, too." You are the most wonderful woman on this planet." Doc snorted. "Laying it on a little thick, aren't you, John?" Carla slapped Caleb on the arm. "I believe I remember you saying my food is ambrosia for the palate," Carla teased. Doc snorted again. "Can we lay this out and get to eating? I'm going to go check on Lydia." "Unfortunately, we should probably eat in here, even though the conference room would be more comfortable. I need to be able to hear Lydia," John said, as he took a few items off of his desk so Mary Sue and Carla could spread out the red and white checkered tablecloth. By the time Doc returned, the repast was spread out on the desk, and everyone was helping themselves to food. After many compliments and sighs of pleasure over the meal, John felt it was time to broach the subject of tomorrow's meeting. "I appreciate you all being here. I wanted to talk to you about the letter I want to read tomorrow. I feel that Mary Sue and I need to tell the truth about what led up to Lydia's breakdown. I can't think of any other way to explain her breakdown." John looked at Mary Sue. "But I don't want the town to judge you or make things difficult for you and Joe. It was a private family matter until Lydia made our family a public enemy. What do you think, Mary Sue? Is there any other way to explain your mother's actions?" Mary Sue shook her head. "I was thinking the same thing. Nothing else would explain Mother going so crazy. Everyone knows she's a stickler for the rules of society. Me being with child and unmarried would cause a lot of talk, and probably would have lost you the election, Father. Not being the mayor's wife is something everyone in this town would understand could crush Mother. She lorded it over them enough for them to understand that," Mary Sue sighed. "I'm the one who started this mess. I will be seen as the evil daughter. I'm willing to do that if it allows you to live in this town and keep the respect you deserve, Father." Carla was shaking her head. "Absolutely not, Mary Sue. You are not the villain. The villain is the horrible cowboy who took advantage of you. He's the one we're going to drag through the mud. He was a 35-year-old man, married, who swept an innocent 19-year-old off her feet and then didn't take no for an answer. He should be hunted down and shot." Doc and John nodded in agreement. Carla was not finished. She had another idea. "You must say that cowboy attacked you. Then we say how Joe loves you and the baby and that you're going to be married soon. You think Joe's family would stand up with you two and show a united front?" "He says they would do anything for the family. They've been through this before. I feel terrible doing this to them again," Mary Sue lamented. "It's not fair." "What's not fair?" Joe asked as he walked in. Mary Sue ran to him and hugged him hard. "Now that's what I call a greeting." He smiled down at her and gave her a quick kiss. Carla filled Joe in on their conversation. "Do you think your family would stand up with you and Mary Sue? It's the only way we can think of saving John and Mary Sue from Lydia's horrible crimes." Joe had his arms around Mary Sue, and she was looking up in his face with concern. "I don't think it's fair to ask this of them. It's too much." "I already told you, my family will do anything for me. We stick together, and we don't let anyone or anything get in the way of doing what's right. My mother has quite a tongue on her. She can take care of any of those old biddy church ladies. Knowing the Bible backward and forward makes it easy for her to remind them that forgiveness is not something you dole out only for a select few," Joe said seriously. Mary Sue hugged him hard again. "I love you, Joe Bauer. You're the best thing that ever happened to me. I'm one lucky girl." "Hey, Joe's pretty damn lucky himself," John said. "You, my girl, are a precious gift." "I hate to bring this love scene to a close," Doc said. "We only have a couple hours left before the wagon gets here. John and Mary Sue need to work on their speech. I need to go back to work, and Carla needs to round up a few women and organize them for tomorrow in order to get the word out about the meeting." "I need to get back to work too," agreed Joe. Mary Sue helped Carla place everything back in the basket. Everyone left, and John and Mary Sue began the hardest letter that they could ever write. Chapter 32. Emma looked over at Jason. and had to put her hand over her mouth to keep from laughing. He was sitting at the table spooning soup in his mouth. He wore her yellow morning robe. It was too tight and too short and showed most of his chest. That part she liked, though. He looked adorable, even though he had been scowling the entire time she had let him out of bed to eat. His tan skin and mussy dark hair stood out against the bright yellow. He looked like an angry little schoolboy. Jason looked up when he heard the gurgle in her throat. "What are you laughing at?" he growled. His eyebrows slanted down, and his mouth was in a grim line. Emma couldn't help it. She burst out laughing. "Goodness, it feels so good to laugh for a change. You just look so adorable," she continued to giggle. Jason's scowl turned even grimmer. "You making fun of me, woman? I can't believe you threatened to hold back food if I didn't put this on." "Well, you couldn't just walk around naked, and you wouldn't let me help you with your trousers. They're too tight to get on by yourself. I was not going to let you hurt your arm." Jason grunted and went back to eating the soup. There was a knock at the door. Jason looked up as Emma stood. "Don't you dare let anyone in to see me like this. I'm the sheriff, for crying out loud." Emma continued to giggle on her way to the door. She opened it only a few inches, said something Jason couldn't hear, then opened the door all the way. Joe strode in. "Damn it, Emma!" Jason stood up. "He's the last person I want you to let in." Emma had to put her hand over her mouth again. "Well, hello, gorgeous. Are you from around here? I don't believe we've met," Joe said, shaking with laughter. "Shut up. If you know what's good for you, you'll just shut the hell up," Jason threatened. Emma convulsed with laughter, tears streaming from her eyes. "You better watch out, Joe. That is one grumpy cowboy in that there yellow robe." Joe was trying his darndest not to laugh. This was his best buddy standing there. Joe took pity on him. "I came to tell you the latest news." Jason sat back down and waved Joe to one of the chairs. Joe didn't want anything to eat, but he did accept the cup of coffee that Emma brought him. He filled them in on the dinner meeting at John's office. "I think Carla's right," Emma said. "That horrible man from the ranch started this whole thing. He ran away and left Mary Sue to fend for herself. He's a terrible person who shouldn't be defended. He should be arrested." "Well, we can't just arrest him, unless we can find him. But I agree he's a nasty piece of work and should be the one who takes the fall. It won't hurt him anyway," Jason said. "So can your family come in from Austin by tomorrow?" Emma asked. "Yeah, I sent an emergency telegram to them. They'll come hell or high water." "We will both be there too," said Jason. "We'll be at the church by 2:30 to help seat people and get things rolling." "Mary Sue and I'm sure John too, are grateful. I want tomorrow to be behind us. I want to start my life with Mary Sue." "Oh my goodness," Emma gasped. "You were to be married on Friday. What are you going to do?" Mary Sue and I had a few minutes alone earlier, and we both decided we need to postpone the wedding until next Saturday, out of respect for Mrs. Weber and Mrs. Turnbull's families, and to give the town some time to take in the shock of Lydia's crimes. We just felt we had to wait. Her being with child won't be a secret after tomorrow, so there's no rush to get married anymore. But I will only wait another week. I need that woman with me every day. Emma glanced at Jason and raised her eyebrows. He smiled and nodded at her. "Joe, Jason and I are engaged too," she said softly. Joe looked over at his friend with a big grin on his face. "Well, good job, partner. You are smarter than you look. Especially now," he muttered under his breath. Emma heard and smothered another giggle. "You got yourself a good woman. Congratulations to the both of you." "Thank you, Joe." Jason looked at Emma and then back to Joe. Both were trying to keep a straight face. He sighed wearily. "Get the heck out of here and go back to work, deputy." Joe smirked, gave Emma a hug, and let himself out. The wagon from the asylum had arrived. Doc was with Lydia, who had woken up half an hour ago. She was becoming agitated because Doc wouldn't let her go home. She threatened him with her husband's new title of governor of Austin, threatened him with jail time. John entered the room looking pale and nervous. Lydia rose and went to him. "John, I want to go home now. I need to get started on my new wardrobe. I can't help you with the election wearing this." She looked down at her blue day dress and wrinkled her nose. "What would the ladies in Washington, D.C. say? There's not a lot of time. Remove this man immediately and let me be on my way." "Yes, dear. I have a special carriage waiting for you and 2 soldiers to accompany you. You're an important figure, you know." "Well, thank you, John." She took his arm and gave Doc one last glare. John led her into the office where Mary Sue waited with Carla. Mary Sue was twisting a handkerchief nervously in her hands. Carla had her arm around her waist, supporting her. Lydia stopped when she saw the 2 women. "Mary Sue, you should come with me. You need an entire new wardrobe." She ignored Carla completely and went with John when he pulled her gently away and towards the back entrance of the building. Joe was outside, waiting, but hid by the side of the building. Doc thought if Lydia saw Joe, she might have a bad reaction. Joe had given the signal that the coast was clear. John brought Lydia out. The 2 men who stood by the carriage door saluted and opened the door for her. Lydia entered and took a seat. One of the men entered and sat opposite her. "My good man, why are you in my carriage? You are to ride atop. Remove yourself immediately." She shooed him with a hand. "I am your protection, Mrs. Drake. I'm to take you back to the governor's mansion and see to your safety." Lydia sighed. "Very well. Toodaloo, John. I'll be expecting you tomorrow." The other asylum aide closed the carriage door and jumped up on the driver's seat. "You will take good care of her?" John asked quietly. He felt sick inside. "Matthew is one of the doctor's assistants. He knows what he's doing. She'll be safe in our hands." He nickered at the horses, and the wagon moved forward. John stood and watched the wagon drive away with his wife. Doc and Joe came up on either side of him and put a hand on each of his shoulders. John heaved a big sigh. "We better go back in. Mary Sue's going to need us." The men headed back inside. Mary Sue was weeping in Carla's arms. John pulled his daughter into his arms, and they both wept together. Doc took Carla into his arms, and she cried on his shoulders. He could feel tears dripping down his own face. Joe stood and looked at the scene of so much grief. There would be healing, he thought. There would eventually be healing. Chapter 33. John arrived at his office before any of the rest of his staff. He needed time to pull himself together and reread the letter he and Mary Sue had written together. He had barely slept at all, wondering what was happening to Lydia. Was she aware of her surroundings? Was she being treated well? He needed to put her out of his mind for a while, or he would be joining her soon. Concentrate on the here and now. Think about Mary Sue and do whatever it takes to protect her. That was his job right now. John heard a few of his staff in the outer office. He stuck his head out the door. "Albert, when everyone arrives, will you send them into the conference room and come get me? We need to have a quick meeting this morning." "Sure thing, boss." Albert nodded and headed into the small kitchen to make coffee. An hour later, John sat alone again in his office. His staff was going from business to business, telling them of the meeting at 3 at the church. They had all given him curious looks, but he had just told them he expected them all to attend the meeting. Now he had the horrible job of telling the pastor his story. Joe had stopped by the church yesterday on his rounds and had asked if they could use the church, so that at least was a go. But Pastor Blake needed to know about Lydia. John lifted himself out of the chair, took a deep breath, and headed to the church. Joe was setting down the last bench along the back and side walls of the church when he saw his family enter. His heart expanded in his chest when he saw his mother smile at him. When he reached them, his mother gave him a big hug. "Move aside, Judith," his father said. "He has more than one parent." His dad gave him a hug and whispered in his ear, "We're here for you, son." Joe could feel tears forming and had to blink to keep them from spilling over. How had he gotten so lucky being born into a family like this? 2 of his sisters and their spouses had made it also. They all hugged and shook hands. Marjorie pulled him to the side. "You were there for me at my darkest moment, and look at me now." She looked at her husband lovingly, and he gave her a wink. "You and Mary Sue will get there too. Kathy and Alice couldn't come. They're both as big as barns, but they send you their love. I sent a letter to Jan in Dallas. I'm sure she'll write to you as soon as she can. But right now, remember, we're all praying for you, and we will all stand beside you." Joe hugged her, and over her shoulder he saw Mary Sue come in from the back of the church where she and her father had been talking to Pastor Blake. He waved Mary Sue over. She looked hesitant. He could understand why. This was the first time she was meeting any of his family, and it wasn't under the best of circumstances. When she finally made it over to him, he took her hand and squeezed it reassuringly. "Mary Sue, I would like you to meet my family." Everyone had huddled around them the moment they saw Mary Sue. "This is my father, Lawrence, and my mother, Judith, my sister, Marjorie, and her husband, Jordan, who I told you about. This is my older sister, Diane, and her husband, David." "Hello, everyone. It's wonderful to meet you," Mary Sue said shyly. "Thank you for coming here and supporting us. I know Joe was only able to tell you part of the story. I hope you aren't too shocked by what you hear today." Joe's mother hugged Mary Sue. "You are family now, or about to be family. We aren't just here for Joe. We're here for both you and your father." Tears tracked down Mary Sue's face. Judith's kindness and Joe's family coming to support them with no questions asked was foreign to her. It was so wonderful she couldn't help but weep. Joe held her and let her cry. His mother nodded in understanding. The poor girl was with child and now had a new family to deal with. It was an emotional overload. Still holding Mary Sue, Joe directed his family to the front of the church where the chairs had been placed on either side of the dais. He got them seated, as well as Mary Sue, but then Jason, Emma, Doc, and Carla came in, and introductions and greetings began again. Jason, Doc, and Carla had met his family multiple times. Emma was introduced to all and seemed as overwhelmed as Mary Sue had been. John and Pastor Blake joined them. As greetings were exchanged, townspeople began to arrive and took seats in the pews. By 3, the church was filled to capacity, with many men standing in the back. Jason took a look around the church and then leaned towards Emma in the chair beside him. "The town must be empty, and most of the businesses must have closed for the rest of the day. It looks like Carla and her ladies managed to get most of the households, too. This place has never seen so many people. Hope it doesn't anger Pastor Blake that John can draw a bigger crowd." "How I wish it was for a happier occasion," Emma whispered sadly. She looked over at John and Mary Sue. John looked tired, sad, and nervous, and Mary Sue looked like she might be sick at any moment. Emma wished there was more she could do. She saw the pastor rise and step up to the dais. The murmuring in the church stopped, and it was creepily quiet. The people knew something important was about to be imparted to them. "Friends and family and neighbors, I thank you for coming today. Mayor Drake and his daughter Mary Sue have some sad news to share with you. I'm asking you all to open your hearts to these 2 people who are living through a great tragedy." There was a renewed murmuring through the crowd. People were looking at each other as if wondering if anyone knew of this tragedy. Shoulders were shrugged and heads were nodding to the negative. The pastor coughed, and the crowd grew silent again. "Now we are in a house of worship. In this house, we open our hearts to those who need our help and to those who can't help themselves. I ask you to listen with an open mind. As Jesus says in the Gospel of Matthew, 'Judge not, lest ye be judged.'" Pastor Blake turned and waved John and Mary Sue forward. The tension in the air was palpable, Emma thought. She could feel her own tension rising. She didn't know how John and Mary Sue could even stay on their feet, let alone speak to this large group of whom many were their dear friends. John cleared his throat and shook out the letter he had written and spread it out on top of the dais. He looked around the church at his fellow townspeople. This was going to be the hardest thing he had ever done. I want to thank you for attending this impromptu meeting. My daughter and I," John took Mary Sue's hand and gave it a quick squeeze, "want to thank you in advance for taking the time out of your busy day to hear what we have to say. I'm sure you noticed that my wife Lydia is not in attendance. The reason why will become clear as I tell you our story." There was shifting and stirring in the crowd. Many were looking around as if searching for the missing Mrs. Drake. John took a deep breath and continued. "My wife and I have been in this town for over 20 years. Our beautiful daughter was born and raised here. But neither my wife nor I realized what a special place this really is. Yes, Lydia headed multiple committees, but she never became part of this town. And yes, I consider myself a good mayor when it comes to running and organizing things. But I, too, never felt part of this town. My wife and I held ourselves aloof. We had the grandest house and a most beautiful daughter. We thought in terms of success, not friendships. I see now that we were not very nice people. We took and we gave, but we gave money and our time. We did not give of ourselves. And things may have remained that way if it were not for Mary Sue. She opened my eyes to the goodness of the people of this town. She showed me that if I opened myself to her, I could become the father I now want to be. Mary Sue did that for me. She made me love her, and she made me realize how much I love this town and the people in it. I know now that I would do anything in my power to keep each and every one of you in this town safe, which is something I was unable to do before. These people sitting behind me have told me that they would stand at my and Mary Sue's sides and give us both a second chance. They've stood with us during our darkest hour. I know some of you may not be able to forgive my family, but I'm hoping over time you will see our sorrow and our attempt to give back to the people of Elizabethtown." John stepped to the side and let Mary Sue take his place at the dais. He remained close to her, ready to step in if she should falter. Mary Sue looked like a sad and beautiful angel. Her face was pale and her hands shook. Emma could see that many of the townspeople were looking concerned and worriedly at the fragile figure standing in front of them. This was not the vibrant and lovely Mary Sue they all knew. "The first part of the story is mine," Mary Sue said shakily. "As you all know, I spent a lot of time on my grandparents' ranch while growing up. I loved it there. It was always my safe haven, a place where I could ride and be carefree." Mary Sue hesitated and looked at her father. He patted her shoulder and leaned in and whispered something to her. Mary Sue straightened and looked back at the people in the church. "A couple of months ago, I was attacked by a cowboy working for my grandparents. There were gasps from the people, and a few women could be heard crying out, 'Oh, no! You poor thing!'" Mary Sue continued. Her voice was still shaky. "Because of this attack, I am with child." Now Emma could see anger and outrage on many faces. Everyone started talking at once. "He should be hunted down and thrown in jail," said an older man Emma did not recognize. "This is an outrage," came from somewhere from the back of the church. Pastor Blake stood and asked everyone to please stay calm. There was more to hear. When everyone had quieted down, Mary Sue continued. "Even though it was a terrible thing to have happened, something wonderful came out of it." Mary Sue turned and held out her hand to Joe. He and his entire family rose and came to Mary Sue. Mary Sue took Joe's hand and turned back to the townspeople. "Joe and I found each other. We will be married next week. This baby will be loved not only by me and Joe, but also by my father and Joe's entire family." Tears sparkled in Mary Sue's eyes, and no one made a sound in the church. "I found the man I love and his wonderful family who have accepted me and my baby into their lives. I am so blessed to have all these good people, And I will feel even more blessed if you can be as happy for Joe and me as we are for ourselves." "Well, I don't know about the rest of the town." Dottie Briner rose from the third row of the pews where she was seated next to her husband, Gus. "But we will support you in any way we can." There was a lot of nodding in agreement, but Emma could see a few women who sat in stony silence. John waved Mary Sue, Joe, and his family back to their seats. "I wish the story could end here. I'm delighted that I'm going to be a grandfather. But my wife, Lydia, did not feel the same. Lydia felt this baby would ruin Mary Sue's life. She was devastated by the news." Emma saw a few women nodding as if they commiserated with Lydia. Emma and Jason had talked earlier that there would be some of the older church ladies who would be tough to convince, and they hadn't even heard the worst of it yet. "Lydia was also fearful that it would ruin my chance at being reelected as mayor, and thereby not allowing her to be First Lady of Elizabethtown any longer. Lydia cares a great deal about titles and success. She's a strong woman who's used to being a leader of people and getting her way. Unfortunately, she is also a woman who is too prideful, and it led to her hurting Mary Sue, me, and the people of this town." John closed his eyes, and everyone in the church knew something awful was coming. Lydia was the one behind the kidnapping of Mary Sue. She was going to take her to a clinic in Austin and have the baby aborted. The church exploded into dozens of shocked conversations. John stood quietly waiting for everyone to settle down. It took a while, but eventually everyone's eyes were back on him. "As many of you heard, Joe went to Austin and found Mary Sue and brought her home safe and sound. He knows how grateful I am to have my daughter and my future grandchild safe. I will forever be in his debt." John looked at Joe, and the two men nodded at each other. John turned back and dropped his head in his hands. The people were silent. Was there more to come? He raised his head and looked at the back wall of the church. He didn't want to see the faces of shock, anger, and disgust that were sure to be showing when he told him the rest of the story. Lydia hired 2 men to kidnap Mary Sue. In order to get Mary Sue alone, she needed to divert the attention of Doc and Carla, who you know she was staying with during her recovery from her riding accident. Those same 2 men... John stopped. He didn't know if he could continue. Doc and Carla came to him and stood on either side. John acknowledged them with a sad smile and continued with his tale. "Those men tampered with the Andover coach. That's why the coach crashed. That's how she got Doc, Jason, and Joe out of the way. Lydia is responsible for the deaths of Barbara and Georgina." Outrage rolled through the crowd. A few people stood, and it looked as if things might turn ugly. Jason stood and came forward and addressed the crowd. Please sit down and let John continue. As sheriff of this town, I can promise you that Mrs. Drake will pay for her crimes. Let the mayor speak." The people quieted, but grudgingly. "Mary Sue and I were destroyed when we discovered Lydia's role in this tragedy. Imagine how would you feel to find out your very own mother was behind your kidnapping. Imagine how I felt when I learned my wife caused the death of 2 women she considered her friends. When Lydia went to their viewings, it was one of the last things that pushed her over the cliff that she was already dangling from. When she was confronted by the sheriff, Doc Carver, Mary Sue, and me, it broke her. She had a mental breakdown. That is why she's not here and why she's not in jail. She is, as we speak, at the Texas State Lunatic Asylum in Austin. She could not deal with what she had done. She broke down, and Doc Carver had to medicate her, and she was then taken to the asylum. Mary Sue had to watch her mother become an empty shell of her former self. I had to watch the woman I married, the mother of our child, my life partner, become someone else, become someone I did not recognize. Mary Sue's sobs could be heard throughout the church. Her head was in her hands and her body shook with her sobs. John went to her, pulled her into his arms, and, as in his office, they wept yet again for all they had lost. The meeting had come to an end. Many of the townspeople were weeping too. Jason, Emma, Doc, Carla, and Pastor Blake walked among their friends, trying to console people and answering questions. Many had gone outside and were standing in groups trying to make sense of something so nonsensical. Joe and his family had taken Mary Sue and John into the room in the back of the church. As Emma walked amongst the people, she was glad to hear many words of support from Mary Sue and her father. With more time and some distance from the situation, Emma hoped the town could heal. Emma saw Jason in the courtyard, talking to the Briners and her neighbors, the Strongs. His face was pinched, and she could imagine that his arm was paining him. What would the townspeople think if they knew Lydia had tried to kill Jason too? Jason had told them all he wanted to keep quiet about the shooting. The crimes John and Mary Sue had to admit to on Lydia's behalf was enough as it was. Everyone had agreed except Adam, as he had almost died of fright when he found Jason bleeding in the street. Doc had convinced him to think of Mary Sue and what she already had to deal with. He had eventually agreed. If anyone noticed that Jason was injured, they were going to say he got hurt at the ranch while working with the sheep. Emma saw Adam talking with some of the teen boys who had gathered off to the side, looking dazed and horrified. He would help them wrap their minds around what they had just heard. Carla was talking with some women who were shaking their heads vigorously and looking angry and appalled. Emma could hear words like disgraceful, sinful, and murder coming from them. She was glad Carla was one handling them. Emma had the horrible urge to stomp on each of those women's feet. She sighed. Not everyone would be able to forgive Lydia. She understood that. But everyone should be able to forgive John and Mary Sue. It was the right thing to do. It was the Christian thing to do. More and more people began to drift into the streets. Some walked back towards the middle of town, others turned their buggies to the outskirts, and still others hopped on their horses. Emma headed to Jason, determined to get him back to her house and get him to rest. Doc caught up with her. "I want you to take Jason home. He looks like he's ready to fall down. Carla and I will check on John and Mary Sue." "Thank you, Doc. I'll drag him out by his shirt collar if I need to." Emma headed for Jason, and Caleb looked for his wife so that he could take her back inside. This horrible day was almost over. Now, time would tell. Chapter 34. John and Mary Sue had ridden to her grandparents' ranch right after the town hall meeting. Joe was spending time with his family. They understood her need to go and tell her grandparents about their daughter. Mary Sue wanted to be the one to break it to them. It had been a difficult evening. Her grandparents had been crushed. Bouts of crying were interspersed in the telling of the awful tale. Mary Sue had learned more about her mother as a small child that her grandparents had kept from her. She had had a quick temper and had one time thrown a puppy across the barn that had nipped at her. Both her grandparents worried about her attitude and her excessive need for attention. They had shown her as much love as possible, but nothing seemed to appease Lydia. And when she had turned 13, all they had heard was how she wanted off the ranch. When she had met John, they had been worried as he also was determined to make money and be a big man around town. They had feared Lydia would get worse, but then had been relieved when she had joined her committees and seemed satisfied with her role as mayor's wife. Their only remaining concern was the indifference she had shown her own daughter. John admitted his own guilt when it came to Mary Sue. He regretted not having stepped in earlier when he noticed Lydia's obsession about Mary Sue's unborn child. After her grandparents had gotten over the shock of one of their workers attacking Mary Sue, and John had convinced his father-in-law that hunting down the bastard and shooting him was not a good idea, her grandparents had warmed up at the idea of becoming great-grandparents. They were happy to hear that Mary Sue was in love and getting married, and they promised to attend the wedding. The four of them stayed up late doing their best to handle their grief. Mary Sue had slept in her own room at the ranch, and for the first time in days got the rest she needed. John stayed in the guest room and out of pure exhaustion fell into a dreamless sleep. Jason arrived at the jail early the next morning. He felt much better. He just didn't have full movement of his arm yet. Joe was looking dog-tired. "Everything okay? You look downright worn out." "I'm good. I'm tired for a reason. My family and I stayed up talking and reminiscing. My parents, along with Marjorie and her husband, stayed with me. I gave them both rooms and slept on the sofa. Not the most comfortable piece of furniture. I would have been better off in the barn sleeping in the hay. Diane and David went to the hotel. They are all leaving this morning, but will be back on Saturday for the wedding. I can't wait to have something to celebrate instead of all this misery. Have you told Mary Sue, Emma, and my news?" "What news might that be?" Mary Sue asked as she walked into the office and headed straight for Joe and gave him a kiss. "You're back already?" Joe asked, surprised. "Father wanted to get back to the office. He wants to meet with his staff and see if he's going to lose anyone over all this. What news do you have, Jason?" Jason smiled. "Emma and I are engaged." Mary Sue clapped in delight. "I must go see Emma after she's done with school today." "I'm sure she'd be thrilled to talk about weddings with you. I hate to bring it up, but how did your grandparents take your news?" Jason asked cautiously. "They were devastated. We did a lot of crying and a lot of talking." She turned to Joe. "They are happy to know we're getting married. They've accepted our unborn child, and they promised to be at the wedding. It was more than I could have hoped for. They're generous people, and right now the terrible things their daughter has done is weighing heavily on them. They plan on heading into Austin tomorrow to talk with the doctors and see if they're allowed to visit my mother." "I've never been to the asylum. I don't know how things are run there," Joe commented. Mary Sue looked at Jason. "I've never been there either," he said. "But you need to let your grandparents be the ones to deal with this. You've dealt with enough. It's time to think about weddings." "I already have a beautiful dress picked out, and I can't wait to show Emma what Meg has in the store for her." "Meg already has a wedding dress picked out for Emma?" Jason asked in confusion. "We haven't even told anyone we're engaged." Mary Sue smiled indulgently at Jason. "You poor dear. Everyone knows you two are in love. We were all just waiting for you to pop the question." Jason looked at Joe. "Really? The whole town knew before I even did?" "Sorry, partner, but it was pretty obvious. You don't exactly have a poker face. Why do you think you always lose at cards?" "Sometimes living in a small town is a real pain in the ass," Jason grumbled as he headed to his desk. He could hear Joe and Mary Sue snickering behind him, but he just ignored them. John was a bundle of nerves when he heard the first of his staff arrive. It was a strange feeling. Usually he was in charge, always had a plan, and didn't let anyone get in his way. It was as if he was a whole new person. In a way, he guessed he was a new person. It only took 3 proverbial sledgehammers to his head to get him to see things in a new perspective. Mary Sue had walloped him good with her tales of the attack and the baby and the upcoming marriage. Lydia knocked him out with the kidnapping of his daughter, the death of their friends, and the attempted murder of Jason. He was hit by surprise when Jason, Joe, and Doc forgave him, when the town showered their support for Mary Sue's accident and kidnapping, and when so many showed up for the town hall meeting. Now that he thought about it, it was more like 9 whacks to the head. He had looked at himself and not liked what he had seen. He was making amends, but the next few days would decide the rest of the course of his life. Could he still live in Elizabethtown? Would the animosity the townspeople had every right to feel, and the guilt he felt, be too much to handle? Should he leave so Mary Sue's life would be easier? He had just reconnected with his daughter. He didn't want to leave her. She was all he had left. He jumped in his seat when there was a knock at the door. Come in," he croaked. He cleared his throat. He needed to sound in control. Albert stuck his head into the office. "We having a meeting this morning, boss? I got the coffee going." John stared at Albert. He seemed his normal self. No anger or disgust showed on his face. Yeah, Albert, I would like to meet with the entire staff. Thank you. Okay, it'll all be set up in 10 minutes. Albert smiled and headed back to deal with the coffee. John shook his head in wonderment. Now he had a meeting to get through, and then he had a lot of work ahead of him to set things right. It may not save his backside, but he would do anything to smooth the way for Mary Sue and his future grandchild. John stood, took a deep breath, stiffened his spine, and headed to the conference room. Emma was so thankful for her job. Her children were so sweet, and no matter how rough things had been lately, they made her laugh and filled her heart with love. Jason was right. It was time to look forward and not behind. She had little control of the bad things that had happened, but she could work on making the future wonderful for her and Jason. She had just reached the stairs to her rooms when she heard Mary Sue call out to her. "Emma, we have something to talk about. I hear you've been hiding things from me." Mary Sue hugged Emma. Emma blushed and couldn't keep the smile off her face. "You heard?" Emma blushed again and took Mary Sue's hand. "Let's go upstairs and have some tea and talk." When they were settled in the living room, Emma couldn't hold her happiness in any longer. "Oh, Mary Sue, I am so happy and so thrilled. I never thought I'd get married. I just saw myself as an old maid working at the school until I was as old as poor Mrs. Turnbull. But at least she had a husband and children and chose to go back to work when they grew up. I just thought I'd teach until I dropped dead, and I would be a good aunt to Adam's children." Mary Sue laughed. "When you least expect it, life does you a good turn. You and Jason will be very happy together. The two of you need to work on getting that family started right away. I want our babies to grow up together." Emma blushed again at the thought of making babies with Jason. She was a little frightened, but also excited to be with him. "I promise we'll do our best," Emma said, and reddened even further, speaking of such a delicate subject. Mary Sue turned a little pink herself and whispered, "Joe and I plan on trying our best too, even though we don't have to at the moment." Both women laughed until they had to wipe tears from their eyes. It felt so good, Emma thought, to laugh with a girlfriend. It had been so long since she could share her hopes and dreams and fears with another woman. You had to have a woman friend to feel complete, Emma realized. She was now a friend, a sister, a teacher, a soon-to-be wife, and hopefully a mother. Her musings were interrupted by Mary Sue. "Emma, I have a marvelous idea. Let's have a double wedding," Mary Sue said excitedly. "Just imagine how wonderful it could be. Everyone in town would come. It would be a huge party and quite possibly help this town heal. What do you think?" Mary Sue's eyes glowed with excitement as she looked at Emma, waiting for a response. I don't know. It's supposed to be your and Joe's day. I don't want to take away from it. You've gone through so much, Mary Sue. You should be the center of attention." "Don't be silly. That's not who I am, remember? I want to live in Joe's little house and work with the horses and cook for him. It was my family that wanted to be recognized, not me. Besides, think how much fun it would be to walk down the aisle together and have our two handsome grooms waiting for us. Jason and Joe are best friends. I bet they would like to share the special day." Emma nodded. "It would be special. I think you're right, Mary Sue, that it might help bring the town together, too. Everyone loves you and Jason." "Silly, this town is crazy about their school teacher. You're just as well loved. Don't sell yourself short. You've come a long way in, what is it, almost 7 months? But where could we have the wedding?" Mary Sue scrunched her eyebrows in concern. "The church is too small, and there's no building in town that could accommodate such a crowd." Emma smiled. "I have the perfect spot. Jason and I already talked about it." Where? Mary Sue asked excitedly. It was wonderful to see Mary Sue so happy. She knew part of it was a front. She was trying not to think about her mother and all the terrible things she had done. Emma was more than happy to keep things light and positive. "In the apple orchard at Jason's ranch. Oh, you should see it right now, Mary Sue. It's just a sea of white blossoms. It's so beautiful. His house and surrounding grass area, and the lake make for a picture-perfect wedding and reception spot. I'm sure Mitzi will want to help with the food, and I know Carla will want to be involved." Emma held her hands in prayer against her lips and looked at Mary Sue hopefully. "I've been to Jason's ranch. It is beautiful. Emma, it's the most perfect spot. He'll really let us get married there?" "Of course. The place has been so quiet now that his grandparents are gone. Mitzi told me so. She will be beside herself with joy to have a huge gathering. I just worry if we can pull it all off in 1 week." "We can. Remember, I am the organizational committee meeting queen. I did learn something from my mother." A shadow passed over Mary Sue's face, but she rallied herself quickly. "I think Meg and Janet will want to be involved. And speaking of Meg, she has a perfect dress that is to die for. We need to go first thing tomorrow after school and have you try it on." "Is it expensive? I don't have the money for something too fancy. I can wear my moss-colored dress," Emma said, not really wanting to wear the dress everyone had already seen her in. "Emma Brown, you are marrying the wealthiest man in town next to my father. That man is going to insist on you buying a beautiful dress, and you will accept it as a loving present it will be. I'll hear not one argument out of you," Mary Sue said quickly as she saw Emma about to protest. "Jason would be dreadfully hurt if you turned down such a lovely gift. He's had no one to spend his money on, so be gracious and take it. Besides, how many horses can a man buy anyway?" Emma saluted Mary Sue. "Yes, ma'am. I will do as you say and graciously accept any gift my fiancé may want to bestow upon me." "That's the spirit," Mary Sue giggled. "You must learn to accept gifts from your man. That is one of the duties of a woman." "One? Oh dear, how many more are there?" Emma asked in mock concern. Both women laughed. "I'm glad you stopped by. I wanted to invite you and Joe to Adam's birthday party this Sunday. I'm having it here at 5. It will be a light supper and cake. I hope you two can make it." "That's right. I remember you saying your and Adam's birthdays were a week apart. Of course we'll come. Joe may have to leave if anything comes up in town, but we'll be here right at 5. Can you believe how crazy this all is? Your birthday, now Adam's birthday, and next Saturday our weddings. This is going to be a busy but happy week ahead of us. I best get back to town and tell Joe about our plans. Do you want me to tell Jason, or do you want to tell him yourself?" "I want to tell him. I want to see his face when I tell him. I'll know for sure if he approves or is disappointed," Emma said. "Thank you for thinking of us, and thank you for being such a good friend. I really feel like things are going to finally go our way." Emma hugged Mary Sue and then waved her off and closed the door. She had 2 days to get Adam's party together. She needed to stop by the Carvers and tell them the time of the party and see if Adam's gift had arrived. They had helped her order it. Speaking of the Carvers, they'd been acting very odd that day. There had been whispers and smiles between them that Emma could not decipher. Every time Adam had walked into the room, they had stopped whispering together, and Emma thought they actually looked guilty of something. Emma had asked Adam about it when they were alone, and he had noticed the odd behavior too, but had no idea what it was all about. He didn't think it was anything bad because they smiled and winked at each other. She and Adam figured they would find out soon enough and left it at that. Then all hell had broken loose and Emma had forgotten all about it. She hoped it was good news. They could all use some. She knew the news that she was going to tell them would make them happy. She put on her best hat, smiled at herself in the mirror. Carla would be pleased to see her wearing it. She made her way down the steps, to the Carver's house first, then to the jail to see Jason. Emma couldn't stop smiling. John shut the door to his building and stood on the wooden plank sidewalk and just looked around his town. He was feeling, what, grateful, undeserving? His staff had been supportive. They all mentioned that they had attended the town hall meeting. Everyone admitted they were shocked and appalled at what Lydia had done, but they had placed no blame on him or Mary Sue. Dora, his secretary, had admitted that she had a sister who was mentally ill. She wasn't in an asylum, but she did not live a normal life and had to be watched carefully. She and her family had to deal with the odd looks and nasty comments. It made her angry, and she thought it terribly unfair, especially to her parents who did all they could to keep her sister safe, as well as the neighbors. Albert had mentioned how smart Lydia was, and how she had been able to hide so much from everyone in town, not just from John and Mary Sue. John hadn't thought of it that way. It was true that Lydia had lived in this town for 20 years. No one had recognized her as unstable. Cold and aloof, maybe, but no one would have labeled her as insane. John heard his name called and turned to see David Spencer waving for him to come over from the door at the telegraph office. "Well, here goes," John said to himself. "Good morning, David," John said in as normal manner as he could pull off. His heart was thudding in his chest. He and Mary Sue had gone into the pastor's office right after the speech. He had spoken with no one from the town except his staff. David put his hand on John's shoulder and looked him in the eye. "How are you holding up, John? Is there anything my wife and I can do for you through this terrible time?" John's tension ebbed a bit, and he gave David a tentative smile. "You're doing it, David. You're talking to me. You're offering your help. It's more than I deserve." "Nonsense. You can't control Lydia any more than I can control Sarah. We both married strong women. We are to protect them from others. But protecting them from themselves? That never really crossed my mind until I listened to you and Mary Sue." "I should have read the signs. Maybe I could have stopped her. Maybe I could have saved Barbara and Georgina's lives," John lamented. "What signs? Was she foaming at the mouth? Was she howling at the moon? Was she threatening to kill someone?" David asked in sincerity. John cringed inwardly at the killing of someone. Good Lord, if anyone should learn of her attempt on Jason's life. "No, none of those things, but she was getting more and more obsessed about Mary Sue, Joe, and the baby. I thought I could get through to her. I had no idea that it was driving her crazy," John said, shaking his head sadly. "Nor could we. We all saw Lydia time and time again and never noticed a change in her. You are not a doctor, John. Don't put the blame on yourself. It's a devastating business, but you and Mary Sue will get through it. Got to get back to work. Just wanted you to know we're here for you." David gave him a pat on the shoulder and headed back inside the telegraph office. John continued down the street towards the jail. David had surprised him, just as his staff had. He saw two elderly ladies coming his way, talking animatedly to each other. He recognized them as Joan Purdy and Esther Johnson. Both women looked up and saw him. They stopped, glared at him, and then crossed the street to the other sidewalk. John sighed. Those two had butted heads with Lydia many times during their church meetings. Lydia had no love for them either. It was to be expected that Lydia had enemies in town. She was not an easy person to get along with. He could handle the wrath of two old women, and he didn't think they had anything against Mary Sue. He would watch out for that. If those two dared to attack Mary Sue, he would be having a few sharp words to share with them. Anyone could target him, but they damn well better leave his daughter alone. He arrived at the jail having no other confrontations. He had seen many people in the stores through the windows, but no one had noticed him as they were busily shopping or working. He entered the jail and saw that both Jason and Joe were there. "Hello, boys. I wanted to check in on you both. How are you feeling, Jason?" The sheriff looked much better to him this morning. "I'm good. Arm's a little sore, but Emma's been doctoring and babying me, which I can't complain about." Joe snorted. "He's been milking it, Mayor. One little grimace and Emma's all over him. Most attention he's gotten in 10 years. Don't worry about him." John gave a small smile of relief. "How about you, Joe? Your family still understanding and supportive?" "I don't want my family drama to put any strain on you and your family." "We're all good, John. Don't worry about anything. My family's thrilled to have Mary Sue become part of our clan. And you too. You and Mary Sue are in for some wild and loud family gatherings. Hope you'll be able to handle it. I've got 5 sisters and about 15 nieces and nephews. 3 of them are infants, 6 are at that scary just beginning to walk stage, and there's not a one of them who's older than 14. It's absolute chaos when we get together." Joe sounded vexed, but both men knew he was jesting. Joe loved his family deeply. I look forward to meeting the entire clan. There's just me and Mary Sue and her grandparents. Our get-togethers were always quiet and kind of sad now that I think about it, especially as Lydia didn't get on well with her parents. You two run into anyone today and get a feel for how my letter went over? My staff was incredibly understanding, and I ran into David. He offered his and Sarah's support. I did get snubbed by a couple of the church ladies who I know never liked Lydia to begin with. Well, I was out earlier, Jason said. You're definitely the talk of the town, but those I spoke with were either sympathetic or still mulling it all over. It's a lot to take in. Ron and Delilah were stunned by it all and said they never saw an inkling that Lydia was upset or that she would physically harm anyone. They admitted to the fact that Lydia could be cold, but she always acted like a lady. Oh, and when I left the bakery this morning, Janet was making you and Mary Sue something delectable, so, act surprised when she drops it off. Joe nodded in agreement. I just got back in, and I would pretty much say the same thing. Dottie and Gus said that they would throw anyone who said anything bad about the two of you right out of their store. Sally and Tucker said almost the same thing about their diner. You have support, Mayor. But as Jason said, it's going to take a while for it to really settle in. We were all there, and I still can barely wrap my mind around it. That's more than I could have hoped for. I have a lot to do to make things right around here, but I'm going to do it. John looked at Joe seriously. You swear you will tell me if you and Mary Sue are harassed by anyone. I won't stand for it. I'll leave town if I have to. You two are not going to start your life together with this cloud hanging over you. Joe was surprised at the vehemence in John's voice. He sounded like a man ready to do battle. Joe appreciated it, but it wasn't necessary. He would protect his wife until his dying day. I appreciate that, John, but you don't worry about us. In case you haven't noticed, your daughter has grown a backbone, and I'm not about to sit around and listen to any bad-mouthing from anyone. You just watch. There will be a nice turnout at the wedding on Saturday. That will make you feel better. You just hold your head up when you walk your daughter down the aisle. John inhaled sharply. I hadn't even thought about walking with Mary Sue and giving her away. Do you really think she'll want me to? John asked, more unsure than he realized. He and his daughter were healing, but he was also the cause of a lot of this mess. Of course she wants you to walk her down the aisle. Just you wait. She'll be all over you this week about the wedding. You'll be ready to kick her down the aisle just to get rid of her, Joe joked. John and Jason laughed. John shook hands with both men. I need to get back to work. Thanks for all you're doing. Chapter 35. The Carvers had said that 5 was perfect for them, and Carla said she would bring flowers for the table. Doc had pulled Emma into his office to show her that Adam's gift had arrived. He'd wrapped it in brown paper so Adam wouldn't see it. Emma had thanked him and put the gift into the cloth bag she'd brought along. She was heading over to the jail to see Jason when she saw Mrs. Turnbull's oldest granddaughter, Cecily, step out of the store right in front of her. She was the same age as Emma, and she had spoken with her many times when she was visiting her grandmother. Cecily, how are you holding up? Emma asked as she gave the woman a hug. Cecily's eyes teared up, but she smiled at Emma. We're all still in shock. I'm going to miss Granny so much. We laid her to rest this morning. Just the family was present. Her plot's very close to Mrs. Weber's. I'm sure the two of them are already gossiping away in heaven. Emma smiled at the thought. I'm sure they are. They always did enjoy a good chat, didn't they? Your Granny was a mentor to me. I miss her dreadfully. I'll always miss her. How could that dreadful woman do such a thing? And how could she be the mother of Mary Sue, who's so sweet and so warm? It just doesn't make any sense. Everyone's stunned. There wasn't a hint of what was going on Mrs. Drake's mind. She's a very sick woman. I hope she gets the help that she needs, and may God forgive her, Emma said sadly. I hope you and your family can forgive John and Mary Sue. Both of them are so distraught and feel horrible about the grief Lydia has brought on your family in this town. We would never blame them. It's not their fault. My mother and Mrs. Weber's oldest daughter plan on stopping by to see the mayor on Monday. He asked them to come. None of us could make the town meeting. but we heard all about it from our neighbors. I think both women feel they need to talk with the mayor and Mary Sue before they can put all this behind them. I'm glad to hear that. I can't believe we lost the two most wonderful women in Elizabethtown. Be sure to give your family my condolences, Emma said, and gave Cecily another comforting hug. She watched the woman walk away and sighed sadly. One person dies, but that one person affects the lives of everyone she ever touched. Jason looked up when he heard the door open and smiled when Emma walked in. This woman was soon to be his wife. He couldn't wait to marry her, and he couldn't wait to make love to her. They needed to pick a date pronto, or he was going to join Lydia in the asylum. Well, Sheriff Dunbar, how are you feeling? Is your arm bothering you? Good afternoon, soon-to-be Mrs. Dunbar. I'm feeling fine. I'm glad you're here. I want us to pick a date. I told you I wouldn't wait long, Jason growled in pretend frustration. Well, not all of it was pretend. Emma laughed. That's why I'm here. I want to run something by you. Mary Sue visited me to tell me about her wedding dress and to give me grief for not telling her we were engaged. Sorry about that. She overheard me talking to Joe about it. Are you mad? No, not at all. We had a good talk, and she came up with an interesting idea. She thinks it will help the town heal, and she thinks you and Joe might enjoy it too. Well, don't keep me in suspense, woman. Spit it out. Mary Sue wants us to have a double wedding. She and Joe want us to share their day with them. Emma watched Jason's face closely. He looked surprised, but then an almost wolfish grin crossed his face. If that means that we can get married Saturday, and I don't have to wait another week or month, I'm all for it. He rose and swept Emma into his arms and twirled her around and then kissed her fiercely. When they finally came up for air, Emma couldn't even remember what they were celebrating. She was breathing heavily and her heart was thumping wildly. This man made her crazy happy. Is Joe all right with the idea? Jason asked as he looked into Emma's flushed face. Because I think it's a great idea. But you wanted to get married in the apple orchard. I still do. We both do. Mary Sue and me. I told her all about it and she was thrilled. She said Joe would like it also. You two are best friends, you know. It's a great idea. Joe is my best friend, and Mary Sue is becoming your best friend, and the town will go nuts. We all need something like this. Jason, do you think Mitzi and Luke will be okay with the whole town overrunning the ranch? Are you kidding? They will both be chomping at the bit. But I do need to ride over there tonight to warn them. They will need time to prepare, and you will all need to get together to plan the thing. Well, Mary Sue and I discussed just that. We think Carla and Janet will want to be part of things too. I'm going to talk to Tucker and Sally at the diner. We will need help with the food. Mitzi can't do it all herself. Mary Sue's going to ask some of the social committee to help with food also. What if the whole town shows up? My goodness, how will we handle it all? Emma said in a fluster. Jason hugged her to him. First of all, don't work yourself into a frenzy. We have plenty of help. We can put out tables and chairs, and everyone can bring blankets to sit on. We'll keep the ceremony short so people can just stand through it. We'll put out a few chairs for the elderly. Our biggest concern is the weather. We don't want rain, and we don't want heat, and we don't want a windstorm. You better start praying for that. The rest will come together. Emma snuggled against his chest and sighed happily. You're right. It will come together. Plus, I have Adam's party I need to deal with first. Everyone I asked is coming. Do you think I should invite John too? The poor man is going to be lonely when Mary Sue moves in with Joe. Yeah, invite him to Adam's birthday. We will show him that he can count on us. Mary Sue will be pleased with you for thinking about him. You're a very thoughtful person, my beautiful Emma. He kissed her on the nose and reluctantly let her go. I'm supposed to meet Mary Sue at Meg's store in 15 minutes. We're looking at wedding dresses, Emma said shyly. You be sure to pick out the most beautiful and most expensive dress she has and have her send me the bill. And no arguing from you, you hear? Yes, dear, Emma said sweetly. Jason looked at her closely. You're not going to fight me on this? He asked incredulously. No, I'm not. I'm going to thank you in advance for your generosity." Emma gave him a soft kiss on the lips and left Jason standing there with his mouth open. Emma borrowed a table and chairs from Delilah. It was a little awkward getting it out of their door and into hers, but she and Delilah managed it. She had asked her neighbors to join them yesterday, but they were going to their son's house for dinner in Austin and would be spending the night there, so they wouldn't get back until late Sunday night. As Emma readied the house for Adam's party, she thought about all the wonderful things that had happened the last 2 days. Jason had ridden home Friday night to let Mitzi and Luke know about the wedding plans. He had reported back that they were both delighted. She and Mary Sue had gone dress shopping. Emma still could not believe that she would be wearing such a beautiful dress. Mary Sue had tried on hers again, and they had stood together in front of the mirror admiring themselves. Meg fussed over them, making sure both dresses were perfect. Mary Sue's was sky blue with sparkling silver stitching, and Emma's was emerald green with small pearls glowing around the neckline and sleeves. It was a dream dress. When she saw the price, she almost fainted, but Mary Sue gave her a hard stare and dared her to refuse the dress. She couldn't have refused it. It was too beautiful. Emma hoped Jason wouldn't swallow his tongue when he saw her in it. Emma shoved her table and Delilah's together. It stretched out into the living room, and it would be a tight fit, but she didn't care. She wanted everyone to be able to sit together. She covered the tables with the only tablecloth she owned. It was a festive red color, more appropriate for Christmas, but it looked nice with her white plates and the crystal glasses she had inherited from her parents. The notion that she would one day host a party at Jason's house made her heart flutter. The grandeur of it still amazed her. And Mitzi would be there to help cook. Emma didn't mind cooking, but it was nice to know every meal would not be on her shoulders to create. When she and Jason had a baby, she wanted to be a full-time mother. She prayed she and Jason would be blessed with a big family. She was almost 7 years older than Mary Sue. She hoped her age would not ruin their chances of having a large family. She and Mary Sue had also met with Mitzi, Carla, Janet, and Sally to discuss the double wedding. All the women were excited, and everyone agreed to meet Monday after school to start organizing the double wedding. Carla was in charge of decorations. Janet and her crew were making the wedding cake. Mitzi and Sally would be corralling some of the ladies of the town to help with the food. Luke and the other workers at the ranch would be in charge of finding enough tables and chairs for the elderly who would not be comfortable sitting on blankets on the ground. Emma planned on asking Maisie if some of the older boys and girls could come up with games for the children and help watch over the little ones so the parents would be free to enjoy the ceremony. What a wonderful town this was. When Emma had left Austin, she had felt so defeated. She would never have guessed that her life could have changed so much. She was blessed indeed. Mary Sue and John rode to the ranch and spent Friday evening with her grandparents. Both of them were determined to keep the elderly couple from grieving too much. Mary Sue was pleased with her father. He was making an effort to be a good father and a good son-in-law. He told Mary Sue he wanted to go riding with her in the evenings from time to time. He was acknowledging that that was her favorite pastime and that he wanted to be part of it. It was as if he was coming out of a cocoon and waking up, Mary Sue thought. He was trying to look forward instead of back, and she felt her father was actually getting more light-hearted. He wasn't drinking, and he was out in his garden planting and pulling weeds during his free time. He was also up to something. She had caught him bent over papers on his desk multiple times, and when he saw her, he quickly shoved them in a drawer. At first she was concerned, but he always had a look of contentment on his face, so she left him alone with his secrets. The town meeting had been on Wednesday afternoon, and Saturday her grandparents had stopped by after going into Austin to see her mother. It had been another hard conversation. Lydia had not even recognized her parents. She was in a world of her own creation. The doctor had said she was adjusting to her new surroundings and ordering the staff to do her bidding. When she became agitated, she was given medication to calm her. This could quite possibly be the cycle she lived for the rest of her life. Neither John nor Mary Sue wanted to visit her. It wasn't the right time, and she probably wouldn't know them, or their presence could harm her fragile state of mind. Right now, it was her father's and her time to take care of themselves, and she was determined to do just that. Adam was damn glad that his birthday was finally here. Things were just too dang strange lately. Emma, Mary Sue, and Carla were all abuzz about the wedding. Jason and Joe were even acting weird, constantly ribbing each other as to who would be the best-looking groom and who had more prowess in the bedroom. Adam had to remind Jason that Emma was his sister, for Christ's sakes. The mayor had come by 3 times to talk to Jason about something, and both men had clammed up when he had come in to drop some food off for Jason that Carla had made. And on top of that, Doc and Carla were really acting strangely. He'd catch Carla looking at him once in a while with tears in her eyes. She would quickly look away and go back to whatever it was she was doing. Seriously, if becoming an adult meant you became downright odd, maybe he'd just stay 17 forever. Then Emma had said for him to arrive at 5:15, even though he knew all the others were arriving at 5. It wasn't a surprise party, so what was the big deal, he'd asked her. She just wanted everyone there so he could feel like she did when she arrived at the Carvers for her birthday. Women, he decided, were a strange lot. He planned on avoiding any long-term entanglements for the next 10 years. He wanted to travel or do something with his life. He planned on talking to Doc about his future after his birthday. He loved what he was doing, but he felt like he still needed more of something. He just couldn't put his finger on it. He reached the stairs to his sister's rooms. It was funny, but he felt like a guest now. This was no longer his home, and soon would no longer be hers either. "Open ours first," said Mary Sue as she handed Adam his first gift. Emma laughed. "Why is your gift always to be opened first?" "Because we're the guests and we're the youngest here." Mary Sue stuck her tongue out at Emma. Emma choked on her coffee, but managed to sputter. "Well, that's definite proof you're the youngest here." "Hey, I'm part of that gift, and I'm not exactly a spring chicken," John groused. Adam grinned. "I'm actually the youngest here, but I guess I'm not considered a guest after all. This is big and awkward. What in the world is it?" He looked at Mary Sue, Joe, and John curiously. "Open it up and see," said Joe. "It's part of the theme of your gifts tonight." Adam looked at Emma questioningly, but she just shrugged her shoulders. "What theme?" Jason asked. "What does everyone here know that we don't?" "You'll see," Carla said. "Go on, Adam, open it." Dinner had been full of laughter, and the cake Emma made was almost gone as both Adam and Doc had second helpings. Everyone was crowded in the living room drinking coffee and watching Adam open his gifts. It was another perfect evening with all the people she deeply cared about, Emma thought. She watched Adam pull away the paper, and he looked even more confused. "It's a travel trunk to put your clothes in case you ever go anywhere. It's good for storing books, too," said John. "Well, I do have a fair number of books." Adam laughed. "Thank you. I've never seen a piece of luggage this fancy." "Here, Adam. I think you'll understand why I got you this," Jason said as he handed Adam a thin, soft package. Adam pulled out the shirt inside and nodded at Jason. "I sure wish I could have gotten a new shirt without losing the old one the way I did." "Me too," Jason agreed. "I would prefer not to be bleeding all over other people's clothing." Emma shivered in remembrance and grabbed Jason's hand. He smiled at her reassuringly. "It's much nicer than the one you bled all over. Thank you." Emma handed her gift over, and Adam smiled. He knew what it was, a book. He got a book every year on his birthday. This one was big and heavy, though. When he got the paper off, all he could do was stare at it at first. He jumped up and gave his sister a fierce hug. How did you get this? Where did you find it?" "Doc helped me. He said this is the one medical book of his he always sees you reading, so he helped me order it. It came all the way from Boston." "But Emma, you can't afford something like this." "I used my emergency fund. I don't need it anymore." Emma squeezed Jason's hand, and he smiled at her yet again. "She definitely does not need an emergency fund anymore, and you deserve the gift, Adam. You have been a godsend to Doc and this town. You're a born doctor." "Speaking of doctoring, open ours," Carla said excitedly. Adam opened the box and almost fell over. He pulled out a brand new medical bag. "Look inside, son," Doc chortled at the stunned look on Adam's face. Adam opened the bag and pulled out a shiny new stethoscope. "That's new, but the other equipment is used. Some are from me that I had more than one or two of, and a few are from the hospital in Austin. I happen to know a few people there." "This is so amazing. Doc, Carla, I don't know what to say. Everyone, you've all been so generous. You make me feel like I could be a doctor. But that's a faraway dream. I'll use these and take good care of them, Doc," Adam said with emotion in his voice. "Well, the dream may be physically far away, but it's right here if you reach for it," Doc said mysteriously. Carla couldn't contain herself any longer. "Tell them, Caleb, I just can't take the suspense anymore." "Tell us what?" Emma asked confusedly. "Does this have something to do with you two acting so oddly lately?" Doc cleared his throat. Everyone was staring at him in anticipation. "As you know, I went to medical school at Harvard. It's one of the oldest and finest institutions in the world. The school got a new president in 1860, and he brought about great changes at the school. I graduated in 49, so I missed out on the new schools of medicine that were established. But I read everything I can and meet with the doctors in Austin to try to keep up with the new methods. One of my colleagues from the medical school is now the dean there. He and I stay in touch, and I visited him 3 years ago. Remember when that young doctor from Austin came for a month to cover for me?" Everyone but Emma and Adam nodded their heads in memory. "Well, I happened to mention that I had a brilliant young man working for me. Not just brilliant, but one who could remember everything he read. I told him about the new cane you came up with when Walter could start hobbling about again. You had him use 2 canes with those handholds you made. Walter could put all his weight on his arms and one good leg and keep his bad leg off the ground. I also told him about those ideas for strengthening and thinning out the thread for stitching up wounds. Needless to say, he was impressed." Emma looked at Adam. He was blushing, but his eyes were fixed on Doc. There was a tension and excitement emanating from him. Everyone in the room seemed to be holding their breaths. Doc continued. "Charles Ransom, my friend, wants you to join Harvard Medical School. He said they would be proud to have you as a student." Adam's mouth dropped open. Emma could only stare at Doc. "Me? Me go to medical school? To become a real doctor?" Adam asked in amazement. "They want me?" But we can't afford it. Oh, Adam, we don't have the money for that." Emma wanted to cry in frustration. "Now calm down, you two. Adam is going to receive a scholarship based on my recommendation. It will cover his room and board and all the books. John, Carla, and I are throwing in a train ticket to Boston. Emma and I will be glad to send you money each month to cover any other expenses you might have," Jason said, wanting to support his soon-to-be brother-in-law. "I can't believe we're going to have a doctor in the family, Emma." Emma was holding her hands over her heart, and tears leaked slowly down her cheeks. I can't take it all in. It's marvelous. You are all so wonderful. Adam and I came here as lost souls, and now we found the most loving people in all of Texas." Jason put his arm around her. "Did you ever think that the people of Elizabethtown need you and Adam as much as you say you need them?" Everyone began talking at once, agreeing with Jason, congratulating Adam, thanking Doc, Carla, and John for their generosity. Mary Sue's voice finally broke up the many conversations. "Do you understand your gifts now, Adam? You'll be using that travel trunk very soon," she laughed in delight. Adam smiled at her and then turned to Doc. "How soon, Doc? When do I leave?" "September 10th is when the new school year starts. You should probably leave on the 1st. Charles will meet you at the train station and help you get settled in. I'll write to him and get everything in order. We still have a few months to get it all worked out." "I gotta say, there's no lack of excitement around here," Joe commented. "You got that right," John agreed. "At least the excitement's heading in the positive direction. We're all excited for you, Adam. You're going to make one hell of a doctor. I hope you come back to us and don't fall in love with big city life. I know Doc will want to retire one of these days." Oh, I want to come back. This is where my family and friends are, and I want to be an uncle." Adam looked at Jason pointedly. Joe snorted. "You might be an uncle 3 times over by the time you get back." Jason punched Joe hard on the shoulder. Joe laughed. "It's a good thing you're still recovering, or I'd give you a good whack." John cleared his throat. "I have an announcement to make." "I don't know if I can take any more surprises," Emma said. Mary Sue looked at her father curiously. "Does this have anything to do with why you've been acting so strangely? Doc and Carla are not the only ones with secrets, apparently." John nodded. "But it's a good secret. I'm going to have another town meeting tomorrow at 4 in the front of my office. It will only take a few minutes to announce, but I think you all will be pleased. Can you make it?" Everyone nodded, and no matter how much Mary Sue prodded, her father would say nothing more. The ladies began gathering cups and saucers, while the men picked up wrapping paper and put the extra table and chairs by the door so they could be returned tomorrow. Joe said goodbye to everyone and headed back to the jail. Mary Sue and John left also, and Emma could hear her still questioning her father. Carla gave Emma a hug and whispered to her, "I know you'll miss him terribly, but John said he would have Christmas holidays to come home for a visit." Emma nodded and wiped a few tears away. "I will miss him. We've never truly been apart. I guess living in the medical office was a good practice for both of us." Jason came up behind her and put his arms around her. "You'll be so busy the time will fly by. You have a house to manage, a school to run, and a husband to take care of." Doc had his arm over his wife's shoulder. "He's right. And Adam, you'll be so busy learning new things and discovering a new city, you'll forget we even exist. It's time to go, dear. Let's leave the young'uns to mull all this over." Adam went to the door with them and thanked them again. When they had left, he couldn't hold back his pent-up joy. He ran over to Emma and picked her up in a huge hug and spun her around until she was laughing so hard she couldn't catch her breath. "Adam, put your sister down before you kill her. I have use for her. I don't want damaged goods." "I still can't believe it, Emma. I'm going to be a doctor. Me. It's all I've wanted after the first day I started working with Doc. Thank God I took that horse. If it weren't for you, Jason, I'd still be a kid looking for something to do." "I think you would have done something brilliant no matter what with that brain of yours, but I'm glad I could have a little part in getting you started." Adam hugged his sister again, and then Jason. He grabbed the luggage that now held all his precious gifts. "I'm going straight to my room to read. Now I can put notes anywhere I want. Thanks, sis. You're the best." And with that, he was out the door before Emma could respond. Chapter 36. For the first time, Emma couldn't wait for the school day to end. Mary Sue was meeting with all the women to begin wedding planning. She hated to miss out, but they couldn't wait until evening. Time was in short supply. They were all going to meet at the mayor's office to hear his announcement and then use the conference room to continue the planning. When the students had finally pushed in the last chair and filtered out, Emma put on her bonnet, grabbed her bag, and headed to town. It was another glorious day in May. She had her fingers crossed that Saturday would be as beautiful. She wished there was a way to predict the weather. The sky was cloudless today. Perhaps that was a good sign. As she entered Main Street, she could see the gathering crowd. It was nothing as big as the church meeting, but it was still a pretty good turnout. And the information imparted would spread quickly to those who couldn't attend. She saw Mary Sue beckoning to her and went to stand with her right in front of the mayor's office. John and Jason were on the walkway, along with Mrs. Weber and Mrs. Turnbull's oldest daughters. By all the murmuring going on, everyone found this as odd as Emma did. "Did you get anything out of your father?" Emma whispered to Mary Sue. Mary Sue shook her head. "He's as tight-lipped as a priest in a confessional. I drove him crazy trying to find out." "I wonder why Jason's up there with him. He's looking like the cat that ate the canary, too. If that man is keeping secrets, I'm going to knock him over the head with a frying pan." Mary Sue laughed. "You can't even swat a fly, let alone the man you love." John clapped his hands to get the crowd's attention. A hush fell. Emma looked around and saw that a lot of people were looking anxious, probably expecting more bad news, Emma thought sadly. "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming by. I hope what the sheriff and I and these two lovely ladies have to say will bring some much-needed healing to our town. I bought the piece of land right past Doc's medical office. He was kind enough to give me a good price for it. Jason here has offered to pay for the building that will be erected on the land." The townspeople began to twitter among themselves. A new building? A new business? "And these ladies will be donating what both of their mothers held dearest to their hearts." John was building up the suspense. He could see people trying to guess what new business might be going up, but the involvement of Mrs. Weber and Mrs. Turnbull's daughters obviously had them all stumped. He cleared his throat, and everyone looked at him and fell quiet. "They will be donating books that will go into our new—" John paused, and then with a dramatic wave of his arm shouted, "Lending library!" The town people buzzed with the news. Many started clapping. Emma and Mary Sue hugged in excitement. Doc's voice rang out from the crowd. "I'd like to donate my books to the cause if Adam here doesn't throttle me as he hasn't read them all yet." Everyone laughed, and Adam blushed. "If I can have everyone's attention, please. Margaret and Eleanor have something to add," John said. Margaret spoke first. "I want to thank Mayor Drake and Sheriff Dunbar for generously donating to a cause that was dear to my mother's heart. Many of you got your love of reading in her classroom. She loved each and every one of her students, and her favorite part of her day was story time. She collected over 100 books in her 76 years. Many of them, of course, are children's literature. I know this would be a dream of hers, to know that she will still be able to continue sharing them with you. When Mayor Drake met with us to propose this idea, we were very touched. In our time of sadness, we now have the joy of knowing our mothers will always be remembered." Margaret stepped back, and the crowd clapped and cheered wildly. For the umpteenth time in just a few days, Emma was wiping tears from her eyes. She'd be a dried-out old prune if she kept up all this crying. She looked at Jason, and he was smiling at her knowingly. He lovingly called her his weeping willow. She gave him a watery grin. Emma could hear Mary Sue sniffling next to her. "I'm so proud of him," she whispered to Emma. "He's not hiding what my mother did. He's making something good come out of a terrible loss." Eleanor was apparently ready to speak. Everyone quieted. "I too want to thank John and Jason. And you too, Doc," she called out loudly to him. Someone in the crowd gave a sharp whistle of approval. "My mother shared Georgina's love for books. She volunteered often to help struggling readers. My fondest memories are of her reading to all of my siblings and me at bedtime. She too would be happy to know her books are going to a good cause. Margaret and I are pleased to be part of the Turnbull and Weber Memorial Lending Library." There were more hoots and hollers from the crowd. This was the kind of news that brought people together. "Is this going to be a barn raising? Because I want to be part of the building of this memorial," someone from the back of the crowd yelled. There was a lot of head nodding. It seemed many wanted to be involved. "George built a lot of the buildings in this town, so he will oversee the project. I'm sure we can pick a day when we can all get together and make this happen," John said, smiling widely. "The social committee will put together a picnic for all the workers," Carla called out. Margaret and Eleanor were now dabbing at their eyes. It seemed emotions were running high. Lots of happy tears and lots of jubilation at the thought of Elizabethtown having its own lending library. John waved the crowd silent again. "The city will be funding and maintaining the lending library, and as the mayor of this city, I've already hired our first librarian of Elizabethtown." With another grand sweep of his arm and a bow, he pulled Eleanor to his side. "Miss Eleanor Jacobs has agreed to become the librarian in the building named after her mother and her mother's best friend." More whistles and applause accompanied this announcement. Emma was happy for her. Her children were grown and out of the house. What a lovely job to have working in a library. It was something Emma could see herself doing someday when she could no longer teach. "I want to thank you all for coming, and when we are able to get the supplies together, we will pick a start date. We definitely want to get it done before the first rains arrive. Enjoy the rest of your day, folks, and may God bless you all." John waved at the departing crowd, and then almost got knocked to the ground when Mary Sue launched herself into her father's arms, hugging him and berating him at the same time for keeping such a marvelous secret from her. Joe finally pulled his fiancée off of her father and let him get back to work. "Mary Sue, you couldn't keep a secret if we glued your mouth shut. It would have been all over town in an hour," said Joe, laughing. "Joe Bauer, that is not so. You tell him, Emma. I kept a secret. I didn't tell Jason about the double wedding idea." "That's true," Emma laughed. "You best apologize, Joe. When Mary Sue starts tapping her foot like that, it's not a good sign." Joe squeezed Mary Sue's face in his hands and kissed her pouting lips. "I've been corrected. I apologize." "And you," Emma said, pointing at Jason. "What do you have to say for yourself?" "Me? What did I do?" Jason asked. "Why didn't you tell me about this? Did you think I couldn't keep a secret either?" Joe snorted. "Yeah, Jason, why didn't you tell Emma? He didn't tell me either, by the way." "If I need your help, partner, I'll ask for it," Jason retorted. "Emma, sweetheart, it was John's decision. He wanted to surprise everyone. It was very hard for him to approach Margaret and Eleanor. He didn't even know if they would speak to him. When they said they didn't hold him responsible and that they were touched by his idea, John was so relieved. He and both ladies agreed it would be kept a surprise and announced at a special meeting. He only told me because he hoped I would be willing to donate to the project." "I guess I can respect John's right to privacy. I hope you won't keep any secrets from me in the future." Emma went up on her tiptoes and gave him a peck on the cheek. "Don't you ladies have some wedding planning to do?" said Joe. "Come on, partner. Back to work for you." The girls watched their men walk away and headed into the building where they were to meet the other ladies. Emma and Mary Sue sat on the rockers on the porch of the Drake's house that evening after the meeting with the ladies. Emma couldn't get over how this town, that she had only been part of for such a short time, was so excited and generous when it came to being part of the wedding. All the women had acted as if it was their own family wedding, insisting on helping out with every detail. Emma was beginning to think that if women ran the military, things would be done more efficiently. Everyone had broken up into groups in order to work out the details. Emma and Mary Sue went from group to group to express what foods they wanted and to choose colors, but that was about it. Carla had everything in hand. She didn't want either bride to feel any stress. They were only to anticipate, keep their men out of the way, and make themselves beautiful for the very special day. "I asked my father to walk me down the aisle." Mary Sue broke into the quiet. "He was so emotional. Emma, he's like a different person. I know I've said that before, but I feel like he's truly happy for the first time in years. I think he's already lost some weight, and his face looks younger. I actually caught him whistling in the kitchen the other day. I knew my mother put a pallor over our lives, but I never realized how much it affected both my father and me. I'm going to do everything in my power to make Joe happy that he married me, and I will never let my child feel insignificant or unloved." Emma looked at Mary Sue fondly. The girl would be 20 in a month, and yet she seemed so much older and wiser. "I agree that John's looking happy. I think all the townsfolk see it too. Jason says it's like a huge weight's been lifted off of his shoulders. Now your father is concentrating on making this town better instead of trying to make himself bigger and better. I think that's what real contentment is. When you're so happy with your own life, you want to make life better for those around you so they can feel what you feel. That's why you'll be such a good wife and mother, too. You deserve it all, Mary Sue. Embrace it," Emma said. "Don't question happiness. Just grab it and hold on to it." "If I grab any more of it, I may burst," Mary Sue laughed happily. "Did you ask Adam to walk you down the aisle?" "I did. He was thrilled. I see so much of our father in him. Adam has grown up so much in the last few weeks. He's like your father. Something went on inside of him when he started helping Doc. Instead of being a kid with nothing to do, he started helping the sick and injured. I know he would hate this expression, but he blossomed. I think when he helped Janie was when he realized this is exactly what he wanted to do for the rest of his life. I'm so grateful to Doc that he recognized Adam as doctor material. I'm going to miss him so much, but it's his calling, and I would never stand in his way. I'm happy for him, too. He will make our town proud, Mary Sue said. Emma, what is going to happen with your job when you get married? I spoke with the council members, and they agreed to let me finish out the year. There's only a month left. They wouldn't be able to find someone to cover for me by next Monday. Jason agrees. It wouldn't be right for me to quit, even though married women are not allowed to teach. Absolutely ridiculous law. That needs to change. They did ask me to be part of the interview panel. I hope we can find someone who will love my children as much as I do. Everything's changing. I'm going to miss teaching, but I'll be very busy running the house, and I want to be more involved in the town. It's exciting to think that I won't have my time dictated by school bells. I've worked since I was 19 to provide for Adam and me. It will be strange to be taken care of instead of being the caretaker, Emma mused. Mary Sue put her hands lovingly on her still flat stomach. I'm looking forward to being a caretaker. She smiled at Emma. I want our children to play together, so I expect to hear an announcement from you and Jason very soon. Emma blushed. She was anticipating the wedding, but she was anticipating the wedding night even more. We'll do our best, but I have to admit I'm a little frightened. I never had the talk with my mother. Neither did I, Mary Sue said. I'm a little frightened myself, but I know Joe will be gentle and loving. I really still am a virgin in a way. Being attacked isn't love-making, Mary Sue said sadly. I know that being with Joe will erase the ugliness for me and bring us closer. I hope I'm carrying a girl. Joe's already saying how much he loves his girls. He's convinced the baby will be a girl. Have you picked out any names yet? If it's a girl, we want to call her Elizabeth, after the town that's been so good to us. If it's a boy, he'll be called Joseph Jr., so everyone understands this is my and Joe's child, and he will be recognized as such, she said fiercely. Your child is so lucky. He or she will be even luckier if you and Jason agree to be the godparents. Joe and I talked about it, and we would be so pleased if the two of you agree. Emma smiled and clasped her hands together. We would be honored, Mary Sue. I'm sure Jason will be too. Joe's probably asking him right now. This child is going to have so many people in his or her life. But enough of this child talk. Carla said this wedding is going to be the biggest thing this town has ever seen. Do you really think we can pull this all off in 5 days? I'm not as sure it's possible as I was before, she said anxiously. From what I saw, Carla has it well in hand. I wish I could do more, but I can't leave my students on their own. Jason said that Luke and the men are building some wooden benches and tables that will be placed outside to hold the food and drinks and allow some of the people to sit. He said they were also cutting up thin, square pieces of wood to place in the middle of blankets that will allow the guests to put their drinks on it and keep them steady. I really think everyone has thought of everything. Like Carla said, we need to just enjoy, and that's exactly what I plan on doing. I'm glad it all seems to be falling into place. Did I mention that Father, Joe, and I are riding into Austin tomorrow? Joe needs to meet with Sheriff Dawson about the kidnappers, and Father and I are going to the Strattons. He wants to thank them personally and invite them to the wedding. Letty will be so excited. I bought her a dress for the wedding. I hope Cora lets her accept the gift. She'll look darling in it. She deserves something pretty to wear, being the only girl in a family with 4 boys. Mary Sue's generosity knew no bounds, Emma thought. You are such a thoughtful person. Letty will be beside herself. I can't wait to meet them. Emma smiled, but then gave a little yawn. It's time for me to call it a night. Monday morning will show up, and I need to be fresh and awake for my students. Mary Sue rose too and gave Emma a hug. I'll fill you in tomorrow on anything new that comes up. Sweet dreams. Chapter 37. The big day had finally arrived. Mary Sue had invited Emma to stay with her overnight so they could talk and try to keep each other calm. Emma was so grateful. She didn't think that she would have slept a wink had she been home by herself. Neither woman had seen their men, as it was considered bad luck. The wedding was to be at 5 in the evening. The sun would be behind the trees and would be cooler. The weather was cooperating. It was a beautiful day. Carla had stopped by to tell them that everything was ready to go, so they were not to worry but pamper themselves all day. You two do realize that your alone time is going to be cut into now that you will have husbands. It's amazing how often they can't find something, or they're hungry, or they need you to scratch an itch they can't reach, Carla had warned. Both women had burst out laughing. Carla and Doc had one of the strongest and longest marriages of anyone in town. Carla had hugged them both, sniffling a little and calling them both her girls. That had brought tears to Emma and Mary Sue, who were both motherless. They shooed Carla away before they all became a weepy mess. For Emma, the time spent with Mary Sue was like having a sister. They laughed and talked and did each other's hair. They ate chocolate and drank coffee. They picked flowers from the garden and made their own bouquets. And finally, they helped each other into their dresses. As they stood next to each other looking into the mirror, Emma had to admit they looked amazing. Both dresses sparkled, as did their eyes. "I'm getting so nervous," Emma whispered as she stared at herself in the glass. "Me too," agreed Mary Sue as she tugged her sleeve into place. There was a sound of horses and a carriage outside. Emma and Mary Sue grabbed each other's hands and squealed. "They're here! Oh my, it's time!" John and Adam entered the house, and John called out to them, "Your carriage awaits you, my ladies." Giggling, the women grabbed their veils that Meg had gifted them and their bouquets and headed downstairs to be given away by two of the most important men in their lives. Joe was pacing back and forth in Jason's house. He had stayed the night. Gus Briner and David Spencer had agreed to share deputy duties for the evening so that the men could have their last free night together. They had smoked cigars and each had a glass of cognac, which had been Jason's grandmother's favorite drink. They'd played cards, and Joe had won $2 off of Jason. They'd gone to bed early because they couldn't take the stress anymore. The ladies of the town had arrived early in the morning, and with the help of Joe, Jason, and Luke, and the other men, had gotten everything set up. The work had helped keep them sane, but now it was 4:30, and the anticipation was wreaking havoc. "Joe, you're carving a path in my nice floors. Sit down already. You've been pacing for half an hour," Jason complained good-naturedly. "How can you just sit there so calmly? I feel like I'm going to be sick. The whole damn town seems to have come. Look at all the people out there." Joe sounded like he was ready to bolt. Jason got up and poured each of them a shot of whiskey. "Here, drink this." He gave a glass to Joe and then held his up. "To the two luckiest men in all of Texas." He clinked his glass to Joe's and drank it down in one swallow. "Amen to that, brother," Joe said, and swallowed the golden liquid gratefully. The warm burn of the alcohol calmed him. "We'd better get out there and find Pastor Blake and get this show on the road," Jason said as he straightened Joe's jacket. "I'm as ready as I'll ever be. Let's go." When the open carriage turned onto the road leading to Jason's property, both girls gasped. Hanging from the trees that lined the road looked like hundreds of shiny silver ornaments. The sun glinted off of them, making it look like a sparkling arc went from tree to tree. It was magical. As the horses came to a stop in front of the wide stairway that led to the house, Emma could hear music playing from the trio they had hired for the evening. Mary Sue took Emma's hand, and with John and Adam following behind them, they entered the house. John took Mary Sue's arm, and Adam took Emma's. "You two beautiful ladies ready to head outside and do this?" Adam snorted. "They better be ready to head out there. I didn't work 3 solid hours under Colonel Carla to have this not take place." Everyone laughed, and the tension they had all been feeling washed away. Emma gave Adam's arm a thankful squeeze. Jason and Joe watched for their bride's entrance, both holding their breaths. People were stirring and craning their necks. The brides were coming. The music just became a calming background noise against the rustling of clothes as everyone stood. Then Jason saw her and almost fell to his knees. Emma was a goddess in green and cream. He could see her eyes through her lace veil. She was looking at him and smiling. His heart swelled in his chest until he felt like it would choke him. This was soon to be his Emma for always and forever. Joe couldn't keep the look of awe off of his face when he saw Mary Sue gliding toward him in a splash of blue and silver. He wanted to run to her and sweep her into his arms. It took everything in him to stand and wait for her. She was smiling at him, and then he saw her look up at her father, who couldn't look prouder to be walking his daughter down the aisle. She had been the woman of his dreams for years, and now she was finally going to be his. The ceremony had been beautiful. Emma didn't think there was a dry eye as the two couples had spoken their vows. Emma and Mary Sue had dabbed at their eyes many times. When she had kissed Jason at the end of the ceremony, he had whispered into her ear, "You are mine forever and always. I love you, Mrs. Dunbar." Emma had teared up again and had whispered her love to him. She had glanced over to Mary Sue and Joe and had seen them whispering together too. Her heart was filled with joy. With the ceremony over, Emma could finally look around and take in the beautiful sight. She and Mary Sue had been awed when they had seen the wooden archway Luke had built. It had been strung with greenery and flowers. The many tables had green, blue, and silver accents to match the wedding dresses. Flowers were everywhere, and the apple blossoms smelled divine. Long tables set on barrels and covered with blue tablecloths were filled with everything imaginable to eat and drink. Before the two couples could even walk back down the aisle, they were accosted by well-wishers. "It's going to be hours before I get you alone," Jason groaned into her ear. Emma giggled and gave his arm a pinch. "You behave yourself, Jason Dunbar," Emma scolded him playfully. "I have been behaving myself for weeks now," he continued to grumble. "Congratulations, sis and brother-in-law." Adam came up to them and hugged Emma carefully. "Jason, I'm glad you married my sister. I feel like I can leave in September and she'll be in good hands." Adam shook Jason's hand. "I will be ever vigilant when it comes to the safety and happiness of your sister," Jason promised him. As Adam headed towards Doc and Carla, Joe and Mary Sue joined them. "We'll be here for hours," Joe groused. Jason and Emma looked at each other and began laughing gaily. "What's so damn funny? I want to take my woman home." "Buddy, I know of what you speak," Jason commiserated. "But these women are slave drivers. They won't let us out of here until we've shaken every hand. We may not leave here until June." Both women gave their husbands a friendly swat. "Well, hurry up and shake those hands," Mary Sue ordered. "I'd like to get home before the month of May ends." Emma laughed and dragged Jason away to do just that. She couldn't wait much longer to be with the man who had taught her to love. Epilogue, January 1886. Emma waddled through the street, bundled in her jacket. Her mittened hands clenched a letter from Adam. She reached the Drake's house and entered. Mary Sue was expecting her. She was visiting her father today while Joe worked. Jason had brought her into town as he met with Joe every week to see how the new sheriff was getting on. Emma knew Jason missed being sheriff just a little. The weekly meetings kept him up on all that went on in town. Both of them were more involved in town now than they had ever been when they actually lived in it. John had been re-elected as mayor, much to his surprise, and he had begged Jason to be part of the city council. "Emma, is that you? I'm in the sitting room," Mary Sue called out. Emma took off her heavy coat and her gloves and hung them on the pegs by the door before searching out Mary Sue. When she entered the sitting room, Mary Sue was rocking Elizabeth and cooing at her. "And how is my beautiful goddaughter Libby doing today?" Emma asked as she smiled down at the beautiful baby. "Oh, for goodness sake," Mary Sue rolled her eyes. "What am I going to do with all of you and your nicknames? This poor child won't know her own name. Joe calls her Lizzie, Father calls her Beth, Adam calls her Liza, and you call her Libby. We're going to have to pick just one." Emma laughed. "That's a warning for me to pick a name very carefully." She rubbed her large belly lovingly. "I thought you had already picked out names," Mary Sue said. "Are you changing your mind?" "No. If it's a boy, Calvin after my father, and Hannah after my mother if it's a girl. I still can't believe our babies will only be 2.5 months apart. You and Jason do quick work. Mary Sue smirked at Emma. Emma blushed. Quiet, you. Let me hold Libby while I tell you about Adam. Mary Sue handed over her daughter and then proceeded to pour tea for them. It was so good to see Adam at Christmas. He's so thrilled with Harvard. I really think he didn't miss us at all. He was happy to be home. He loves our house. He and Jason built me a rocking chair for Christmas to go in the living room. He wrote that he's settled back in his rooms and has started his new classes. He's taking an anatomy class. He's excited that he'll be able to cut into cadavers and study the inside of a human body. Mary Sue wrinkled her nose. That sounds disgusting. To me, too, Emma agreed. But he can't wait to start. John entered the room and went straight over to Emma, who held his grandbaby. How's my little angel this morning? He took the baby gently from Emma's arms and held her to his chest. Will you miss your grandpapa while I'm at work today? The baby gurgled, and both ladies laughed. Apparently she'll miss you, Father. Now give her back to Emma. You're already 2 hours late to work. I can take time off to be with my first grandchild, and I plan on taking more time off when numbers 2, 3, 4, and 5 show up. Mary Sue gasped in mock shock. Can we welcome Emma and Jason's child first before we discuss number 2 arriving? For goodness sake, Joe will have to get a second job if we have that many children. John handed the baby back to Emma, kissed his daughter on the head, and waved a farewell to Emma. Emma shifted the baby in her arms. Doc was amazed at how much Adam has already learned at Harvard in such a short time. Doc's friend wrote to Doc about what a great acquisition Adam is to their program. He actually thanked Doc for finding Adam and sending him their way. Carla said Doc was almost impossible to live with for a week after, he was so proud of himself. Mary Sue laughed. What did Adam think of the new lending library now that it's open? He spent a good amount of time there and lamented that it hadn't been established while he still lived here. He plans on bringing back some books with him to donate. He said Boston has more than one bookstore and a huge lending library. He regrets that he doesn't have much time for casual reading anymore. The baby began to fuss, and Emma handed her over to Mary Sue to be fed. Emma watched as Mary Sue fed her daughter. Soon she would be sitting in her new rocker feeding her baby. Emma took a sip of the tea and smiled into the cup. Jason was over the moon at the idea of being a father. She looked back up at Mary Sue and her daughter. There was so much good to celebrate now. It was a new year and a new beginning for Elizabethtown and its citizens. Emma sighed happily, made gentle circles with her hands on her belly, and felt truly blessed to have such wonderful family and friends. The end.